In Jianhai City at the Ye family villa. The light from the crystal chandelier was a bit dazzling, illuminating the three-tiered fondant cake on the dining table with a shimmering radiance. The air was thick with the scent of expensive aromatherapy mingling with the cloying sweetness of red wine and cream. Jiang Han stood by the dining table looking at the delicate sugar figurine on the cake, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. Today was his 22nd birthday. To prepare for the family dinner tonight he had toiled in the kitchen for 4 whole hours. From handling the Australian lobster to the simmering of Buddha jumps over the wall, he did everything himself. After all, this was his 15th year in the Ye family. Tianyou, come make a wish. Mom had the ingredients flown in from France. That cook. That whoever didn't ruin the ingredients, did he? The smile on Jiang Han's lips froze instantly. That whoever. After 15 years in this house he didn't even have the right to be called by name. At the staircase a young man in a custom white suit slowly descended. He had a delicate, almost feminine face with an innate air of fragility. This was Ye Tianyou, the biological son who had been found and brought back half a month ago. Ye Tianyou walked to the table, his gaze sweeping over the sumptuous dishes before settling on Jiang Han, a hint of barely concealed mockery flashing in his eyes before he quickly replaced it with a frightened, innocent expression. Mom, all these dishes. Were they made by brother? If I eat them, will brother be unhappy? Ye Tianyou shrank his neck, his voice timid. I've only been back half a month and I've already taken brother's place. Today is brother's birthday and also mine, but everyone is fussing over me. I feel like a sinner. This speech was tearful and dripping with affectation. What sinner? This is your home. Shensume, heartbroken, hugged Ye Tianyou, then turned to glare venomously at Jiang Han as if she wasn't looking at a son she had raised for 15 years but at some filthy thing. Jiang Han, who are you putting on that deadpan face for? Tianyou is so considerate, and you. You've been freeloading in this house for 15 years, what's wrong with making you cook a meal? Are you feeling wronged? Jiang Han took a deep breath, about to speak. Slap. A thick stack of documents was slammed heavily onto the marble table, making a crisp sound. The adoptive father Ye Jiangwo, who had been sitting silently at the head of the table, had a face as dark as water. Enough, stop arguing. Since it's come to this, let's get it done. Ye Jiangwo pointed at the documents on the table, his voice devoid of any warmth. This is a paternity test and also a letter of disownment. Boom! A flash of lightning streaked across the window, followed by a clap of thunder. Jiang Han stared at the 2 documents, his heart clenching as if gripped by an invisible hand. Although he had sensed it coming when the moment actually arrived, the piercing pain still made his fingertips go cold. Dad! He called out instinctively. Don't call me Dad. Ye Jiangwo waved his hand in disgust. I have only one son, and that's Tianyou. The mix-up all those years ago was an accident, but now the mistake must be corrected. You've stolen Tianyou's life for 15 years, enjoyed the Ye family's wealth and luxury for 15 years. Now it's time to give it back. Stolen. Jiang Han laughed in anger. 15 years ago the Ye family adopted him from the orphanage. For 15 years he rose earlier than the roosters and slept later than the dogs. He stayed up all night writing the IPO prospectus for his eldest sister Ye Qingcheng's company. He researched and compiled the data for his second sister Ye Qingqi's first-level medical paper. He anonymously wrote the lyrics and composed the music for his third sister Ye Weiner's first breakout hit. He fixed the clogged toilet in this villa. Now with one word stolen, all his contributions were erased. Now with one word stolen, all his contributions were erased. What are you standing there for? Can't you understand human speech? The fourth sister Ye Mengyan walked over. She was wearing a pink loungewear set, holding a ragdoll cat and looking at Jiang Han with undisguised contempt. Jiang Han, have some self-awareness. The real young master is back, so a fake like you should just scram. What are you hanging around for? Waiting for us to support you in your old age. Ye Mengyan spoke with a sarcastic drawl while stroking the cat. Tsk tisk, what a parasite. Can't even be driven away. Mengyan, say less. The eldest sister Ye Qingcheng, who had been silent, spoke up. She sat on the sofa, legs crossed, her professional suit outlining a cold and elegant aura. She adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, her tone as calm as if negotiating a multi-million-dollar deal. She pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses and spoke in a calm tone as if discussing a multi-million-dollar deal. Jiang Han, the Ye family isn't heartless. Ye Qingcheng took a bank card from her bag, held it between 2 fingers and gently pushed it to the edge of the table. Hey, raise 500,000. The password is your birthday. Take the money, sign the papers, pack your things and leave. From now on, don't say you were raised by the Ye family so you don't disgrace us. 500,000. Buying off 15 years of family bonds. Jiang Han looked at the insubstantial bank card and suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity. So in their eyes his 15 years of slaving away was worth only this. It was less than the pocket change for the Hermes bag in his eldest sister's hand. Even less than a fraction of the price of the Hermes bag in his eldest sister's hand. Brother, just sign it. Ye Tianyou wiped fake tears while a defiant smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. If you think it's not enough, I can give you my allowance. Just don't blame mom and dad, don't blame the sisters. Tianyou. Why bother with him? Jinsume pulled Ye Tianyou away, then grabbed a black suitcase by the door and hurled it viciously at Jiang Han's feet. Bang. The suitcase tumbled twice, its zipper bursting open, revealing a few faded old t-shirts. Your stuff is all packed. Get out now. Just looking at you makes me sick, you reek of poverty, you've stunk up our whole house. Jinsume shrieked. The villa hall fell into dead silence. Everyone stared at Jiang Han. They were waiting for him to kneel and cry to beg them not to throw him out. After all, Jiang Han was an orphan. Without the Ye family he was worse than a stray dog. The fourth sister Ye Mengyan had even taken out her phone and opened the camera, ready to capture Jiang Han's pathetic begging to send to her friends group as a joke. However, Jiang Han did not cry. He slowly bent down, picked up the worn-out t-shirt from the floor, dusted it off, moving with deliberate elegance as if handling a piece of art. Then he straightened up and lifted his head. Those eyes, usually downcast and submissive, now shone with a frightening brightness. He looked around the room. The indifferent adoptive father, the venomous adoptive mother, the condescending eldest sister, the gloating fourth sister, and the fake tearful real son. At this moment Jiang Han suddenly felt an unprecedented lightness. As if the chains that had bound him for 15 years had snapped. He looked at the agreement on the table, the corners of his mouth lifting bit by bit into a bright smile that made the Ye family feel uneasy. Jiang Han extended his hand and said in a surprisingly calm voice, "Where's the pen? Give it to me." He looked at the agreement on the table, the corners of his mouth lifting bit by bit into a bright smile that made the Ye family feel uneasy. Jiang Han extended his hand and said in a surprisingly calm voice, "Where's the pen? Give it to me. Where's the pen? Give it to me." As if he had been prepared long ago, Ye Tianyou swiftly pulled a Mont Blanc fountain pen from his breast pocket and handed it over with eager deference. "Brother, here. Use this one. It's a promotion gift from eldest sister," signed so smoothly. His feigned innocence itching to stir trouble practically had the words "can't wait" stamped on his forehead. Jiang Han didn't look at him. He snatched the pen. The moment the nib touched the paper there was no tremor, no hesitation. In a few swift strokes the characters danced across the page. The two characters Jiang Han were written with such force they pierced through the thin A4 paper. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. So fast that Ye Qingcheng's coffee cup just lifted was still suspended in midair, so fast that Ye Mengyan's phone raced to film hadn't even focused. Ye Qingcheng was stunned. Behind her gold-rimmed glasses her shrewd beautiful eyes flickered with a moment of astonishment. As the head of the Ye group she had seen countless negotiation opponents in the business world. When had any of them signed a contract severing interests without weighing and re-weighing, hesitating and agonizing? This was the Ye family. Once signed, Jiang Han would lose his identity as a foster son of a wealthy family, lose the monthly allowance of 50,000, lose his luxurious life and revert to being a penniless orphan. How dare he? How could he be so decisive? Done. Jiang Han casually tossed the pen onto the table. It rolled twice and fell onto the carpet with a dull thud. The air in the hall seemed to freeze for a moment. Ye Qingcheng set down her coffee cup, the astonishment in her eyes quickly replaced by a sarcastic look that saw through everything. She let out a light laugh as if watching a poorly staged circus act. "Jiang Han, nice acting." She elegantly crossed her legs, her tone dripping with the arrogance of someone in complete control. "Are you trying to win our sympathy with this decisiveness? Or are you playing hard to get, hoping you'll think you have backbone and beg you to stay?" In Ye Qingcheng's eyes this was just Jiang Han's survival tactic in the family. Before, whenever he acted obedient, listened quietly, or suffered in silence, the family would always give him some treats. But this time he miscalculated. "You're overthinking it," Jiang Han replied flatly. "Whether I'm overthinking it you know in your heart." Ye Qingcheng gave him a cold glance, her fingers tapping lightly on the table. "Since you've signed, don't just stand there. Take the money and leave. But I'll warn you, once you step out that door, if you starve or die out there, don't come back begging us. The Ye family's door will never open again for an ungrateful wolf like you." Fourth sister Ye Mengyan finally came to her senses. She shoved her phone camera closer and curled her lips in disgust. "Eldest sister, why waste words on him? Look at him, thick-skinned and unafraid, probably cursing us in his mind. Just kick him out, he's an eyesore." She then kicked the suitcase on the floor. "Hey, you hear me? Take your junk and your money and disappear." Jiang Han didn't even glance at the suitcase filled with old clothes. His gaze fell on the bank card at the edge of the table. 50,000. For an ordinary person that was a fortune. For Jiang Han now it was also his only starting capital. But he found it disgustingly dirty. Jiang Han extended 2 long fingers and picked up the bank card. The Ye family's eyes all focused on his hand. Chen Sumei snorted coldly. Ye Tianyou's eyes flashed with contempt as if saying, playing aloof, in the end you'll still take the money. The next second. Slap. Jiang Han flicked his wrist. The bank card arced through the air in a perfect parabola and landed precisely back in Ye Qingcheng's lap. Keep the money for yourselves. Jiang Han's voice was calm with no ripple, yet it struck like a resounding slap across everyone's face. Ye Qingcheng caught the card instinctively, her face turning livid. Jiang Han, what do you mean? Not enough. No, I think you need this money more than I do. A mocking smirk curled at the corner of Jiang Han's mouth. His gaze slowly swept across everyone present, finally settling on Ye Qingcheng's well-maintained face. He uttered slowly, after all, blindness is an incurable disease. This 50,000 left for you to see a doctor probably won't be enough. Dead silence. A deathly stillness. Everyone's eyes widened, unable to believe their ears. Jiang Han, who had been submissive for 15 years, dared to call them blind. You beast. Who are you calling blind? Chen Sumei reacted first, shrieking like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She grabbed a teacup from the table and hurled it at Jiang Han. Jiang Han sidestepped. The teacup smashed against the wall, shards scattering. He ignored the hysterical curses behind him and walked straight to the utility cabinet in the corner. That was where he kept his personal belongings. In 15 years at the Ye family he had pathetically few things that truly belonged to him. Jiang Han pulled open the drawer and took out his ID card along with a black laptop with a badly worn casing. This laptop was a second-hand find he had bought years ago with money saved from his breakfast allowance. Its configuration was terrible, it took 2 minutes just to boot up. Beside fourth sister Ye Mengyan's top-tier Alienware and razor gear, this thing didn't even qualify as electronic waste. But it was his only weapon. Oh, isn't that your crappy computer? Ye Mengyan couldn't help but snicker. You turned down 50,000 just to take this junk that even the trash collector wouldn't want. Jiang Han, did you get hit in the head? Or are you planning to use this piece of junk to work at an internet cafe? Jiang Han tucked the laptop under his arm, turned around and took one last look at the place he had lived for 15 years. Luxurious, cold, nauseating. He didn't respond to Ye Mengyan's taunt. He just looked at her with a detached gaze as if watching a clown. Ye Mengyan, you'll find out soon enough whether something is trash. With that he turned and walked toward the door without looking back. Let him go. Let him go. If he's got any guts, never come back. Chen Sumei's furious shouts rang out behind him. Ye Qingcheng gripped the bank card, her fingers white from pressure. She watched Jiang Han's resolute back, the unease in her heart growing stronger but then drowned by anger. Fine, very well. Jiang Han, you asked for this. Let's see how long you can keep up your tough act. Boom. The villa's door was pushed open heavily by Jiang Han. A gust of wind and rain instantly poured in, making the crystal chandelier sway precariously. Jiang Han stepped out. The door slammed shut behind him, completely cutting off the suffocating world of the wealthy. The icy rain instantly soaked his shirt, the chill biting to the bone, but he felt an unprecedented exhilaration. It felt like a drowning person finally surfacing, taking that first breath of fresh air. He wiped the rain from his face, tilted his head back and looked at the pitch-black night sky. Free. At that moment a cold, emotionless, mechanical electronic voice suddenly exploded in the depths of his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has completely severed the parasitic family ties. Mindset reshaping complete. Perfect life divine wealth system is activating. The rain poured down in torrents, thunder rumbled. At that moment the sudden electronic voice in his mind was even more melodious to Jiang Han, who had just been driven out of his home, than Beethoven's symphony. Perfect life Tycoon system activated successfully. This system aims to assist the host in escaping the life of a simp and building his own perfect business empire. Core Function 1 Tycoon Check-in. Daily check-in grants random cash, skill books, special items or future intelligence. Core Function 2 Consumption Critical Strike. When the host spends money for himself or a recognized bound target such as a partner, he can receive a random multiplier rebate 1100 times. The more you spend, the more you earn. Core Function 3 Emotion Harvesting. When those who once despised and insulted the host experience intense emotional fluctuations such as regret, shock or fear, the system will automatically collect emotional value which can be used to exchange for lifespan or black technology. Jiang Han stood in the rain, wiped the rainwater from his face and couldn't help but laugh out loud. The laughter seemed somewhat reckless in the thunderstorm night. What a perfect life, what an emotion harvesting. Isn't this tailor-made for those snobbish sisters? I was just thinking about how to take revenge satisfyingly and now the knife is handed to me. Ding. Detected the host's first activation. A newbie gift pack is specially issued. Open it. Open. Immediately right now. Jiang Han silently recited in his mind without any hesitation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining primary gene physique enhancement potion 1 Eldest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining charm 10 temperament remodeling. As the words faded, a warm current instantly surged from the heart, madly traveling along the limbs and bones. It was an indescribable feeling of comfort. Jiang Han couldn't help but close his eyes. At that moment he felt his stomach ailment caused by years of eating leftovers from the Ye family and irregular routines healing at an astonishing speed. Also the hidden injuries from being a human punching bag for 7 Sister Ye Ziwei's free sparring practice. Those joints that would ache on rainy days now all felt warm and comfortable. Even the chill from being soaked by the heavy rain was completely dispelled by this heat wave surging from within. The long-suppressed heaviness in the heart and the fatigue of the body receded like a tide. Seconds later Jiang Han opened his eyes and clenched his fists. Power. Power so abundant it made him want to punch through a steel plate. He lowered his head and looked at the puddle at his feet under the dim streetlight. The puddle reflected the face of a young man. The same features, but the feeling was completely different. The former Jiang Han, though not bad-looking, was always submissive, exuding a cautious humility, a servility carved into his bones from 15 years of living under someone else's roof. But now the man in the reflection had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, a gaze sharp as a knife, skin glowing with a healthy pale luster in the rain, exuding an undeniable confidence and nobility. Charm 10, not just about becoming handsome but a qualitative change in aura. Tisk, now this looks like a proper person. Jiang Han whistled at his reflection in the puddle in high spirits. He looked up, glanced at the brightly lit Ye family villa behind him with no trace of nostalgia in his eyes, only deep sarcasm. Ye Qingcheng, Ye Mengyan, and that green tea, Ye Tianyou. You thought you kicked out a stray dog. No, you personally let slip a true dragon that could tear a hole in the sky. System, just wait and see. The first wave of emotional value will arrive soon. Jiang Han tightened his soaked thin shirt, turned around and strode into the rain. Though penniless, he walked with the air of a billionaire inspecting his territory. The Yunding villa where the Ye family lived was the top wealthy district in Jianghai City, with winding mountain roads and lush forests on both sides. The rain showed no sign of stopping, growing heavier instead. Jiang Han walked down along the roadside, his mind already rapidly calculating the next plan. With the system, making money was not a problem. The problem was how to make the Ye family hurt the fastest and most severely. Simply earning money to slap their faces was too slow. What he wanted was a dimensionality reduction attack, making them watch helplessly as the mud once trampled under their feet became the clouds they could never reach. Just as he was thinking, 2 blinding beams of light suddenly shot from the dark curve ahead. They were the xenon headlights of a top luxury car, like 2 sharp swords piercing the darkness of the rainy night. The light was too strong. Jiang Han subconsciously raised his hand to shield his eyes. Then, screech! A teeth-gritting sound of emergency braking echoed through the forest. The tires screeched against the wet ground. A black car shot out of the rain like a ghost, its body executing a perilous drift on the slippery road, finally stopping just half a meter from Jiang Han. The splashing mud and water nearly drenched Jiang Han. It was a black Maybach Accelero. The streamlined body exuded dominance, reflecting a cold metallic sheen in the rain. The hood ornament at the front looked like the fangs of a beast in the night. Globally limited, priceless. In Jianghai City, the number of people who could drive such a car could be counted on one hand. Jiang Han squinted his eyes. Instead of being panicked like an ordinary person, he looked at this steel beast with interest. Driving around late at night in a hurry to reincarnate. Standing in the halo of the headlights, he not only didn't dodge but even stepped half a step closer. At that moment, the dark rear windows slowly lowered halfway. The interior lights were off, dim, allowing only a glimpse of a woman's silhouette. But even just a profile was enough to make Jiang Han's heart skip a beat. By the dim light of the street lamp, he saw a face of extreme cold beauty. Skin so pale it was almost translucent, a high nose bridge, very thin lips, and a pair of narrow long phoenix eyes slightly upturned with a gaze that could freeze the rain into ice shards. This face, Jiang Han knew it too well. In Ye Qingcheng's study on the list of competitors of the Ye group and in the countless curses of the Ye sisters, he had seen photos of this face countless times. The Ye family's biggest business rival. Controlling the 100 billion Leng group, known as the first female devil of Jianghai City, an ice-cold female CEO with ruthless methods and no interest in men. Leng Mingyue. A crazy idea flashed through Jiang Han's mind. What did the system just say? Consumption rebate requires a bound target. Emotion harvesting requires slapping the Ye family's face. This is like just leaving the newbie village in a game and the system directly places max-level divine equipment in front of you. Is there anything more likely to break the Ye family's defense than marrying their arch-rival? The cynical smile on Jiang Han's lips deepened. Ignoring the driver who was about to get out and curse, he leaned down, resting his hands on the edge of the lowered rear window. His peach blossom eyes, just strengthened by the system, stared straight at the woman who made all the city's men tremble, and he spoke flirtatiously. Yo, nice car. But the person. Even more fierce. The air inside the carriage seemed to freeze in an instant. Amidst the blend of expensive leather and cold perfume, a trace of murderous intent suddenly emerged. The bodyguard and driver in the driver's seat reacted swiftly. The moment Jiang Han's words faded, he unbuckled his seatbelt and reached for his waist, his eyes as fierce as a wolf protecting its master, ready to pounce on the reckless man who dared to harass his boss. Looking for death, the bodyguard growled, pushing the door open a crack. Hold on. A clear, cold voice rang out, devoid of any emotion, freezing the bodyguard's movements instantly. Leng Mingyue slowly turned her head, her narrow phoenix eyes scanning the man, drenched and disheveled yet grinning with unbridled arrogance under the dim blue light of the dashboard. Her gaze finally rested on Jiang Han's face, pale from the rain and her brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. You're the adopted son of the Ye family. Though she paid little attention to such insignificant figures as the biggest rival, Leng Mingyue knew the Ye family's structure well. But rumor had it that the adopted son was a timid coward who wouldn't even lift his head. How was he acting like this today? A scam. Leng Mingyue's voice dripped with undisguised sarcasm. Her slender fingers tapped lightly on the leather armrest, her gaze like that of a person examining a hapless insect. Did Ye Qingcheng teach you this? Using such dirty tricks to extort me? Or has the Ye family gone so broke they sent you to play at suicide bombing? Facing this overwhelming pressure, Jiang Han not only didn't back down but leaned further in, resting his arm on the car windowsill, letting the rain drip from his hair onto the expensive interior. Ding! Detected host encountering key character Leng Mingyue. Triggering supreme choice. Option 1, immediately kneel and beg for mercy, explaining you were just passing by. Reward title Ninja Turtle, endurance 50, dignity 100. Option 2, astound with words, forcefully pursue. Reward passive skill Peerless Gold Digger, favorable impression gain from wealthy women doubled. No need to think twice. After being a Ninja Turtle for a lifetime, this time he'll stand tall and eat the soft rice. Jiang Han looked at the breathtakingly beautiful yet bone-chilling woman before him, the playful smirk deepening on his lips. Extort you? Lon, you're thinking too small. He wasn't intimidated by her aura but instead found it amusing. I may be poor but my standards aren't that low. As for the Ye family. Jiang Han paused, reaching into his pocket. He pulled out a freshly signed A4 paper still warm from his body. Without waterproofing, the paper was mostly soaked but the bold black letters still radiated a sharp finality. Snap. Jiang Han flicked his wrist, flinging the wet agreement onto Leng Mingyue's car window frame with a crisp sound. Drops of water splashed onto her expensive custom suit, but she didn't flinch, her gaze following the document. Take a good look, Leng. Jiang Han's voice cut through the thunderstorm, carrying a desperate resolve. This was signed half an hour ago. Right now I'm a former member of the Ye family. Clean break, free man. Leng Mingyue's eyes fell on the title agreement on severance of father-son relationship. Beneath it were Jiang Han's forceful signature and Ye Jiangwo's bright red stamp. Her pupils contracted slightly. The Ye family had kicked out the son they'd raised for 15 years. And at this very moment, when the true son had just returned. Interesting. So? Leng Mingyue raised her eyelids, the coldness in her eyes melting slightly, replaced by a businesswoman's appraising gaze. You're stopping my car with this, wanting me to take you in? Or are you hoping he'll pity you on the principle that an enemy of my enemy is my friend? She delicately picked up the soaked agreement, a cruel curve forming on her lips. Unfortunately, I don't do charity. A man discarded like trash by the Ye family has no recycling value for me either. Trash. Jiang Han laughed as if he'd heard the biggest joke. He suddenly leaned in, his handsome face inches from Leng Mingyue's, their noses almost touching. This sudden aggression startled her, and she could even feel the scent of rain mixed with male pheromones emanating from him. The bodyguard in front was already reaching for his gun. Jiang Han ignored him, staring into Leng Mingyue's eyes and speaking slowly. Leng, have you been sitting in that seat so long your judgment has deteriorated? The Ye family treats you as their nemesis, constantly targeting you. Who do you think wrote the commercial siege plan against the Leng Group's recent Skycore project? That blundering fool Ye Qingcheng. At the mention of Skycore project, Leng Mingyue's eyes turned razor-sharp. This was the Leng Group's highest secret and her current Achilles heel. How did the Ye family know? And from what this guy implied? What are you trying to say? Leng Mingyue's voice dropped, laced with dangerous warning. Him saying let's make a deal. Jiang Han straightened up, pointing at the Ye family villa looming menacingly in the rain. His smile was bright and insane. You want to destroy the Ye family, I want revenge on them. I have the blade you need, you have the shield I need. Let's team up and uproot the Ye family completely. How about it? The rain fell harder, thunder rumbling. Under the rainy night street they faced each other, one sitting high in a luxury car, the other standing in the mud, disheveled, yet their auras matched, neither backing down. Leng Mingyue stared into Jiang Han's eyes, searching for any trace of panic or deceit. But there was none. What burned in those eyes was an ambition and a thirst for revenge fiercer than her own. That look, she had only seen it in the mirror. After a long silence, Leng Mingyue suddenly smiled. That smile melted the frost, instantly animating her coldly beautiful face, carrying a heart-stopping allure yet dangerously spine-chilling. She casually tossed the agreement back to Jiang Han, leaned back into her comfortable seat, crossed her long legs, and the queenly control returned to her demeanor. You want revenge on the Ye family? Good, so do I. Leng Mingyue tilted her head slightly, her eyes playful as she regarded the man who dared to pluck a tiger's whiskers. Her red lips parted. But before that you have to prove you're worthy of being that blade. After all, anyone can talk big. Why should I trust you? Why? Jiang Han wiped the rain dripping from his forehead without directly answering the question. His gaze swept past Leng Mingyue toward the half-open car door, and the wild smile on his lips instantly vanished, replaced by an inscrutable calm. Proving something like this is too tiring when standing, and besides. Jiang Han pointed at the torrential rain. You don't want your business partner to catch pneumonia from the rain, do you, President Leng? Before finishing his words, he made a move that nearly made the bodyguard in the front seat's eyes pop out. Click. Jiang Han directly pulled open the car door and, covered in mud and cold rain, boldly climbed into the back seat of the Maybach. The leather seats were instantly soaked through the dark water stains, stark and jarring against the cream-white interior. Looking for death. The bodyguard bristled, instantly swinging the black gun but toward Jiang Han's neck. The boss had extreme misophobia, and this punk not only forced his way in but also dirted the boss car. He must have a death wish. Stop. Leng Mingyue spoke calmly, her voice low yet carrying an unyielding authority. The bodyguard's hand froze midair and he withdrew resentfully, but his eyes, fixed on Jiang Han through the rearview mirror, still seemed ready to devour him alive. The car fell silent again, only the dull thud of raindrops drumming against the roof. Jiang Han leaned back against the seat without any restraint, even letting out a comfortable sigh. Soaked through as he was sitting in the multi-million-dollar luxury car, he exuded a relaxed ease, as if he were back in his own living room. Leng Mingyue turned her head, her narrow phoenix eyes narrowing slightly like a Persian cat sizing up its prey. Not bad guts. But this car costs 30,000 to wash once, and if the interior is ruined, a full replacement will run about 800,000. She tapped her knee lightly with long fingers, her tone languid and dangerous. If what you say next doesn't satisfy me, you'll make sure you repay that money plus your mental anguish compensation slowly in prison. 800,000. Compared to the stock crash that Ling Group faces at 9 a.m. tomorrow, that's a drop in the bucket. Jiang Han chuckled and dropped the bombshell. Leng Mingyue's fingers tapping her knee froze abruptly. The temperature in the car seemed to plummet to freezing. What do you know? I know far too much. Jiang Han turned sideways, ignoring the murderous look in Leng Mingyue's eyes, and said slowly, the Tianjin plan is stuck on lithium supply, right? Ye Qingcheng teamed up with the Zhao family to buy up all raw material inventory in Zhanghai City, planning to cut off Leng's supply chain tomorrow morning. Once production stops, Leng Group will not only pay massive penalty fees but also face a cliff-like stock plunge. This move of cutting the ground from under one's feet is ruthless and thorough. Leng Mingyue's expression finally changed. This was the group's highest-level secret, known only to a few core executives. How could that Ye woman who only knew how to buy handbags have such business acumen? Unless... That's right. I wrote that encirclement plan last week, staying up 3 nights in a row. Jiang Han pointed at his own head, a hint of self-mockery on his face. That idiot Ye Qingcheng, besides signing and cursing, knows nothing about business strategy. She thinks it's her stroke of genius, but little does she know I handed her the knife myself. Leng Mingyue took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in her heart. She re-evaluated the man before her. Dripping wet hair, cheap street market clothes, an air of utter destitution. Yet the wisdom and ruthlessness flickering in his eyes sent a shiver through her. So the Ye family's smooth sailing over the past few years had been orchestrated by this adopted son they had discarded like a worn-out shoe. Since you wrote the plan, this is a dead end. Leng Mingyue regained her composure, her eyes sharp. You said it yourself, they strike tomorrow morning. There are less than 10 hours left. Even if you're the one who devised the plan, what can you do? Every poison has an antidote within 7 steps. Jiang Han leaned closer and whispered, when I wrote that plan to prevent the Ye family from discarding me after using me, I left a very hidden legal loophole in the exclusive supply contract with the Zhao family. Exploit that loophole and the Zhao family won't dare cut off supply, they'll even beg to deliver the goods to Leng's warehouse. Only I know that loophole. Jiang Han leaned back again looking at Leng Mingyue with a half-smile. So President Lang, is this letter of credence enough? Leng Mingyue fell silent. After a full half-minute she slowly exhaled. If Jiang Han was telling the truth, he had not only saved the Tianjin plan but also half a year's worth of the Leng Group's efforts. That value was immeasurable. Name your price. Leng Mingyue pulled a checkbook from her bag and took out a gold pen. 10 million. Or 20 million. As long as this crisis is resolved, money is no object. Money. Jiang Han looked at the blank check, shook his head, and a flicker of disdain passed through his eyes. If it were before he had the system, he might have taken the money and fled far away. But now he wanted more than just money. He wanted to make those who stood high fall from the clouds into the mud. President Leng, do you think I lack money? Then what do you want? Leng Mingyue frowned. Yes, shares. Or a high position in Leng Group. I want an identity. Jiang Han suddenly dropped his smile, staring intensely at Leng Mingyue's exquisite face, speaking each word deliberately. An identity that makes the Ye sisters sick. Just looking at me drives them crazy hearing about me, yet they can't get rid of me. Leng Mingyue was taken aback and asked instinctively, what identity? Jiang Han's lips slowly curled upward, revealing a set of stark white teeth, and he uttered two words. Husband. Squeal. The bodyguard in the front seat jerked, nearly losing control of the steering wheel, and the car swerved violently. Leng Mingyue looked as if she had heard some fairy tale, and for the first time her usually unruffled eyes showed a flash of bewilderment. What did you say? I said I want to marry you. Jiang Han's gaze was firm, his tone audaciously arrogant. Think about it. The women of the Ye family hate you the most and despise me the most. If one day they find out that the worthless foster brother they look down on has married their most jealous and feared rival, and even helped that rival trample them underfoot. Just imagining that scene, doesn't it feel incredible? A madman. This was a complete madman. Leng Mingyue stared at Jiang Han for a full 3 seconds. Under normal circumstances, any man who dared to make such a proposal to her would be 6 feet under. But now, looking at the eyes of Jiang Han burning with the flames of revenge, she felt a long-lost thrill. It was the resonance of kindred spirits. She had been fighting alone in Jianhai City for too long, surrounded by submissive underlings or scheming enemies. No one had ever dared like Jiang Han to force his way into her world, drenched in misery and ambition, vowing to tear the sky apart with her. And she had to admit. The proposal, though absurd, was damn tempting. What more perfect revenge could there be? To kill the heart was the ultimate kill. Leng Mingyue suddenly snapped the checkbook shut and tossed it aside. She raised her wrist, glanced at the diamond-studded Richard Mille, then pressed the intercom button to the driver's seat. Old Chen. The bodyguard in front jolted with fright and quickly responded, yes, boss. Should I throw this punk out? Turn around. Leng Mingyue's voice was as cold as ice, yet carried a decision that made one's blood race. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow. Where to? Leng Mingyue turned her head to look at the raging rainstorm outside the window, her red lips parting to utter 3 words. Civil Affairs Bureau. The Maybach came to a screeching halt with a low rumbling roar, barging directly in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau entrance. Though it was deep into the night, to the power of capital making the bureau open for business even at 2 in the morning was merely a phone call away. Jiang Han pushed open the car door and stepped out. The soaking rain from that desperate gamble had left him in a rather unsightly state. The cheap white shirt clung wetly to his body, his trouser cuffs were splattered with mud, and his hair still dripped water. Standing next to Leng Mingyue, who was dressed in a bespoke designer suit and radiating an aura of dominance, he looked like a shabby beggar beside a queen of high society, a stark and pitiful contrast. Ms. Leng. The staff on duty, a woman in her 30s, was trembling as she held the official seal. Her expression was not that of someone witnessing a wedding, but rather of someone staring at the Grim Reaper come to collect a soul. In Jianhai City's social circles, Leng Mingyue's reputation was no less formidable than her wealth. Ruthless in her methods, she devoured her competitors without leaving a trace. Coupled with the rumored curse of being a widowmaker who brought misfortune to those close to her, this stunning beauty had become the city's untouchable flower, one that men could only admire from afar, for it was thorny. Register. Leng Mingyue was a woman of few words. She slapped her ID card and household registration booklet onto the counter with a crisp sound that nearly made the staff member drop the ink pad. Ah, yes. Yes. And this gentleman's documents. The staff member looked at Jiang Han nervously, her eyes filled with sympathy. What a fine young man, so handsome. Why would he want to jump into a pit of fire? How much usurious debt did he owe to be forced into this? Just as Jiang Han pulled out his own still-warm ID card, a sudden piercing laugh rang out from the side. Oh. Isn't this the useless trash just kicked out of the Ye family? In the lounge area on the other side of the hall, a quarreling couple stopped their bickering. The man was Ye Chang, a distant relative of the Ye family who usually lived off scraps from the Ye Corporation. In front of Jiang Han he always looked down his nose. Today he was going through a divorce. Who would have thought that fate would bring them together in this place? Ye Chang pushed away his sobbing wife and walked over as if he had discovered a new continent. He circled Jiang Han twice, making a series of clicking sounds with his tongue. Jiang Han, that's quite a unique outfit you've got there. Just crawled out of a sewer. Ye Chang exaggeratedly pinched his nose, his face full of disgust. What, got kicked out by your sister and have no food to eat, so you're here to scam people? Or maybe. His gaze suddenly fell on Leng Mingyue beside him. In that instant Ye Chang's expression became extremely interesting. First astonishment, then shock, and finally a lecherous schadenfreude. Holy shit. Leng Mingyue. Ye Chang, as if he had stumbled upon a massive scandal, pointed at Jiang Han and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Han, are you starving to death? You actually dare to marry this black widow? Selling your life for a cushy meal. Everyone come take a look. This is the dog the Ye family raised for 15 years, just kicked out, and now he's marrying a woman no one wants. It's hilarious. Sure, Ms. Leng has money, but she's years older than you. How can you even stomach it? Several other couples doing business in the hall turned to stare, whispering and pointing. Jiang Han's expression remained calm. He didn't even lift his eyelids. Instead, he slowly and deliberately straightened his soaked cuffs, preparing to let the system teach this insolent fool a lesson. Old Chen. A cold, clear voice suddenly rang out, cutting off Ye Chang's laughter. Leng Mingyue, who had been silent, turned around. Her narrow phoenix-like eyes held no warmth, as if she were looking at a bag of non-recyclable trash. The bodyguard Old Chen, who had been standing at the door, slipped in like a ghost. His large calloused hand clamped onto the back of Ye Chang's neck, lifting him like a chick. Let go. What are you doing? I'm a member of the Ye family. Ye Qingcheng is my cousin. Ye Chang struggled desperately, his face red and veins bulging as he roared. Leng Mingyue, do you dare to touch me? Believe me, tomorrow the Ye Corporation will make you pay dearly. The Ye family. Leng Mingyue's lips curled into a cruel smile. She stepped forward in her 10-centimeter heels, walking slowly toward Ye Chang. The oppressive aura of a longtime leader of others made Ye Chang's roar die in his throat. It was as if a wad of cotton had been stuffed there, leaving only a choking sound. Go back and tell Ye Qingcheng to keep her dog on a tighter leash. Leng Mingyue's voice was not loud, but it echoed clearly in the empty hall. Also, let me correct you on 2 points. First, the Ye family in my eyes are already autumn grasshoppers, they won't be hopping for long. Second. Leng Mingyue suddenly reached out and naturally hooked her arm around Jiang Han's wet sleeve. The expensive designer suit fabric was instantly stained with dirty water, but she didn't care. Instead, she leaned slightly closer. She lifted her chin, her gaze sweeping across the room like a blade, and finally fixed on the terrified Ye Chang. She announced word by word, Jiang Han is now my lawful husband, Leng Mingyue's. If I ever hear another insulting word about him, I'll have someone sew your filthy mouth shut and make your entire family disappear from Jianhai City. Understood. Domineering. Protective. Utterly unreasonable. Jiang Han turned his head, looking at the woman who was half a head taller than him, and couldn't help but whistle inwardly. This ride on the coattails was getting a little addictive. Toss him out. With Leng Mingyue's command, Old Chen wasted no words. He dragged the wailing Ye Chang and his terrified wife out the door like garbage. Ah! The sound of a fall and a scream came from outside, then the world was quiet. The others in the hall dared not even breathe. The staff member shrank her neck and quickly stamped the steel seal on 2 red marriage certificates. Bang! With that crisp sound, the matter was settled. Jiang Han picked up his own red booklet and looked at their photo. The photo was taken on the spot. His hair was messy, but his eyes were defiant. Leng Mingyue's expression was cold, but she had toned down her sharpness beside him. Somehow they looked oddly compatible. Ding! Detected that the host has completed a major life event bound to a super golden thigh. Reward divine driving skills, all-round Lamborghini Veneno ownership. The system prompt sounded at the right moment, adding a touch of real celebration to this flash marriage. The two walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The rain had stopped. The air was filled with the smell of earth. The black Maybach still sat quietly by the roadside like a lurking beast. Jiang Han was about to say something to break the sudden silence, like a constructive topic such as, "Where are we sleeping tonight?" Whoosh! A silver arc traced a graceful parabola through the air, heading straight for his face. Jiang Han instinctively raised his hand and caught it. In his palm was a heavy set of keys. The emblem of a raging bull gleamed with the light of money under the street lamp. He froze for a moment, looking at the woman beside him in confusion. Leng Mingyue didn't look at him. Instead, she took out her sunglasses from her handbag and put them on, covering her unreadable eyes. She turned and walked toward the back seat of the Maybach, leaving only a cool, aloof silhouette and a faint remark, "My car was dirty from you just now. I don't want to ride in it. There's a new Lamborghini in the garage. It's yours. Follow me. Don't embarrass me." Jiang Han clutched the heavy carbon fiber key, his gaze following the silver gleam as it fell. Moments ago he had been too busy bickering with that fool Ye Chang to take a proper look. Now, under the dim light of the street lamp, the steel beast lurking silently in the shadows finally revealed its true form. Sharp aerodynamic lines, an exaggerated rear wing, and a front-end design like the fangs of a venomous serpent. The matte gray paintwork glistened with a cold, eerie sheen in the rain-soaked night, like a stealth fighter poised for takeoff. A Lamborghini Veneno. The Veneno. A globally limited edition hypercar with a price tag exceeding 40 million, a machine money alone couldn't buy. Jiang Han felt his breath catch for a moment. Though he had gained the system and mentally prepared himself to live off his wife this first meal, was it a bit too much to swallow? It was almost enough to break a tooth. "Honey, isn't this a bit unsportsmanlike?" Jiang Han turned, gingling the key in his hand, a roguish grin spreading across his face, the very grin that made Leng Mingyue's teeth clench. "Just got the certificate and you hand me a multi-million-dollar supercar. Are you trying to corrupt my soul with money?" "But..." He leaned closer to Leng Mingyue, who was about to get into her car, lowering his voice to a suggestive tone. "I like it. This taste of living off you. It's sweet." Leng Mingyue's fingers holding the car door handle stiffened slightly. Even through her sunglasses, Jiang Han could clearly see her translucent earlobes flush a faint pink at a visible rate. The formidable queen of the business world, was she actually shy? "Don't flatter yourself." Leng Mingyue took a deep breath, quickly returning to her usual aloof and unapproachable demeanor. Without turning around, she coldly dropped a line: that car was a repossession from the company, a piece of junk gathering dust in the garage. "Now that you're my husband, taking the bus or a taxi would embarrass me. And stop calling me honey." With it, she slipped into the Maybach and slammed the door shut, cutting off Jiang Han's piercing gaze. Jiang Han stared at the closed door and couldn't help but laugh. Tough on the outside, soft inside. It seemed the legendary Black Widow wasn't that hard to conquer after all. Just then the familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind like a celestial melody. "Ding! Detected that the host has successfully taken the first bite of hardcore soft rice. Achievement unlocked: soft rice with a hard attitude. Congratulations! Host has received the following rewards: 1. Full ownership and legal documentation of the Lamborghini Veneno already placed in the car's storage compartment. 2. Mastery of God-level driving skills, chauffeur legend: even with a Wuling Hongguang you can drive like an F1 car. 3. Cash reward: 10 million renminbi already transferred to host's private account, legally sourced, feel free to spend lavishly. Immediately afterward, a massive surge of information flooded Jiang Han's mind. Countless muscle memories of driving track techniques and vehicle limit control abilities awakened within him as if they had been dormant for years. His fingers twitched slightly, a longing for the steering wheel. 10 million in cash plus God-tier driving skills. Jiang Han glanced at the bank deposit notification on his phone. The long string of zeros made the grin on his face widen. This was the life. This was what rebirth and a cheat code meant. Compared to the 500,000 yuan card head earned after 15 years of groveling in the Ye family, his current existence was heaven. Ye Qingcheng, you probably never dreamed that the useless brother you looked down on could now buy half your garage with a single welcome gift. Jiang Han walked over to the Veneno and pulled open the scissor door. The moment he sat in the cockpit, the snug embrace of premium leather and carbon fiber made his blood boil. This was a beast built for speed, and now it was his. Jiang Han pressed the red start button. V-room. The roar of the V12 engine exploded instantly like a slumbering dragon awakening. The deep savage growl reverberated through the empty parking lot, shaking everyone's heart. The Maybach ahead seemed startled by the noise, its taillights flickered and it slowly moved off. Jiang Han gripped the steering wheel, ready to follow. Suddenly he stopped. His gaze swept across the empty passenger seat, and a scene from the moment he left the Ye family flashed through his mind. That old laptop head pulled out of the storage room. It was the tool head used to write core code back when he was J. The hardware was garbage, but the hard drive contained all his painstaking work from the past few years, including the backdoor programs that could bring the Ye group to ruin and all the evidence of the troubles he'd secretly helped the Ye family resolve. Head left in a hurry, messed up by that crazy eldest sister, and had apparently left the laptop on the stone table in the Ye family courtyard. If that half-baked hacker Ye Mengyan found the contents, deleted or cracked them, it wouldn't be a fatal blow, but it would certainly spoil the fun. That was his property. Even a single data cable shouldn't be left to those ingrates. Besides, now he was going to collect interest. Virum. Jiang Han floored the accelerator. The Veneno shot forward like a grey lightning bolt, executing a perfect drift that brought it to a halt precisely in front of the Maybach's nose as it was about to enter the main road. Another screech of brakes. The Maybach was forced to stop. The rear window rolled down, revealing a face as cold as ice. Leng Mingyue removed her sunglasses, glaring at the supercar blocking the road. Jiang Han, do you think I don't hit people? She said, her tone dripping with murderous intent. It had been 5 minutes since they got the certificate and this bastard was already blocking her car. Jiang Han lowered his window, one hand on the steering wheel, his handsome face mixing roguishness with seriousness. CEO Lang. No, my dear wife, can we discuss something? Speak. Leng Mingyue was a woman of few words, already considering whether to tell Lao Chen to ram the Veneno. I left in a hurry and there's something very important I forgot at the Ye place. It's crucial to crashing the Ye Group's stock price tomorrow. Jiang Han pointed toward the Ye family villa behind him, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. Besides, if we're putting on a show for the whole city, isn't just getting the certificate enough? Shouldn't we go hand out wedding candy to the former family and collect some interest? Leng Mingyue was momentarily stunned. She looked at Jiang Han and saw that when he mentioned the Ye family there was no trace of nostalgia in his eyes, only a Catan-Mus playfulness. Go back to the Ye family. In the Lamborghini she gave him with her, his sworn enemy, to retrieve something. The image. Leng Mingyue's cold lips involuntarily twitched upward by a millimeter. It was childish. It was arrogant. But she had to admit this kind of in-your-face move was right up her alley. She had been sickened for years by that hypocrite Ye Qingcheng. Tonight seemed like a perfect opportunity for payback. Lao Chun. Leng Mingyue put her sunglasses back on, leaned into her seat and said in a lazy but indulgent tone, follow him. To the Ye family. In the dead of night at Yunding Villa it should have been tranquil. But this suffocating silence was shattered by a ferocious roar of an engine. A thunderous roar. The sound of a V12 naturally aspirated engine was like an enraged ancient beast with an overbearing presence that swept everything in its path, causing the leaves halfway up the mountain to tremble. Two piercing beams of light instantly pierced the darkness, illuminating the carved iron gate of the Ye family villa as bright as day. In the villa courtyard, Ye Tianyou was holding a glass of red wine, showing off the $1 million sports car he had just acquired to his fourth sister Ye Mengyan. It was a Porsche 911 that the Ye family specially bought to celebrate his return. Hearing this commotion, Ye Tianyou's hand trembled, nearly spilling the red wine on his expensive custom suit. As a seasoned car enthusiast, this sound was more exhilarating to him than a woman's moan. Holy shit. That sound. It's a V12. Listening to the revs and the backfire, it's definitely a legendary car. Ye Tianyou's eyes went wide, and without even putting down his wine glass he charged toward the main gate like a country bumpkin. Fourth sister, look. The shape of those headlights. My god, it's a Lamborghini Veneno. Only 9 units produced worldwide. Priced at least 40 million. 40 million. Ye Mengyan, who was sulking on a swing, was also startled and stood up. Although the Ye family was wealthy, they were only considered a prominent family in Shanghai City. A top-tier supercar worth tens of millions was not something one could buy with money alone. It represented the highest level of power and connections. Could it be some top young master from the capital? Or has old Master Leng come out? Ye Mengyan adjusted her skirt, immediately put on the reserved smile characteristic of a socialite, and followed Ye Tianyou quickly to the door. If they could get on the good side of such a big shot, even just to be on familiar terms, they could strut around in Shanghai's socialite circle. The two siblings stared eagerly at the steel monster parked at the gate like a gray shark. The scissor doors slowly rose. Ye Tianyou was so excited that his breathing became rapid and he unconsciously bent his waist slightly, ready to welcome the legendary figure. However, a foot clad in a canvas shoe covered in mud stepped out. Then a pair of cheap faded jeans with wet cuffs appeared. Further up, it was the face they had just kicked out 10 minutes ago. Jiang Han. The flattering smile on Ye Tianyou's face instantly froze as if he had swallowed a dead fly, his features twisted in a comical manner. Ye Mengyan's eyes widened even more and her scream pierced the night sky. Jiang Han. How could it be you, this useless waste? Jiang Han closed the car door with his backhand, leaned against the futuristic-looking body and watched the siblings' expressions as if they had seen a ghost, a playful curve appearing on his lips. Awesome. The system did not deceive me. Watching the worldviews of these snobbish people collapse was indeed more satisfying than a feast of Manchuan cuisine. Why can't it be me? Jiang Han shook the carbon fiber key with the bull logo in his hand, his tone lazy. I left in a hurry just now, forgot to get something. What, not welcome? Welcome my ass. Ye Mengyan finally snapped out of her shock, and a feeling of being humiliated and angered surged in her heart. In her eyes, Jiang Han was nothing but a parasite who lived off others, unable to even afford a meal after leaving the Ye family. How could he possibly afford such a tens of millions divine car? Jiang Han, you are so vain. To come back and show off in front of us you actually rented a car. Ye Mengyan crossed her arms, walked over in her high heels with a clatter, circled the veneno, her eyes full of contempt and jealousy. Renting this car, the deposit must have used up all your severance pay of 500,000, right? And this car is charged by the hour, right? I'd like to see how you're going to pay for the gas. Ye Tianyou also came to his senses, immediately returning to his two-faced demeanor, and echoed sarcastically, brother, this is where you're wrong. Even though you were kicked out, you shouldn't give up on yourself. Renting a luxury car to save face is so childish. If you scratch the paint, you couldn't afford to pay for it even if you sold yourself. He reached out to touch the car's paint, but Jiang Han slapped his hand away. Don't touch. Jiang Han wiped his hand disdainfully as if he had touched something dirty. If it gets scratched, you really can't afford to pay for it, but it's not me who can't afford it, it's your dirty hand that can't. You. Ye Tianyou's face turned red with anger. Alright, stop acting here. Jiang Han couldn't be bothered to waste words with these two intellectually deficient people. His goal was very clear now, the computer in the storage room. It was the remote control for the life and death of the Ye group, far more important than arguing with these idiots. Jiang Han completely ignored the furious two, took a step and walked straight toward the storage room in the corner of the yard. His attitude of completely disregarding them infuriated Ye Mengyan. In the 15 years he had been in the Ye family, when had Jiang Han ever dared to ignore her like this? In the past, as long as she frowned, Jiang Han would be so scared he wouldn't dare to breathe. Now that he had been kicked out, he had grown a backbone. Stop! Ye Mengyan screamed, rushing over like a shrew, opening her arms to block the storage room door. Who said you could go in? This is the Ye family. You've already signed the disownment agreement, nothing here belongs to you. She raised her chin, her eyes malicious. I've already told the maid to throw your pile of junk out with the trash tomorrow morning. Want it? Go pick it up at the dump. Jiang Han stopped. He looked at the woman he had called fourth sister for 15 years, his gaze gradually turning cold. The air after the rain was cold, but the aura around Jiang Han at this moment was even colder than the night. Ye Mengyan, I advise you to step aside. Jiang Han's voice was soft but carried a suffocating pressure. Some things are trash in your eyes, but in the eyes of those who know, they are deadly knives. What? You want to hit me? Ye Mengyan was startled by his gaze, but then remembered that this was the Ye family and there were bodyguards behind her, so her courage swelled. She puffed out her chest, pointed at Jiang Han's nose with a provocative look. I want move. Go ahead, try to touch me if you dare. Jiang Han, don't forget you're nothing but a stray dog now. That's the Ye family's property, you can't take even a needle. Just then, not far behind, two even more dazzling beams of light swept over, followed by a steady, powerful door closing sound. The black Maybach that had been following behind finally came to a stop. Jiang Han glanced back, a slight smile on his lips. The real highlight had arrived. The black Maybach stood like a silent guardian, parked quietly not far away, its windows tightly shut, obscuring any movement within. Yet the intangible pressure it exuded instinctively subdued the volume of the once arrogant Ye siblings. Ye Mengyan cast a suspicious glance at the Maybach, pondering who might be inside, but for now humiliating Jiang Han offered far more pleasure than investigating an unfamiliar vehicle. She crossed her arms, blocking the entrance to the storage room with her body, her chin lifted high like a proud peacock. Jiang Han, are you deaf? I said every single item in this house belongs to the Ye family. What right does a worthless outcast like you have to take anything? Get lost now, or I'll call security to throw you out. Jiang Han found her bluster amusing. This was the genius hacker girl the Ye family prided themselves on. All she could do was hit enter on the foolproof scripts he had written, unable to even patch the most basic defense. Ye Mengyan, leave some leeway for future encounters. Jiang Han, with one hand in his pocket, looked past her at the worn wooden door, his tone as casual as commenting on the weather. That computer is a second-hand one I bought by working construction in my freshman year summer. The receipt is still in the compartment. What, the esteemed fourth Missy wants to steal a piece of junk worth less than $200? It's not about the money, it's about principle. Ye Mengyan snorted, disdain dripping from her eyes. Who knows if you've hidden photos of us or stolen some family secrets inside? You gutter rat capable of anything. Secrets. Jiang Han almost laughed. If there were secrets, that computer indeed held them. But not the Ye family's secrets, rather the talisman that kept the Ye family alive in this brutal business world. The so-called impenetrable server backend of Ye Group relied entirely on the core code in his battered laptop. Fine, since you want to talk principles, let's talk. Jiang Han dropped his smile, leaned forward slightly, and lowered his voice to a whisper only the two of them could hear. Fourth sister, are you sure you want me to leave? If I recall correctly, today is the monthly maintenance day. The company's firewall's underlying logic is aging. If you don't update the patch in time, a second-rate hacker could shatter your vaunted security system like paper. Hearing this, Ye Mengyan's expression flickered briefly. But soon her long-standing superiority complex regained dominance. She was the publicly recognized hacker genius, the keyboard goddess praised by countless media outlets. And Jiang Han. In her impression, he was just a lackey who ran errands for coffee and occasionally rebooted her router. What did he know about firewalls? He must have peeked at her operations before and learned a few technical terms to scare her. Stop with the scare tactics. Ye Mengyan's voice turned shrill as if her tail had been stepped on. The world won't stop spinning without you. Who do you think you are? Maintaining firewalls. You're not worthy. Those codes were all written by me. I can fix them with a flick of my finger. Do I need an outsider to teach me my job? She jabbed a finger hard into Jiang Han's chest, her face full of impatience. Get lost now. Take your rotten attitude out of my sight. Don't ever touch my computer again, even if you beg on your knees. Jiang Han stepped back half a pace from her jab. He looked at this woman, hopelessly arrogant beyond redemption, and the last trace of pity in his eyes vanished. Good advice is wasted on a fool who courts death. Since you're asking for it, don't blame me for handing you the knife. Fine. Jiang Han nodded, sidestepping Ye Mengyan with a speed that left her no time to react. By the time she came to her senses, Jiang Han had already picked up the heavy brick-like black laptop from the stone table in the storage room. Its body was battered with even scratches on the corners, a stark contrast to Ye Tianyou's flashy attire nearby. Hey you! Ye Mengyan moved to grab it, but Jiang Han suddenly turned his head, his gaze as cold as a blade, freezing her outstretched hand in midair. In taking this, Jiang Han dusted off the laptop, his movements as reverent as caressing a priceless treasure. He turned around and cast a meaningful glance toward the study on the second floor of the Ye Villa, the location of the dedicated line to Ye Group's main server. Good luck, fourth sister. Hope you're still smiling this time tomorrow. With that, he walked without looking back toward the Lamborghini Veneno parked at the entrance. Ye Mengyan stood there trembling with rage. Psycho. Pretentious fool. She spat viciously at Jiang Han's retreating figure, then turned to the still-dazed Ye Tianyou. What are you staring at? Go tell security to shut the door. If that dog dares come near again, break his legs. Ye Tianyou was about to nod when he suddenly pointed at the gate and exclaimed, Sis, look. Big sis is. Two blinding headlights sliced through the night. A white Bentley Continental screeched to a halt, blocking the entrance and cutting off the Lamborghini's path. That was the car of Ye Qingcheng, the true head of the Ye family. The door swung open and Ye Qingcheng stepped out in high heels. She wore a sharp business suit, her face even darker than the stormy night sky. After dealing with a mess at the company, she was already in a foul mood. The last thing she needed was to see an outrageously flashy supercar blocking her own doorstep. What shocked her even more was that the back about to climb into the driver's seat looked infuriatingly familiar. Jiang Han. Ye Qingcheng frowned, strode forward quickly and swept her gaze over the futuristic Lamborghini Veneno. A flicker of disbelief crossed her eyes, quickly replaced by intensified disgust and interrogation. Where did this car come from? She crossed her arms, blocking Jiang Han with an air of superiority, her tone like that of a judge questioning a thief who stole from the family. You just got 500,000 and think you're a big shot. You dare to rent a car worth tens of millions. Did you sign the severance agreement just to come back and show us how vain you are? Ye Qingcheng's eyes were like two hooked knives slicing harshly into Jiang Han. In her view, Jiang Han had sunk into an irredeemable state of degradation. No sooner had he signed the disownment agreement than he flaunted an ostentatious top-tier supercar. What else could it be but trying to save face beyond his means? What's the matter? Cat got your tongue. Ye Qingcheng stepped forward, her high heels clicking sharply on the wet ground, her voice dripping with scornful disappointment. Using your severance pay to rent a fancy car and pretend to be a big shot, Jiang Han, when did you become so vain? Do you think driving a nice car can hide the fact that you're a discarded nobody? Jiang Han rested one hand on the car door, the other clutching his battered laptop, and found the arrogant woman before him utterly ridiculous. This was the elder sister he had once respected. She thought she had everything under control but was pathetically arrogant. President Ye, with that imagination of yours, it's a shame you're not a screenwriter. Jiang Han casually picked at his ear. But you're wrong this time. The car isn't rented and I don't have the spare cash to pay for a rental. Not rented. Ye Qingcheng sneered, her gaze sharpening. Then how did you get it? Don't tell me you bought it. Could it be? Her eyes turned utterly contemptuous, sizing him up as if he were something filthy. Did you become a chauffeur for some rich woman? Or did you stoop to being a kept man for money? In Ye Qingcheng's mind, Jiang Han was worthless except for his face. Within less than an hour of leaving the Ye family, he was driving such a car. She could think of no other explanation than selling his looks. Jiang Han, I'm truly disgusted by you. You used to be talentless, but at least you had some backbone. I never imagined you'd sink so low the moment you left the Ye family. Ye Qingcheng shook her head, her face full of disappointment and revulsion. Move this car. Don't let this shady ill-gotten vehicle block my way, it's bad luck. Behind her, Ye Mengyan and Ye Tianyou also gathered around like spectators. I told you he's a kept man. Ye Mengyan shrieked with malicious glee. Big sister, look at him, probably earned it serving some 60 or 70-year-old crone right. Disgusting. Jiang Han's smile gradually faded. He was about to speak and give these self-righteous fools a little shock. Just then the bulletproof passenger window of the Lamborghini slowly rolled down. The movement was unhurried yet carried a suffocating pressure. When the window was fully down, a slender fair hand reached out and removed the sunglasses. What emerged was a face so coldly stunning that it made every woman present feel inferior. The air seemed to freeze in that instant. Ye Qingcheng's chattering mouth snapped shut, her pupils contracting violently as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. That face was all too familiar, so familiar she could recognize it even if reduced to ashes. It was the Ye group's greatest rival, the nightmare she had repeatedly lost to in business, the she-devil who struck fear into the entire Jianhai city business world, Leng Mingyue. President Ye. Leng Mingyue tilted her head, her narrow phoenix eyes devoid of warmth, not even deigning to look directly at Ye Qingcheng. In an extremely languid yet devastatingly sharp tone she said lightly, who were you calling a sugar mommy just now? And who were you calling an old hag? Silence. Dead silence. Ye Mengyan covered her mouth and Ye Tianyou's wineglass fell to the ground with a shatter. Ye Qingcheng stood frozen, her mind blank. It took a long while before she found her voice dry and raspy like rusty gears grinding. Leng Mingyue. How could it be you? Why was she here? Why was she sitting in Jiang Han's car? And judging by the situation, this one Iofacant veneno in the city, was it hers? Why can't it be me? Leng Mingyue tapped her slender fingers on the window frame, finally casting a condescending glance at Ye Qingcheng. President Ye, you certainly have a way of lecturing people. But I must correct 2 mistakes of yours. She paused, her voice turning icy with undeniable authority. First, Jiang Han is not a chauffeur, let alone a kept man. Second, this car is a wedding gift from me to my husband. Since when does an outsider have the right to meddle with him driving his own wife's car? Boom. That bombshell exploded like a depth charge in the stagnant pond of the Ye family. Ye Qingcheng felt her mind buzz, staggered, and nearly lost her footing. Husband. Wedding gift. Jiang Han and Leng Mingyue. Married. How was that possible? It was more improbable than Mars colliding with Earth. One was a discarded nobody just kicked out of the Ye family possessing nothing. The other was a $100 billion icy queen CEO who looked down on everyone. How could these 2 completely unrelated people end up together? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Ye Qingcheng's face turned pale, her voice trembling. Leng Mingyue, what kind of joke is this? You'd fall for a waste like Jiang Han. You're just humiliating the Ye family by hiring him to put on a show, right? A show. Jiang Han finally moved. He opened the car door, but instead of getting in, he leaned down slightly in front of Ye Qingcheng's almost blazing eyes, reaching out to gently tidy a strand of hair blown astray by the night wind for Leng Mingyue. The gesture was gentle, natural, even tinged with affection. President Ye, that's not fair. Mingyue and I are truly in love, we just got our marriage certificate, the stamp is still warm. Jiang Han turned to look at the ashen-faced Ye Qingcheng, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his lips. Actually, I should thank you. If it weren't for you kicking me out today, I wouldn't have found my true love so quickly and gotten to enjoy such a comfortable meal of being a kept man. Oh, by the way, big sister. Jiang Han deliberately emphasized the word big sister, making it sound particularly grating. From now on, when you meet my wife in the business world, remember to be polite. After all, she's been in a bad mood lately and I tend to be protective. With that, he didn't bother to look at Ye Qingcheng's alternating red and white face and slid directly into the driver's seat. Honey, hold on tight. Jiang Han winked at Leng Mingyue, his roguish demeanor a far cry from the submissive man he had been in the Ye family. Although Leng Mingyue's ears burned a little at the word honey, seeing Ye Qingcheng's expression like she had swallowed a pound of flies, she felt an unprecedented thrill. She nodded cooperatively, a slight smile on her lips. Let's go. The air here is bad. The window slowly rose, completely sealing off the twisted, shocked and envious faces outside. Roar. Jiang Han floored the accelerator. The V12 engine erupted with a deafening roar and the Lamborghini Veneno shot forward like a beast breaking free from its chains. The immense roar mixed with scorching exhaust mercilessly sprayed into Ye Qingcheng's face. Cough. 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 Ye Qingcheng stumbled back, choking and flailing her arms to disperse the smoke. She stood at the empty gate watching the two red taillights vanish into the night, her heart inexplicably pounding. That feeling wasn't just the anger of humiliation. It was a sense of panic, as if something extremely important had slipped completely out of her control and was drifting away from her. Impossible. How could that waste marry Leng Mingyue? Ye Qingcheng muttered to herself, her nails digging deep into her palms. At that moment she felt the night wind after the storm bitingly cold. Jiang Han. What have you done? The roar of the V12 engine gradually subsided, transforming into a low melodious hum like a beast resting after a hearty meal. The Lamborghini Veneno like a grey spectre glided through the bustling Binhai Avenue of Jianghai City. The shadows of streetlights rapidly receded, painting streaks of flowing neon across the car windows. Inside the cockpit the atmosphere was subtly quiet. Jiang Han held the steering wheel with one hand while his peripheral vision never left the woman beside him. Leng Mingyue sat upright, staring straight ahead, her stunning profile still maintaining that unapproachable icy persona, as if the woman who had fiercely defended her husband at the Ye family's gate, even going so far as to break with Ye Qingcheng for him, was not her at all. But his system-enhanced vision still keenly caught the details. Her slender fingers clung tightly to the leather armrest, knuckles whitening from the grip, and a fine layer of sweat had even formed on her palms. This formidable business tycoon was actually nervous too. Feel good. Leng Mingyue suddenly spoke, her voice lower than usual with a hint of barely perceptible huskiness. Jiang Han froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. He tapped the steering wheel lightly with his fingers, his tone full of playfulness. Yeah, it was amazing. Absolutely amazing. You should have seen Ye Qingcheng's face just now, pale one moment, green the next, like a dye shop. In all my years with the Ye family I've never seen her so tongue-tied that she couldn't even finish a sentence. With that, Jiang Han turned his head, looking at Leng Mingyue with a half-smile. But my dear wife, you've certainly drawn all the aggro just now. Publicly humiliating Ye Qingcheng and taking her ex-brother as your husband, that's a grudge that's set in stone. Aren't you afraid she'll go crazy tomorrow and fight to the bitter end? That woman Ye Qingcheng's heart is smaller than a needle's tip. If she could swallow this insult tonight, the sun would rise in the west. Leng Mingyue finally turned her head. In the fleeting light from outside the window her narrow phoenix eyes shimmered with a disquieting gleam. It was the unique confidence and dominance of one who has long held a high position, the assurance of controlling everything. Let her go crazy. Leng Mingyue released her grip on the armrest, leaned back and exuded a lazy yet dangerous aura. If she doesn't go crazy, then wasn't my performance tonight all for nothing? Performance? Jiang Han raised an eyebrow. What else? Leng Mingyue shot him a glance. Did you think I did it just for the satisfaction of talking back? If I didn't make a big scene, how could I make those still watching shareholders understand my stance? She paused, her gaze suddenly becoming intensely aggressive, staring straight into Jiang Han's eyes, and said each word deliberately. I just want to use tonight's events to tell the entire Jianghai city, Jiang Han, you are Leng Mingyue's man. To touch you is to touch me. If anyone wants to bully you, they'll have to ask my hundreds of billions in assets first. Boom. Jiang Han felt as if something had struck his heart. This woman. She's too good. It was clearly a business maneuver, but how did it sound like such stirring words of love coming from her lips? This is the ultimate way to eat soft rice. Without lifting a finger, the wife directly crushes the opponent with money while simultaneously declaring sovereignty to the world. Who could resist this? Just then that familiar mechanical voice rang in his mind again, sounding even more pleasant than before. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully obtained a powerful backing and triggered the core essence of eating soft rice with a hard bite, fox borrowing tiger's might. Congratulations, host. You have received a special reward, Divine Investment Insight Basic. Skill description: when activated, the host can view the investment return rate and core risk points of any project, item, or company within the next 24 hours. With it you are a walking printing press. Jiang Han's hand on the steering wheel tightened abruptly. Divine Investment Insight. This is no mere skill, it's like giving him a full map cheat in the financial market. You have to understand, in business warfare information asymmetry is money is life. With this, in tomorrow's siege against the Ye family, he would no longer be just a strategist offering advice, but a reaper who could personally go down and harvest. What? Too moved to speak. Seeing Jiang Han silent for a long time, Leng Mingyue thought he was awed by her dominance. The corner of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a smug curve. If you're moved, drive steadily. We're going uphill ahead. Yes, 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 as my lady commands. Jiang Han snapped back to reality, suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, and stepped on the gas. The Lamborghini shot out of the city like an arrow from the bow. The car rounded a huge bend and the scenery ahead opened up. This is the most mysterious wealthy district of Jianghan City, Shenlong Bay. Unlike the nouveau riche cluster of villas at Yunding Villa where the Ye family lived, Shenlong Bay was said to be accessible only to truly top-tier families. And the Leng family was the king here. Two 5-meter-high European-style wrought iron gates slowly slid open to both sides, their intricate patterns shimmering with dazzling gold under the car's headlights. The car entered the gates but no house was in sight. Because from the gate to the main building there was actually a 12-kilometer-long private tree-lined driveway. Both sides of the road were lined with plane trees transplanted from France with antique-style street lamps every few meters. Through the tree shadows one could vaguely see the distant castle-like majestic building complex quietly standing halfway up the mountain overlooking the nightscape of the entire Jianghan city. A huge artificial lake, neatly trimmed maze gardens, and even a private helicopter pad. Although Jiang Han had mentally prepared himself knowing the Leng family was wealthy, seeing this scene in person still made him swear inwardly. The Ye family's proud villa compared to this was no better than a rural self-built house. Is this the heritage of $100 billion family? We're here. Leng Mingyue's voice interrupted Jiang Han's reverie. The car slowly stopped in front of the fountain plaza before the main building. A dozen uniformed servants and bodyguards were already lined up waiting. The butler Fu Bo stood at the front back straight with a solemn expression. Jiang Han unbuckled his seatbelt looking at the palace-like spectacle outside, then turned to Leng Mingyue with a grin. Wife, this house is a bit big, isn't it? If I get lost in the future, do I have to call you for help? Leng Mingyue rolled her eyes at him, pushed open the car door and dropped a remark that made Jiang Han's heart race. Don't worry, in your own home no one will let you get lost. With that domineering declaration echoing in the air, Jiang Han pushed open the door and stepped out of the car. The moment his foot touched the white marble floor tiles, reportedly airshipped from Italy in one piece, the two rows of dark figures before him bowed in perfect unison. Their movements were synchronized as if rehearsed countless times. Welcome home, master. The voice was thunderous, its momentum like a surging rainbow reverberating beneath the marble archway. It startled two nightingales perched on the treetops, sending them fluttering away with a frantic beat of their wings. Standing at the forefront was an elderly man with graying hair, clad in a tailcoat. His back was ramrod straight, a polite and respectful smile fixed on his face, exuding the meticulous demeanor of an old-fashioned British butler. Master, I am the butler of the Leng family. You may call me Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu stepped forward, giving a slight bow, yet his eyes discreetly swept over Jiang Han from head to toe. Although this new master still wore a cheap shirt stained with mud and his hair was a disheveled mess, his eyes were astonishingly bright. Faced with such a grand display of wealth that would make ordinary people's knees tremble, he showed not a trace of unease. Instead, he nodded with the composed demeanor of a king reviewing his subjects. This bearing alone was a cut above that blustering true son of the Ye family. Hello, Uncle Fu. I hope I can count on your guidance in the days to come. Jiang Han replied with a smile, neither arrogant from newfound power nor humble from living under another's roof. His current identity was the husband of Leng Mingyue, the nominal master of this household. If he couldn't even handle a scene like this, how could he ever live off his wife's fortune? He might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. You flatter me, master. It is our duty. Uncle Fu gestured with a hand. Please enter. The wind is strong outside. The old master has already retired for the night. The young lady has instructed the kitchen to prepare a midnight snack for you. Jiang Han stepped into the main hall. Though he had mentally prepared himself outside, once truly inside this palace called home, he couldn't help but offer a silent condolence to the Ye family. Ye Qingcheng always considered herself a true heiress, insisting on royal quality even for a teacup. But compared to the Leng family, the Ye villa was nothing more than a showroom in a suburban subdivision. Even the Swarovski crystal chandelier hanging halfway from the ceiling was so intricate it made one dizzy. Not to mention the oil paintings on the wall. If Jiang Han wasn't mistaken, one of them, a genuine Monet, had fetched a staggering 200 million at Sotheby's last year. Here it was nearly a piece of wallpaper decorating the corridor. This vase is quite nice. Passing the entrance, Jiang Han casually pointed at a blue and white porcelain vase in the corner holding a few withered branches. Looks like something from the Xuanda era. A flicker of surprise crossed Uncle Fu's eyes, then he replied with reverence, Master has a keen eye. This is a Ming Xuanda blue and white Meiping with intertwined lotus scrolls. The young lady found it too space-consuming on the shelf, so she uses it as a dry flower vase. Using a priceless antique worth tens of millions as a flower vase. Jiang Han's lips twitched. Was this the monotonous life of a top-tier tycoon? My wife's talent for wasting money. I'll have to earn a lot more to support her. Jiang Han muttered half-jokingly. Uncle Fu heard it, gave a slight smile and said nothing, but his estimation of the new master rose a notch. At least his mindset was stable. Crossing the seemingly endless corridor, the two ascended the spiral staircase to the second floor. The decor on the second floor was noticeably colder than the first, dominated by black, white and grey tones exuding the ascetic style unique to Leng Mingyue. Uncle Fu stopped before a heavy walnut double door. "Master, we have arrived." Jiang Han glanced at the door, then at another door at the end of the corridor, a sudden ominous premonition rising in his heart. This door, by both its position and size, was undoubtedly the master bedroom of all master bedrooms. "Uncle Fu, are you mistaken?" Jiang Han pointed at the door and lowered his voice. "Isn't this Mingyue's room?" "Where is the guest room?" "Just give me any room farther away from her, a hem closer would do." Though they had obtained the marriage certificate, this was still a contractual marriage. A man and a woman alone in the same room, he didn't mind, but he feared that Leng Mingyue with her fiery temper might instinctively pull a gun from under the pillow if she woke up to find a man beside her. "Master is joking," Uncle Fu said, still wearing that standard professional smile, but his tone was unyielding. "Now that you and the young lady have obtained the certificate, you are legally married. The Leng family has strict rules. There is no such thing as married couples sleeping in separate rooms. If the old master found out, he would surely blame us for inadequate care." He added a final strike. "Moreover, on this floor, aside from this master bedroom, all other rooms have been converted into the young lady's study and dressing room. There are no extra beds." Jiang Han. Well, all escape routes had been cut off. This wasn't a lack of beds, it was a premeditated trap. "Fine." Jiang Han shrugged, his hand resting on the door handle. Wherever he went, he would adapt. After all, it wasn't him who would be at a disadvantage. "Then have a good rest, master." Uncle Fu bowed slightly and retreated. Before leaving, he thoughtfully dimmed the corridor lights, instantly filling the atmosphere with ambiguity. Jiang Han took a deep breath and gently pressed the door handle. Click. The heavy wooden door slid open silently. A faint cool fragrance rushed toward him, mingled with the sweetness of bath gel, the unique scent of Leng Mingyue. The room was vast, almost cavernously so. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the dazzling nightscape of Zhanghai City. At the center of the room, a custom-made king-sized bed large enough for 3 people to roll around was dressed in dark gray silk bedding. Jiang Han had just stepped 1 foot inside when the bathroom door suddenly opened. Amidst swirling steam, a figure emerged. Jiang Han's gaze froze instantly, his breath caught in his throat. Leng Mingyue had clearly just finished bathing. She wasn't wearing the sexy silk nightgown typical of TV dramas, but rather a set of dark blue silk pajamas buttoned all the way to her collarbone, as modest as a nun. But this expensive silk fabric clung to the body most intimately. Her wet hair was casually draped over her shoulders, water droplets sliding down the tips, dampening the fabric on her shoulders and clinging tightly to the nearly perfect curves, far more alluring than direct exposure. She held a towel drying her hair. Her face, stripped of elaborate makeup, appeared unusually soft under the warm yellow light, lacking the sharpness of the day and replaced by a heart-racing languor. Seeing Jiang Han suddenly barge in, Leng Mingyue didn't pause in her hair-drying motion. She didn't even show a hint of surprise. She simply lifted her eyelids, and those eyes, still misty with steam, swept over him indifferently. Her voice was as calm as discussing tomorrow's weather. "What are you standing there for? Grandfather will check on us tonight. If you don't want to be found out and kicked out to sleep on the street, come in and lock the door." With a soft click, the lock fell into place. This crisp sound echoed sharply in the empty master bedroom, as if a forbidden switch had been suddenly flipped. Jiang Han turned around, his back against the thick door panel, his gaze uncontrollably falling back upon Leng Mingyue. She was sitting at the vanity table drying her hair. Amid the hum of the hairdryer, she tilted her head slightly, her slender swan-like neck gleaming dazzlingly white under the warm yellow light. Though the dark blue silk nightgown was modest in style, as she moved, the fabric clung to her back, outlining that breathtakingly alluring curve from waist to hips. This woman was practically a walking hormone dispenser. "Had your fill of looking." Leng Mingyue didn't turn her head, but through the mirror her clear, cold eyes precisely caught Jiang Han's gaze. "If you're done, go take a shower. There's a new bathrobe in the cabinet. It used to be for 4 guests." She paused, her tone striving to remain indifferent, but the faint blush still lingering on her earlobes betrayed her. As if anyone would believe that was for guests. Who prepares men's underwear and pajamas for guests? A knowing smile tugged at the corner of Jiang Han's mouth, but he didn't call her out on it. He was drenched through and truly uncomfortable. 20 minutes later, Jiang Han emerged from the shower wrapped in a slightly loose white bathrobe. He ran his hand through his wet hair, pushing it back to reveal his smooth, broad forehead and those peach blossom eyes that still carried a hint of rakish charm. Though he had looked disheveled when first kicked out of the house, now washed clean, the innate handsomeness and roguishness radiating from his bones made Leng Mingyue lose herself for a moment. This kid really did have a good face. No wonder those sisters from the Ye family used to keep him hidden away like a treasure. Ahem. Leng Mingyue cleared her throat to cover her distraction, averted her gaze and pointed at the oversized custom-made bed. "Turn off the light. Go to sleep." Jiang Han nodded, but instead of heading toward the bed, he turned and walked over to the chaise lounge by the floor-to-ceiling window, picked up the wool blanket lying there, scanned the room, and finally fixed his eyes on the thick plush carpet at the foot of the bed. "What are you doing?" Leng Mingyue frowned. "Making a bed on the floor," Jiang Han said matter-of-factly, shaking out the blanket and testing the carpet's thickness. "I know we're legally married, but this is your territory. I have professional ethics. I eat soft rice with dignity. I want to take advantage of the situation." With that, he spread the blanket with an air of seriousness and prepared to lie down. "Get up." Leng Mingyue's voice turned colder. "Come on, this carpet is pretty soft. Is it Australian wool? Way more comfortable than the hard bed I used to sleep on at the Ye place." Jiang Han patted the carpet, looking content. "I said get up." Leng Mingyue put down the book she was holding, and her phoenix eyes exuded an unyielding pressure. "Jiang Han, do you think I'm easy to deal with?" Jiang Han paused, then sat cross-legged on the carpet, looking up at her. "Wife, isn't that a bit unreasonable? I'm trying to preserve your honor. I don't need that kind of honor." Leng Mingyue took a deep breath as if suppressing some emotion. "Uncle Fu was downstairs and the servants are still awake. If you wake up on the floor tomorrow morning, or if anyone sees us sleeping apart on our wedding night and word gets back to Grandpa, do you know the consequences?" The old man had a weak heart and couldn't handle shocks. Besides, Leng Jintian was as shrewd as an old fox. Any slightest slip-up would blow this act to pieces. "Get up here." Leng Mingyue patted the empty space beside her, her tone stiff as if giving orders at a negotiation table. "The bed is big enough, one person on each side. As long as you behave, I won't do anything to you." Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, staring at that tempting big bed for 3 seconds. "All right, since my wife is so insistent, I'll oblige." He tossed the blanket aside and climbed nimbly onto the bed. In that instant, the originally spacious bed suddenly felt cramped. The mattress sank slightly, and Jiang Han could clearly sense the weight of another person. That cool, faint fragrance instantly enveloped him, not perfume but a blend of high-end shower gel and natural scent seeping straight into his nose. Leng Mingyue's body stiffened noticeably. She quickly grabbed a long bolster pillow and placed it between them as if drawing an insurmountable boundary. "This is the line of demarcation." She turned her head in the dim light of the wall lamp. Her stunning face was exceptionally serious. "Cross it once and you'll chop off one hand. Cross it twice and you'll face the consequences." Jiang Han looked at the pillow lying between them and couldn't help but laugh. This was so childish. But he put on a frightened expression and scooted toward the edge of the bed. "Don't worry, I value my life. But honey, what if you cross the line in your sleep? Can I chop off your hand?" "I sleep very still." Leng Mingyue shot him a cold glance, then reached out and snapped off the wall lamp. "Sleep." The room plunged into darkness. Only the faint moonlight filtering through the floor-to-ceiling window barely outlined the room's contours. With sight deprived, the other senses became unusually sharp. Jiang Han lay on the bed, his hands behind his head, wide awake. Beside him came Leng Mingyue's slightly hurried breaths. Though she tried to suppress them in the stillness, they were clearly audible. This woman was far less composed than she appeared. "Jiang Han." In the darkness, Leng Mingyue suddenly spoke, her voice very soft. "Grandpa will come tomorrow morning." I know." Jiang Han responded. "Uncle Fu told me. Grandpa is very stubborn." Leng Mingyue paused as if choosing her words. "He's always wanted me to settle down early, preferably to give him a great-grandson as soon as possible. So whatever he says tomorrow, just go along with him." Jiang Han turned his head. Though he couldn't see her expression, he could imagine she was biting her lip, looking troubled. "Go along with him? You mean?" Jiang Han deliberately drew out his words, a hint of teasing in his tone. "If Grandpa asks when we're having children, should I say yes? You can say we're working on it." Leng Mingyue's voice sounded a bit gritted. "In any case, he mustn't find out this is a marriage of convenience. As long as we make him happy, your position in the Leng family will be secure. Even if I want to make a move on you later, it'll have to consider Grandpa's face. Tisk, wife, are you teaching me how to cling to a powerful patron?" Jiang Han rolled over to face the pillow and lowered his voice with a chuckle. "Don't worry, I'm great at making old folks happy. But what? But having children isn't something you can just talk about." Jiang Han sighed. "What if Grandpa wants to check on us or see some concrete progress? How are we going to keep this line of demarcation?" "That's not your concern." Leng Mingyue snorted coldly, pulling the blanket up to cover half her face. "Go to sleep. You can dream about whatever you like." Jiang Han smiled silently and stopped teasing her. This day had been more eventful than the past 15 years of his life. From being kicked out of the house to awakening the system to a flash marriage, getting the license, slapping his sister in the face, and finally lying on this multi-million-dollar luxurious bed. Life's ups and downs were truly thrilling. The text message for the 10 million credit was still sitting in his phone and the system panel was still flickering in his mind. The future was just beginning. As he thought, drowsiness crept in. The faint subtle fragrance beside him seemed to have a hypnotic effect, and Jiang Han's breathing gradually became steady and long. In contrast, Leng Mingyue couldn't sleep. She lay with her back to Jiang Han, her body stiff as a board, not daring to even turn over for fear of touching the man radiating heat behind her. This was the first time in her 24 years that she had shared a bed with a man. Though separated by a pillow, though nothing had happened, the intense sense of strangeness still made her heart race out of control. She even began to wonder if her decision today had been too impulsive. Was bringing home a man full of rebellious spirit and mystery really a good move? As she thought, the night deepened. No words were exchanged. That night Jiang Han slept soundly. No 6 o'clock alarm from the Ye family, no maid shouting at him to get up and work, no constant tension of living under someone else's roof. He was awakened by a sharp, insistent knock on the door. Bang! 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 The sound was so loud it seemed determined to break through the solid wood door. Then a loud, hearty voice tinged with a hint of lecherous laughter came clearly through the door, making Jiang Han's eardrums ring. Mingyue. Jiang Han. What time is it and you're still not up? The sun's already high in the sky. Looks like you two had quite an eventful night, wore yourselves out, huh? The moment the door opened, Jiang Han was nearly blinded by the old face at the doorway, wrinkled into a chrysanthemum-like smile. Leng Mingyue, a titan of the business world whose mere footstep could shake Shanghai City, was now dressed in a loose tang suit, leaning on a cane, but his eyes were slyly scanning back and forth between Jiang Han and Leng Mingyue, who came out right behind him. That gaze was sharper than X-rays, as if it wanted to see through their clothes to ascertain exactly how many positions they had explored last night. Grandfather. Leng Mingyue's face rarely showed a flicker of panic, though it was quickly concealed by her signature aloofness, yet the blush at the roots of her ears could not be hidden. Why are you up so early? Early? It's not early at all. The old man let out a hearty laugh, his gaze deliberately lingering for 2 seconds on Jiang Han's slightly disheveled collar, wearing an expression of I understand it all. It's a good thing for young people to be vigorous, but you must also practice moderation. Alright, since you're up, come down and eat quickly. Uncle Fu specially simmered some. Oh yes, seahorse and deer antler soup to nourish this lad. Jiang Han's foot slipped and he nearly stumbled onto the carpet. Seahorse and deer antler. This old man really treated him like a mere beast of burden, only good for plowing the fields. 10 minutes later, in the Long family dining room. A European-style long table 5 meters in length was laden with all kinds of breakfast dishes. From Chinese-style bird's nest congee and crystal shrimp dumplings to Western-style ham and eggs and truffle toast, it was so sumptuous that one might doubt it was breakfast rather a full-scale imperial feast. Yet the atmosphere was strangely tense. Leng Mingyue sat at the head of the table, not touching his chopsticks. He rolled 2 walnuts in his hand, his tiger-like eyes weathered by time yet still gleaming with sharpness, fixed intently on Jiang Han sitting opposite. That gaze was like an old hunter appraising a freshly caught prey, filled with scrutiny, evaluation, and an unfathomable pressure. The air seemed to freeze. Leng Mingyue sat beside Jiang Han, her back ramrod straight. She gently kicked him under the table, signaling him to sit properly, but her palms involuntarily broke out in cold sweat. She knew her grandfather too well. Although the old man usually appeared cheerful at his court, he was extremely picky and domineering. A son-in-law like Jiang Han with an unclear background and a matrilocal marriage was usually not up to his standards. What if the old man made a scene or saw through their act? Slap. Suddenly the old man slammed the table hard, causing the milk cup in front of him to tremble. Leng Mingyue's heart skipped a beat and she was about to explain. Good. A thunderous roar burst from the old man's mouth, followed by hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha. Good lad. This face, this physique, not bad. Really not bad. Leng Mingyue. Jiang Han too was stunned by the sudden turn, nearly choking on a mouthful of shrimp dumpling. Grandfather, what did you say? Leng Mingyue doubted her own ears. I said this lad has a handsome face. Leng Mingyue pointed at Jiang Han, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. Honest eyes, strong bones. Not like those scheming brats from the Ye family, every one of them looking like they haven't been weaned, disgusting to look at. Especially that old geezer Ye Jiangwo. The sons he raised are either useless or effeminate. I was worried that your standards were too high and you would bring back a pretty face with no substance. But now it seems my granddaughter has good taste, just like me. Jiang Han swallowed the shrimp dumpling and immediately seized the opportunity, showing a simple yet polite smile. Grandfather flatters me. It's all thanks to Mingyue's guidance. Ha ha ha. Smooth talker. I like this straightforward attitude. The old man was clearly pleased by this flattery. With a grand wave of his hand, the butler Uncle Fu immediately came over carrying a tray. On the tray lay a black bank card trimmed with gold edges. An American Express Centurion black card. No spending limit, the ultimate symbol of global wealth. Take it. The old man pushed the card to Jiang Han, his tone as arrogant as if handing out flyers. Since you've entered the Leng family, you are one of us. The grievances you suffered in the Ye family, if anyone dares to bully you again, just use money to smash them. If that's not enough, come to your grandfather for reimbursement. Jiang Han's eyes lit up instantly at the sight of the black card. So this was the feeling of being doted on by a wealthy patriarch. This was no ordinary black card, it was clearly the startup capital for a spending spree system. Grandfather, this. Isn't it too much? Jiang Han murmured polite words, but his hand had already honestly pressed down on the card. After all, I'm a matrilocal son-in-law. It's already embarrassing to live off my wife and now taking pocket money. What matrilocal son-in-law? Bullshit matrilocal. The old man glared, his beard bristling. I Leng Mingyue never go in for that hypocritical nonsense. As long as you treat my granddaughter well, as long as the two of you live happily, that makes you family. This money isn't for you, it's an advance on the milk powder money for our future great-grandson. At this the old man leaned forward, lowered his voice, and with a mysterious expression raised 3 fingers. There is only one task. 3 years, I want 2 great-grandchildren. Can you do it? Put. Leng Mingyue, who was drinking milk, sprayed it out directly. Her usual cool and noble image instantly shattered. She fumbled for a tissue to wipe her mouth, her face as red as a boiled shrimp. Grandfather. What nonsense are you talking? We just got our marriage certificate. So what? Getting the certificate means you're legally licensed to work. The old man was unabashed, completely ignoring his granddaughter's protests, and turned to stare at Jiang Han with gleaming eyes. Lad, show your stance. As long as you complete the task, I'll give you an additional 5% of the Leng Group's shares. 5% of the shares. That was tens of billions. Jiang Han felt his heart skip a beat. This old man was really going all out for a great-grandchild. Grandfather, rest assured. Jiang Han grabbed the black card and stuffed it into his pocket, patting his chest to guarantee his expression more solemn than a party oath. I will spare no effort, even if it means working myself to the bone. Not just 2 and 3 years, if Mingyue cooperates, 3 and 3 years is no problem. I have no other virtues but am willing to work hard. Especially capable. Shut up. Leng Mingyue was mortified. Was this bastard emphasizing the word capable too much? She stomped hard on Jiang Han's instep under the table. The sharp stiletto heel caused excruciating pain. Hiss. Jiang Han sucked in a sharp breath but still maintained a bright smile on his face. He even reached under the table and took Leng Mingyue's hand, gently squeezing it to signal her to calm down. Good, good, good. Ambitious. The old man watched their little gestures and broke into a grin, his face wrinkled with delight, obviously taking it as flirtation between the young couple. Alright, I won't be a third wheel anymore. You eat, and after you finish, hurry up and get on with your business. Uncle Fu, fill up the master's soup. He must finish it all. This breakfast was truly both thrilling and rewarding. Jiang Han not only obtained an unlimited black card but also gained the old man's imperial edict, a free pass. From now on, as long as he kept the old man happy, even Leng Mingyue would have to think twice before making a move against him. After the meal, Uncle Fu escorted the old man to the back garden for a stroll. Only Jiang Han and Leng Mingyue remained in the hall. Leng Mingyue sat on the sofa, resuming her icy female CEO demeanor, but her gaze at Jiang Han now carried a hint of warning and helplessness. Jiang Han, you overacted a bit just now. Overacted? I thought it was just right. Jiang Han was in a great mood, sitting opposite her, playing with the black card in his hand. Look how happy grandfather is. I take money and solve problems, that's professional ethics. Keep this card. Leng Mingyue looked at the black card in his hand, a symbol of power and wealth, but showed no intention of taking it back. Since grandfather gave it to you, keep it. But I warn you, don't use it for any nonsense. If I find out you're living it up outside. Don't worry, wife, I'm very devoted, I only eat the soft rice at home. Jiang Han interrupted her with a grin. Leng Mingyue rolled her eyes at him, stood up, and let her gaze linger for a few seconds on his cheap shirt, which was already washed pale and had a frayed collar. Although he was handsome, this outfit was indeed too shabby. Last night it was to spite Ye Qingcheng. Now that he had truly entered the Leng family, going out dressed like this would bring shame to the Leng group. Especially today, she needed to bring Jiang Han to the company to make an appearance and intimidate the restless shareholders. Let's go. Leng Mingyue picked up her handbag, walked to the door to change shoes, and said without looking back. Where to? Jiang Han followed. Leng Mingyue pushed open the door. The morning sunlight spilled over her, gilding her with a layer of golden light. She tilted her head, scanned Jiang Han up and down, and said with a tone of disdain tinged with a hint of subtle indulgence. To the mall. Get rid of this rags, it'll take you to buy some decent human skin. After all, you are my man, Leng Mingyue's man. Dressed like this, do you want people to think the Long family is going bankrupt? At Zhanghai City's SKP, a battlefield of luxury goods, a playground for the wealthy to burn their money. The air was thick with the scent of expensive perfume, and every floor tile was polished to a mirror-like shine. Most of the men and women passing by were impeccably dressed, their eyes exuding an air of superiority that screamed imloaded. Jiang Han followed behind Leng Mingyue, watching her elegant silhouette as she walked with a commanding stride. He couldn't help but admit that this woman was born to belong here. Even in a simple white blouse paired with wide leg trousers, she radiated the aura of a haute couture runway model. But as for himself, Jiang Han glanced down at his canvas shoes still dripping with mud and felt utterly out of place amidst the opulent surroundings. He was like a drop of ink in a glass of milk, glaringly conspicuous. Hey, President Lang. Leng Mingyue's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID, furrowed her brows slightly, stopped in her tracks and turned around. From her bag she pulled out a supplementary card and handed it to Jiang Han. There's an urgent matter at the company. I need to go handle it. You browse around on your own. If you see something you like, just swipe it. Don't worry about saving me money. Her tone was still that familiar domineering CEO style. Got it, my dear wife. You go ahead. Jiang Han was happy to have some free time. He took the card and casually slipped it into his pocket. Besides, he had an even more formidable black card in his pocket. Today he was determined to enjoy the soft life. Watching Leng Mingyue head toward the lounge area, Jiang Han turned and walked into a high-end Italian men's boutique named Brioni. Brioni was hailed as the Ferrari of menswear. Back in the Ye family days, his eldest sister Ye Qingcheng loved buying suits from this brand for the real son Ye Tianyou. A single off-the-rack suit cost over 100,000 yuan. But Jiang Han could only wear the hand-me-downs that Ye Tianyou had discarded, and he had to be grateful for it. Sir, how may I help you? Eh? The salesgirl initially greeted him with a professional fake smile, but upon seeing Jiang Han's cheap outfit, her smile froze, instantly replaced by undisguised disdain. We're about to close. Oh no, I mean the clothes here are very expensive. You can't try them on, the salesgirl said, sizing Jiang Han up with a harsh tone. You wouldn't be able to afford it if you soiled them. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow. So this was the service quality of a top-tier mall. Clearly they judged people by their appearance. He couldn't be bothered to argue with a low-level employee. He walked straight to a display rack, his fingers gliding over a set of deep blue handmade suits. The fabric was exquisite, the tailoring impeccable. The price tag read 88,000 yuan. I'll take this one. Get me a size 48 to try on, Jiang Han said casually. The salesgirl rolled her eyes, standing still and even filing her nails. Sir, I told you the clothes here are very expensive. If you want to enjoy the air conditioning, there's a McDonald's to your left. Just as Jiang Han was about to pull out his black card to teach her a lesson, the sharp clicking of high heels on the floor rang out from the entrance, accompanied by a familiar voice that made him physically nauseous. Darling, this brand suits you perfectly. You'll look 1,000 times better than some hick. Jiang Han paused and turned around. As luck would have it, a man and a woman walked in through the door. The man was decked out in designer brands with a Rolex worth hundreds of thousands on his wrist and slicked back hair. He was Zhao Tai, the notorious spoiled rich kid of Zhanghai City, the youngest son of the Zhao family. The woman clinging to his arm wore sunglasses and a mask wrapped up tightly, but her limited edition Chanel suit and the cloying perfume she wore were unmistakable. Jiang Han would recognize her even if she were reduced to ashes. The third daughter of the Ye family, the rising starlet Ye Weiner. Oh, has the bar for this store dropped so low? Any Tom, Dick or Harry can just wander in. Zhao Tai spotted Jiang Han standing by the display rack the moment he entered. He exaggeratedly pinched his nose and waved his other hand in front of his face. What a stench of poverty! It's suffocating me. Ye Weiner took off her sunglasses, revealing a face full of makeup and contempt. When she recognized Jiang Han, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, quickly replaced by a deep mockery. Well, if it isn't our good little brother who just got kicked out of the family. Ye Weiner let go of Zhao Tai's arm and walked over to Jiang Han on her high heels, looking at him like a stray dog. What? Using the 50,000 severance pay eldest sister gave you to come here and pretend to be a big shot? Jiang Han, you should take a good look at yourself. Do you really think you deserve to wear clothes from here? Jiang Han stared at the woman before him, the one he had once stayed up all night writing songs for, even when he was burning with fever, his third sister. The last shred of warmth in his heart chilled completely. Whether I deserve it or not is not for you to decide. Jiang Han's tone was flat, barely bothering to look at her. And don't keep saying our family. I have nothing to do with the Ye family anymore. The person I am now is someone you can never measure up to. Zhao Tai burst out laughing, pointing at Jiang Han and doubling over. Weiner, did you hear that? Has this kid lost his mind? Never measure up. Ha 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 ha. A useless parasite who lived off the Ye family for over a decade, and he dares to say that. Jiang Han, don't tell me you actually think you're someone important just because you left the Ye family. Ye Weiner's eyes turned venomous. She hated Jiang Han's calm, aloof demeanor. Back home, no matter how much they humiliated him, he would just hang his head and stay silent. Now that he was kicked out, he actually dared to talk back. Since you're so proud, then get out of my sight. Ye Weiner's gaze shifted to the suit Jiang Han had been eyeing. This suit is nice. She reached out, snatched the suit from the display rack, waved it in front of Jiang Han, then turned and handed it to Zhao Tai. Darling, I want this suit. I'm giving it to you as a gift. Zhao Tai took the suit, deliberately holding it up in front of Jiang Han, and said smugly, since it's from Weiner, I have to take it. Even though some dirty hands have touched it, the fabric is indeed good. Wrap it up. Zhao Tai waved his hand grandly, pulled out a gold card from his Hermes wallet and flung it at the salesgirl's face. No need to try it on. Just swipe the card. The salesgirl, who had been indifferent to Jiang Han moments ago, now looked as if she had seen her own father. Her face broke into a huge smile as she picked up the gold card and bowed. Yes, Master Zhao. No problem, Master Zhao. I'll wrap it up right away. Then she turned to Jiang Han, her expression instantly shifting like a mask to one of disdain. Sir, as you can see, the suit has already been sold to Master Zhao. Please step aside and don't block our business. Jiang Han stood still. He looked at the snobbish salesgirl, then at the smug faces of Ye Weiner and Zhao Tai, and suddenly broke into a smile. Shouldn't there be some sense of order? First come, first served. Jiang Han said calmly. I was the one who saw this suit first, and I was the one who asked to try it on. Is your store's policy to sell to whoever shouts the loudest? Rules. Ye Weiner laughed as if she had heard a joke. She stepped forward, her perfectly made-up face almost pressed against Jiang Han's, and hissed venomously, Jiang Han, don't be ungrateful. Here, money is the rule. Power is the rule. The few coins in your pocket can't even buy one sleeve of this suit. Get lost now, or I'll call security to have you thrown out. If you make the headlines, it's your own shame. Exactly, take a look at yourself, Zhao Tai said, wrapping an arm around Ye Weiner's waist, his tone arrogant. Salesgirl, what are you waiting for? Having someone like him in the store ruins the air quality. Throw him out now. If you ruin Weiner's mood, you'll answer to me. Yes, yes, yes. The salesgirl was startled. Offending either Master Zhao or the celebrity Ye Weiner would be disastrous for her. As for this penniless nobody in front of her. Sir, please leave immediately. The salesgirl didn't hold back anymore, directly pushing Jiang Han. We don't welcome people who are not properly dressed. If you don't leave, I'll call security. Jiang Han sidestepped her hand, his eyes turning icy. He hadn't wanted to cause trouble, he just wanted to quietly spend some money and earn some points for his system. But since someone insisted on slapping their own face, he wouldn't hold back. Call security. Sure, go ahead. Jiang Han leisurely pulled out his Centurion black card, which gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, and waved it between his fingers. I'd also like to ask your manager if this is how SKP treats its customers. The unique metallic texture of the black card shimmered under the spotlights. It was a symbol of power, a totem of wealth. The salesgirl paused for a moment. Although she had never seen a card of this level, the aura of prestige it exuded made her instinctively hesitate. Fake. Ye Weiner glanced at the card, refusing to believe Jiang Han could own such a thing. She sneered, did you just paste a sticker on a worthless card to scare people? Jiang Han, you're getting more pathetic by the day. Manager. Where the hell is the manager? Ye Weiner shrieked. There's a lunatic here harassing customers. Get him out of here now. Her shout brought the mall manager, who had been in the back office tallying accounts, running out. Oh, isn't this Miss Ye? What's the matter? A middle-aged man in a suit with a beer belly rushed over, sweating profusely. Seeing the situation, Master Zhao and the famous actress Ye Weiner on one side and a wet shabby-looking kid on the other, his bias instantly tipped. Was there even a question? This clueless beggar must have offended the VIPs. The manager wiped his brow, didn't even look at the card in Jiang Han's hand, and immediately scowled, pointing at Jiang Han's nose. How did you get in here? Security. Security. Drag this troublemaker out. Break his legs and throw him into the street. The manager's spittle nearly sprayed onto Jiang Han's face. Waving his arms to direct the security guards who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, he fawned and bowed to Zhao Tai and Ye Weiner, his face-switching act more dazzling than Sichuan opera. "Security! Are you all deaf? Get moving," the manager bellowed. "Don't let this rotten apple spoil young Master Zhao and Miss Ye's enjoyment. Be quick about it. If you dirty the carpet, you'll answer to me." The security guards exchanged uneasy glances. Despite their misgivings about Jiang Han's composed demeanor, they dared not defy the manager's orders. They drew their rubber batons and closed in. "Kid, be smart and get lost. Don't make us rough you up," the head guard muttered threateningly. Ye Weiner stood by, arms crossed, a cold smile of amusement on her lips. She knew Jiang Han too well. He was a spineless coward who had never seen the world. A little scare would make him drop to his knees and beg for mercy. She couldn't wait to see Jiang Han dragged out like a dog. She'd film it and send it to Big Sister, sure to cool her temper. "What? Still not leaving? Waiting for me to invite you to dinner?" Zhao Tai, arm around Ye Weiner, lifted his foot arrogantly, pretending to kick Jiang Han. "Kneel down and kowtow 3 times, call me grandpa, and maybe you'll let you keep your underwear." "Ha ha ha." Ye Weiner laughed, her body swaying. "Darling, you're so bad, but I love it." The shop was filled with an air of glee, as if humiliating Jiang Han was their greatest joy of the day. Jiang Han stood in the circle of guards, his fingers lightly tracing the edge of the black card. He didn't move. He didn't speak. He was waiting. He figured by now his wife should have finished that phone call. "What's going on here?" A frosty voice like an Arctic gale swept through the shop, instantly freezing the boiling atmosphere. The voice was not loud, without hysterical shouts or furious roars, yet it carried the unique authority of one who had long held a high position, chilling everyone from crown to sole. The blustering manager froze. That voice sounded familiar. He turned his head instinctively. At the shop entrance, a woman in a simple white blouse yet exuding unparalleled grace walked slowly in. Her phone still in hand, her narrow phoenix eyes narrowed coldly at the farce before her. The manager's pupils dilated in shock. That was the uncrowned queen of Jianghai City's business world. The eldest daughter of the Long family, Leng Mingyue, someone even the chairman of their group had to bow to. Miss Lang. The manager's legs went weak. His previous arrogance vanished, replaced by a look of horrified disbelief. He scrambled over, bending so low his head nearly touched his crotch. "Miss Leng. What brings you here? Such a trivial matter shouldn't trouble you. Rest assured, some penniless fool slipped in to cause trouble and offend our honored guests. I'll have him thrown out immediately." Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, the manager eagerly curried favor, completely oblivious to Leng Mingyue's face darkening like a blackened pot. "Penniless fool." Leng Mingyue halted, her gaze passing over the manager's greasy head to land on Jiang Han, surrounded by security guards. Seeing his innocent yet slightly mocking expression, her anger surged. Not at Jiang Han for causing trouble, but at these blind dogs for daring to bully her man. "Who are you calling a penniless fool?" Leng Mingyue's voice dropped another few degrees, the air around them seeming to solidify. The manager, still oblivious, droned on that guy. Dressed like a beggar yet daring to compete with young Master Zhao and Miss Ye for clothes. People like him lower the class of our mall. Slap. A crisp sound cut off his endless chatter. The manager clutched his cheek, stunned, staring at Leng Mingyue in disbelief. Miss Lang. Leng Mingyue withdrew her hand, even taking out a wet wipe from her bag to clean her palm, her expression as if she had touched a piece of trash. "You just said who should get lost." She walked step by step to Jiang Han's side, and before everyone's eyes she naturally reached out to straighten his slightly disheveled collar. The gesture was intimate, gentle, utterly protective. Then she turned to face the terrified manager and asked word by word, "You want my husband to get lost?" Boom. The words struck like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens directly onto the manager's crown. Husband. This young man in cheap clothes, reeking of poverty, was Leng Mingyue's husband. The manager felt his vision go dark, nearly fainting on the spot. It was over. This time they had truly kicked a steel plate, no a nuclear bomb. Miss Lang. It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. The manager dropped to his knees with a thud, shaking like a leaf. "I failed to recognize a true dragon. I didn't know this gentleman was your. I deserve to die. I truly deserve to die." He begged for mercy while frantically slapping himself, the sound loud enough to make one's teeth ache. Beside him, Zhao Tai and Ye Weiner were utterly dumbfounded. Earlier at the Civil Affairs Bureau they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes. Though they'd heard from Yi Chang, they still harbored a sliver of hope that it might be a rumor. But now Leng Mingyue had admitted it herself. And for Jiang Han, she had publicly slapped the mall manager. Misunderstanding. Leng Mingyue sneered, not even glancing at the kneeling manager. She pulled out her phone and dialed a number. The moment the call connected, her aura fully unleashed, the overbearing dominance of a trillion-dollar conglomerate leader. This is Leng Mingyue. Notify the legal and finance departments. Within 5 minutes I want to acquire all shares of SKP Jianhai branch. Also notify HR. Fire every manager and salesperson in this store from top to bottom. Blacklist them permanently. There was a momentary hesitation on the other end, then a flurry of panicked acknowledgements. Hanging up, Leng Mingyue tossed her phone back into her bag, her gaze sweeping coldly across the room. Since your rule here is to judge people by appearances, I'll change the rules. Now this mall belongs to the Long family. My husband decides who gets to stay and who gets to leave. Dead silence. Everyone was stunned by Leng Mingyue's outrageously bold move. Buying an entire mall just to defend her husband's honor. What kind of divine tycoon script was this? You're insane. Absolutely insane. Ye Weiner shrieked, jealousy twisting her delicate features. Leng Mingyue, have you lost your mind? For that useless piece of trash Jiang Han you're willing to spend tens of billions. This mall isn't even profitable, why buy it? She couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept that the worthless brother she had trampled underfoot for over a decade could receive such supreme affection. It was worse than death. I feel like it. Leng Mingyue glanced at her indifferently. I have money. I can be capricious. What, Miss Yi has a problem? If you do, buy it yourself. Ye Weiner choked, nearly unable to breathe. Buy it. Even selling the entire Yi family wouldn't yield that much liquid cash. All right, honey, calm down. Jiang Han finally spoke. He put his arm around Leng Mingyue's waist, the movement as smooth as if rehearsed 1,000 times. For these few flies, wasting your private savings isn't worth it. As he spoke, he pulled out the black centurion card from his pocket and twirled it in a perfect arc. Besides, didn't Grandpa just give me some pocket money? He smiled at the manager, now collapsed on the floor, then at Zhao Tai and Ye Weiner, their faces ashen. A harmless grin curled at his lips. Since this is a gift for my wife, of course I'll swipe my card. After all, even eating soft rice has its proper etiquette, right? With that under everyone's shocked, bewildered, lunatic staring gazes, he handed the black card to the terrified salesgirl. Swipe it. The pin is 6/8. In buying this mall. It felt as if the very air had been sucked dry in that second. All eyes were locked onto the small POS machine as if awaiting the pronouncement of a verdict from a judge of fate. The saleswoman's hands trembled like a Parkinson's patient as she swiped the black card across the machine, then shakily entered the not-so-complicated password. Beep! A crisp electronic tone pierced the deathly silence of the store, jarringly loud. Then came a zzzzz sound as the machine spat out a long string of transaction slips as if pouring out the last of its enthusiasm. Transaction successful. The saleswoman stared at the dizzying number on the screen, her legs giving way as she nearly knelt before Jiang Han. It wasn't because of the amount, it was the card's authority. The purchase amount was deducted instantly with no delay or audit, a privilege reserved only for core members of the world's top conglomerates. It's done. The saleswoman's voice cracked with tears as she held the card out with both hands, bowing 90 degrees. Honorable sir, no boss, here is your card. Please keep it safe. Jiang Han took the card casually without even glancing at it, merely flicking the transaction slip. Thank. He turned to face the ashen-faced mall manager, a nuclear-friendly smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Manager, now that I own this mall, do I call the shots? The manager shuddered, his oily face instantly twisting into a smile more hideous than tears. His knees buckled and he actually dropped to the floor. Yes, yes. Boss, you are the sky here. Your will is our supreme command. Now he regretted deeply. Who would have thought that this young man in a cheap t-shirt could casually pull out tens of billions? This wasn't playing the pig to eat the tiger, this was playing the pig to eat the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Good. Jiang Han nodded, his gaze passing over the manager and landing on Zhao Tai and Ye Weiner, who had yet to snap out of their shock. Ye Weiner's face was as pale as a freshly plastered wall. She stared at the black card in Jiang Han's hand, her lips trembling as she tried to speak but could not make a sound. How could this be? That was tens of billions. When Jiang Han left the Yi family, he was stripped clean, he didn't even take the 500,000. Where did he get so much money? Could it be that Leng Mingyue had actually given him her entire fortune to squander? Was this how one ate the soft rice? Since I'm the boss, I'll issue my first personnel order. Jiang Han raised his hand and pointed at the dumbfounded Zhao Tai and Ye Weiner, his tone suddenly turning icy. Security, throw these two eyesores out. Also notify the entire mall, put these two on the permanent blacklist. If I ever see them set foot in SKP again, you can pack your bags and get out. The security guards hesitated. Just moments ago the manager had ordered them to break Jiang Han's legs and now the hunter and prey had swapped roles. Are you all deaf? The manager, seeing the guards unmoving, jumped up and kicked the head guard in the backside, screaming hysterically, "Didn't you hear the boss? Move. Move now. He'll take the blame." The guards finally snapped out of it, pouncing on Zhao Tai and Ye Weiner like wolves. They knew who was the boss and who was the father now. "What are you doing? Don't touch me." Zhao Tai finally panicked as the guards approached, blustering him, the young master of the Zhao family. "You dare lay a finger on me? You'll have my father tear down this shabby mall." "Tear down the mall?" Jiang Han sneered. "Fine. Let him come. But before he gets here you need to learn how to roll. Move." Two guards grabbed Zhao Tai by the arms and dragged him out like a dead dog. "Let me go. Jiang Han. Just you wait. I'll kill you." Zhao Tai's roars faded into the distance, ending in a miserable scream as he was thrown out with less than graceful form. The remaining guards surrounded Ye Weiner. Don't come near me." Ye Weiner shrieked, her face contorted in terror, clutching the unwrapped suit in her hands. "I'm a celebrity. I have tens of millions of fans. Touch me and I'll have them cyberbully you. Expose you. I'm Jiang Han's sister. Jiang Han. You can't do this to me. I'm your third sister." Now she remembered she was his sister. When she mocked him as a beggar, where was the family bond then? Jiang Han's face was expressionless, he didn't even lift an eyelid. Leng Mingyue stood beside him, arms crossed, watching the scene with a glint of satisfaction in her eyes. "What are you waiting for? Do I have to do it myself?" she said coldly. The guards no longer hesitated, they grabbed Ye Weiner by the arms. "Ah! Let me go! You lowlifes!" Ye Weiner struggled wildly, her high heels scraping harshly against the floor. In the scuffle her large sunglasses fell to the ground and were mercilessly crushed under a large leather shoe. Her meticulously styled hair turned into a bird's nest from the violent struggle, and the thick foundation on her face began to crack and flake off under the sweat and twisted expression scattering in powdery chunks. "My makeup! My face!" Ye Weiner screamed in despair, all traces of the glamorous starlet gone. She looked no better than a crazy shrew in a market. "Throw them far away, don't dirty the entrance." Jiang Han waved his hand as if shooing flies. Bang! The mall doors opened and closed and the world was finally quiet. The sales staff and manager huddled in a corner, not daring to breathe, terrified they might be the next one thrown out. Jiang Han turned to Leng Mingyue, who had remained silent, and winked. "So honey. How was that squandering? Pretty cool, huh?" Leng Mingyue looked at his eager for praise expression and couldn't help but curl the corner of her mouth slightly. She stepped forward and reached out to straighten his collar, which had gone askew from the vigorous movements, as naturally as if they were a long-married couple. "Not bad. Barely worthy of the man in Leng Mingyue's eyes," she said softly with a hint of tsundere. "But next time let the bodyguards handle this dirty work. Don't dirty your own hands." "Yes, ma'am." Jiang Han grinned, feeling immensely pleased. Just then the beautiful system notification chimed in his mind again. Ding! "Congratulations, host, you have completed an extremely luxurious and visually stunning face-slapping action. Emotion harvesting successful. Detected Ye Weiner generating extreme negative emotions, breakdown, shame, venom, emotion points 999. Detected Zhao Tai generating emotions, fear, impotent, rage, emotion points 666. Detected Leng Mingyue generating emotions, pleasure, admiration, protectiveness, emotion points 888. Congratulations, host. You have received a special reward, Divine Hacker Technique, complete form. Explanation: this technique encompasses top-tier global offensive and defensive methods with a ghost stealth protocol. There is no backend you cannot enter, no data you cannot delete. Boom! Countless code streams cascaded through Jiang Han's brain like a waterfall. In that instant the entire world's network seemed to become a transparent glass house, open for him to enter and exit at will. Jiang Han's eyes lit up. Divine Hacker Technique. This was exactly what he needed. Yesterday at the Yi mansion he had retrieved his old computer, but it was outdated. If he had to face the hacker goddess Ye Mengyan, who was mediocre but had good equipment, it would have been a bit of a struggle. But now with this skill plus the old computer that still had the backdoor saved. Jiang Han lifted his wrist to check the time. 10:30 in the morning. According to Ye Corporation's routine, today was the monthly server maintenance day. Without the automatic defense script he had written before, the Ye Corporation's firewall would now be full of vulnerabilities. And that clueless Ye Mengyan was probably staring at a screen full of error codes, dumbfounded. Right. What are you thinking about? Smiling so sinisterly. Leng Mingyue's voice interrupted his thoughts. Jiang Han snapped back, looking at his wife's stunning face, the corners of his mouth curling into a meaningful smile.
Nothing. Just remembered that my good sister must be jumping out of her skin right now.
He took out his phone and tapped the screen twice as if sending a death countdown signal.
Honey, time to go to the next place.
Where to? To deliver a big gift to the Ye Corporation. At the 28th floor of the Ye Group's technology department, the office area, which should have been filled only with the click of keyboards, was now in utter chaos. The piercing alarm screamed like a death knell overhead as dozens of monitors flashed with crimson warning pop-ups, their vivid red casting the frightened faces of every programmer into a ghastly pallor. The defenses have been breached.
The third firewall is down. The enemy is flooding us with junk data. The servers are overloaded. Data is being stolen.
That's the core client list.
Stop him. The technical director bellowed, drenched in sweat, but his frantic keystrokes could not keep pace with the adversary's rhythm.
The intruder moved like a phantom through the Ye Group's vaunted security system, leaving desolation in his wake as if nothing could stand in his way. At the very heart of the department, before a Topophaline Alienware workstation, sat the woman known as the Keyboard Goddess, the fourth Sister Ye Mengyan. At this moment there was no trace of her usual arrogance or composure. She stared at the code scrolling furiously across the screen, her 10 fingers hammering the keyboard with a clatter. Her movements seemed fierce as a tiger, but her actual performance was utterly futile. Sweat trickled down her meticulously styled sideburns, smudging her eye makeup.
Damn it! Damn it! Why can't I stop it? Ye Mengyan cursed through gritted teeth.
She tried to invoke the script named Absolute Defense, the very tool that had made her name in this circle and served as the cornerstone of the Ye Group's security system. But today that script, which usually worked at a single command, was as lifeless as a corpse. No matter how many times she struck the enter key, the screen coldly displayed a single line.
Error: core component missing. Unable to run. How can it be missing? It was there yesterday. Ye Mengyan was on the verge of tears. She had no understanding of the underlying logic.
For years she had maintained the persona of a genius hacker, solely because of this automatic script which someone had written into her computer.
Whenever an attack came, she just ran it and everything was fine. But now the panacea had failed. Ye Mengyan. Is this what you call foolproof?
With a roar barely containing seething rage, the door to the technical department was flung open. Ye Qingcheng strode in with heavy steps. She had just returned from a frustrating shopping trip, not even having time for a sip of water when she received the dreadful news of the company's system being hacked. Now, seeing the crimson alerts across the screens, her blood pressure was nearly exploding. Big sister. Ye Mengyan's hands trembled, almost pressing the wrong key. She turned back, her face pale as paper.
The opponent is too strong. It's a top-tier hacker team. I can't fight four hands with two.
Excuses. Ye Qingcheng walked up behind her, looking at the disappearing file icons on the screen, shaking with fury.
Aren't you the one who won international awards? Aren't you the self-proclaimed #1 hacker in Shanghai City? You brag endlessly, demand millions in funding, and now at the critical moment you say the opponent is too strong. I want results. Plug the leak immediately. That's company secrets. If it leaks tomorrow, stock price won't just hit the limit, we'll all be out on the streets.
Ye Qingcheng's voice was shrill and piercing, echoing through the hall.
The surrounding technicians were all petrified, not daring to breathe. Ye Mengyan, scolded with tears welling in her eyes, was even more panicked.
How could she plug a leak? In the past, when facing attacks of this level, she would simply hand the computer to Jiang Han, then go apply a face mask, and by the time she returned, the problem was solved. She had always thought it was easy. After all, even that useless Jiang Han could handle it. But now, with her own hands on the keyboard, she realized it was a hellish challenge. The code looked like a foreign language to her. Each letter was recognizable, but together they were indecipherable.
Move it.
Ye Qingcheng slammed the table.
What are you staring at? Do you want to see the Ye family go bankrupt? I am working on it. Stop rushing me.
Ye Mengyan screamed in frustration, frantically typing defensive commands. Yet the red warnings on the screen only intensified. The adversary seemed to sense the clumsy resistance and launched an even more ferocious assault, as if toying with a cornered mouse.
President Ye. Miss Mengyan.
At that moment, a veteran technician with thick-rimmed glasses could no longer hold back. He hesitated, then braced himself to speak. I think
the problem might not lie with the attacker. What do you mean?
Ye Qingcheng spun around sharply, her gaze like a knife. The technician shrank back, pointing at an error code at the bottom of the screen, and whispered, the core code of this absolute defense system seems to have not been updated for a long time. Every month on this day, the system would automatically perform a bottom layer logic reconstruction and patch upgrade. But today,
The auto-upgrade program didn't start. At this the technician glanced at the sweating Ye Mengyan and lowered his voice further. These maintenance tasks were always done by Master Jiang Han. Although Jiang Han held no official position in the company, he was often called by Ye Mengyan to fix the computer, and everyone in the tech department knew it. They might not have said it aloud, but they all knew that the so-called useless young master possessed far more technical skill than this young
Jiang Han.
Those two words struck Ye Qingcheng's nerves like a thorn. Jiang Han again. Why did he pop up everywhere? Nonsense. Before Ye Qingcheng could respond, Ye Mengyan jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. How could she admit she was inferior to that useless man? How could she admit that her current glory was all thanks to that good-for-nothing? What does Jiang Han have to do with this? He doesn't know a damn thing about code. Ye Mengyan pointed at the veteran technician and cursed. He's just a gaming addict who spends his time playing games. All he does is run errands for me, buying coffee and restarting servers. I wrote every single character of this core code myself. But the technician tried to say more. Shut up. You're fired. Get out. Ye Mengyan screamed hysterically as if the volume of her voice could mask her guilty conscience. After her outburst, she turned to Ye Qingcheng, putting on a wronged expression, and said through clenched teeth, "Big sister, I think I know what's going on. It must be that ungrateful Jiang Han. When he left yesterday, he stole my laptop. That laptop had my latest backup of the defense code." The more Ye Mengyan spoke, the more convinced she became, and the venom in her eyes seemed ready to spill over. "I knew it. Why did he insist on that damn laptop? It was premeditated. He must have sold my code to a competitor, or he hired someone to attack us just to see us make fools of ourselves. It has to be. That ingrate is utterly rotten to the core." Ye Qingcheng listened, her brows tightly furrowed. Though her rational mind told her that Jiang Han's character wouldn't allow such a thing, the situation was too bizarre. The moment they kicked him out, the company's system collapsed, and it happened exactly on the maintenance day he was most familiar with. Coincidence? There were never so many coincidences in the world. Are you saying that Jiang Han is behind this? Ye Qingcheng's voice was dark and ominous. Who else could it be? In her desperation to cover her own incompetence, Ye Mengyan was only too eager to shift the blame onto Jiang Han. "He's jealous of my talent. He wants to destroy me. Big sister, we should call the police. Arrest him. Make him rot in jail." Just as the two sisters were uniting in their righteous indignation, ready to pin everything on Jiang Han. Beep. A crisp notification sound suddenly rang out. The main screen, once filled with garbled data, went black. Then a massive blood-red skull icon slowly materialized, occupying the entire display. The skull's mouth opened and closed, spitting out a highly provocative pop-up window with a single flashing line. "Can't handle this already. If I sprinkled rice on the keyboard, a chicken would play better than you." Those blood-red characters, dripping with humiliation, struck the faces of the Ye sisters like a stinging slap. Before Ye Mengyan could recover from the insult of "even a chicken plays better than you," the skull on the screen suddenly cracked open, a wide mouth emitting a clattering, eerie laugh. Then the screen flickered. A massive, rapidly blinking red countdown abruptly appeared in the center of the screen. 1000. 0959. Each tick of the numbers was accompanied by a deep, muffled bass drum like a heartbeat, unsettling the soul. Beneath the countdown, a cold prompt appeared. "Enter the correct key, or in 10 minutes the core database will undergo physical shredding format. Friendly reminder: do not attempt to unplug the power or disconnect the network. Any external physical intervention will immediately trigger the data bomb." What is this? Ye Mengyan, tell me what this is. Ye Qingcheng stared at the decreasing numbers, feeling a chill surge from the soles of her feet to the crown of her head. The core database. It held all the Ye Group's client lists, financial statements, and the core files of the newly signed Tianjin project. If it were formatted, the Ye Group wouldn't just see a stock price plummet, it would be immediate bankruptcy, saddled with billions in penalty debts. I don't know. Ye Mengyan's voice trembled, her fingers hovering over the keyboard, too afraid to press down. The earlier worse than a chicken operation had already proven that the opponent's skill level was more than a dimension above her. This was a dimensional crushing. Her proud little tricks were like a kindergartner fighting a special forces soldier in front of this opponent. You don't know. You're the technical director and you tell me you don't know. Ye Qingcheng was completely hysterical, grabbing Ye Mengyan by the collar and shoving her into the chair. Fix it now. I don't care how, just fix it. If the data is lost, you're as good as dead. I can't fix. Ye Mengyan finally broke down, tears and snot smearing her face. This is the highest level logic lock and it's dynamically encrypted. My code gets swallowed the moment I type it. Big sister, we're locked out. This is a dead end. Useless. All of you are useless.
Ye Qingcheng shoved her away and turned to the cowering technicians.
What about you? What do I feed you for? Whoever cracks this lock gets 5 million. No 10 million.
Under a heavy reward, brave men stepped forward.
A few technicians steeled themselves and went at it, clattering away on keyboards.
Within 10 seconds every computer screen went black, then lit up with the same red skull in unison.
0845.
The countdown continued like the footsteps of death drawing closer.
It's over, completely over.
The technical director slumped to the floor, ashen-faced.
The opponent has planted a root virus in our intranet. The whole company's network is now under their control. We can't even shut down now, let alone break the lock.
Ye Qingcheng staggered, steadying herself against the desk edge. She stared at the flickering numbers on the screen, her heart squeezed by an invisible hand, the pain stealing her breath.
10 minutes.
Decades of the Ye Group's legacy reduced to a few final minutes of life. And she could only watch helplessly as it hurtled toward destruction. The sense of powerlessness drove her nearly mad.
Find someone. Find someone now.
Ye Qingcheng jerked her head up, her hair disheveled like a madwoman.
If we can't find anyone domestically, look abroad.
Spend whatever it takes, just save the data.
Hurry and contact them. It's too late.
Ye Mengyan slumped in her chair, watching the countdown dip below 8 minutes, muttering in despair. This is the work of a god-tier hacker.
Ordinary cybersecurity firms can't even get in. Unless.
A spark of inspiration flashed through her mind. God-tier hacker. In this circle, the ones at the top of the pyramid could be counted on one hand. And the most mysterious, the most terrifying one went by the codename J. Rumor had it that J had single-handedly breached the Pentagon's firewalls, left a been there done that meme inside, and slipped away without a trace.
No one knew who he was to this day.
Ye Mengyan knew of him because she used to frequent various hacker forums to build her genius girl persona. On a highly secretive dark web forum she had lucked out and added J as a private message contact. Though he had never replied to her, that gray avatar now became her only lifeline. Big sister. There's hope. There's still hope. Ye Mengyan, clutching at her last straw, fumbled for her personal phone, her fingers trembling as she opened the encrypted chat app.
I know a god. He's one of the top 3 hackers in the world.
If anyone on Earth can break this lock, it's him. Ye Qingcheng's eyes lit up like a drowning person grabbing a floating log.
Then what are you waiting for? Contact him. Whatever he wants, the Ye family will pay. Alright, I'm sending it now. Ye Mengyan swallowed open the chat window labeled J.
Her hands shook so badly she hit the wrong keys several times.
0530. Time was running out.
Ye Mengyan gritted her teeth, typed a line quickly, and hit send. If only J would help, the Ye family would be saved.
At the same time, at the Leng Manor in Qianlong Bay,
the air after the rain was especially fresh. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the rare black swan roses in the garden bloomed in full glory. Jiang Han, clad in a silk bathrobe worth tens of thousands, lounged lazily on the leather sofa, a cup of freshly ground Blue Mountain coffee in his hand. Across from him, Leng Mingyue was processing documents at her desk, occasionally lifting her head to cast a complex glance at this kept husband who had barely been in the house for a day. Was this guy's adaptability a little too strong? A moment ago he was a pathetic figure kicked out of the house. Now he was lounging like a born aristocrat, even more so than she, a heiress raised with a silver spoon.
Beep. The phone on the coffee table vibrated.
It wasn't the usual text tone, but a specially crafted low buzzing sound. Jiang Han took a sip of coffee, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. The fish had taken the bait. He set down the cup, unhurriedly picked up the phone and unlocked the screen. On the encrypted chat app he used for his alter ego, an avatar labeled Ye Family Fool was blinking frantically. He opened it and saw a message dripping with desperation and the scent of money.
Master J. Are you there? Emergency. This is Ye Mengyan. Our company has been attacked. The attacker used a logic lock and we only have 5 minutes. Please help. Name your price and we'll pay. 50 million. No, 80 million. Please, I beg you.
Reading these words, Jiang Han could almost picture Ye Mengyan's disheveled, crying, pitiful state. 5 minutes ago she was cursing him as a useless waste, wanting to destroy him. 5 minutes later she was on her knees calling him a master, begging for his help. The reversal was more thrilling than a roller coaster. What? Whose message made you smile like such a villain?
Leng Mingyue closed the file, watching the unmistakably malicious grin on Jiang Han's face, and couldn't help asking. Nothing, just an old acquaintance.
Jiang Han tapped lightly on the screen, not looking up.
Probably thinks life is too easy and wants to buy some lessons. Oh, by the way, honey, doesn't our new company still need startup capital? Leng Mingyue was taken aback. What new company?
The one that's going to acquire the Ye Group's bankrupt assets. Jiang Han pressed send, watching the reply on the screen, his smile deepening. The funds are coming in now.
80 million cash transfer. 80 million.
Jiang Han let out a contemptuous laugh, his slender fingers casually tapping the screen twice before hitting send. In the suffocating silence of the Ye Group's technical department, the abrupt notification sound was like a taut string snapping at its limit.
Ye Mengyan lunged for her phone with the swiftness of a starving dog spotting a meaty bone.
She gazed at the screen with fervent hope, expecting the gospel of a savior, but only two cold words met her eyes: no time. In that instant it felt as if the heavens were collapsing.
The countdown had only 3 minutes remaining.
The red skull on the screen seemed to mock her incompetence silently, while the despairing sighs of the surrounding technicians and the murderous glare of her elder sister Ye Qingcheng weighed down on her like mountains. Her once prized hacking skills were unworthy even to polish the shoes of the mysterious J. Fear had utterly shattered her pride. Ye Mengyan fumbled for the voice button, her voice cracking with undeniable sobs and sheer terror. Master,
I beg you. Don't be busy. This is a matter of life and death. Name your price. 100 million. I'll give you 100 million. Just save the data and I'll do anything. Master, I'll call you Daddy. Daddy, save me.
At that moment all the airs of a wealthy heiress and the pride of a keyboard goddess were cast to the winds. She was like a drowning person clutching at any straw to survive.
In the Leng family study, Jiang Han opened the voice message. The heart-wrenching "Daddy save me" echoed through the spacious luxurious study, dripping with irony. Leng Mingyue, who was drinking water, nearly choked. She set down her cup, staring at Jiang Han with a peculiar expression. That voice. Is it your arrogant fourth sister? She's calling you Daddy. My wayward daughter doesn't know her place, claiming random relatives.
Jiang Han held the phone away with disdain, a mocking curve tugging at his lips.
Such an unfilial offspring, I wouldn't dare claim her.
He slowly typed his reply, each word a carefully crafted lure. Calling me Daddy won't help. I take jobs based on my mood, and I have a cleanliness fetish. I don't help the blind.
I heard your company just drove away a tech genius. With him here, a logic lock of this level couldn't have breached your defenses.
Since you cut off your own arm, why beg others now?
Message sent.
At the Ye Group, Ye Mengyan stared at her phone, frozen.
A tech genius. The company drove away a tech genius today.
She looked up blankly at Ye Qingcheng, who was pacing anxiously nearby, her mind a blank. Sis,
did our company fire any skilled tech personnel today? What nonsense are you talking?
Ye Qingcheng was furious enough to kick her. Today, apart from that useless Jiang Han, HR didn't even fire a cleaner.
What tech genius? Hurry and ask the master if he can save us. Time's running out. Right. Right.
Ye Mengyan snapped back to reality, fingers flying across the screen to explain, terrified the master would block her. Master, you must be mistaken.
We didn't drive away any genius. We only got rid of a parasitic waste of space today. He can't even recognize code, he's not even human.
Really? That waste is called Jiang Han, just a parasite who only plays games.
Besides him, we haven't touched anyone. Master, please see the truth. Click send. Watching the send successfully notification, Ye Mengyan breathed a little easier.
Once the misunderstanding was cleared, the master would surely step in right. But the moment her message was sent, in the Leng family study, Jiang Han read the line "not even human" on his screen. The last trace of amusement in his eyes vanished, replaced by an endless chill. So that's what they thought of him, less than human. Waste. Parasite. He repeated the words softly, his fingers resting lightly on the keyboard of his old laptop. The shabby computer seemed to gain a soul the moment Jiang Han's fingers touched it. His fingertips began to dance across the keys, moving so fast they left only blurs. A cascade of complex command codes streamed across the screen. Since you call me a waste, let me show you what a waste's counterattack looks like. Wife, watch closely, Jiang Han said without turning his head, still typing. I'll perform a magic trick for you, called the Great Disappearing Act. The final enter key struck heavily. Crack. At the same moment, in the Ye Group's technical department, the countdown skull froze, the digits stopping at 0032. Stopped. It stopped. The tech director gasped and everyone stared at the main screen in disbelief. Then the terrifying skull began to dissolve like sand, the sea of garbled text and red alerts receding like a tide, replaced by the familiar blue operating system interface. Solved. It's really solved. The data is saved. My God, a miracle. The tech department erupted in cheers of survival, some collapsing to the floor in relief. Ye Mengyan wept with joy, clutching her phone, trembling with excitement. Master, thank you so much. You're my savior. I'll have the money transferred to you right away. But before her cheers died down, something unexpected happened. The restored screens flickered once more, then all monitors, including the massive projection screen in the center of the tech department, went black simultaneously. Seconds later, a line of white San-style characters slowly emerged from the darkness. The strokes were sharp as if carved into bone. "This time it's free. Next time come kneeling to beg me." Jiang Han silence. A silence deeper than when the data was on the verge of destruction. In the vast tech hall, dozens of people stood as if frozen by a spell, mouths agape, eyes bulging, staring at the name on the screen, a name all too familiar. Jiang Han. The useless adopted son they had mocked and ignored, just kicked out by their elder sister. The parasite Ye Mengyan had called, unable to recognize code. This can't be. Ye Mengyan's phone slipped from her hand and shattered on the floor with a clatter. She staggered back as if she'd seen a ghost, bumping into the desk behind her before stopping. Her face was as pale as paper, lips trembling, eyes filled with terror and absurdity. Master J was Jiang Han. The top hacker she had worshipped for 3 years on the dark web. The godlike figure was actually the brother she had ordered around and even forced out of the house. How could this be? This was harder to accept than death itself. Jiang Han. Ye Qingcheng stood rooted to the spot, staring at those two characters on the screen, her nails digging deep into her palms without feeling the pain. She recalled his calm demeanor in the mall, the look in his eyes the night before when he said he would collect interest. So he wasn't bluffing. The impenetrable wall that had silently guarded Ye Group's network security, which they had taken for granted, was indeed him. And they had driven this god out of the house. They had even insulted him with the most venomous words. An unprecedented wave of regret and panic coiled around Ye Qingcheng's heart like a poisonous snake. She suddenly realized that the Ye family might have lost not just an adopted son but a backbone that could hold up half the sky. Sis. This is a hoax, right? It must be a hacker's prank. Ye Mengyan screamed hysterically, throwing herself at the computer screen like a madwoman trying to erase the name. He can't be Jiang Han. Jiang Han is a waste. How could he have the skill? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Ye Qingcheng watched her sister's breakdown and felt an overwhelming weariness. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, her voice hoarse and terrible enough. Haven't we been humiliated enough? She opened her eyes, her gaze complex and fixed on the name. After a long moment she forced out through clenched teeth, "Prepare the car." To the Leng residence. While the Ye sisters were frantically preparing the car to charge toward the Leng family manor, Jiang Han, the epicenter of this storm, was leisurely driving his Lamborghini Veneno, a vehicle that commanded a 200% head-turn rate, and parked it at the entrance of Jianghai University. Of course, to avoid causing unnecessary traffic chaos, he deliberately parked in a slightly secluded corner, then restored his harmless student appearance and strolled into the campus. The reason he had returned was that he had just received a flurry of relentless calls from his counselor Li Gang. On the phone, Li Gang's grating voice nearly cracked, ordering him to report to the office within half an hour or else his attendance would be docked and he would not graduate. Not graduate. Walking on the tree-leaned avenue, Jiang Han curled his lips into a mocking smile. Before, he valued this degree because he felt he needed to bring glory to the Ye family and needed a diploma to stand in society. But now, with tens of billions in assets, the backing of the Leng Group, and countless divine skills from the system stored in his mind, this diploma was only useful for propping up a table leg. Since he was already here, he might as well settle these trivial matters. Just as he reached the administrative building, a buzz of gossip reached his ears. Look! Isn't that Jiang Han? I heard he was kicked out of the Ye family. Really? So he's gone from a young master of a wealthy family to a beggar. Definitely. Look at Ye Tianyou, he's the true son of destiny. He just returned and donated a whole building to the school. That's the demeanor of a true noble. In the center of the crowd, Ye Tianyou was surrounded by a group of girls like stars around the moon. He was dressed in a white casual suit, his hair meticulously combed, and the Patek Philippe on his wrist shone blindingly in the sunlight. Seeing Jiang Han approach, Ye Tianyou's eyes lit up immediately, the excitement of a hunter spotting wounded prey. Yet he quickly put on a pained expression, pushed through the crowd and hurried over. Brother! Why are you so late? Ye Tianyou grabbed Jiang Han's arm, his voice loud enough to be heard by the entire school. Last night was such a heavy storm and you had no money. Did you sleep under a bridge? Oh, look at how pale you are, I'm just heartbroken. The surrounding students cast meaningful glances, some sympathetic but more delighted by his misfortune. Jiang Han looked down at the hand gripping his arm, his brow furrowing as if he were looking at something filthy. Let go. His voice was low but carried a chill. Ye Tianyou froze, then his eyes reddened as he whined, Brother, don't be angry. I know you're hurting inside. Even though Mom and Dad have abandoned you, I still recognize you as my brother. Hey, raise 500 yuan, go buy some food.
He pulled out a few red bills, shoving them into Jiang Han's hand as if giving alms to a beggar.
This technique of public humiliation was executed with masterful skill.
The murmurs grew louder. Senior Tianyou is too kind.
After being usurped for 15 years, he still repays evil with good.
Exactly.
If Jiang Han had any conscience, he should kneel and kowtow in thanks.
Jiang Han looked at Ye Tianyou's sanctimonious innocent face and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ye Tianyou, did you learn your acting from a vegetable market ant?
Jiang Han flicked imaginary dust off his sleeve, his tone mocking.
Too exaggerated. I suggest you go back for a remake. Also keep that 500 yuan to buy some walnuts for your brain. In a den of wolves like the Ye family, intelligence is a valuable asset. With that, he didn't give Ye Tianyou a chance to react.
He brushed past him, shoving his shoulder, and strode straight into the administrative building.
Ye Tianyou staggered, the money scattered on the ground.
He stared at Jiang Han's back, his previously gentle eyes turning venomous.
Acting all high and mighty.
You'll be crying soon enough. He gritted his teeth, composed his expression, and hurried after him. In the counselor's office, Li Gang was lounging in a big chair sipping tea with his legs crossed. When Jiang Han pushed open the door, he didn't even lift his eyes. He slammed the teacup heavily on the desk.
Jiang Han. You still have the nerve to show up. Li Gang pointed at Jiang Han's nose and roared, skipping class. Lateness. Disrespecting your elders.
Do you think you're still the Ye family's young master?
Let me tell you, mister. Ye has already informed me you're nothing but a homeless social parasite now.
Jiang Han pulled out a chair and sat down, his posture even more relaxed than Li Gang's.
Teacher Li spit it out, I'm in a hurry.
You. Li Gang nearly choked on his anger. Before this, Jiang Han was as meek as a grandson in front of him.
What had gotten into him today? Just then Ye Tianyou pushed open the door. Li Gang's face instantly transformed into a fawning smile. He even stood up to greet him. Oh, Tianyou is here. Please sit. Would you like some tea? Thank you, teacher. I'm not thirsty.
Ye Tianyou stood demurely to the side, glanced at Jiang Han, then said hesitantly, Teacher Li, my brother didn't mean to be rude. He's just been through a huge upheaval, please forgive him.
Look. Look at Tianyou. Li Gang exclaimed with emotion. That's upbringing. That's class.
Jiang Han learned from him. He pulled a registration form from his drawer and slapped it on the desk in front of Jiang Han, revealing his true intention. The school is about to hold the centennial anniversary gala and each class must perform.
Tianyou, as an outstanding freshman representative, has already signed up for a piano solo.
But with his kind heart, he specifically requested that you also go on stage to show your talent.
Me? Jiang Han glanced at the form.
It clearly read Performer, Jiang Han Program, Piano Solo.
This was obviously a trap.
Everyone knew that Jiang Han was a marginal figure in the Ye family, never receiving an elite education.
He couldn't even play a harmonica, let alone the piano. Getting him on stage to play. That was making him a laughingstock. Teacher Li, this doesn't seem appropriate. Jiang Han looked at the two with a knowing smile. What's inappropriate? Ye Tianyou interjected, feigning innocence. Brother, I know you can't play.
That's okay, participation is what matters.
You'll play Wedding and Dream and you can just press a few keys to entertain everyone. It'll be a brotherly duet, what a beautiful meaning. Yes, Jiang Han. Li Gang threatened sternly.
This is for your own credit. If you don't participate, I'll deduct all your moral education points for this semester.
Don't say I didn't warn you when you can't graduate.
Their coordinated act was perfect. They were determined to humiliate him in front of the entire school, trampling him into the mud.
Jiang Han looked at the registration form, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk. The piano.
If it were yesterday, he truly couldn't play.
But now. The almighty Tycoon system in his mind absolutely loved this kind of face-slapping moment. Fine.
Jiang Han picked up the pen and signed his name on the form. His strokes were forceful, penetrating the paper, carrying an indescribable air of killing intent. Since you're so eager to see my performance, I'll indulge you. He dropped the pen, stood up and swept his gaze over Li Gang's greasy face, finally fixing it on Ye Tianyou's smug smile. He leaned in slightly and whispered in Ye Tianyou's ear, but don't cry too hard when the time comes.
My piano music is very expensive. With that, he turned and walked out of the office.
Ye Tianyou stared at the signed form, his smile gradually twisting into a grotesque sneer.
Fool. Did you really think this was a chance to shine?
Just wait, you'll become the biggest joke in all of Jianghai City in front of thousands of people. Walking out of the administrative building, Jiang Han's mood was not affected by those two buffoons. On the contrary, he now felt a sense of anticipation.
Anticipation for the school anniversary celebration, when the melody of Flight of the Bumblebee would echo through the grand auditorium and the expression on Yi Tianyou's face would be utterly priceless. A piano solo.
Jiang Han, hands in his pockets, walked beneath the dappled tree shadows, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth.
This isn't a performance, it's a funeral march prepared for you all.
The midday sun filtered through the gaps in the plane tree leaves, casting a blinding shimmer. The main campus road was bustling with students, many of whom pointed at Jiang Han and whispered among themselves. Clearly the melodramatic tale of the Ye family's true and false young masters after a morning's fermentation had become the hottest gossip on campus. Jiang Han stared straight ahead as if the murmurs had nothing to do with him. Until a slender figure blocked his path. It was a girl in a white dress with a simple ponytail, clutching a cheap-looking plastic bag tightly to her chest. She stood under a French plane tree by the roadside, head bowed, nervously kicking at the pebbles on the ground like a frightened fawn.
Su Xianwan. Jiang Han's footsteps halted.
In this snobbish Jianghai University, if there was anyone who truly cared for him, it was probably this naive girl before him. Su Xianwan was the campus beauty from a humble background, living on scholarships and part-time jobs. Before, Jiang Han, though not favored in the Ye family, was still a young master, so the two had little interaction. Until one time when Su Xianwan was being harassed by a rich second generation at her cafeteria part-time job, Jiang Han lent a hand. From then on, this simple girl never forgot. Senior. As if sensing Jiang Han's gaze, Su Xianwan abruptly lifted her head. Her face, bare of makeup yet still pure and moving, was etched with tension and worry. The moment she saw Jiang Han, her eyes lit up instantly, only to quickly cloud over with a sheen of tears. She hurried over, her forehead beaded with fine sweat from running too fast.
Senior R. Are you okay?
Su Xianwan panted, cautiously examining Jiang Han, her gaze resembling that of someone looking at a kitten or puppy just abandoned by its owner.
Why would I be anything?
Jiang Han smiled, glancing at the plastic bag she clutched tightly.
Instead, why aren't you at the cafeteria for lunch, coming to block me here in the middle of the day? Trying to rob me of my virtue. And no. Su Xianyuan's face flushed and she waved her hands frantically.
She took a deep breath as if summoning immense courage and thrust the plastic bag into Jiang Han's hands. The plastic bag still carried the warmth of her body. Inside were 2 steaming meat buns and a cup of soy milk with a slightly overflowing seal.
Senior, I heard you left the Ye family.
Su Xianwan lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, her fingers twisting nervously at the hem of her clothes.
They said you left with nothing, not a single penny. You must not have had breakfast yet, right?
This.
I just bought it. Eat it while it's hot.
Jiang Han held the plastic bag, stunned. It was from the cheapest breakfast stall at the school gate, 2 buns and a cup of soy milk costing less than 5 yuan in total. For him now this amount was less than the gas money for a Lamborghini. But in Su Xianyuan's eyes this might be the lifeline he desperately needed.
Silly girl. A wave of warmth surged through Jiang Han's heart.
The feeling of being truly missed softened his heart, which had grown cold and hard from the Ye family's treatment.
Who told you I'm broke?
Jiang Han sighed helplessly.
Do I look like someone who can't afford a meal?
Su Xianwan looked up at him, her eyes reddening further. In her eyes Jiang Han was just putting up a brave front. The once spirited young master of the Ye family, now wearing cheap clothes which Leng Mingyue hadn't had time to change for him yesterday, was forcing a smile as if nothing was wrong.
How tragic. Truly tragic. Senior, don't lie to me.
Su Xianwan sniffled, her gaze turning fiercely determined.
I know you have your pride and don't want to be a laughingstock. But a person still has to eat.
She suddenly pulled a crumpled meal card from her pocket and pressed it into Jiang Han's hand.
There's still 200 yuan on this card. Take it for now.
He'll take on a few more part-time jobs these days.
From now on, he'll treat you to breakfast. It might not be anything fancy, but I won't let you go hungry.
Jiang Han stared at the meal card in his hand, adorned with a cute sticker, his throat tightening as if something were lodged there. It's easy to add flowers to brocade, but hard to offer fuel in snowy weather. The Ye family wanted to trample him into the dirt, yet this junior student who had no blood relation to him was willing to share her own food.
Xianwan, actually Jiang Han started to explain that he was now rolling in wealth, having just married a billionaire heiress. Suddenly, the normally bustling campus main road fell silent as if someone had pressed the mute button.
The gazes of the surrounding students all turned in unison toward the same direction, filled with shock and awe. As if sensing something, Jiang Han turned around. There, a pitch-black, oppressively majestic Rolls-Royce Phantom glided silently across the road like a black panther patrolling its territory, stopping gracefully and dominantly less than 3 meters from where they stood. The sheer aura of this top-tier luxury car instantly overshadowed everything around it. The solid silver spirit of ecstasy hood ornament gleamed with a cold light under the sun.
Holy crap! A Rolls-Royce Phantom. That license plate. It's the Leng family's car, isn't it?
Why would someone from the Leng family come to campus?
To pick up whom?
Amidst the gasps and murmurs, the dark window of the rear seat slowly lowered. The movement was deliberate, carrying an oppressive weight that made hearts race. Inside the window, a stunning face wearing sunglasses was revealed. Though most of her face was hidden, the iconic red lips, jawline, and the icy aura that kept everyone at a distance. Who else could it be but Leng Mingyue?
Jiang Han's heart skipped a beat. Oh no.
Why is this woman here?
Ah.
Isn't the timing a bit too coincidental? He was still holding the bun Su Xiaonuan had given him, and in the other hand her meal card.
The scene looked like something straight out of a campus romance drama.
Except the heroine was the poor campus beauty, and he, the male lead, was the fallen young master. Now the legitimate wife from the wealthy family had arrived. This was a love battlefield. Su Xiaonuan, also startled by the luxury car, instinctively shrank behind Jiang Han and whispered, "Senior, who is that?
She's terrifying."
Jiang Han forced a dry laugh, about to explain.
Leng Mingyue removed her sunglasses. Those narrow phoenix eyes bypassing Jiang Han swept a cold glance at Su Xiaonuan hiding behind him.
Just one look and Su Xiaonuan felt as if she had been scanned by an X-ray, her body stiffening, forgetting even to breathe. The authority of a superior was something a student still sheltered in the ivory tower could not withstand. Then Leng Mingyue's gaze fell on Jiang Han's hands. More precisely on the plastic bag. 2 meat buns, a cup of soy milk.
Steaming hot, fragrant.
Leng Mingyue stared at the plastic bag for a full 3 seconds, then slowly lifted her eyes to Jiang Han.
Her gaze was eerily calm, yet it sent a chill down Jiang Han's spine as if an invisible blade were pressed against his neck. Jiang Han.
Leng Mingyue parted her red lips, her voice drifting out softly, carrying a chilling air that made one's scalp tingle.
Is the breakfast at home? Not to your taste.
Her slender fingers tapped lightly on the window edge, producing a crisp tap-tap sound, each beat striking Jiang Han's heart. Or is it that the buns outside are more fragrant? This was a life-or-death question.
An absolute life-or-death question.
On one side stood a pure-hearted junior schoolmate, her eyes brimming with concern, offering warmth in the cold. On the other side was a domineering wife of a wealthy family whose aura radiated 2 meters tall and who held the power of life and death. The air seemed to coagulate into glue at that moment, thick and suffocating.
Jiang Han felt his current predicament was 10,000 times more perilous than when he had faced Ye Tianyou and Li Gang.
One wrong answer and forget about living off his wife. He might even have to celebrate the Qingming festival ahead of schedule next year. He glanced at the steaming meat buns in his hand, then at the eyes hidden behind sunglasses inside the car window, eyes whose emotions he couldn't read.
His brain was spinning at 800 revolutions per second. Throw them away.
That would be a scumbag move. Su Xiaonuan was a sincere girl and would cry her heart out.
Eat them.
That would be suicidal. If Leng Mingyue's jealousy pot tipped over, she could drown him.
Honey, listen to me explain.
Jiang Han gave a dry laugh, trying to ease the suffocating awkwardness.
This bunnet.
What about it? Leng Mingyue's voice remained flat, revealing neither joy nor anger.
Is it fresher than the Australian lobster at home?
Or more tender than the truffle scrambled eggs made by the Michelin chef? Su Xiaonuan stood nearby, not understanding what lobster or truffle meant, but the oppressive feeling of being caught red-handed by the legitimate wife left her at a loss. Her face flushed so red it seemed ready to bleed, and she still clutched the meal card tightly, not knowing whether to leave or stay.
Senior. If it's not convenient, ill.
Su Xianyuan's voice carried a sob, and she turned to run.
Stop. Leng Mingyue suddenly spoke.
The car door clicked open. A foot in a black high heel with a red sole stepped out, followed by Leng Mingyue herself, dressed in a high-end tailored business suit, appearing in everyone's sight. She didn't even need to speak, just standing there, the cold beauty and aristocratic aura cultivated from a long-held high position instantly overwhelmed everything around her. Before her, Su Xiaonuan was like a little white rabbit whose fur hadn't fully grown, encountering a Siberian snow wolf, trembling uncontrollably, not daring to lift her head. Leng Mingyue took off her sunglasses, casually hung them on her collar, and walked step by step to Jiang Han. The students watching nearby didn't even dare to breathe loudly, afraid of being swept by the aftermath of this queen's might.
Jiang Han's Adam's apple bobbed, and he silently cursed.
Was this woman about to lose her temper in public and scold Su Xiaonuan? Or would she directly pull out a check for millions and throw it in the girl's face, telling her to get lost? That would be too cliché. Just as Jiang Han was about to step forward and shield his junior from the fire, Leng Mingyue made a move that stunned everyone. She extended a slender jade-like hand and with extreme naturalness straightened Jiang Han's slightly crooked collar. Then her gaze fell on the plastic bag in his hand.
Since it's a classmate's kind gesture, why not eat it?
Leng Mingyue's tone suddenly turned gentle, though the gentleness carried a chill that made one's spine shiver.
It won't taste good when it's cold. Jiang Han was stunned. What kind of tactic was this? But his reaction was swift and his survival instinct exploded to the extreme. Eat. Right now.
Without another word, Jiang Han grabbed a bun and stuffed it into his mouth. 2 bites per bun, and in no time the 2 big meat buns were in his stomach, and he even downed the soy milk in one gulp. The way he wolfed it down was as if he were eating not buns but some life-saving immortal pill. After finishing, he burped and with a face full of sincerity looked at Leng Mingyue, then at Su Xianwan, and said loudly, "Thank you for the breakfast, Junior.
The taste is not bad, but I have a quirk."
Jiang Han reached out and wrapped his arm around Leng Mingyue's slender waist. He felt her body stiffen for a moment, but he didn't let go. Instead, he held her tighter.
My appetite has been spoiled now.
No matter how fragrant food from outside is, it's too rough on my teeth after eating too much. In this life, I'm only used to eating the soft rice at home.
It was a double entendre. It saved Su Xianyuan's face while flattering Leng Mingyue.
Su Xianwan was stunned for a moment, then her face turned pale.
Though naive, she understood the implication in Jiang Han's words. He was married and deeply loved his wife. I see.
Su Xianwan held back her tears, bowed to them both, and said, I wish
you happiness, Senior."
With that, she covered her mouth and turned to run into the crowd like a wounded little beast. Watching Su Xianyuan's retreating figure, Jiang Han felt a pang of guilt. But there was no choice.
Better a short pain than a long one.
It was better to cut off her hopes early than to give her false illusions.
Have you had enough acting? Leng Mingyue's chilly voice came from beside him.
Jiang Han snapped back to reality and found Leng Mingyue looking at him with a half-smile, her eyes carrying a hint of mockery and a dangerous scrutiny.
What acting? That was from the bottom of my heart.
Jiang Han put on a righteous face. The soft rice my wife makes is the most delicious in the world.
Stop being cheeky.
Leng Mingyue reached out and gently wiped the corner of Jiang Han's mouth with her finger pad. Jiang Han thought she was moved and wanted to caress him, so he leaned in to rub against her hand. But Leng Mingyue wiped hard, removing a bit of leftover bun skin from the corner of his mouth. The action was somewhat rough, with obvious disgust.
Disgusting.
Leng Mingyue withdrew her hand, took a wet wipe from her bag, and meticulously cleaned her fingers as if she had touched some virus.
Get in the car. If we don't leave now, tomorrow's headline will be Leng family son-in-law flirts with female college student in public.
With that, she turned and slid into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. Jiang Han touched the corner of his mouth, chuckled, and quickly followed. The car door closed, shutting out the noise outside. The air conditioning was on inside, the temperature pleasant, but Jiang Han felt it was even colder than outside. Leng Mingyue leaned back against the seat, eyes closed, twirling her sunglasses in her hand, saying nothing.
This silence was more unsettling than a quarrel. Honey. Jiang Han tested the waters. Actually, that junior schoolmate just now, it's purely a platonic friendship. When I was living miserably in the Ye family before, I often couldn't get enough to eat, and she helped me a few times. A person should have a conscience. I couldn't embarrass her in public, could I? Platonic friendship.
Leng Mingyue opened her eyes, turned her head to look at him, a sarcastic smile curling at the corner of her mouth.
Giving buns. Giving a meal card. And offering to buy you breakfast for the rest of your life. Jiang Han, are you really that dense or just pretending?
Any woman could see what she was thinking from that look in her eyes.
Well, I can't help it. Jiang Han spread his hands, looking innocent.
You know your husband is naturally gifted and irresistibly charming.
Being too attractive is also a sin.
But I swear to Chairman Mao that my body and soul belong to you.
I have absolutely no improper thoughts. Smooth talker.
Leng Mingyue rolled her eyes at him, but her tense expression clearly softened.
She wasn't really angry.
Or rather, she herself found it strange. When she saw that girl giving Jiang Han breakfast, where did that inexplicable irritation in her heart come from? It was clearly just a contractual marriage, clearly just using him to take revenge on the Ye family. But when she saw him standing beside another woman, that feeling of my stuff is being coveted by others was impossible to suppress.
This must be possessiveness.
Leng Mingyue found an excuse for herself in her heart.
The Ye family is looking for you.
Leng Mingyue changed the subject and picked up a tablet from beside her, handing it to Jiang Han. That crazy woman Ye Qingcheng called my office this morning. And Ye Mengyan with a group of people blocked the only road to Qianlong, saying she wants to apologize to you. Jiang Han took the tablet, which showed surveillance footage. Several cars bearing the Ye family license plates were wandering around the outskirts of Qianlong Bay like headless flies, but they were firmly blocked by the security guards.
That fool Ye Mengyan was shouting at the security guards, showing no dignity befitting a wealthy heiress. Apologize. Jiang Han snorted and tossed the tablet aside.
A weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken. They've discovered the company's systems are down and want to ask the J Master to help right. If they knew I am J, they'd probably vomit blood on the spot.
So I came to pick you up and lie low. Leng Mingyue said calmly. Don't run around in the next few days. Ye Qingcheng's personality, if the soft approach doesn't work, shall definitely go hard.
Although I'm not afraid of her, a toad on the foot doesn't bite but is annoying.
Lie low.
Jiang Han tilted his body and leaned against Leng Mingyue's shoulder, finding a comfortable position and rubbing against it.
What are you doing? Leng Mingyue stiffened and tried to push him away. Don't move, let me lean for a bit, I'm tired.
Jiang Han acted shamelessly, breathing in the pleasant cold fragrance on her body, and closed his eyes.
I'm not hiding.
The more they look for me, the more splendidly I want to live.
Tonight's school anniversary I'm not only going to attend, but I'm going to do it in a big way.
Just then the phone in Jiang Han's pocket suddenly vibrated wildly.
He took it out and looked.
On the screen flashed the name Ye Qingcheng, followed by a bright red 56, the number of missed calls.
This woman was really persistent.
If it were before, when Jiang Han saw his eldest sister's call, even if he were in the shower he would dry his hands and answer immediately, afraid that a second's delay would displease her.
But now,
a cold smile curled at the corner of Jiang Han's mouth. He swiped his finger across the screen and directly shut down the phone. The whole world instantly fell silent.
Why didn't you answer?
Leng Mingyue glanced at him.
Why bother answering? It would just ruin my mood.
Jiang Han casually tossed the phone into the gap between the seats, leaned back against Leng Mingyue's shoulder, and even went so far as to grab one of her hands, playing with it in his palm.
Forget about them.
Now even if the sky falls, I have my wife to hold it up. Leng Mingyue looked at the hand he held, struggled for a moment but couldn't break free, so she let him be. She turned her head to look at the rapidly receding scenery outside the window, and the corner of her mouth lifted slightly, almost imperceptibly. What a waste. Shanghai University's centennial celebration was grand beyond imagination. The main auditorium blazed with light, and the venue, capable of holding 3,000 people, was packed to capacity. The air was thick with the scent of expensive perfume and the restless energy of hormones. On both sides of the stage, massive LED screens looped promotional videos of distinguished alumni. As the largest sponsor of the celebration, Leng Mingyue sat in the center of the front row, the prime seat.
That evening she wore a black evening gown, minimalist in design yet perfectly accentuating her figure.
Around her slender neck hung a priceless sapphire necklace. She sat there like a goddess queen, radiant yet untouchable. The school leaders clustered around her like stars around the moon, their faces frozen in smiles, terrified of displeasing their benefactor. Not far from Leng Mingyue sat Ye Linger, the fifth daughter of the Ye family, who had come specifically to support her younger brother.
Ye Linger was a moderately well-known young painter in the country.
She wore an artistic linen dress, her hair falling over her shoulders, giving her a gentle and intellectual appearance.
However, her gaze toward Leng Mingyue concealed a barely hidden hostility and jealousy.
Both were heiresses of wealthy families, but Leng Mingyue was a queen commanding 100 billion empire, while she could only rely on family connections to gain some recognition in the art world. This disparity made her deeply uncomfortable.
Next, let us welcome our freshman representative Ye Tianyou to perform a piano solo, Mariage d'amour.
With the host's passionate announcement, the lights in the hall suddenly dimmed, leaving only a spotlight on the center of the stage. The lift platform slowly rose. Ye Tianyou wore a custom white tailcoat, his hair slicked back brilliantly, and sat before a Steinway 9-foot grand piano like a proud little rooster.
Ah! Senior Tianyou is so handsome. Is this the aura of a noble young master? I love it, love it.
The fangirls, bought by the power of money, immediately let out piercing screams, waving glow sticks into a sea of light. Ye Linger wore a gratified smile, deliberately turning to glance at Leng Mingyue as if to say, "See, this is the excellent gene of our Ye family."
However, the moment the piano sounded, Leng Mingyue's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Mariage d'amour. This piece was not difficult in itself, it could even be called an entry-level internet-famous piano piece. But Ye Tianyou's playing, how to put it, it was very unique. The rhythm swung erratically, relying entirely on the sustained pedal to mask his clumsy fingering, and wrong notes were as numerous as holes in a sieve. It was more like smashing the piano than playing it. Fortunately, the school, to accommodate this golden sponsor younger brother, had the sound engineer crank up the backing track to maximum, using the grand orchestral music to smother his pathetic performance. This was the so-called talent. Leng Mingyue, somewhat speechless, picked up the bottled water in front of her and took a sip, beginning to worry about her kept husband, who hadn't yet made his appearance. Although she knew Jiang Han was not favored in the Ye family and most likely had never learned any talent, losing to such a mediocre performance would be too embarrassing for her. Leng Mingyue. The piece ended. Ye Tianyou stood up with an extremely self-satisfied air, basking in the applause of the oblivious audience.
He gracefully picked up the microphone, wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and said breathlessly, "Thank you everyone. Actually today I have another presumptuous request." His gaze swept across the audience, finally locking precisely onto Jiang Han in the corner, a malicious smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Everyone knows I've only recently returned to the Ye family. My brother Jiang Han, although he left home, has always had a dream of music. Back home he always watched me practice with envy, but unfortunately, due to a lack of talent, he never had the chance to touch a real piano. Today on this special occasion I want to invite my brother to the stage. Even if he just presses a couple of keys casually, it would fulfill his dream." Having said that, he looked at Jiang Han with a face full of deep affection, his voice amplified by the microphone to every corner. "Brother, come on up. I know you haven't learned, but it's okay, no one will laugh at you. As long as you're willing to come up this Steinway, they'll let you touch it." The entire hall erupted in uproar. Was this an invitation? It was a public execution. Everyone knew Jiang Han was the fake young master cast out of the Ye family. Now the real young master, dazzling on stage in a tense off the Sansiwan tailcoat, was inviting a never-learned, untalented, down-and-out older brother to touch the piano. This was stomping Jiang Han's dignity into the ground. Isn't this too vicious? If Jiang Han goes up, he'll be a clown. Not going up is even more shameful. It shows he doesn't even have the courage to face it. Haha, Ye Tianyou is really going for the kill. Whispers rose and fell in the audience, countless gloating gazes focused on Jiang Han like spotlights. Ye Linger even covered her mouth with a light laugh, saying to the school leader beside her, "My younger brother is just too kind. Even at a time like this he's still thinking about that useless brother." Only Leng Mingyue's expression instantly darkened. The water bottle in her hand creaked as she squeezed it, her icy gaze fixed on Ye Tianyou on stage, already considering whether to have her bodyguard go up and yank the microphone from that insincere man. However, just as everyone was waiting for the joke to unfold, a tall, lean figure slowly rose from the corner. Jiang Han was wearing the Brioni navy blue handmade suit that Leng Mingyue had bought for him the day before. The premium fabric gleamed subtly under the lights, and the perfect tailoring accentuated his upright posture. With one hand in his pocket, his face showed no embarrassment or anger, but rather a casual, nonchalant composure. He walked step by step up the stairs onto the stage. With each step the jeers from the audience grew quiet, because everyone was astonished to find that the legendary worthless discarded son now exuded an aura even stronger than that of Ye Tianyou in his tailcoat. It was a kind of inherent nobility and confidence that emanated from his very bones, as if he were walking not to an execution ground but to a coronation throne. Jiang Han walked to the center of the stage, looked at Ye Tianyou's fake smile, and did not take the microphone Ye Tianyou offered. He merely cast a faint glance at Ye Tianyou, a look like one would give a toad hopping at one's feet. "Since you want to hear, I'll teach you what it means to play the piano." Jiang Han's voice was not loud without a microphone, only the front rows could hear him. Ye Tianyou was taken aback, then almost burst out laughing. "Teach me." A waste who might not even fully recognize musical notation dares to say, "Hell, teach me to play the piano." "All right, brother, I'm all ears." Ye Tianyou stepped back 2 paces, striking it. "Go ahead, show me your performance," posed the mockery in his eyes, almost overflowing. Jiang Han walked to the black Steinway 9-foot grand piano and sat down. He adjusted the height of the piano bench, his slender fingers gently resting on the black and white keys, and took a deep breath. At that moment the entire auditorium suddenly fell silent. Everyone held their breath, wanting to see what this fake young master cast out of the wealthy family could possibly do. Would he pound the keys randomly like a clown, or would his hands tremble with fear? Leng Mingyue sat in the audience, her palms slightly sweating, her gaze locked tightly on that back. Just then, deep within Jiang Han's mind, the familiar mechanical voice arrived as promised, carrying a thrilling electric sensation. "Ding. Detected that the host is in an extremely face-slapping scenario. System reward issued, God-level piano performance technique, Beethoven Reincarnation Edition. Note your hands have been enchanted by the music god. Even playing 2 tigers will make people hear the tragic grandeur of the Symphony of Destiny." A slight smile curved at the corner of Jiang Han's mouth. The next second his fingers came down heavily. "Zhun." The instant the first note exploded, it was neither the tentative fumbling people expected nor the simple prelude of a nursery rhyme. At that moment it was as if a swarm of startled wild bees had burst through their hive, carrying storms and thunder howling into everyone's eardrums. No prelude, no build-up. Jiang Han's 10 fingers blurred into a phantom on the black and white keys, moving so fast that the camera's frame rate nearly failed to capture them. Flight of the Bumblebee. A virtuosic piano piece notorious for its hand-speed challenge. The audience, who had been waiting to mock him, still had their sneers frozen on their faces. Their mouths gradually dropped open, turning into perfect O shapes. "Holy shit!" someone blurted out, and then the entire auditorium, like an ignited oil depot, exploded instantly. "This is never learned. This is pressing 2 random keys. If this was never learned, then what was Ye Tianyou playing earlier? Scattering rice on the keys and letting a chicken peck would have more rhythm than that.
On stage Jiang Han's expression was indifferent, not even lifting his eyelids.
At that moment he felt his hands had a will of their own. Those fiendishly complex notes streamed from his fingertips like water.
Beethoven's wildness and Liszt's virtuosity fused perfectly in that instant.
It was the most merciless mockery of Ye Tianyou and the most resounding slap to the 15 years of contempt from the Ye family.
Impossible. How can this be? Standing by the piano, Ye Tianyou was utterly dumbfounded.
He was closest and felt the impact most viscerally. He watched helplessly as Jiang Han's fingers danced across the keys. The speed, the power, the precise control of rhythm, all were master level. His own prideful wedding in dream seemed like a child's playhouse in the face of Jiang Han's stormy performance. The shame of being publicly humiliated flushed his face the color of a pig's liver. His expression, originally set for a good show, now twisted as if he had been constipated for a week. In the front row, Ye Linger, the fifth sister, who had been sitting aloof and arrogant, abruptly stood up, her movement so violent that it knocked over a water bottle. This fingering. This articulation. As an artist she fully understood the weight of this piece. Ye Linger stared fixedly at Jiang Han on stage, her eyes nearly popping out. Her lips trembled as she murmured, "Impossible. He never touched the piano at home, never even entered the piano room. When did he practice? This level of skill requires at least 20 years of childhood training." She suddenly recalled that Jiang Han used to stand quietly at the piano room door listening to Ye Tianyou practice. Back then she always drove him away with disgust, saying he was too cheap to dirty the air of the piano room. Now she realized, was that admiration? It was clearly a king watching a bronze monkey show. Beside Ye Linger, the elderly music professor was so excited his face glowed, slapping his thigh repeatedly. "Genius. This is an absolute genius. With this hand speed and explosive power he could win gold at international competitions. Which class is he in? I want to take him as my last disciple." The piano grew faster, like dense raindrops hammering on everyone's heart. Jiang Han's body swayed slightly with the melody. At that moment the radiance he emitted even outshone the spotlight above. Leng Mingyue sat in the audience watching the man shining brilliantly on stage. Her originally tight lips finally relaxed, completely curving into a breathtaking and proud smile. This was her man. Usually appearing carefree, but at critical moments he always delivered the most fatal surprises. "It seems I've been underestimating you all along." Leng Mingyue whispered to herself, a hint of tenderness flashing in her eyes, but more so a secret joy of having found a treasure. As the final breathless chromatic run descended rapidly, Jiang Han's hands landed heavily on the keys. Dang! The last note fell like a thunderclap, concluding. The world went silent. Jiang Han withdrew his hands and even blew a flamboyant breath on his slightly hot fingertips. After 3 seconds of dead silence. Boom! Applause erupted like a tsunami, nearly lifting the auditorium dome. Countless students stood up, cheered, screamed, and some even threw their caps into the air in excitement. In this age of hero worship, strength was the most solid passport. Whatever the true and false son, whatever the family feuds, none of it mattered at this moment. They only knew that the piece just now was absolutely lit. Jiang Han stood up, straightened his suit collar, which was already immaculate. He didn't even glance at the ashen-faced Ye Tianyou beside him, as if he were nothing but air. He walked straight to the edge of the stage, facing the seat in the center of the front row, the spot where the cold ethereal beauty sat, and performed a standard elegant gentleman's curtain call. Though he said nothing, everyone read the meaning in his eyes. This piece was played only for you. Leng Mingyue sat there trying hard to maintain her aloof persona, but the smile at the corners of her eyes and brows was impossible to hide. She gave a slight nod in response, her queenly dominance and indulgence almost overflowing the screen. How could this be? How could this be? Ye Tianyou stood in the shadows listening to the cheers, watching Jiang Han and Leng Mingyue's flirtatious glances, and jealousy dug his nails into his flesh. He was supposed to be the protagonist. This was supposed to be a trap to humiliate Jiang Han. Why did he end up as the one who lost face? Jiang Han. Just you wait. Gritting his teeth, Ye Tianyou slipped into the backstage corridor unnoticed. He pulled out his phone, fingers trembling as he dialed a number, his voice carrying a whimper and venom. "Seventh sister. Where are you? Come to the backstage. That bastard Jiang Han bullied me. He humiliated me in front of the whole school." Backstage corridor. Jiang Han hummed a tune in a good mood, heading to the parking lot to meet his wife. That last display of badassery not only slapped Ye Tianyou's face swollen, but the emotion points on the system panel were skyrocketing like a rocket. Ding! Detected. Ye Tianyou generating jealousy, collapse, self-doubt, emotions. Emotion points 999. Detected. Ye Linger generating shock, regret, emotions. Emotion points 888. Detected. Leng Mingyue generating pride, adoration, emotions. Emotion points 1000. Adoration.
Jiang Han raised an eyebrow. Looks like I won't be sleeping in the guest room tonight.
Just as he was daydreaming, a dark figure suddenly darted out from the corner ahead, blocking his way with a sharp wind.
Jiang Han. You ungrateful wolf, stop right there.
A roar made the sound-activated lights in the corridor flicker on. Jiang Han stopped and looked up. There stood a woman in a sports vest, muscles taut, with a high ponytail blocking the path furiously. She wore hellfinger grappling gloves and her eyes looked like they wanted to devour him.
Ye family's seventh sister, Ye Ziwei. Provincial boxing champion, the Ye family's muscle powerhouse and Ye Tianyou's most brainless supporter.
Jiang Han had suffered many of her beatings back in the Ye family. Whenever Ye Tianyou had even a slight headache or fever, Ye Ziwei would take it out on Jiang Han, euphemistically calling it a sparring session.
Oh, isn't this seventh sister?
Jiang Han stood with one hand in his pocket, not surprised. What, didn't go watch your precious brother's joke up front?
Come to block me here. How dare you speak?
Ye Ziwei's chest heaved with rage as she pointed at Jiang Han's nose.
Did you do that on purpose? Knowing Tianyou was going to play, you had to show off.
You deliberately made him lose face, didn't you?
How scheming can you be?
In her logic, no matter what happened, if Ye Tianyou was unhappy, it was Jiang Han's fault. She didn't care whether Jiang Han had been forced onto the stage.
Ha!
Jiang Han sneered, his eyes full of mockery.
If your skill is inferior, you blame others for being too strong.
Seventh sister, did you train your muscles all the way into your brainstem, squeezing out your IQ?
You dare insult me? Ye Ziwei's eyes widened in disbelief.
The Jiang Han who used to take beatings and insults without a word actually dared to call her brainless. Fine, after leaving the Ye family for a few days your wings are hard, huh? Ye Ziwei cracked her knuckles, a cruel smile spreading across her face.
Seems like the lessons I gave you before weren't enough.
Today you'll teach this ungrateful brat some manners on behalf of Mom and Dad. Without giving him a chance to speak, she stomped her right foot and lunged forward like a leopard. Whoosh!
A powerful high kick tearing through the air aimed straight at Jiang Han's temple.
If it landed, an ordinary person would suffer a concussion at best or be knocked unconscious at worst. Ye Tianyou, hiding in the corner, saw this and clenched his fists in excitement, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Kill him.
Seventh sister, kill him. However, facing this fierce kick, Jiang Han stood still like a statue.
He didn't even make a dodging move, simply watching the rapidly enlarging sole of the sports shoe in his vision, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. In his mind, the system's icy prompt instantly sounded: ding. Detected host under physical threat, triggering passive defense mechanism. System skill master level combat technique loaded. Friendly tip: given the opponent's weakness, it is advised that the host restrain your strength to avoid killing her. Settling compensation is troublesome. The sneaker sole, whistling with a sharp wind, abruptly halted less than 3 centimeters from Jiang Han's temple. It was neither Ye Ziwei's mercy nor the sudden freezing of time. Rather, it was because Jiang Han had merely tilted his head slightly, a motion so minuscule it was almost negligible, as if he were casually shooing away a mosquito buzzing near his ear. Whoosh! That powerful high kick, carried by a fierce wind, swept past Jiang Han's sideburn and slammed into the empty air. Because of the excessive force and the missed target, Ye Ziwei's body spun half a turn under inertia, stumbling several steps before barely regaining her balance, a comical sight, like a drunken toddler learning to walk. In the backstage corridor, Ye Tianyou, who had been waiting for a good show, froze, his sinister grin. Dodged. How could this be? Seventh sister was the provincial Sanda champion. If that kick had landed on him, it would have caused a concussion at best or death at worst. How could Jiang Han, a weakling with no strength to truss a chicken, possibly dodge it? Luck. It must be luck. Ye Tianyou screamed in his mind. He refused to believe that the coward he had bullied for 15 years had any real skill. Ye Ziwei, seems in the past few years at the provincial team you've learned nothing but posturing, and your skills have all been given back to the coach. Jiang Han stood still, not moving an inch from his spot. With one hand in his pocket, he even had the leisure to raise his hand and tidy his windblown bangs, his eyes brimming with undisguised mockery. That leg was so limp. Did you skip a meal, or were you trying to fan me? You. Ye Ziwei steadied herself, her face flushing crimson, a fiery rage born of humiliation. She glared at Jiang Han, the shock in her eyes gradually replaced by a fiercer blaze of anger. In her mind, she had definitely underestimated him earlier, allowing this waste to get lucky. You sly dog, you've been hiding deep. Ye Ziwei ground her teeth and cracked her neck bones, emitting a grating sound. Looks like for 15 years you've been secretly training under our noses. No wonder you're so cocky now. You think you've grown wings and can fight. But that's the only dodge you'll get. Before the words faded, Ye Ziwei erupted once more. This time she held nothing back. The full power of the Sanda champion burst forth, her fists and feet rained down on Jiang Han like a storm, jabs, hooks, side kicks, knee strikes, each aimed at vital points, carrying the ruthless intent to cripple him on the spot. If an ordinary person faced such a professional onslaught, they would have been beaten to pulp long ago. But in Jiang Han's eyes at this moment everything had changed. Grandmaster-level combat techniques not only endowed him with muscle memory but more importantly granted him a near-precognitive dynamic vision. Ye Ziwei's movements appeared to him as if slowed to half speed. A slight dip of her shoulder meant a right hook, a shift of her center of gravity signaled a sidekick, a flicker in her gaze betrayed a feint. Too slow. Too crude. Full of openings. Jiang Han moved through her hurricane of attacks as if strolling leisurely in his own courtyard. He dodged left then right each time, perfectly evading the edge, not even letting her touch his clothes. What? Can't hit me. While dodging he still had the energy to taunt. Seventh sister, your fists hurt less than a mosquito bite. What is the provincial team's food bad? Want me to sponsor you some pig brain to replenish yours? Shut up. Just shut up. Ye Ziwei was maddened. She felt as if she were punching cotton or grasping at wind. No matter how hard she tried or how fast she moved, she couldn't even touch a hair on Jiang Han. This feeling of helplessness was more infuriating than being beaten outright. Sweat streamed down her forehead, her breathing grew rapid and heavy. Hiding in the corner, Yi Tianyou watched in horror. He couldn't understand how the Jiang Han who used to take insults and beatings had suddenly become a martial arts master. Seventh sister. Stop playing with him. Use your ultimate move. Yi Tianyou shouted anxiously. Lock him down. Don't let him escape. Break his legs. Hearing her brother's cry, Yi Ziwei's eyes hardened. She was truly murderous now. Jiang Han, you asked for this. She roared and suddenly changed tactics. Abandoning strikes, she surged forward, spreading her arms to execute a wrestling technique from Sanda, attempting to close in and lock Jiang Han to the ground. Once in ground combat with her strength and skill, she could definitely dislocate his arm. However, just as her fingers were about to touch his collar, Jiang Han, who had been only defending, suddenly stopped moving. He looked at the charging Ye Ziwei, and in that instant the mockery in his eyes vanished, replaced by a chilling coldness. Had enough fun? He uttered 4 words calmly. The next second he shot out his left hand, seemingly casually grabbing yet precisely locking onto Ye Ziwei's swinging wrist. Crack! A sharp sound. Ye Ziwei's forward-charging body slammed into an invisible iron wall, frozen instantly. She realized with horror that her wrist was clamped in a vice. No matter how she struggled, it wouldn't budge. Ye Ziwei's eyes widened as she looked up into Jiang Han's cold gaze. Seventh sister, do you know why I've been letting you in all along? His voice was soft but clear in the empty corridor. Because I used to think a real man doesn't fight with women. Even though you're dim-witted and foul-tempered, you're still a woman and nominally my sister. I endured, I gave way, I treated you as family. But what about you? Jiang Han's grip suddenly tightened, making the bones in her wrist groan under the strain. What did you take me for? A punching bag. A stress toy. A dog you can kick at will. It hurts. Let go. Ye Ziwei's face turned pale with pain, cold sweat beading on her forehead, yet she still blustered at Jiang Han. How dare you touch me? In your sister. This is filial impiety. Sister. Jiang Han sneered as if hearing a colossal joke. From the moment I signed the papers yesterday, I no longer have a sister. Now to me you're just a shrew intent on assault. He abruptly released Ye Ziwei's hand and wiped his own on his clothes with disdain. Ye Ziwei staggered back, clutching her swollen wrist, fury blazing in her eyes. No one had ever dared treat her like this. Never. Jiang Han. I'll kill you. Shame shattered her reason completely. Like a wounded beast, she let out a piercing screech and lunged at him again, reckless and wild. This time there was no technique, just a desperate brawl, her nails aiming straight for his face. Jiang Han looked at her and sighed softly. Since you insist on courting death, I'll grant your wish. He stood still, watching her approach, and slowly raised a single finger. Though I don't hit women. His gaze sharpened into a blade, his aura surging to its peak. You who don't know when to quit are the exception. Without any flamboyant movements or earth-shattering momentum, Jiang Han moved the instant Ye Ziwei's wind-laced claws were about to touch his face. He merely sidestepped half a step with effortless grace, evading the strike, and then his right index finger shot out like a viper's tongue, leaving a residual image in the air with its blinding speed. Put. A faint muffled sound. That single finger struck with pinpoint accuracy at the Zusanli acupoint located just below the outer side of Ye Ziwei's right knee. To an ordinary person it would have been just a tap. But for Jiang Han, who possessed master-level combat skills, this finger was imbued with a subtle force, like a red-hot steel needle piercing through muscle and striking precisely at the common peroneal nerve. Ah! Ye Ziwei felt as if 100,000 volts of high-voltage electricity had surged through her entire right leg, a sensation of both numbness and soreness followed by a complete loss of feeling. Her forward momentum continued, but the leg supporting her center of gravity suddenly gave out, causing her to lose balance entirely.
Bang! A heavy muffled thud echoed across the marble floor.
Ye Ziwei's knees slammed hard onto the ground, inertia sending her upper body lurching forward, and as fate would have it, she ended up kneeling right before Jiang Han. The posture was so perfect it resembled a devout act of worship.
The once noisy backstage corridor fell into an instant dead silence.
Tianyou, who had been hiding behind eagerly awaiting Jiang Han's broken legs, had his mouth hanging open wide enough to fit an egg, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets.
What just happened?
The seventh sister, who had been shouting for blood just moments ago, suddenly knelt before Jiang Han.
Oh, my seventh sister, what are you doing?
Jiang Han stepped back half a step and feigned surprise, hands in his pockets, looking down at the contorted-faced Ye Ziwei kneeling before him, a mocking curve tugging at the corner of his lips. Although we've just cut ties, I'm still a man of propriety. But the new year is still far off, and for you to offer such a grand salute right away, I didn't bring any red envelopes with me.
How about I kowtow in return? Oh wait, I'm your elder now, so it's only fitting that I receive this bow.
You bastard! Ye Ziwei was mortified with rage, her face flushed a deep purple. She wanted to stand up to tear this damned bastard in front of her into pieces. But her right leg felt as if it no longer belonged to her, completely unresponsive, both numb and painful, and the weakness spread to half her body. You! What did you do to me? Ye Ziwei gnashed her teeth, veins bulging on her forehead, cold sweat streaming down her cheeks. What kind of sorcery is this? Or a hidden weapon? Shameless. Despicable. She was the provincial free fighting champion. How could a worthless good-for-nothing bring her to her knees with a single finger? That was absolutely impossible. Sorcery! Jiang Han let out a scornful laugh, crouching down to meet her eyes. Seventh sister, is it really that hard to admit that someone is stronger than you? That free fighting championship you're so proud of, it's so watered down it could even raise fish right. He reached out and gently patted her twisted cheek, in action dripping with insult. You don't even know the basic acupoints and nerve weak points of the human body. What's the use of training all that dead muscle?
It looks intimidating, but it's actually hollow.
You! Ye Ziwei trembled with fury, trying to bite his hand, but he easily dodged. Don't struggle. Jiang Han stood up, the warmth in his eyes suddenly plummeting as if he were looking at a lamb to the slaughter. That finger just now only sealed your numb nerve. It will heal naturally in half an hour. But if you dare to move recklessly again, I won't mind resetting your bones and making you spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. His icy tone made Ye Ziwei's heart tremble, and the curses on her lips were swallowed back. She was truly afraid. In that instant, the killing intent radiating from Jiang Han was 100 times more terrifying than the gold medal coach she had encountered in the provincial team. It was an aura that came from someone who had seen real blood, who had crawled out of a mountain of corpses. When had this worthless good-for-nothing become so terrifying? Jiang Han paid no more attention to Ye Ziwei, who was sprawled on the ground. He turned and his gaze swept past her, locking onto Ye Tianyou, who was cowering in the corner. Ye Tianyou's body went rigid, feeling as if he had been marked by a venomous snake. Brother.
He stammered, his legs trembling uncontrollably, all his earlier arrogance vanished.
Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I was just trying to stop seventh sister from acting rashly. Stop. Jiang Han walked toward him step by step, the sound of his leather shoes on the floor like the countdown of death. How is it that I heard someone shouting kick him to death with such enthusiasm just now? Ye Tianyou's face turned pale and he retreated step by step until his back hit the cold wall with nowhere left to go. No. No. You misheard. Brother, I'm your own little brother. You can't hit me. Mom and Dad will kill you if they find out. Own little brother. Jiang Han walked up to him, reached out to straighten the slightly crooked collar of his tuxedo, his movements so gentle they were hair-raised. Ye Tianyou, do you think that just because you hide behind a woman I can't do anything to you? Ye Tianyou trembled, too afraid to speak, cold sweat soaking his back. I'll let it slide this time. After all, today is the school anniversary and I don't want to see blood, it's bad luck. Jiang Han patted his shoulder, leaned in close to his ear and said in a low hoarse voice, but keep your dogs in check. Whether it's this bitch or any other stray cats and dogs. If they dare to bite again, it won't just be a numb nerve that gets broken. It'll crush every single bone in your body inch by inch. Got it. Ye Tianyou's pupils contracted violently and he nodded frantically, his teeth chattering. Yais. Good boy. Jiang Han withdrew his hand with satisfaction, wiping it disgustedly on his clothes as if he had touched something filthy. He cast one last glance at the disheveled siblings as if looking at two piles of trash, then turned and strode briskly toward the backstage exit. Only after Jiang Han's figure completely disappeared around the corner did the suffocating pressure slowly dissipate. Huff. Huff. Ye Tianyou's legs gave way and he slid down the wall to sit on the floor gasping for air as if he had just been pulled out of water.
It was terrifying.
In that moment he truly felt that Jiang Han would kill him.
Tianyou. Help! Help me up!
A weak voice came from the ground. Ye Ziwei. Ye Tianyou snapped out of it, looked at his seventh sister still kneeling on the ground, a flicker of disgust in his eyes, but he still struggled to get up and help her.
That bastard. I will kill him. I'll make him die. Ye Ziwei finally caught her breath, cursing with venomous resentment. Enough, seventh sister. Ye Tianyou interrupted her irritably. Isn't this embarrassing enough? Let's go. Don't let anyone see us. At the back gate of Jianghai University.
Jiang Han pushed open the fire escape door and took a deep breath of the cool night air, letting some of the pent-up aggression from inside dissipate. Although it felt good to fight, bickering with such scum was indeed beneath him.
I wonder if my wife is getting impatient. Jiang Han checked the time and strode quickly toward the familiar Rolls-Royce Phantom by the roadside.
The windows were tightly shut, obscuring the view inside. Jiang Han adeptly opened the rear door, about to boast of his triumph, when a wave of low pressure hit him. Leng Mingyue sat in the car holding a tablet whose screen showed a replay of the school anniversary livestream. The image froze on the moment after he left the stage when Su Xianwan rushed up with a bottle of water. Hearing the door open, Leng Mingyue slowly raised her head. Her narrow phoenix-like eyes held no admiration for the piano performance but instead carried a chill of accusation. She tossed the tablet aside casually, her red lips parting, her tone frosty. So this is what you call going to play a piano piece?
What? Not enough just playing. You had to pick up a girl on the side. Jiang Han, do you think my car's soundproofing is so good that I can't hear about your romantic escapades?
The rear seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom was spacious enough for one to lie flat. Yet at this moment Jiang Han felt it was more cramped than a rush-hour subway, his very breath constrained and cautious.
Sit still.
Leng Mingyue didn't lift her head, her fingers gliding rhythmically across the tablet screen producing a soft, steady rustle. Jiang Han swallowed hard, obediently retracting his urge to shift aside, sitting bolt upright like a schoolboy awaiting his teacher's grading.
Honey, let me explain, that was just a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Leng Mingyue let out a soft laugh, finally pausing her movements.
She didn't look at Jiang Han but instead handed him the tablet.
Come, great pianist, critique this for yourself. How's the candid shot?
Jiang Han lowered his gaze and his scalp tingled. On the screen was a high-definition image clearly captured with a professional telephoto lens.
The backdrop was dazzling stage lights with him and Su Xianwan as the protagonists.
The photo froze the moment she handed him a bottle of water. To make matters worse, beneath the image was a bold headline: Fallen Young Master vs.
Commoner School Belle.
A redemptive tale of mutual devotion. This is too sweet.
The comment section below was unbearable. Boohoo, even though Senior Jiang was cast out of the wealthy family, he still has the school belle Su. This is true love. Unlike those arranged marriages full of the stench of money. Together. Together. I'll bring the marriage registry to them.
Jiang Han felt darkness closing in. Were these netizens trying to shorten his life?
Bringing the marriage registry. If he dared utter those 3 words now, Leng Mingyue would send him straight to the crematorium. Well. These paparazzi have amazing Photoshop skills. The lighting is so good, I didn't know I looked that handsome. Jiang Han tried to diffuse the tension with humor, reaching to take the tablet away. Don't look, honey. It's all fabricated by irresponsible media chasing clicks. Don't move. Leng Mingyue's voice was soft yet carried an unyielding authority.
She zoomed in on the image with her slender fingers, freezing on the look in Su Xianyuan's eyes as she gazed at Jiang Han.
Is this the pure friendship you mentioned this morning?
Leng Mingyue turned her head, her narrow phoenix eyes narrowing, dangerous sparks flickering within.
Buns in the morning, water in the evening. If I hadn't come, would you have had her walk you back to the dorm and give you a heartfelt confession? Of course not. Jiang Han raised 3 fingers, his expression righteous. I was just thirsty. Besides, I have hands and feet, I wouldn't let a girl do that. Don't you know me, honey? I only eat soft rice, nothing else. Is that so?
Leng Mingyue snorted coldly, leaning forward slightly. The scent of haute couture perfume mixed with her feminine fragrance enveloped Jiang Han. Then tell me, why out of the entire school did she choose to give water only to you? Why did you accept only hers?
Ah.
Her gaze fell on his collar. She reached out, pinching an imaginary long hair and tossing it aside, her tone icy. Backstage just now you seemed quite chummy with that 7th sister, grabbing wrists, whispering in ears. What old flames die hard?
Jiang Han was dumbfounded.
Was this woman's attention to detail a bit too thorough? She even knew about his scuffle with Ye Ziwei backstage.
And her interpretation was utterly bizarre. Honey, I'm innocent. Jiang Han nearly jumped up. Ye Ziwei wanted to break my leg. I was just defending myself.
There's a blood feud between us, not an old flame. I wish I could stuff her back into her mother's womb for a redo.
As for Su Xianwan, Jiang Han sighed, deciding to tell the truth.
Lying to someone as sharp as Leng Mingyue would only make things worse.
She's just a naive girl. I helped her once and she never forgot.
I accepted her water to avoid embarrassing her in front of everyone. After all, she's a young lady, rejected publicly. How could she face school afterward?
Avoid embarrassing her.
Leng Mingyue savored those words, her smile growing colder.
Jiang Han, you're quite the gentleman.
But did you think about my face when you took her water? I'm your lawful wife, the CEO of Leng Group.
My husband performs on stage and drinks water from another woman. What will people say?
That I can't control my man. Or that I'm not attractive enough, so you need comfort elsewhere. Jiang Han was at a loss for words.
He hadn't thought that far.
In the moment had accepted out of politeness and habit. But to Leng Mingyue it was a signal, a sign that he didn't mind others' advances. For the fiercely possessive Leng Mingyue it was like dancing on a minefield.
I'm sorry, honey. I was wrong. Jiang Han's apology was sincere, explaining now would only worsen things. Admitting defeat was the way.
I swear from now on I won't drink even the Jade Emperor's nectar if it's not from you.
I'll avoid Su Xianwan from now on.
Maintain a 10-meter safe distance. Seeing Jiang Han's earnest vow, Leng Mingyue's anger slightly subsided. In truth, she found it strange herself.
She'd never cared about such things before.
An arranged marriage, a facade, so long as interests weren't harmed she could even ignore a husband's affairs. But with Jiang Han, perhaps it was because he was too special. Special enough to stir up possessiveness that declared, this is mine, touch it and die. No need to avoid her. Leng Mingyue leaned back, resuming her languid noble demeanor, though she still toyed with the tablet like a blade.
Since she's a classmate, normal interaction is fine.
However, she shifted her tone, her gaze darkly fixed on Jiang Han, her voice soft yet chilling. Jiang Han, do you think I've been too kind lately, giving you the illusion that I'm gentle? Or... She reached out her fingertip, tracing his Adam's apple, making him shiver. Do you find the Leng family's rice too soft and crave some wild herbs outside?
Jiang Han stiffened, his scalp numb.
This was an upgraded life-or-death question.
No. Absolutely not.
He grabbed her wandering hand, holding it tight, his gaze as firm as if taking an oath.
Honey, you underestimate my professionalism. My stomach's weak, I only eat soft rice. And only from your kitchen. Best if it stays that way.
Leng Mingyue withdrew her hand, patting his wrist with a moderate force laced with warning.
Remember your place.
Your mind stamped with my seal. If I ever find another scent on you. She left the sentence unfinished, casting a meaningful glance at the receding nightscape outside.
Some things when unwanted I can discard or destroy.
But I'll never allow others to touch them nor let them grow legs and run.
Understand?
Yes. Absolutely. Jiang Han nodded vigorously, his back soaked with cold sweat.
This woman's jealousy was more terrifying than a nuclear bomb.
Yet. Jiang Han stole a glance at her taut yet breathtaking profile, feeling an odd sweetness. Such fierce possessiveness, did it mean she truly cared?
The car entered Qianlong Bay.
Gazing at the familiar scenery, Jiang Han's mind raced. Though he'd smoothed things over for now without a grand gesture to quell the Queen's wrath, he'd be sleeping in the guest room tonight.
Maybe even for a month. That was absolutely unacceptable. To truly appease Leng Mingyue, words weren't enough.
He needed something concrete, something so stunning it would make her feel uniquely cherished in his heart.
Money.
She had more than him.
Jewelry. A single piece from her collection could buy a building.
So he'd have to touch her heart. Take a romantic route, cliched perhaps, but one no woman could resist. Jiang Han's fingers brushed against his phone in his pocket, recalling the system's 10 million cash reward and a piece of intel from his divine investment insight about the Shanghai City flower market. A wild romantic plan crystallized instantly.
Honey.
The car stopped at the main entrance.
Jiang Han got out first but didn't open her door.
Instead he stood outside gazing at her through the window.
What now? Leng Mingyue frowned. What trick was this rascal up to? Nothing, just wanted to tell you.
Jiang Han bent down, pressing his face against the glass, beaming with a radiant smile, his eyes holding a certain certainty.
Go to bed early tonight. Don't wait for me. I have an errand to run. What errand? Leng Mingyue grew wary.
You're not going to see that Su Xianwan, are you?
Of course not. Jiang Han flashed a mysterious smile, straightened up and waved at the butler behind him. Uncle Fu, lend me a truck, the bigger the better. Tomorrow morning I'm giving my wife a gift that will make all of Jianghai City jealous. A gift? Leng Mingyue cast a cold glance at Jiang Han through the car window, her eyes resembling those observing an overreaching clown. You'd better think about where you'll sleep tonight first. With that she directly rolled up the window, shutting out Jiang Han's radiant smile. The Rolls-Royce Phantom like a silent beast slid noiselessly into the depths of the estate. Jiang Han stood still, rubbed his nose and showed no trace of embarrassment. Wasn't it just sleeping in a guest room? What was the big deal? Yet when he followed the butler Uncle Fu into the brilliantly lit main building, he realized he had been too naive. Young master, this is the young lattice instruction. Uncle Fu led him not toward the master bedroom on the second floor but stopped at a small door at the end of the first floor corridor. It was a guest room that looked more like a storage room. The young lady said you've had a long journey tonight and shouldn't go upstairs to disturb her rest. Uncle Fu still wore that impeccable professional smile, but his eyes held a hint of sympathy and helplessness. Jiang Han. He glanced toward the second floor. The heavy walnut door of the master bedroom slammed shut with a bang, followed by the click of the lock. In the hall a dozen servants lowered their heads, each suppressing laughter, their shoulders trembling. Good heavens! This was a public execution. On the first day of marriage the son-in-law was kicked out of the master bedroom. If word got out, would he, the king of freeloaders, still have any face left? Young master, what do you think? Uncle Fu asked tentatively. It's fine, I understand. Jiang Han waved his hand, showing no anger on his face. My dear wife cares about me. She's afraid my snoring will affect her sleep quality. Uncle Fu, go ahead and attend to your duties. I'll go in myself. With that he pushed open the door and entered the cramped guest room, closing the door behind him. Outside the door Uncle Fu looked at the closed door and shook his head helplessly. This new son-in-law truly had a good mentality. But the young lad's temper was indeed explosive. It seemed no one in the entire estate would get a peaceful sleep tonight. Inside the guest room, Jiang Han looked around. Though small, the room had everything needed and was tastefully arranged. But compared to the spacious master bedroom he had slept in last night, this was merely a luxury kennel. He walked to the window, drew the curtain and saw the location of the study on the second floor of the main building. The light there was still on. Leng Mingyue was clearly still awake, either handling work or sulking. Tisk, this jealousy is more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. Jiang Han stroked his chin, feeling the first hint of difficulty. He had 1,000 ways to deal with those fools from the Ye family. But dealing with a jealous woman who was both intelligent and emotionally aware clearly required more than just smooth talk. Sweet words. She wouldn't fall for that. Giving money or jewelry. She was richer than him. He had to do something different, something that could directly strike the softest part of her heart. Jiang Han's gaze swept the room and suddenly his eyes fixed on the blue and white porcelain vase used as decoration on the nightstand. Inside it were several dried purple flowers, long withered. He remembered. Yesterday Uncle Fu had mentioned that the young lady disliked strong fragrances in the room but felt empty spaces looked bad, so all vases in the house were filled with these scentless dried flowers. A queen who controlled $1 billion empire and made decisive kills, yet in her private space she retained this stubborn girlish pursuit of beauty. What did that mean? It meant she didn't dislike flowers. She just disliked the vulgar common ones with cheap scents. What she wanted was uniqueness. Jiang Han's eyes suddenly lit up. He pulled out his phone, fingers swiftly gliding across the screen, and activated the newly acquired divine investment vision. The moment the skill activated, countless streams of information flooded into his mind. He didn't focus on the surging stocks or upcoming black technologies. Instead he directly typed Jianghai City flowers and rare into the search bar. Soon a piece of information marked as potential stock popped up. South City flower base tonight, a batch of newly cultivated crushed ice blue roses, air freight from the Netherlands due to customs delay not yet entered into the sales system. Expected to be on the market at 8 a.m. Tomorrow, market price 999 yuan per stem. Crushed ice blue. The Hermes of roses, known for its unique ice crack patterned pale blue petals with the flower language. What I give you is the starry sea. This was it. Jiang Han hesitated no longer and directly dialed the flower base manager's number. On the other end a sleepy middle-aged man's voice answered, "Hello. Who is it? Don't you let people sleep in the middle of the night." Manager Wang from South City Flower Base. Jiang Han's voice was calm and firm. My surname is Jiang. To make a long story short, I want all of the crushed ice blue that just arrived. Crushed ice blue? What crushed ice blue? Manager Wang was baffled. We don't have. Hey, how do you know about that?
That batch was a business secret he hadn't even told his subordinates yet.
Never mind how I know. Jiang Han didn't want to waste time. Name your price.
I not only want all your flowers but also all your employees now immediately right now to deliver these flowers to the Leng family estate in Qianlong Bay. Before dawn they must be delivered.
All of them.
Manager Wang was fully awake, nearly jumping out of bed in excitement.
That was 30,000 stems. Which deity had descended to scatter money? Not that, Mr. John. This goes against protocol. We haven't set a price yet. 10 million, is that enough?
Jiang Han interrupted him directly, his tone domineering and beyond question. 10 million for all your flowers and tonight's overtime for all your employees.
The money can be in your account right now.
Deal or no deal? One word.
Deal. Absolutely deal.
Manager Wang was almost crying with excitement.
I'd do it for 5 million. Mr. Jiang, rest assured. Even if I have to ram my head against the wall, I'll deliver the flowers tonight. Good.
Jiang Han hung up, tapped the screen lightly, and 10 million was transferred instantly.
Done.
He put away his phone, looked up at the still-lit study on the second floor, and a confident smile spread across his face. He walked to the guest room door, pulled it open, and raised his voice slightly toward the empty corridor, ensuring the woman eavesdropping upstairs could hear clearly.
Uncle Fu, could you do me a favor? Yes, young master.
Uncle Fu's voice soon came from the stairway. Prepare a few large trucks for me, the bigger the better. Park them on the estate lawn and stand by.
Trucks. Uncle Fu was taken aback. Yes, trucks.
Jiang Han turned around, leaning against the doorframe, and looked up toward the study. The smile on his lips was gentle and adoring.
Honey, don't be angry. I know I was wrong. To make amends, tomorrow morning I'll give you a gift unique in all of Shanghai City.
The first ray of morning sunlight pierced through the clouds, striking the heavy velvet curtains of the second-floor master bedroom with a harsh glare.
Leng Mingyue had slept restlessly throughout the night.
Her dreams were filled with that scoundrel Jiang Han, first teasing her with steamed buns, then flirting shamelessly with other women. Upon waking, she rubbed her slightly throbbing temples and instinctively glanced at the empty space beside her. It was cold and undisturbed. Had that man actually slept in the guest room last night? An inexplicable sense of loss welled up in her heart, but she quickly suppressed it. Pathetic, she snorted at the air, threw off the covers, and got out of bed. As she approached the floor-to-ceiling window, she suddenly recalled Jiang Han's boastful shout from downstairs last night, "Tomorrow morning I'll give you a gift unique in all of Shanghai City."
Ha, unique. What could you possibly give?
Are you going to pluck the stars from the sky? She scoffed, but her hand betrayed her as she gripped the edge of the curtain. A faint, reluctant hope sprouted within her like a seed breaking through the soil. With a swift pull, the curtains were thrown open. In that instant, her prepared sarcasm and indifference froze on her face.
Leng Mingyue's pupils contracted sharply and her breath stopped completely.
Before her, the once empty and desolate front lawn of the estate, a vast expanse the size of a football field, had vanished entirely.
In its place lay a sea. A sea of blue formed by countless flowers still glistening with dew.
They were not ordinary blue roses, but the finest of their kind, shattered ice blue. The edges of the white petals were tinged with a dreamy ice blue hue, as if the entire Aegean Sea had been splashed across the earth. Thousands upon thousands of roses clustered tightly together, swaying gently in the morning breeze, creating layer upon layer of blue waves. And at the center of this vast floral ocean, the purest white roses spelled out three enormous letters: L.
M. Y. Leng Mingyue. Her name.
The visual impact was overwhelming, so powerful that it made the female CEO, who had signed contracts worth billions without batting an eye, feel her eyes sting and her vision blur instantly. At the forefront of the flower sea stood the man she both loved and hated. Jiang Han wore a simple white shirt with rolled-up sleeves revealing his muscular forearms. His hair was slightly dampened by the morning dew, but it didn't make him look disheveled. Instead, it gave him a fresh, youthful air. In his hands he held a bouquet of the largest, most vibrant flowers, and he looked up, grinning at her from the second-floor window. Their eyes met across the distance. Jiang Han raised the bouquet and blew a kiss, mouthing the words dramatically, "Good morning, Mrs.
Leng."
At that moment, Leng Mingyue felt as if something had struck her heart hard. The layer of ice that had encased it for years gave a crisp crack. She forgot she hadn't changed out of her thin silk nightgown. Turning around, she pulled open the door and ran downstairs barefoot.
"Miss, please slow down."
The maids cleaning the hallway were startled, having never seen their young mistress so flustered.
Leng Mingyue didn't hear them.
She rushed down the spiral staircase, crossed the hall, pushed open the heavy door, and dashed into the cool morning breeze. The fragrance of flowers enveloped her. It was the scent of money, but also the scent of love. Watching the panting woman run toward him, Jiang Han's eyes overflowed with adoration. He stepped forward, opened his arms and caught the rushing Leng Mingyue firmly.
Slow down, you'll hurt yourself and then he'll be the one worrying. Jiang Han.
Leng Mingyue buried her face in his chest, her voice muffled and trembling.
Are you insane? How many flowers is this? Did you rob a horticultural base?
Pretty much, Jiang Han replied. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, resting his chin on her head, his tone as casual as if he were discussing breakfast. I told the owner that my wife was angry and the consequences were severe. If he didn't send these flowers, I'd buy his base. He's a smart man, he worked overtime with his staff all night and managed to lay it all out before dawn.
You spendthrift.
Leng Mingyue lifted her head, her eyes red-rimmed. Though she scolded him, her hands clung tightly to his shirt.
How much did this cost? Where did you get the money? Did you max out your credit card again? If it can win a smile from a beauty, even bankruptcy is worth it, he said. Besides.
Jiang Han leaned down and pecked her tempting red lips, grinning like a cat that got the cream. I didn't spend much, just 10 million. It's all earned money and spending it on my wife is only natural.
10 million. Just for a morning's surprise.
Such extreme romance and madness were enough to make even Leng Mingyue, a woman of utmost rationality, completely succumb. She gazed at the dreamy blue sea of flowers around her, recalling the flower language of shattered ice blue. What I give you is the starry sea.
Childish. Leng Mingyue sniffed, giving it sunder a verdict, but then she stood on tiptoe and kissed Jiang Han's lips. But I really like it.
The servants stood in the distance watching the two embracing in the flower sea, their eyes filled with heart-shaped sparkles, wishing they could capture the scene as a screensaver.
Was this the love of the wealthy? So sweet. So intoxicating. Just as they were locked in a passionate embrace and the atmosphere was perfect, Jiang Han's hand began to wander under her nightgown. Ahem. Ahem, ahem. A violent, obviously artificial cough sounded inopportunely nearby.
Jiang Han froze, his face dark with annoyance as he released Leng Mingyue and turned to glare at the mood-killing intruder. Butler Fu stood at the edge of the flower sea holding a tablet. His face was flushed red, wearing an expression of "I don't want to interrupt, but I have no choice." Uncle Fu, though you're an elder, your timing is really dangerous, Jiang Han said through gritted teeth.
I was about to. About to what? Handle it. Leng Mingyue gave him a hard pinch, straightened her disheveled nightgown and regained some composure. Uncle Fu, what's the urgent matter?
Butler Fu took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. He quickly walked over and handed the tablet to them. Master, Miss, something big has happened. We just received news, the Ye Group
seems to have completely exploded. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow and took the tablet.
The screen displayed the top local financial news headline in bold black letters: Ye Group systems completely paralyzed. Core data at risk of leakage.
Stock price hits limit down at opening. Below the news was an emergency announcement from the Ye Group's official website. It was a black and white bounty notice radiating desperation and anxiety: urgent search for the legendary hacker J.
If anyone can contact the top hacker J, or if J himself sees this notice, please contact our company immediately.
Ye Group is willing to offer 100 million for the master to intervene just once. Contact Ye Qingcheng. Phone 138XXXXXXXX. 100 million.
Jiang Han let out a whistle, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes.
Looks like the Ye family is truly cornered, even resorting to such a desperate offer. The legendary hacker J.
Leng Mingyue leaned in for a look, frowning slightly. Isn't that the elusive legend in the hacker world? I heard even foreign security agencies can't touch him. How did the Ye family offend such a figure?
Judging by this, only he can save them. Who knows?
Jiang Han shrugged, casually tossing the tablet back to Butler Fu, a meaningful smile spreading across his face. Maybe the Ye family has done too many bad things and is getting what they deserve. He turned and looked toward the direction of the Ye family estate. Though dozens of kilometers away, he could almost see Ye Qingcheng's panicked, disheveled face. Yesterday she was condescendingly offering him 500,000. Today she had to grovel and offer 100 million to beg for help. The contrast was truly delightful. But Jiang Han rubbed his chin, his gaze turning profound. Since they're so sincere, it would be rude of me not to play along properly, don't you think? Leng Mingyue, sensing something, stared at his profile. What do you know? Not just know, Jiang Han replied, turning back to wink at his wife, his peach blossom eyes full of cunning. I also know that Ye Qingcheng must be so desperate she's ready to jump off a building right now. Ye Group top floor executive conference room. Slap. A heavy ashtray was hurled viciously onto the mahogany conference table, scattering ashes and leaving a hideous dent on the once pristine surface. Ye Qingcheng. What the hell are you playing at? Director Wang, the second largest shareholder seated at the head, was now red-faced with fury, his finger almost poking into Ye Qingcheng's face. The stock price hit the limit down within half an hour of opening. The market cap evaporated by a full 2 billion.
2 billion. Is that monopoly money? You just burned it like that. Exactly. Weren't you saying yesterday that the system was fixed?
Why did it completely crash this morning?
Client phones are blowing up. Orders can't be processed, the logistics system is down, financial data is garbled. Ye Qingcheng, if you can't handle the CEO role, then pack your bags and leave. Orders can't be processed, the logistics system is down, financial data is garbled. Ye Qingcheng, if you can't handle the CEO role, then pack your bags and leave.
In the conference room, 7 or 8 shareholders were like a stirred-up hornet's nest, their faces twisted with rage, spittle flying everywhere. Ye Qingcheng stood at the end of the long table, her hands gripping the surface so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Her usually immaculate bun was now slightly disheveled, a few strands of hair falling across her forehead soaked with cold sweat. That face, usually proud and icy, was now pale and barely concealing her panic. "Dear directors, please calm down." "Calm down my ass." Director Wang swore outright, shaking the financial report with a loud rustle. "Every minute that passes the group loses millions."
"How do you expect us to be calm? Drink cold water to cool off."
Ye Qingcheng bit her lip, a taste of blood spreading in her mouth. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to steady, and turned to look at Ye Mengyan, who was trembling in the corner.
Mengyan, explained to the uncles what exactly happened.
Ye Qingcheng's voice was hoarse, carrying a suppressed fury. Ye Mengyan wore no makeup today, her dark circles as heavy as a panda's, her entire being seeming drained of soul. At her elder sister's call, she shuddered all over, nearly sliding off her chair.
I. Ye Mengyan stammered, tears instantly streaming down. "I really don't know.
Yesterday that god-tier hacker had already unlocked the logic lock. Then why did it crash again?"
roared Director Wang.
Ye Mengyan shrank her neck, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. I saw the system was restored, so I thought I'd optimize the core code and also change the password to 1 only I knew, to prevent that hacker from coming back.
Who knew?
The moment I changed 1 line of code, the whole system just
exploded.
Ye Qingcheng closed her eyes, feeling as if her brain vessels were about to burst.
Idiot. Absolutely idiotic.
Yesterday, when that mysterious god-tier hacker Jay left, he had clearly said it was a one-time rescue. And this foolish sister, out of her pathetic pride, unwilling to admit she was inferior to someone else, had to mess with the code he left behind. Now look. Originally just a simple logic lock, but after her reckless modifications, it directly triggered the underlying self-destruct program. The entire Ye Group database was now like a ball of yarn scattered by a cat, impossible to untangle. Able to accomplish nothing but capable of ruining everything. Director Wang was so angry he smashed his teacup. "Ye Qingcheng, this is your so-called genius hacker sister. She's more like the one to bring the Ye family to its grave. Uncle Wang scolding her now is useless." Ye Qingcheng opened her eyes, her gaze bloodshot.
She knew this was not the time for blame. Stopping the losses was key.
The tech department says that only yesterday's Jade god-tier hacker can save the situation now. His technical level is too high, our people can't even understand the code.
Then go find him. Another shareholder pounded the table. "We got in touch yesterday, didn't we? Spend money. Does the Ye family lack money? Give him money. Make him act immediately. Can't reach him anymore."
Ye Mengyan said with a mournful face, holding up her phone, which she had nearly crushed. "I sent him hundreds of messages and called him countless times, no response at all.
It's like he vanished into thin air." Ah.
She paused, her eyes filled with terror. The last message showed read, but no reply.
"Big sister, do you think we offended him too much with our attitude yesterday?" Ye Qingcheng's heart skipped a beat.
Offended him too much. Thinking back to the god-tier hacker's parting words, "Come beg me on your knees," she felt a chill down her spine.
That person was clearly eccentric and extremely arrogant.
Yesterday Ye Mengyan had called him daddy on the voice call and then turned around to try to cross him by modifying the code.
Anyone would be angry.
Whether we offended him or not, he's our only lifeline now. Ye Qingcheng gritted her teeth, a look of determination flashing in her eyes. "Even if I have to kneel, I'll beg him to come back.
I've already issued a nationwide bounty.
Anyone who can provide a lead on Jay will get 10 million from the Ye family. As long as he is willing to act, I'll give him 100 million. The conference room quieted down a bit.
100 million.
That was the limit of the Ye family's current liquid assets. Though angry, the shareholders knew it was the only way, so they grumbled and sat back down, waiting for news.
Time ticked by. Each second that passed felt like a knife cutting into Ye Qingcheng's flesh. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Half an hour.
Just as Ye Qingcheng was on the verge of despair thinking the Ye family was truly finished.
Buzz. Her personal phone on the table suddenly vibrated.
It was an encrypted message from the top private investigator she had hired at great expense.
Ye Qingcheng's hand trembled as she lunged for the phone.
The moment she unlocked the screen, her pupils contracted sharply. The message was short, but every word weighed 1,000 gold.
Ms. Ye, mission accomplished. By tracing the last hop of yesterday's IP address, we've locked down the approximate physical location of J. Coordinates: Jiang City, Qianlong Villa District, Zone A. Qianlong.
Ye Qingcheng's head jerked up, her eyes full of shock and disbelief. Qianlong Zone A was the most exclusive wealthy area in all of Jiang City, home to true power and privilege.
The god-tier hacker J was actually hiding in Jiang City. And a top-tier tycoon at that. No wonder he looked down on the 80 million. Big sister, what's wrong? Did you find him?
Ye Mengyan, seeing her expression change, hurried over. Ye Qingcheng ignored her mind racing through the list of residents in Qianlong Zone A. There were only 3 estates there.
One was vacant, one belonged to a mysterious overseas tycoon. And the last one was the Leng family. Leng Mingyue's home. The Leng family.
Ye Qingcheng murmured to herself, her expression turning darkly uncertain. Could Jay be a hacker raised by the Leng family?
Or is he a member of the Leng family himself?
If so, things would be troublesome.
The Ye and Leng families were bitter rivals, especially after she had openly clashed with Leng Mingyue yesterday. If Jay were from the Leng family, could this attack be Leng Mingyue's retaliation? No. That's wrong.
Ye Qingcheng quickly dismissed the idea.
If Leng Mingyue had orchestrated this, she wouldn't have had Jay help unlock the system yesterday. That made no sense.
Whoever he is, as long as he's in Qianlong, I will find him. Ye Qingcheng abruptly stood up, grabbing her car keys. The one-cixi face reignited with the flame of hope, though it carried a hint of desperate madness.
Mengyan, come with me. Where to? Ye Mengyan was dumbfounded. Qianlong.
Ye Qingcheng strode out on her high heels, her voice cold as ice, to pay a visit to that god-tier hacker Jay. I don't believe that if I show up in person I can't buy him out with money.
As for Jiang Han,
that useless brother had already been cast to the winds. In her subconscious, even if every man in the world were dead, that Jay god-tier hacker could never be Jiang Han, that good-for-nothing who only lived off women. The white Bentley Continental, like a runaway beast, screeched to a halt in front of the top-tier coffee shop named Banshan on the outskirts of Qianlong, its brakes emitting a teeth-grinding sound. Ye Qingcheng pushed open the car door and stepped out in her high heels. Her current appearance was far from presentable. Her meticulously tailored business suit was covered in creases, her eyes bloodshot, and she exuded a frantic agitation, teetering on the brink of collapse. Ye Mengyan, following close behind, looked like a frightened quail clutching a laptop and nervously glancing around.
Big sister, the last signal source from the tracking is nearby.
Ye Mengyan swallowed hard, her voice trembling.
But this is Qianlong, home to the ultra-wealthy. Could Jay really be here?
So what if he's rich?
Can't a hacker be wealthy?
Ye Qingcheng shot back coldly, her gaze sweeping the surroundings like a hawk. Her eyes finally settled on the imposing Leng Manor not far away, a flicker of malice flashing in her gaze.
The IP address points to this area. Apart from that mysterious overseas tycoon, only the Leng family is here.
Ye Qingcheng gritted her teeth, her nails digging deep into her palm. If Jay is really connected to the Leng family, then this system crash is definitely Leng Mingyue's doing behind the scenes.
This is revenge.
Revenge for me competing with her in business. Once this suspicion took root in her mind, it grew like wild grass.
Let's go.
Watch that coffee shop. Ye Qingcheng pointed at the cafe with its spotless floor-to-ceiling windows.
That's the only way in and out of Leng Manor.
I refuse to believe that I can't catch that Jay if I wait here myself. The two pushed open the door and entered the coffee shop. This was an exclusive high-end venue, serene and elegant, with soft jazz floating in the air. Ye Qingcheng had no interest in coffee. She found a secluded corner by the window and sat down, her gaze fixed on the road outside like a jealous wife waiting to catch a cheating spouse. However, she failed to notice that in a semi-open booth not far from them 2 people were sitting, the very one she least wanted to see at that moment, yet could never have imagined. Jiang Han was lounging on the leather sofa, the old black laptop in front of him, its screen displaying a maddening cascade of code. Across from him, Leng Mingyue held a cup of latte, not drinking but propping her chin on her hand, watching her husband typing with keen interest. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a golden glow on Jiang Han's focused profile.
Still messing with the Ye family's system.
Leng Mingyue reached out and gently poked Jiang Han's hand, her tone carrying a hint of indulgence.
That's enough.
If you keep playing, Ye Qingcheng might really jump off a building.
No way.
Jiang Han didn't look up, his fingers flying across the keyboard so fast that only blurs could be seen.
She wants to find Jay, right?
In making her a little missing person program, I guarantee it'll surprise her.
You.
Leng Mingyue shook her head helplessly, but a smile curled at the corners of her lips. She picked up a fork, speared a piece of the freshly served Black Forest cake and naturally brought it to Jiang Han's mouth.
Open up, feed your brain. Jiang Han obediently took a bite, mumbling, delicious. Anything my wife feeds me is sweet.
This scene happened to catch the eye of Ye Mengyan, who was casually glancing around.
Big sister. Ye Mengyan tugged at Ye Qingcheng's sleeve as if she had seen a ghost, her voice trembling. Look over there. Isn't that Jiang Han?
Ye Qingcheng, who had been staring out the window in a daze, turned back impatiently.
What Jiang Han? He should be begging under some bridge right now. How could he possibly be?
Her voice trailed off as her gaze froze. Through the gap in the frosted glass she clearly saw the silhouette. Although he was wearing the expensive suit she had seen in the mall, that face, she would recognize it even if it were reduced to ashes. What made her pupils dilate even more was that Leng Mingyue, usually as cold as an iceberg, was now like a gentle little wife feeding cake to Jiang Han. Ye Qingcheng was shaking with rage. She slammed her hand on the table. That pair of shameless lovers. They've ruined our Ye family and they still have the nerve to flirt here.
Big sister, wait. Ye Mengyan's focus, however, was entirely elsewhere.
As a half-baked hacker, her eyes were locked on Jiang Han's hands. Those hands were too beautiful, long, powerful, with well-defined knuckles. And at that moment they were dancing across the keyboard at a terrifying speed. Tap 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 tap, though she couldn't hear the sound from a distance, just the sight of the blur of his fingers made her imagine the rapid clicking.
That hand speed. That smooth, almost thoughtless rhythm of code input. Why did it look so familiar?
Ye Mengyan rubbed her eyes, and a video she had repeatedly watched on the dark web suddenly flashed through her mind.
It was a recording of the legendary hacker Jay breaking into the Pentagon's firewall. Though only a few seconds long, the godlike rhythm of the operation had been etched into her memory.
Right now the way Jiang Han typed eerily overlapped with that legendary figure.
It doesn't look like he's playing a game.
Ye Mengyan murmured, her face slowly turning pale.
An absurd suspicion rose in her heart. Big sister, look at Jiang Han. Is he writing code? That hand speed, that rhythm. They're kind of like JS style. What?
Ye Qingcheng looked as if she'd heard the funniest joke, her anger instantly turning into a sneer. She turned her head and cast a contemptuous glance at the figure intently staring at the screen.
Writing code. Him.
Ye Qingcheng let out a cold laugh, her tone dripping with disdain.
Ye Mengyan, are you scared out of your wits by that logic lock? Don't you know what kind of trash Jiang Han is?
In the 15 years he was in the Ye family, he couldn't even fix a router. The best he could do was run errands and buy you a hard drive.
But Ye Mengyan still felt something was off. Then what is he doing?
His hand speed is too fast.
What else could it be? Playing games.
Ye Qingcheng rolled her eyes as if she had seen through everything.
Probably some rhythm game or minesweeper.
That useless waste, what else can he do besides eat and wait to die?
Forget him, he's just bad luck to look at.
Having said that, she averted her gaze and refocused on her phone. The private detective had just sent a number. It was said to be a virtual number that Jay had activated in this area.
Business first.
Ye Qingcheng took a deep breath to calm herself after the unpleasant sight of Jiang Han, and her trembling fingers pressed the number.
That was the Ye family's last hope.
Beep beep. At the same time, on the booth not far away, Jiang Han's phone on the table lit up.
The vibration was jarring in the quiet cafe.
Jiang Han's fingers paused slightly on the keyboard, a knowing smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He glanced at the unfamiliar number on the caller ID, then tilted his head slightly, using his peripheral vision to catch a glimpse of the woman in the corner clutching her phone with a face full of tension and hope.
Honey.
Jiang Han picked up his phone and showed it to Leng Mingyue, grinning like a sly fox.
The show is about to begin. The phone on the table vibrated with increasing urgency like a talisman of doom.
Jiang Han leisurely swallowed the cake in his mouth, his slender fingers lightly tapping the screen to activate the voice-changing software he had set up in advance.
He answered and put it on speaker. Hello.
The specially processed voice emanated from the speaker, low, hoarse, carrying a cold mechanical quality from electronic synthesis, revealing no age or emotion, mysterious and unfathomable. On the other end of the line, the person clearly hadn't expected the call to actually go through, and their breathing instantly became rapid. Then Ye Qingcheng's voice, usually lofty and accustomed to giving orders, now sounded as humble as a new intern, even with a barely concealed tremor. Jay God, hello. I am Ye Qingcheng, CEO of Ye Group. I'm terribly sorry to bother you. But am truly at my wit's end.
I know you're near Qianlong Bay and we're at the intersection here now. Could you possibly spare a moment to meet?
Afraid he might hang up, she spoke rapidly, throwing out what she thought was the most enticing bait. As long as you're willing to show face, you name the price.
Cash checks, even shares in Ye Group, just say the word and I want bargain.
Jiang Han listened to her tone, abased to the dust, and the smile at the corners of his mouth deepened. He turned his head and through the floor-to-ceiling glass saw the white Bentley parked by the roadside not far away. The window was half down and he could faintly see Ye Qingcheng holding the phone to her ear, leaning forward, her posture of reverence a world apart from the arrogant way she had pointed at him yesterday and told him to get lost. This is human nature. When you are a foster son with nothing, your dignity is worthless in their eyes. When you become the god who controls their fate, they would kneel and lick your shoes. Meet. Jiang Han spoke into the phone, uttering 2 words flatly, which after the voice changer sounded especially cold and merciless. No time.
Ah. No. No time.
Ye Qingcheng was clearly stunned. She had imagined he might demand a huge sum, be arrogant, or even humiliate her, but she never expected such a blunt refusal.
After all, it was 100 million. Or even more. Even the world's top hacker wouldn't turn down that kind of money, would they? God, you. Are you unsatisfied with the price?
Or are you busy with something more important? Ye Qingcheng grew anxious, her voice trembling with tears. I know someone of your caliber must have many major projects to handle.
Is it attacking foreign firewalls? Or tracking down some international fugitive? Just tell me a time and I'll wait as long as it takes.
In her mind, the only reason to reject such an astronomical reward must be some earth-shattering task like saving the world or destroying it.
Jiang Han couldn't help but chuckle softly. He reached out, picked up the silver fork, speared a bright red strawberry and brought it to Leng Mingyue's lips. Leng Mingyue cooperatively parted her red lips and gently bit the strawberry, her beautiful phoenix eyes brimming with amusement, even playfully darting out her tongue to lick the juice from the corner of her mouth. Jiang Han looked at his wife's enticing demeanor and slowly replied into the phone, it's indeed something very important. I'm out shopping with my wife. No time to bother with you.
Click, the call ended.
The dial tone hit Ye Qingcheng's eardrum like a heavy hammer.
Inside the Bentley, the air was deathly still. Ye Qingcheng remained frozen, holding the phone to her ear, her mind a complete blank.
Shopping.
With his wife. That's what he called something very important. He was turning down a reward of hundreds of millions just to go shopping with his wife.
And not caring about the fate of Ye Group.
This is too capricious. Ye Mengyan in the passenger seat, who had also heard the speakerphone, grabbed her hair in despair.
This is a life-or-death moment for our family.
And he's out shopping with his wife.
Is this guy insane? Shut up.
Ye Qingcheng slammed the phone onto the center console, her chest heaving violently, clearly enraged to the extreme. She felt an unprecedented humiliation. She, Ye Qingcheng, CEO of the Ye Group, had lowered herself, groveled to beg, and in his eyes it wasn't even as important as shopping with his wife. I want to see which vixen has bewitched him so. Ye Qingcheng gritted her teeth and turned her head, her venomous gaze fixed through the window on the cafe not far away. The private detective had said the signal source was near here, so that J-God must be in that cafe.
However, as her eyes swept the cafe, she didn't see any aloof, mysterious hacker type. Instead, she once again spotted the figure that irritated her.
At a window booth, Jiang Han was lovingly holding a napkin, gently wiping the corner of Leng Mingyue's mouth. The afternoon sunlight bathed them, creating a picture as beautiful as a romantic drama. Leng Mingyue, usually the unapproachable female demon, was now as docile as a cat, letting Jiang Han fuss over her, even leaning in to kiss his cheek. That sweet loving scene deeply stung Ye Qingcheng's eyes.
Him again. Why is it him again?
Ye Qingcheng slammed the steering wheel hard, producing a loud bang that startled Ye Mengyan beside her. Why can't we find that J-God, yet this useless Jiang Han is living so well? A strong sense of psychological disparity gnawed at her heart like a poisonous snake. The Ye family was in deep trouble, everyone frantic like ants on a hot pan. And the discarded son they had thrown out, instead of ending up on the streets begging as they had imagined, was driving luxury cars, living in a mansion, dating the richest woman, and living the dream life they envied. Why should he?
Sis. What do we do now? Ye Mengyan asked cautiously. Should we still go in and look?
Look for what?
Isn't it embarrassing enough?
Ye Qingcheng glanced at the painfully happy back in the cafe and felt a wave of nausea in her stomach.
She didn't want to go in.
She didn't want Jiang Han to see her in this pathetic begging state, and even less did she want to see his smug, triumphant face.
Let's go. Back to the company.
Ye Qingcheng restarted the car, stomping on the accelerator, and the white Bentley roared off like a mad bull. In the rearview mirror, the quiet, beautiful cafe grew smaller and smaller. But the thorn in Ye Qingcheng's heart only dug deeper. She had lost. She had lost not only to the mysterious Jay but also to Jiang Han, whom she had never looked squarely at. An unprecedented sense of defeat and loneliness overwhelmed her in that moment. Night fell and the city lights began to glow. The nightlife of Jianghai City was just starting. Ye Qingcheng didn't return to the company or go home. She parked her car at the entrance of the city's most bustling bar street, staring at the flashing neon lights which now seemed blindingly harsh.
Jiang Han.
She muttered to herself and as if possessed pulled out her phone to dial that familiar number. In the past, whenever she was in a bad mood or had too much to drink at a party, a single call would bring that young man to her side, no matter how late, to carry her home and make her hangover soup. But now as her finger touched the number, the screen displayed a cold blocked notification.
Ha! Blocked me.
Ye Qingcheng looked at the screen and suddenly laughed, and as she laughed tears began to flow.
Fine.
Very good. Since no one cares about me, I'll drink by myself. She pushed open the car door and stumbled toward the bar named Nightfall, her back determined and desolate. This time there was no longer that young man silently following behind her.
Night Bar, the most dazzling den of indulgence in Jianghai City.
Heavy metal rock music hammered every inch of the air like invisible sledgehammers, making one's heart tremble in sync. In the dance floor, countless men and women in their finery writhed their hips, venting their surplus hormones under the flickering lights. In a corner booth, Ye Qingcheng sat alone. 3 or 4 empty bottles already littered the table. She never drank like this on ordinary days. As the CEO of the Ye Group, she had to maintain absolute clarity and rationality at all times. Even in business socials, she always took only a sip, elegant like a mask-wearing figure. But today she wanted to get drunk.
Better yet, drink herself into oblivion so she wouldn't have to think or see anything. Another bottle.
Ye Qingcheng slammed the empty glass onto the table. Her beautiful eyes, usually sharp with calculation, were now veiled with a misty haze. The bartender hesitated, then approached the woman, who was clearly well off but already too drunk. "Miss, this vodka is high proof and you've already had quite a lot. Drinking more might harm your health.
Just bring it. Less talk."
Ye Qingcheng jerked her head up, her gaze fierce like a lioness cornered. "Afraid I can't pay.
I have money. I have plenty of money."
She grabbed a stack of red bills from her purse and without a second thought slapped them onto the bartender's face. The money fluttered through the air.
The bartender's expression shifted, but in the end he didn't argue with the money.
Silently he opened another bottle, placed it on the table and turned away. Ye Qingcheng grabbed the bottle, skipped the glass and tilted her head to gulp. The fiery liquid slid down her throat like a line of fire, burning into her stomach and making her cough violently.
Cough, cough, cough.
Tears streamed down her eyes, mingling with smudged mascara, leaving 2 messy black streaks on her delicate face. So bitter. Why is this wine so bitter? When she got drunk before, why didn't it feel this terrible? In a daze, Ye Qingcheng's vision began to blur. She seemed to see a late night from years ago. Also a rainy night like this. She had drunk too much at a business dinner and vomited violently. Who was by her side then?
Oh, it was Jiang Han.
That frail youth, still underage, carried her on his back, climbing step by step to the 3rd-floor bedroom. She had vomited all over him, but he didn't mind. Instead, he wiped her face, took off her shoes, then went to the kitchen to brew hangover soup for a full 2 hours.
That warm, faintly honey-sweet flavor seemed to linger in her memory. "Big sis, have some soup, you'll feel better. Big sis, drink less in the future, it's bad for your stomach."
The young man's clear, concerned voice echoed like a spell in her ears. Ye Qingcheng instinctively reached out to grab the cup but grasped at empty air. The cold air snapped her back to reality.
No soup. No warm towel.
Nor the youth who always silently kept vigil by the bedside at her beck and call. Only the deafening disco music and the prying eyes of strangers around her.
Ha!
Ye Qingcheng let out a bitter, self-mocking laugh and a sharp pain suddenly pierced her heart.
Is this karma?
She pulled out her phone and swiped aimlessly across the screen. The contact list held thousands of names. There were longtime business partners, sycophantic subordinates and close female friends and socialites she usually called sisters. But at this moment, when she truly wanted someone to pick her up or talk to, she found she had nowhere to go and no one to turn to. Business partners only cared about profits. Once they heard about the Ye Group's troubles, they had long kept their distance.
Subordinates only shifted blame, like Ye Mengyan, who could do nothing but cry. As for family,
her adoptive father was bedridden from a stroke and her adoptive mother only threw tantrums. Her newly found biological brother Tianyou, what could he do besides ask for money to buy sports cars? As she scrolled, her finger stopped on a number she had blacklisted.
The note was simple, just 2 words: Jiang Han.
This number used to be pinned at the top of her list.
Not because he was important, but for convenience to summon him anytime. Jiang Han. Ye Qingcheng's fingers trembled and by some strange impulse she removed the number from the blacklist.
Staring at the familiar profile picture, she suddenly felt wronged.
Why?
Why was he living so lavishly out there, driving luxury cars, living in mansions, and accompanied by a woman of Leng Mingyue's caliber, while she was here drowning her sorrows in alcohol?
Wasn't he the most obedient?
Didn't he say he would regard the Ye family as his home for life? How could he just leave like that? How could he walk away so resolutely?
I don't believe it. I don't believe you've really abandoned me.
Driven by the alcohol, Ye Qingcheng hovered her finger over the green call button, wanting to press it but hesitating. What was she afraid of? Afraid he wouldn't answer.
Or afraid of hearing the cold automated message, "The subscriber you are dialing is accompanying his wife." Just as she was wavering, several dark figures suddenly loomed over her. Hey beautiful, all alone.
3 young thugs with dyed yellow hair reeking of smoke and alcohol had been eyeing this woman who was drinking alone and dressed sharply. In this joint a drunk fat sheep like her was the perfect prey.
Get lost.
Ye Qingcheng frowned and waved her hand in disgust. Leave me alone.
Quite a temper, huh?
The leading thug sidled up with a lecherous grin, plopped down next to her and reached for her shoulder. Don't be so cold, big brother, here we'll have a drink with you.
Looks like you've been dumped. No worries, big brother's arms are warm, lean on me.
A strong wave of cheap perfume mixed with the stench of sweat hit her, making her stomach churn.
Don't touch me.
She shoved away the wandering hand and tried to stand, but found her legs too weak to support her. Instead she wobbled and nearly fell into the thug's arms.
Ha ha. Looks like the bowties had too much, can't even stand straight.
The thug seized the chance to wrap an arm around her waist, his restless hand beginning to creep upward. Come on, big brother, we'll take you home.
My car's outside. Let go. Let go of me.
Ye Qingcheng struggled in panic, but alcohol had numbed her nerves. Her resistance was feeble against the several strong men. The crowd around was reveling. No one noticed the scene in the corner, or if they did, no one was willing to intervene. Despair surged like a tide. At this moment the image that flashed through Ye Qingcheng's mind was not Ye Tianyou nor her parents, but the figure she had driven out of the house. Before, whenever she got into trouble, as long as she called out, that person would always stand in front of her.
Even if beaten black and blue, he would never let anyone touch a single hair on her. Instinct overtook reason.
In the instant the thugs forcibly dragged her out, Ye Qingcheng clung to the table corner, mustering all her strength, and cried out that name with a sob.
Jiang Han. Jiang Han. Save me.
Her voice was piercing, cutting through the noisy music.
Yet
the entrance was empty, only the multicolored rotating spotlights flickering wildly. No familiar figure rushed in. Nor did the reassuring words, "Big sis, don't be afraid." Only the thug's lewd laughter echoed in her ears.
Jiang Han. Calling anyone want help?
Not even if the Jade Emperor himself came tonight. Come on beautiful, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold.
Calling anyone want help?
Not even if the Jade Emperor himself came tonight. Come on beautiful, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold.
Police. Freeze.
Amidst the chaos of screams and fleeing, Ye Qingcheng slumped on the booth seat, her eyes glazed as she watched the uniformed policemen rush in and pin the ruffians to the ground. She was saved. Gasping for breath, she looked around with lingering fear, searching for the figure she longed for.
Jiang Han.
She murmured frantically, scanning the crowd. Yet there was no sign of that familiar tall and upright figure. Through the gaps in the shifting crowd she vaguely saw in the shadow of the side door of the bar a fat man in a cheap t-shirt furtively stuffing his phone into his pocket, then slipping out the back door amidst the chaos, disappearing without a trace. The roadside barbecue stall less than 200 meters from the bar. Wan Kai, whom Jiang Han called Fatty, was sitting glumly on a greasy plastic stool with a few skewers of cold lamb and a half bottle of snow beer in front of him. He had just been delivering takeout to Night Bar, and when he passed by the booth to go to the restroom he happened to witness Ye Qingcheng being surrounded. Although the whole city now knew that Jiang Han had been kicked out of the Ye family and that woman had treated him poorly, they were still family. Gritting his teeth, Fatty still hid in the restroom and called the police. Ah, if Brother Han finds out I saved his ungrateful sister, would he praise me or scold me? Fatty sighed, grabbed a skewer and bit down hard as if biting into the hardships of life.
Forget it, I won't think about it.
A clay Buddha crossing the river can barely save itself. He pulled out a phone with a cracked screen from his pocket, looked at the debt collection messages, and his round face was filled with worry. The family's small supermarket had a funding chain break. Suppliers were at the door every day demanding payment, and his father was so anxious that he was hospitalized with high blood pressure.
Life was simply unbearable. Just then, the room.
A roar like a beast's engine soundwave approached from afar, shaking the stainless steel plates on the barbecue stand. The diners around the stall all stopped, craning their necks to look at the intersection. A supercar, matte gray all over and shaped like an alien spaceship, slowly pulled up to the curb of the barbecue stall with a suffocating sense of pressure. Its low-slung body, exaggerated rear wing, and the top-tier luxury that seemed so out of place amidst the smoke and fire instantly made the roadside stall shine.
Holy shit. Lamborghini Veneno. I've seen this car online, it's tens of millions. Which deity is here to have barbecue? Fatty was also attracted by the commotion.
Holding half a skewer of lamb, he stared blankly at the divine car, eyes full of envy.
So awesome.
If I had just one wheel of this car, I could pay off the family's debts. He shook his head bitterly and was about to lower his head to continue with his skewer.
Shoot! The scissor doors slowly rose.
A foot wearing Brioni handmade leather shoes stepped out. Then a man in a dark blue custom-made suit, devastatingly handsome, got out of the car, one hand in his pocket. His gaze swept across the smoky barbecue stall and finally locked precisely onto Fatty.
Fatty was stunned.
He blinked and blinked again. The lamb skewer in his hand fell to the ground with a plop, splashing a tiny oil spot.
Han. Brother Han.
Fatty suddenly stood up so violently that the plastic stool beneath him let out a screech and toppled over.
Holy shit. Is it really you?
Jiang Han walked over with a smile, completely ignoring the oil stains on the ground. He reached down, picked up the overturned stool and sat down directly.
What? Haven't seen you for a few days, don't recognize me.
Jiang Han casually picked up the remaining half bottle of beer on the table, didn't mind, and took a gulp, the familiar slightly bitter foam taste.
Still the same flavor.
Fatty was still standing there, his eyes darting between Jiang Han's obviously expensive suit and the divine car behind him, his mouth wide enough to fit a light bulb.
No. Brother Han, you. Did you rob a bank?
Or were you kept by some Middle Eastern rich woman? Fatty stammered, his mind completely short-circuited.
Didn't the news say you were kicked out with nothing, not even a begging bowl? You believe the news?
Jiang Han glanced at him, took out a cheap red Double Happiness cigarette from the pack on the table, lit it and took a deep drag.
Sit down and talk.
Between brothers, no need for that. Fatty sat down cautiously, only daring to perch on the edge of the stool, afraid that the oil stains on his clothes would ruin Jiang Han's expensive-looking suit.
Brother Han, what exactly is this? Lucky made some investments, turn things around.
Jiang Han brushed it off lightly without explaining the existence of the system. His gaze fell on Fatty's t-shirt, whose collar was deformed from washing, then on the few meager skewers on the table, and his brow furrowed slightly.
Fatty, how have you been lately?
I remember your family's supermarket business was doing well.
How did it come to this? Hearing this, Fatty's excited face instantly fell.
He lowered his head, nervously rubbing his knees, avoiding eye contact. Pretty good. Just the off-season, getting some fresh air.
Bullshit.
Jiang Han stubbed out the cigarette in a disposable paper cup, his tone harsher.
Wang Kai, look me in the eye and say that again.
Pretty good.
Pretty good that you're gnawing on cold skewers in the middle of the night.
Pretty good that you can't even bear to replace your cracked phone screen. Fatty opened his mouth and his eyes suddenly reddened.
A man doesn't easily shed tears, but only when he reaches the depths of sorrow. Brother Han, I really have no way out.
Fatty wiped his face, his voice choked. My family's supermarket is being squeezed out by the chain store across the street, almost can't go on. To keep things running, my dad borrowed from loan sharks and the interest snowballed. Now the suppliers have cut off supplies, debt collectors are blocking the door. My dad was so stressed he was hospitalized, and I can't even scrape together the surgery fee. As Jiang Han listened, anger surged within him. This Fatty was his only close friend since college. Back when he was mistreated at the Ye family, he often went to Fatty's place to freeload food and drink, and Fatty never complained, always saving the best for him. Why didn't you call me when such a big thing happened?
Jiang Han asked in a low voice. How could I call? Fatty looked up, tears and snot streaming down.
At that time you had just been kicked out of the Ye family and the whole internet was laughing at you.
I know you have pride.
If you knew I was asking you for money at this time, you would definitely feel even more useless.
I can't add to your troubles, Brother Han. You are my brother, I can't drag you into the fire. Jiang Han was stunned.
He looked at the Fatty crying like a 200-pound child. His heart felt as if something had slammed into it, aching bitterly. This is what brotherhood means. Even when he himself was at his wit's end, he was still worried about hurting his pride. In this profit-driven society, this bond of loyalty is 10,000 times more precious than his Lamborghini.
Idiot. Jiang Han cursed, his eyes also getting hot.
He reached out and heavily patted Fatty's sturdy shoulder with such force that Fatty winced. Wang Kai, listen to me carefully. Jiang Han stood up, the aura of a top-tier tycoon unleashed without reservation at that moment, making the noisy barbecue stall seem to quiet down a bit. He pulled out the black Centurion card from his inner suit pocket, shook it under the streetlight, and the gold border shimmered with dazzling light.
See what this is? Fatty shook his head blankly. Meal. Meal card. Meal card my ass. Jiang Han was both amused and annoyed and directly slapped the card onto the greasy table with a crisp smack. This is the Black Centurion card with no limit. The kind that can buy half of Jianghai City. How much did you say you owe? 2 million. 3 million.
Jiang Han leaned down staring into Fatty's eyes and said word by word, don't say a few million, even tens of billions, I can take it out now. Wipe your tears clean. From today on, you Wang Kai are my brother, Jiang Han's brother. You will be the future retail magnate of Jianghai City, no, of the whole country. Those chain stores that bullied you, those bastards that hounded you for money, you'll crush them one by one. Fatty stared blankly at the black card on the table, then at Jiang Han's arrogant and unruly face, his mind completely short-circuited.
Han. Brother Han, are you kidding? Kidding.
Jiang Han's lips curled into a devilish smile and he took out his phone, directly opening the banking app.
Give me your card number. Ah. Card number. Now. Immediately.
Fatty subconsciously recited a string of numbers. Jiang Han's fingers flew as he entered the number, then in the transfer amount field he pressed 1 without hesitation, followed by a dizzying string of zeros.
Ding dong. In less than 10 seconds Fatty's cracked screen phone vibrated. He picked it up with trembling hands and in an instant he froze as if struck by lightning.
The SMS notification read your savings account ending in 8888 received a transfer of RMB 100,000,000 at 2235.
00 yuan. Current balance. 10,000,000 10,000. 100 million. 100 million.
Fatty felt his heart about to jump out of his throat. He jerked his head up looking at Jiang Han, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word for a long time.
This is just seed money.
Jiang Han put away his phone, casually tossed the cold lamb skewer into the trash can and wiped his hands in disgust. Take this money, settle your family's debts and cure your father's illness. Use the rest to buy out the chain store across the street that squeezed you out.
Make them get lost. If it's not enough, tell me anytime. Brother's money now is enough to bury you. Han. Brother Han.
Fatty slid off the stool with a thud, directly hugging Jiang Han's leg, crying loudly, Daddy.
You are my real dad. Move. You're getting your snot on my pants.
Jiang Han pulled his leg out with a look of disgust, casually wiping the tip of his shoe on Fatty's already greasy t-shirt.
Wang Kai, can't you show some backbone? Just a mere 100 million has you scared to your knees.
If you were ever put in charge of $100 billion conglomerate, would you have to live in a bottle of nitroglycerin pills? Fatty remained sprawled on the floor, clutching the cracked phone screen with both hands as if it were the imperial seal, his eyes practically glued to the display.
10,000,000 10,000. 10 million 100 million. He counted again, trembling, then jerked his head up.
Tears still welled in his eyes, but his expression had twisted from sorrow into an extreme blend of terror and ecstasy.
Hang. No, Han Ye. This is really 100 million. Cash. Liquid. Fatty stammered incoherently, his whole body shaking, the fat on his body jiggling. I've never seen this much money, not even in ghost money. You didn't rob a bank, you bought the bank, didn't you? Enough. Get up.
Jiang Han sat back down on the plastic stool, crossing his legs, his nonchalant demeanor as if he had just transferred a single yuan coin, not 100 million. This money is for your emergency funds and also for your startup capital. For the supermarket, pay off the debts and get rid of those bastards. Use the rest to renovate the storefront.
Don't keep it looking like a refugee camp.
Fatty scrambled to his feet, roughly wiping his face to clear the tears and grease. He stood before Jiang Han, spine straight as a soldier awaiting inspection.
Hang, you can count on me. With this money you'll go tomorrow.
No, right now, and slap the face of the chain store owner across the street.
Let him look down on people. Satisfied already?
Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, tapping his fingers lightly on the greasy table.
Wang Kai, can't you think bigger? 100 million is just for you to practice. The real big business is still ahead. Big business.
Fatty was stunned for a moment, then cautiously leaned in.
Hang, what else are you planning? Are we going into real estate? Or the internet? Why bother with that? Too slow.
Jiang Han's lips curled into a mysterious smile. He pulled out his phone, brought up a commercial map of Jianghai City and pointed to several areas marked in red.
See these places clearly? Fatty leaned in to look, scratching his head. These.
Aren't these the malls and supermarkets owned by the Ye Group? I heard their system crashed recently, data all messed up and they're losing their shirts.
Exactly.
A sharp glint flashed in Jiang Han's eyes. The Ye family is now a leaky ship. To plug the hole in their cash flow, Ye Qingcheng is frantically selling off their bad assets.
Especially these offline retail stores, with chaotic management and lost data. She sees them as burdens to dump.
He paused looking at Fatty and said slowly, I want you to use this money to set up a new investment company. Starting tomorrow, contact the Ye family and acquire all these burdens for me.
Ha!
Fatty's eyes widened in disbelief.
Hang, are you crazy?
The Ye family is a pit of fire. Those stores are all losing money.
Buying them would make us suckers. Ah!
Weren't you just kicked out by the Ye family? Why are you so eager to give them money?
Give them money. Jiang Han let out a scornful laugh.
He pulled another cigarette from the pack and twirled it deftly between his fingers.
Who says I'm giving them money? I'm collecting junk.
He lit the cigarette, took a deep drag, and through the swirling smoke his handsome face showed a calm strategic confidence. In that incompetent Ye Qingcheng's hands those stores are indeed trash.
She doesn't understand operations, let alone data.
But in my hands.
Jiang Han tapped his temple. I have ways to turn them profitable within a month, turning them into gold-laying hens. The system's reward god-level business insight was no decoration.
In his eyes, those so-called bad assets of the Ye family actually had prime locations. They were losing money only because of corrupt management and outdated business strategies. With a slight adjustment to the supply chain and a reconstruction of the data system using his hacking skills, the value of these stores could instantly multiply tenfold. Buying gold at cabbage prices, that's true profit.
More importantly,
when Ye Qingcheng congratulates herself on dumping the burden only to find those very burdens transformed into money trees in Jiang Han's hands, squeezing her family's living space, the look on her face will be priceless.
But hang. Fatty was still hesitant. I can't do it. I'm just a small shop owner. Mergers and acquisitions worth tens of millions or billions, I'm afraid I'll mess up.
What if the Ye family finds out I'm your man? What's there to fear? If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Jiang Han cut him off, his tone firm.
You just go negotiate and squeeze the price to the bone.
As for the rest, I'll arrange for people to assist you. Remember, you're now a mysterious investor with deep pockets.
Have confidence. If anyone doubts you, throw money in their face.
Fatty looked at Jiang Han's eyes full of trust and his blood instantly heated up.
Right.
Hang had trusted him with 100 million. What did he have to fear? If worst came to worst, he'd risk his life to make this happen.
All right. Hang. I'll do as you say.
Fatty gritted his teeth, his round face set with determination.
Tomorrow I'll register the company. I've already thought of the name, Kai-Han International. How about that? A bit cheesy, but it'll do.
Jiang Han curled his lip in disdain, then stood up, brushing the cigarette ash from his suit. Enough, no more sentimental stuff. Go back and take care of your dad and clean yourself up.
Buy a decent outfit and get a haircut. Don't look like you just crawled out of a refugee camp. Tomorrow night there's a tough battle ahead.
Fatty was startled.
Tomorrow night? What's happening tomorrow night?
Jiang Han looked up at the distant night sky toward the center of Jianghai City, where a landmark building stood, the Jianghai Grand Hotel. Tomorrow night the Ye family is hosting a grand charity gala there. Jiang Han's eyes narrowed, a dangerous flame flickering in his pupils. In the name of charity, but actually to attract investment to stay afloat. All the elites of Jianghai City will be there. How can we miss such a spectacle? He turned to Fatty, a chilling smirk curling at the corner of his mouth.
Fatty, are you ready? Tomorrow night I'm taking you to reel in the net. Well, go in style.
I want everyone to see how the mud that was once trampled under their feet can punch a hole through the sky. At the Jianghai Grand Hotel, the resplendent banquet hall was bathed in the opulent glow of crystal chandeliers, the air thick with the scent of expensive champagne and the hypocritical aura of the social elite. Tonight this venue gathered nearly half of Jianghai City's business magnates. For the Ye family, this was a battle they could not afford to lose. Though news of the Ye Group's capital chain rupture had been forcibly suppressed, walls have ears in such circles. With stock prices hitting limit down for days and banks pressing for loan repayments, the Ye family was like a beggar in a splendid robe, desperately needing a lifeline to mend the ever-widening hole. To attract investment, Ye Qingcheng went all out. Not only did she attend in full regalia, but she also brought along all 7 of her sisters. 7 beauties of distinct style standing together was indeed a stunning sight. Eldest Sister Ye Qingcheng, holding a wineglass with a stiff professional smile, weaved through the balding pot-bellied executives, forcing herself to endure their bragging while offering timely flattery.
Second Sister Ye Qingcheng, though aloof, was reluctantly surrounded by several pharmaceutical tycoons offering toasts.
As for third sister Ye Weiner, her reputation had suffered from the earlier mall incident, but being a popular star she was now striving to mingle among a group of rich second-generation heirs trying to salvage some dignity.
Eldest sister, those old men are disgusting.
During a brief break, fourth sister Ye Mengyan sidled up to Ye Qingcheng, wiping her hand with a look of disgust.
That Mr. Wang kept staring at my chest. If it weren't for the family business, I'd have thrown wine in his face. Endure it.
Ye Qingcheng gritted her teeth, her voice squeezing through clenched jaws.
If we can secure investment, even if it's just looking, you have to endure it.
If the Ye family falls, your limited edition computers and figurines will all be sold off to pay debts.
Ye Mengyan shrank back, not daring to utter a word. Just then a commotion arose at the entrance of the banquet hall.
The crowd, which had been clinking glasses, parted like the Red Sea, making way as if by divine command.
All eyes focused on the entrance.
A stunning couple, arm in arm, slowly walked into the venue. The woman wore a dark green velvet gown, vintage and noble. Her cold, exquisite face was breathtakingly beautiful under the lights. She was Leng Mingyue, the richest woman in Shanghai City. And the man beside her was even more captivating.
Dressed in a perfectly tailored dark blue haute couture suit, he stood tall and straight like a pine.
His chiseled face bore a casual, indifferent smile, and every movement exuded an innate, unforced nobility.
His aura was not overshadowed by Leng Mingyue's presence. Instead, they complemented each other perfectly, like a celestial couple stepping out of a painting. It was Jiang Han.
Is that
Jiang Han?
Ye Weiner's wine glass wobbled, nearly spilling. She stared wide-eyed at the man she once treated like dirt, disbelief and jealousy burning in her gaze. This Jiang Han bore no trace of the meek, submissive figure he had been in the Ye family. He stood there, the center of attention. The high-profile tycoons who usually ignored the Ye sisters were now actively approaching Jiang Han, greeting him with smiles even more deferential than those they offered Leng Mingyue.
Why?
Ye Weiner's nails dug into her palm.
A kept man, why does he get all the glory? Ye Qingcheng's face turned pale.
She looked at Jiang Han, at his confident demeanor, and her heart churned with mixed emotions. Once this remarkable man had belonged to the Ye family, at her beck and call. But now he stood on the opposite side, an existence they could not even aspire to reach.
Let's go over. Ye Qingcheng took a deep breath, forcing down the bitterness.
Whatever happens, he was once part of the Ye family. With so many people watching, he can't deny us all face. She still clung to a faint hope that Jiang Han would remember old ties, that if they showed a little weakness he would immediately return to help the Ye family through the crisis. The Ye sisters marched over in a group.
Oh, if it isn't our good little brother. Before Ye Qingcheng could speak, Ye Weiner blurted out.
Her mouth, always quicker than her mind, was especially bitter, seeing Jiang Han so well off. Ye Weiner raised her voice sarcastically, ensuring everyone could hear. What's the matter?
Enjoying your kept life.
Can you even afford to be at this top-tier business gala? Did you beg Miss Ling to bring you along for a taste of the high life?
Her outburst drew all eyes.
Jiang Han stopped, turned to look at Ye Weiner. His gaze was as indifferent as if he were looking at a buzzing fly. Third sister, your foundation seems thicker than the last time we met, Jiang Han said with a faint smile, his tone devoid of anger, but every word a dagger. Are you trying to cover up the face you lost at the mall?
You. Ye Weiner's face contorted in rage.
Being thrown out of the mall by security was the greatest humiliation of her life, and Jiang Han's public taunt drove her mad.
Jiang Han. Don't get too cocky. Ye Weiner shrieked. You think dressing up makes you somebody. At heart you're still just a gigolo living off a woman. Without Leng Mingyue you couldn't even afford the entrance ticket. What are you looking at? Am I wrong?
She pointed at Jiang Han, addressing the crowd. Everyone be the judge. A worthless adopted son kicked out of the Ye family penniless, what can he do besides mooch?
I bet he's just here to freeload. Don't let him sneak a stolen pastry and get thrown out.
Low laughter rippled through the crowd.
Many who didn't know the full story now looked at Jiang Han with subtle curiosity.
After all, Jiang Han's marrying into the family was no secret in these circles. Leng Mingyue's face darkened, about to intervene, but Jiang Han gently pressed her hand.
Don't rush, he whispered.
The real show is just beginning. He turned, gazing at the furious Ye Weiner and the conflicted Ye Qingcheng, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his lips.
Freeloading. Jiang Han laughed. Third sister, your imagination is always so limited.
But since you're so eager to see me make a fool of myself, I'll indulge you. At that moment the banquet hall lights dimmed. A brilliant spotlight suddenly illuminated the center of the stage. A host in a tuxedo, microphone in hand, announced with fervor, ladies and gentlemen, friends.
Welcome to tonight's charity gala. This evening we are honored to have a very special guest.
He is not only the new mystery shareholder of the Leng Group but also the night's biggest sponsor, donating 50 million yuan to Jianghai's charitable causes. Without further ado, the host's voice rose with reverence and excitement. Let's give a thunderous welcome to Mr.
Jiang Han for his address.
Whoosh. The spotlight, as if guided by an unseen hand, shifted instantly and precisely enveloped Jiang Han. In that moment he seemed bathed in divine light. He leisurely adjusted his cuff, gazing at the dumbfounded Ye Weiner, whose jaw nearly hit the floor, and offered a faint smile, a smile brimming with endless mockery and pity.
"Third sister, if you'll excuse me. I need to go up and give my speech."
Ye Weiner stood frozen like a petrified statue, watching helplessly as Jiang Han brushed past her. The faint breeze stirred by his passing was like an invisible slap, stinging her cheek with pain.
The spotlight followed him unwaveringly, escorting Jiang Han through the crowd as he stepped onto the red-carpeted stairs.
Each footfall was steady and forceful, as if pressing down on the hearts of the Ye family. All eyes in the hall converged on that tall and upright figure. There was no stage fright, no unease. Standing at the center of the stage, Jiang Han held the microphone with one hand, his gaze calmly sweeping over the faces below, some stunned, some curious, some contemptuous. In that moment his presence overshadowed every business magnate in the room.
Testing, testing.
Jiang Han lightly tested the sound, and this casual gesture made the vast banquet hall fall so silent that even a pin drop could be heard.
"Hello everyone, I am Jiang Han."
Those 7 simple words were like a pebble thrown into a still lake, instantly stirring a murmur of whispers below.
Jiang Han. Isn't he the one the Ye family just kicked out? Shoo. Didn't you hear the host?
He's now a shareholder of the Leng Corporation.
Really?
Old Master Leng values a Lydian son-in-law that much. Listening to the chatter below, Jiang Han remained indifferent. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth as his gaze pierced through the crowd, locking precisely onto the pale-faced Ye Qingcheng and the still-dazed Ye Weiner.
"Many know me as the adopted son of the Ye family, or that infamous sponger son-in-law."
Jiang Han's voice, carried through the top-tier audio system, echoed clearly across the hall with a casual, teasing tone. "Indeed, being a sponger is quite comfortable. But standing here today, I have another identity I'd like to share with everyone." He paused, pulling a document from the inner pocket of his suit and casually waving it. "Thanks to Old Master Leng's generous favor, he transferred 5 of the Leng Group's shares to me. So standing before you, I am, if I may say, a newly appointed member of the board of directors."
Boom.
The crowd below erupted in chaos.
5% of the shares. How much was that? At the current market value of the Leng Group, it was several billion.
Old Master Leng had actually given so many shares to an outsider. This wasn't just taking in a son-in-law, it was practically inviting an ancestor to be worshipped. Ye Qingcheng's wine glass trembled, spilling a few drops of crimson liquid onto her expensive gown like blood dripping from her heart. She stared intently at Jiang Han on stage, her nails almost digging into her palms.
He was actually a shareholder.
Not a figurehead, not a plaything, but a real member of the board.
Yet Jiang Han's performance had only just begun.
"Besides this identity, I've recently started a small venture." Jiang Han put away the document, his gaze sharpening, his tone carrying the decisive ruthlessness of a business tycoon. "I've just injected capital into an investment firm called Han International with an initial fund of 200 million.
Our goal is simple: focus on the restructuring and mergers of Zhanghai City's retail industry."
At the word retail, Ye Qingcheng's pupils contracted sharply.
A dire premonition surged within her.
The Ye Group's main business was chain supermarkets and retail. And recently, due to a system crash, the sector had suffered the heaviest losses, precisely the mess she was desperate to offload. As everyone knows, the retail market in Zhanghai City has been in some turmoil. Jiang Han's gaze like a hawk's pinned Ye Qingcheng's face, his smile growing brighter yet carrying a bone-chilling coldness. "Some old enterprises, due to poor management and chaotic operations, have caused massive losses in their stores, even facing bankruptcy.
I find it regrettable. So I've decided to be a bailout buyer."
He deliberately emphasized the words bailout buyer, dripping with biting sarcasm.
Han International will fully launch its acquisition plan. Well, take over any store with a good location but poor management.
Of course, the price. Jiang Han let out a light laugh, the arrogance of one holding the power of life and death over others displayed in full.
The 7 sisters of the Ye family below looked grim, one uglier than the next.
Especially Ye Weiner, who had just mocked Jiang Han for freeloading, only to see him on stage moments later announcing the acquisition of her family's assets.
That slap was loud and resounding. "What's wrong? Miss Ye, you don't look too well." Jiang Han suddenly called out Ye Qingcheng below directly into the microphone.
The lighting technician, quick to catch on, immediately shone a spotlight on Ye Qingcheng. Caught off guard, she instinctively raised a hand to shield her eyes, looking utterly flustered. At that moment she was like someone stripped naked and thrown under the spotlight, all her pride and dignity gone. "I heard the Ye Group is tight on funds lately, eager to sell off its loss-making stores to recover." Jiang Han standing on the high platform looked down from above at the elder sister who had once bossed him around, his voice devoid of any warmth, only naked business calculation. Considering we were family for 15 years, I won't beat around the bush.
I want all those stores. The entire hall fell into dead silence. Everyone held their breath watching this ultimate showdown of family feuds.
One was the discarded son just cast out of the house, the other was the eldest daughter of a wealthy family desperately needing funds to survive. Their former statuses were worlds apart, but now they were completely reversed. Ye Qingcheng's lips trembled as she bit down hard to keep from losing her composure on the spot. She wanted to refuse with dignity, to throw her wine in Jiang Han's face and tell him to get lost.
But she couldn't. The Ye family was desperate for money, critically so.
If these stores weren't sold in time, the bank loans would default and the entire group's cash flow would snap.
Jiang Han was humiliating her, forcing her to bow. Watching Ye Qingcheng's humiliated yet restrained expression, the pent-up anger of 15 years finally eased in Jiang Han's heart.
He leaned forward slightly, speaking into the microphone with a tone almost like charity, uttering the words that would utterly break the Ye sisters' defenses. But Miss Ye, business is business. Even though we're acquainted, everyone knows the state of your stores now.
System crashes, data loss, ruined reputation. Tisk tisk, they're just a pile of scrap. So I can only offer a price for junk.
Jiang Han raised a finger, waving at 30% of the market price.
Cash in full, immediate transfer. Don't thank me after all. I'm no philanthropist.
The words threefold acquisition struck like a hammer, shattering the last shred of dignity the Ye family had left. Ye Qingcheng stood on the stage, her body swaying as she nearly lost her balance. She bit her lip so hard that a metallic taste of blood filled her mouth. She wanted to make a dignified exit by smashing her glass, wanted to loudly denounce Jiang Han for his opportunistic plunder, but her reason told her she could not. The bank's demand notices had piled up on her desk and the supplier's lawyer's letter would arrive at the company tomorrow. In all of Jianghai City, apart from Jiang Han, no one dared or was willing to take on the mess the Ye family had become.
Fine. I'll sell.
Ye Qingcheng squeezed those two words out through gritted teeth, carrying endless humiliation and reluctance. With this surrender, the atmosphere in the banquet hall subtly shifted. If the crowd had been on the fence before now, the outcome was clear. As Jiang Han stepped off the stage, the wealthy scions and business partners who had been clustered around the Ye sisters retreated like the ebbing tide, dispersing in an instant. Then this tide turned and surged toward Jiang Han.
Ah, Mr. Jiang. I've long admired you.
I'm old Jiang from Hongdao Real Estate.
Your speech was truly brilliant, young and accomplished. Mr. Jiang, I'm in logistics. Could we explore a partnership? Here's my card made of pure gold, keep it as a token. Young Master Jiang. Are you free tonight?
I just got a few bottles of 82 Lafite and there are some aspiring starlets who want to broaden their horizons. A group of business tycoons who usually commanded the business world now crowded around Jiang Han, each holding a glass, their faces plastered with almost obsequious smiles, jostling to get close. Even if someone got their shoe stepped on or had wine spilled on them, no one dared complain. This was reality, a naked, blood-soaked arena of fame and fortune. When you're down, you're a weed by the roadside, trampled by anyone. When you're powerful, you're the moon in the sky, surrounded by stars. Jiang Han kept one hand in his pocket holding a glass of champagne and the other casually responding to the enthusiasm around him. His expression remained indifferent, neither flattered nor arrogant, as if this kind of adulation was something he had long grown accustomed to. He occasionally leaned over to whisper a few words to Leng Mingyue, who was holding his arm. They exchanged smiles, a picture of a perfect couple that stung countless eyes. In a corner of the banquet hall, the 7 sisters of the Ye family stood alone. A strange vacuum formed around them, as if they carried some terrible virus. No one wanted to come near, and even the waitstaff gave them a wide berth.
Sister
Ye Weiner watched Jiang Han surrounded by the crowd, the jealousy burning so fiercely that it ached every part of her being.
Are these people blind? What's so good about that loser?
In our house he didn't even have the right to sit at the dinner table.
Shut up.
Ye Qingcheng's voice was hoarse. She watched the figure laughing and chatting among the crowd and suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity. The youth, always wearing an old t-shirt and an apron, busy in the kitchen, the younger brother who would scald his hand without a word while making porridge for her, the Jiang Han who, no matter how much he was scolded, would only bow his head and say, "Big sister, I was wrong." He seemed truly dead. In his place was a stranger she could not understand, could not control, and even had to look up to. Before. Ye Qingcheng murmured, a wave of indescribable bitterness rising in her heart. Before, whenever I turned around, he was always there.
Why? Why did it come to this?
If she hadn't listened to Ye Tianyou's slander, if she hadn't driven him out, if she hadn't humiliated him in the mall yesterday, would it be the Ye family standing beside him enjoying this glory now?
But there is no regret medicine in the world. Oh, isn't this President Ye?
Just as the Ye sisters were wallowing in misery, a middle-aged balding man with a beer belly approached, wineglass in hand. This man was Wang Dafa, a nouveau riche who had once wanted to cooperate with the Ye family. Ye Qingcheng had found him too vulgar and didn't even let him through the door. Now the tables had turned. Wang Dafa swirled the red wine in his hand, his oily face sporting a gleeful petty triumph.
What's the matter drinking alone here?
I heard the Ye family's capital chain is broken and you're even selling off your stores as scrap.
TSK tisk fortunes truly change, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Mr. Wang, please have some respect.
Ye Qingcheng said coldly.
Respect. Ha 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 ha. Wang Dafa laughed as if he'd heard a joke, deliberately raising his voice to attract attention. Ye Qingcheng, do you still think you're that high and mighty queen?
You're nothing but a broke has-been drowning in debt.
And I heard that the Mr.
Jiang who drove you into a corner was the one you kicked out of your own home. Wang Dafa pointed at Jiang Han surrounded by the crowd and taunted loudly, you drove away a real dragon as if it were a worm but kept a useless parasite who only knows how to eat and play.
Are you Ye women all blind? Ha 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 ha.
A burst of harsh laughter erupted around them. Those who had once been rejected or suppressed by Ye Qingcheng now circled like sharks drawn to blood, venting their glee with the most venomous words.
Exactly. If I had a brother like that, I'd cherish him. This is what you call blind folly.
Serves you right. I heard the real young master of the Ye family didn't even dare to show up tonight, probably afraid of being outshone.
Humiliation, mockery, schadenfreude. All kinds of harsh words surged like a tidal wave.
The Ye sisters' faces turned pale as if they were being stripped naked and paraded in public. Ye Mengyan was already crying from fear. Ye Weiner trembled with rage but dared not retort. Only Ye Qingcheng clenched her jaw, her back straight, holding onto the last shred of pitiful dignity.
She instinctively looked at Jiang Han.
Through the surging crowd, Jiang Han seemed to sense the commotion. He turned his head, his gaze passing through the flattering faces and landing on the besieged Ye sisters. Ye Qingcheng's heart leaped, a flicker of hope rising in her eyes.
Would he help?
Like before, whenever someone bullied her, he would come rushing over. But Jiang Han only glanced at them briefly, his eyes as calm as still water, no anger, no pity, not even a ripple. Then he turned away, raised his glass, clinked it with a bank president standing nearby, and continued chatting and laughing. At that moment Ye Qingcheng heard the sound of her own heart shattering. He had heard.
He had seen.
But he no longer cared. He had truly completely relegated them to strangers, not even bothering to kick them when they were down, just ignoring them. That indifference was more crushing than a public slap. The banquet ended in a bizarrely heated atmosphere.
Jiang Han, as the absolute star of the night, left first with Leng Mingyue.
Watching the Lamborghini Veneno roar away into the darkness, Ye Qingcheng stood in the cold wind outside the hotel for a long time, unmoving. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the hotel's underground parking lot inside an inconspicuous black sedan, Ye Tianyou stared fixedly in the direction Jiang Han had gone. His eyes, once disguised as innocent and harmless, were now bloodshot and twisted. Jealousy, like a poisonous weed, grew wildly in his heart, warping his soul. Everything tonight had been like knives flaying his pathetic self-esteem to shreds. Jiang Han's glory, Jiang Han's limelight, the way he was fawned over, all of that should have been his.
Why?
Why does a bastard get to climb above me? Ye Tianyou growled hysterically, then grabbed his phone and dialed an unlisted number.
The phone rang twice and was answered by a rough, fierce voice accompanied by the clatter of mahjong tiles. Who's this?
It's me, Ye Tianyou. Ye Tianyou took a deep breath, his voice as cold as a demon crawling out of hell.
One who, I've got a job for you.
Take someone out, make him disappear or leave him crippled for life.
Name your price.
Wang Hu on the other end paused for a moment, then let out a greedy laugh.
Young Master Yi is generous. Tell me which clueless fool has offended you. Jiang Han.
Ye Tianyou spat out the name through gritted teeth, every syllable dripping with venom. He just left Shanghai Grand Hotel in a Lamborghini heading toward Qianlong Bay. That mountain road has no surveillance.
You know what to do. Don't worry, young Master Yi. Wang Hu's voice carried a bloodthirsty excitement. I've dealt with plenty of rich brats like him, soft and tender, not much fight in them. After tonight I guarantee he'll regret ever being born.
Hanging up, Ye Tianyou stared into the pitch-black night, a cruel and insane smile curling at the corner of his mouth.
Jiang Han, what does it matter that you can play the piano? What does it matter that you can write code?
In this world dead men can do nothing. The winding mountain road lay as silent as stagnant water. The roar of the Lamborghini Veneno had just echoed through the valley when it abruptly ceased with a sharp screech of brakes. Three battered rolling minivans like ghosts lying in ambush were parked in a triangle formation across the road, completely blocking the path ahead. Blinding headlights blazed, making it impossible to keep one's eyes open. The door slid open with a clatter and a dozen burly men wielding steel pipes and baseball bats, their arms tattooed with cartoon fish and shrimp, filed out. The leader was Wang Hu, the man from the phone call moments ago. His face was a mass of brutal flesh, a thick gold chain hung around his neck and a half-smoked cigarette dangled from his lips. His eyes fixed on the priceless supercar could barely conceal their greed. "Kill the engine. Get out. Or I'll smash the scrap metal into a pancake." Wang Hu brandished a steel pipe and slammed it against the guardrail, producing a sharp clang that echoed eerily through the empty mountain road. Inside the car, Leng Mingyue's face instantly turned cold. She hadn't expected that anyone in Jiang City would dare to block her car. "Old Chen is in the car behind us, he'll be here in about 2 minutes. Leng Mingyue quickly pulled out her phone, ready to dial the police and her security team. Her tone was as calm as if she were handling a difficult contract. "Lock the doors and don't get out. These people are armed. Whether they want money or revenge, just hold on for a few minutes." A warm large hand suddenly reached over and gently pressed down on her fingers before she could dial. "No need for all that trouble." Jiang Han unbuckled his seatbelt, turned to look at the tense Leng Mingyue, and a relaxed smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Wife, the steak at the banquet was a bit greasy. I could use a little exercise to work it off." "Are you crazy?" Leng Mingyue frowned deeply, grabbing his sleeve. "There are over a dozen men out there, all armed. Even if you know some martial arts, you can't possibly." "Shoo." Jiang Han raised a finger to his lips. His almond-shaped eyes shone with a reassuring light. "Don't worry. I may live off a woman, but I'm no pushover. These lowlifes aren't even enough to warm me up." With that, while Leng Mingyue was still stunned, he pushed open the door and stepped out. The night breeze was cool, mingling with the smell of cheap cigarettes and sweat. Jiang Han stood in front of the car, one hand in the pocket of his suit trousers, the other leisurely unbuttoning his cuff. He rolled up his sleeve neatly to the elbow, revealing the smooth, well-defined muscles of his forearm. His composed demeanor suggested he was not facing a gang of ferocious thugs, but rather admiring the moon in his own backyard garden. "Well, if it isn't Boss Wang." Jiang Han swept a glance over Wang Hu, pausing for a moment on the fake gold chain thicker than a finger. He sneered, "What, no mahjong tonight? You're out here doing performance art. That high beam on your wuling is a bit blinding. Cut the crap." Wang Hu spat out the cigarette butt and pointed the steel pipe at Jiang Han's nose. "Someone's paid to take one of your legs, kid. Be smart and lie down. We'll make it quick and save you some pain. If you resist, well, it won't be just one leg. Take my leg." Jiang Han raised an eyebrow as if he'd just heard a funny joke. Yi Tianyou is still so stingy. "These legs of mine just got insured for 100 million. His little bit of money can't even buy my insole." Being named as the mastermind, Wang Hu's face flickered, then he flew into a rage. "Still talking tough when death's at the door. Boys, get him. Cripple him." At the command, the dozen thugs brandished their weapons and charged forward with savage yells. The whistling of steel pipes slicing through the air was especially piercing in the night. Inside the car, Leng Mingyue's heart was in her throat. Her hand was already on the door handle, ready to rush out. But the next second her movement froze. Facing a baseball bat swinging straight at him, Jiang Han didn't dodge. He merely shifted his body slightly, his left hand shooting out like lightning, grabbing the thug's wrist with precision and twisting it. A crisp crack of bone echoed. The thug didn't even have time to scream before the baseball bat was already in Jiang Han's hand. What followed was a one-sided massacre. No, more accurately, it was a highly artistic display of violent aesthetics. With his master-level combat technique, Jiang Han moved through the crowd with effortless grace. His movements were not large, nor did he use any flashy tricks. Every strike was simple, efficient, and aimed at vital points. A side kick, an elbow strike, a shoulder throw. Each dull thud accompanied a figure flying through the air. The once ferocious thugs were like paper figures, none could survive a single move from him. With a final loud crash, Jiang Han executed a spinning kick that sent a fat man trying to sneak up from behind flying 3 meters, slamming heavily onto the hood of a Wuling minivan, denting the front end badly. 3 minutes. It took only 3 minutes. The dozen men who had been shouting about crippling Jiang Han were now all lying on the ground, clutching broken arms and legs, moaning in agony. Not a single one could stand. Jiang Han casually tossed away the bent baseball bat, dusted off his hands, though there was no dust, and didn't even have his breathing disturbed. He walked step by step toward Wang Hu, who was now terrified out of his wits. "Don't come near me." Wang Hu had lost all his boss-like swagger. Watching his men writhing on the ground, his legs trembled like a sieve and the steel pipe clattered to the ground. I warn you, who you are doesn't matter." Jiang Han walked up to him, lifted his foot and planted it directly on his face, pressing his fleshy thug-like face into the mud with a little force. What matters is that your professional skills are terrible. Jiang Han leaned down looking at him from above with eyes as cold as if he were looking at an ant.
Bringing so few people and such crappy iron junk and you want to play assassin? Didn't Ye Tianyou pay you a deposit? Mercy. Spare me, Master Han.
Wang Hu felt his cheekbone about to crack, tears and snot streaming down his face as he begged incoherently.
It was Ye Tianyou. He forced me. He said if I crippled you he'd give me $1 million. I'm just a hired hand. Please let me go like a fart. $1 million. Jiang Han sneered, pulled out his phone, opened the voice recorder and held the microphone close to Wang Hu's mouth. Come on, say that again.
Make it clear who sent you, how much, where and what was the goal.
Miss one word and I'll break one of your fingers. I'll talk. Wang Hu dared not hide anything.
Like beans spilling from a bamboo tube, he poured out every detail of how Ye Tianyou contacted him, transferred the money and gave instructions.
He even blurted out Ye Tianyou's previous dirty work of intimidating competitors. The recording ended.
Jiang Han nodded with satisfaction, saved it and sent it to a friend who was a police captain, a good relationship he had built after helping the police fix their system last time.
Get lost.
Jiang Han withdrew his foot, wiping the dirt off his shoe on the grass with disgust.
Take your men and get out of Jianghai City. If I see you again I'll throw you into the river to feed the fish. Yes. Thank you, Master Han. Thank you.
Wang Hu scrambled to his feet, rounded up his battered crew and climbed into the shabby minivan, speeding down the mountain as if fleeing for their lives. The world returned to silence. Jiang Han turned around and looked at the Lamborghini still parked by the roadside. The door opened and Leng Mingyue stepped out. She surveyed the scene of carnage, then looked at Jiang Han standing under the street lamp, still impeccably dressed in his suit, not even a hair out of place. Her eyes were filled with a complexity of emotions.
Shock, amazement and a hint of undeniable admiration.
How many more surprises did this man have hit? A piano master, a top-tier hacker, a business prodigy, and now, a martial arts grandmaster.
Wife all done.
Jiang Han walked over and spread his hands with a smile.
Sorry for scaring you.
But it's good news actually, at least tonight we can sleep peacefully.
You?
Leng Mingyue opened her mouth, but thousands of words eventually condensed into a single sigh. She stepped forward and to his surprise reached out to straighten his slightly loosened tie.
Don't take things on yourself next time. I'm your wife, not a decoration. Got it.
Jiang Han took her hand, naturally shook the phone in his other hand and a cold glint flashed in his eyes.
But this time we don't need to lift a finger.
He turned his gaze toward the Ye family villa in the distance.
The brightly lit mansion in the night now looked to him like a cage about to collapse.
Since Ye Tianyou wants to play dirty, I'll play to the end. Assaulting the police, hiring hitmen, involving organized crime, one by one these charges will be enough to keep him behind bars for life. A cruel curve twisted at the corner of Jiang Han's mouth as he said softly, "Let's go home, wife. Tomorrow morning there should be a good show at the Ye family's place."
The next morning the tranquility of Yunding Mountain Villa was shattered by a piercing siren. Red and blue police lights flickered in the morning mist, encircling the Ye family's proud European-style villa in an impenetrable cordon. Get out. All of you get out.
At the front gate of the Ye residence, Chen Sume, her hair disheveled like a madwoman escaped from a psychiatric ward, spread her arms wide to block the door, her spittle spraying onto the face of the officer before her.
Who gave you the nerve to arrest my son? Do you know where you are? This is the Ye family.
She screamed hysterically, her well-manicured hands flailing wildly, her nails nearly poking into the officer's eyes.
My son is a good boy.
He was framed. It was that ungrateful Jiang Han.
He's jealous of Tianyou and he staged the whole thing to frame him.
Behind her, the usually refined young master of the Ye family, Ye Tianyou, was curled up, his face as pale as paper, clutching Chen Sume's clothes, trembling like a sieve set on vibrate mode.
Mom! I don't want to go. I can't go to prison.
He whimpered with no trace of the viciousness he had shown when hiring someone to commit assault. Ye Jiangwo stood nearby, phone in hand, veins bulging on his forehead as he frantically dialed numbers.
Hey old Lou. This is Jiangwo.
Yeah, there's a misunderstanding at home, the police are here.
What? Bad signal. Hello. Old Zhang. We've been friends for decades. You're in a meeting too.
What kind of meeting this early in the morning? After 7 or 8 calls, the influential friends who had once sworn brotherhood now either turned off their phones or played dumb, avoiding him like the plague. Ye Jiangwo slammed his phone to the ground in fury, the screen shattering.
When a wall is about to collapse, everyone pushes it.
Who in Jianghai City didn't know the Ye family's current predicament? Who would risk offending that female demon of the Leng family for an illegitimate son involved in organized crime?
Mr. Ye misses. Ye please cooperate with the law. The lead officer frowned, his tone already impatient. We have solid evidence regarding the hiring of assailants and involvement in organized crime. Ye Tianyou must come with us for investigation. If you obstruct further, it will be considered obstruction of justice. I don't want to hear it. Show me the evidence. Chen Sumei was an unrivaled troublemaker. You think because the Ye family has fallen on hard times you can bully us.
I tell you, as long as I'm alive no one touches my son. Just as the standoff reached its peak, a low powerful engine roar echoed from the mountain road.
Then 5 sleek black Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedans cut into the chaotic scene like black blades pulling up in perfect formation.
The car doors opened simultaneously.
20 bodyguards in uniform, black suits, sunglasses and imposing builds filed out, instantly forming an even more oppressive human wall around the police.
Among these bodyguards a man in a deep gray bespoke suit stepped out with a leisurely stride.
Jiang Han.
He stood with one hand in his pocket holding a freshly bought hot Americano and the other, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he watched the farce unfold.
Quite the temper this early, Aunt Chen.
Careful or you'll get high blood pressure.
Jiang Han.
The moment she saw him, Chen Sumei's eyes turned bloodshot, a look of pure murderous intent.
She lunged forward. You beast. It's you. You did all this. I'll kill you.
But she hadn't gone 2 steps before 2 towering bodyguards blocked her path like iron pagodas. Expressionless, they stood like walls, unmoved by her scratching and kicking.
Jiang Han, what is the meaning of... Ye Jiangwo stepped forward, his face dark, pointing at the bodyguards. Bringing so many people to throw your weight around. Haven't you brought enough shame on us? Shame.
Jiang Han took a sip of his coffee, smiling faintly.
You're joking, mister. Ye. I'm just afraid your family's hospitality might hurt the officers.
I borrowed some hands from my wife to help maintain order. He snapped his fingers. From a car behind him stepped 4 men in suits carrying briefcases exuding professionalism. The lead man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, walked up to the police, pulled out a stack of documents from his briefcase and spoke with detached professionalism. Officer, I am Zhang San, Chief Legal Counsel of the Leng Group. On behalf of my client Mr.
Jiang Han, this is the complete chain of evidence regarding the hiring of an assailant by suspect Ye Tianyou.
Including but not limited to phone recordings between Ye Tianyou and the principal offender Wang Hu, bank transfer records and detailed confessions from Wang Hu and his accomplices. Furthermore, given the risk of asset transfer and suspect flight, we request immediate enforcement of compulsory measures.
Professional. Utterly professional.
This combination hit so hard that even the police were taken aback.
This is ironclad evidence.
Jiang Han looked at Ye Jiangwo, whose face had turned ashen, and delivered a casual finishing blow. Mister, you don't waste your time making calls. In Jianhai City, if my wife wants someone locked up, no one dares to intervene.
You unfilial son.
Ye Jiangwo's finger trembled as he pointed at Jiang Han, unable to utter another word.
Move. Jiang Han waved his hand at the bodyguards without further ado. Yes. The black-clad guards sprang into action.
They didn't lay a hand on anyone. Instead, using their sheer physical presence, they bulldozed Chen Sumei and Ye Jiangwo aside, escorting them away from the door. The gate stood wide open. In that instant, Ye Tianyou, who had been hiding behind, was exposed to everyone's view. Seeing the officers approaching with handcuffs, his legs gave way and he collapsed to the ground, a sudden stench of urine filling the air.
Mom! Save me! Mom! Dad! I don't want to go to prison.
I'm the young master of the Ye family.
Help me!
He wailed, tears and snot streaming, crawling backward on his hands and feet, his nails scraping against the tiles with a piercing sound.
Tianyou!
Chen Sumei let out a shrill scream, trying to rush over, but the bodyguards held her fast, leaving her to watch helplessly as the cold handcuffs clicked shut around her precious son's wrists.
Take him away, the officer ordered. Ye Tianyou was dragged like a dead dog to the police car.
As he passed Jiang Han, he glared at him with a mixture of venom and terror.
Jiang Han didn't even glance at him.
He just looked down at his coffee cup, gave it a gentle swirl, and spoke in a tone as flat as discussing the weather. Remember to reform yourself well in there. Though I doubt scum like you deserve the country's food. The sirens wailed again as the police car sped away with Ye Tianyou. At the entrance of the Ye villa, only Chen Sumei collapsed on the ground wailing, and Ye Jiangwo, who seemed to have aged a decade in an instant, remained.
Jiang Han. Chen Sumei looked up, her usually well-maintained face now twisted like a demon. You ruined Tianyou.
You ruined the Ye family. I curse you. I curse you to die a horrible death.
Save your breath. Jiang Han tossed the empty coffee cup into the trash bin.
Instead of cursing me, you'd better think about how to scrape together money for your precious son's lawyer. But I doubt any lawyer in Jianhai City would dare take your case. With that, he turned to get into the car.
He had seen enough of this show. Just then his phone rang.
Jiang Han pulled it out and glanced at it, raising an eyebrow slightly. The caller ID was an unfamiliar landline number, but the location showed Shanghai City First People's Hospital.
He pressed the answer button. An anxious, almost pleading elderly voice came through. "Hello. Is this Mr. Jiang Han? I'm Lu Jishir, the director of the first hospital. What is it?" Jiang Han's tone was cold. "Mr. Jiang, I'm terribly sorry to bother you. But could you please come to the hospital immediately? Something terrible has happened."
The director's voice was trembling, clearly in deep trouble.
"Your second sister. Oh Dr.
Ye Qingcheng, she's in trouble during surgery.
The patient's identity is too special. If we can't save him, not only Dr. Ye but the entire hospital will be doomed." Dr. Ye said. "She said only you can save that patient."
Listening to the desperate plea, a playful smile slowly spread across Jiang Han's face.
Ye Qingcheng.
That self-proclaimed medical genius, the proud second sister who couldn't even stand the sight of him. She was actually begging for his help.
"Oh."
Jiang Han leaned against the car door, glancing at Chen Sumei still cursing him in the distance, and replied slowly into the phone, "She's begging me. Tell her to come and ask me herself. Let her speak to me herself." Jiang Han uttered these words coolly into the phone, then pulled it away from his ear, leisurely watching the call timer on the screen.
He was not anxious, because he knew that every second now was a torment for the person on the other end, a gamble with their life on the line.
Outside the top-floor intensive care operating room of Shanghai City First People's Hospital, the air was thick with the suffocating smell of disinfectant mingled with a faint elusive trace of blood. The corridor was packed with a row of black-suited bodyguards with grim expressions brought by the patient's family. Each bodyguard's gaze was like a blade fixed intently on the red light glowing above the operating room. In the preparation room of the operating suite, the atmosphere was even more tense to the extreme. Dean Lu Jishir was drenched in sweat, clutching the phone tightly as if it were his last lifeline. He turned his head and looked at Ye Qingcheng, who was huddled in the corner, her surgical gown stained crimson with blood. This medical genius, usually as proud as a swan, was now removing her mask. Her once exquisite and coldly beautiful face was pale as paper, her lips devoid of color, and her whole body trembling uncontrollably.
"Dr. Ye Qingcheng." Lu Jishir stamped his foot in desperation, lowering his voice to a growl. "What time is it and you're still spacing out? Didn't you hear what he just said? Mr. Jiang wants you to take the call."
Ye Qingcheng opened her mouth, her voice dry as if she had swallowed a handful of sand.
"Dean, I don't believe he can save anyone.
He spent 15 years in the Ye family and never even set foot inside a medical school.
How could he possibly know medicine? Are you grasping at straws?" She truly couldn't accept it. The surgery just now had an extremely high difficulty coefficient.
The patient was the patriarch of a top-tier tycoon from the capital who had suffered a sudden rupture of a cerebral aneurysm. Relying on her recently won international award, she confidently led the surgery. But the moment the scalpel went in, massive hemorrhage became uncontrollable and the vital signs plummeted. Now she was being told that the brother she deemed a useless good-for-nothing who only knew how to brew herbal decoctions could save the situation.
It was an outright insult to her professional competence. "I think you're the one who's crazy." Lu Jishir was so angry he wanted to slap her.
That liver failure patient last time, the one I had already pronounced hopeless, didn't Jiang Han cure him with a single dose of medicine?
"You weren't there, but I saw it with my own eyes. It was a miracle." "Stop talking nonsense.
If old Master Lin dies on the operating table, you'll not only go to prison but the entire Ye family will be buried with him. You know the Lin family's power, they can crush the Ye family like an ant." Hearing the words prison and Lin family, the last shred of pride in Ye Qingcheng's eyes finally shattered. Fear flooded over her like a tidal wave. Trembling, she reached out and took the burning phone from the dean's.
"Hello."
Ye Qingcheng's voice was trembling, but the habit of ordering Jiang Han around for years made her instinctively try to maintain her pitiful elder sister's dignity.
"Jiang Han, you need to come to the first hospital right now."
There was silence on the other end of the line, only the faint sound of wind. Ye Qingcheng gritted her teeth and forced herself to continue. "I've had an accident in surgery here.
The patient's condition is critical.
Since the dean says you know some folk remedies, he'll give you a chance.
Come over and help quickly.
If this turns out okay, he'll consider letting you return to the Ye family."
"Ha!"
A very faint cold laugh traveled through the current like a slap across Ye Qingcheng's face. "Ye Qingcheng, have you gone stupid from the surgery?
Didn't drain the water out of your brain. Jiang Han's voice was lazy and mocking with an infuriating nonchalance. Give me a chance. Let me return to the Ye family.
Do you think the dump is a royal palace?
Should I kneel and thank you for your grace? Jiang Han. Don't be ungrateful. Ye Qingcheng became frantic.
Glancing at the increasingly faint waveform on the ECG monitor beside her, her voice turned shrill.
This is a human life. Weren't you the kindest person before?
You said a doctor has a benevolent heart. Now someone is dying, are you going to stand by and do nothing?
Moral blackmail. The same old trick again.
Back in the Ye family, whenever she said "I'm your sister" or "you should be kind," Jiang Han would obediently compromise, swallowing his grievances even if it meant grinding his teeth and choking them down. But she had forgotten that the long-suffering Jiang Han had been killed by their own hands.
Benevolent heart of a healer. That's for humans.
Jiang Han leaned against the door of his Lamborghini, watching the red and blue lights of police cars flashing in the distance, his eyes cold. For ungrateful wretches like you, I only have a heartless and ruthless nature.
And don't bring up the past.
In the past I was blind, mistaking a snake for family.
D.D.
The ECG monitor suddenly emitted a series of urgent alarms.
Not good. The patient's heart rate has dropped below 40. If we don't stop the bleeding now, it's truly hopeless. The assistant's panicked cry came from the operating room.
Ye Qingcheng's legs gave way in terror and she nearly fell to her knees.
She was truly afraid.
It wasn't just a human life, it was her freedom and future for the rest of her life, and the key to the Ye family's survival.
Jiang Han. No. Brother. Dear brother. Ye Qingcheng finally broke down.
Clutching the phone, tears streamed down her face, her voice filled with hysterical sobs.
I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please. Please save me. I'll do anything if you just come. I don't want to go to prison. Beg me.
Jiang Han tapped his fingers lightly on the car window, producing a rhythmic tap-tap.
Begging requires the right attitude.
His voice was unhurried yet carried an unmistakable dominance and coldness. Dr. Ye, aren't you the one who looked down on me as a useless good-for-nothing? Don't you think your hands are priceless, only fit to hold a scalpel, and that even pouring me a glass of water would be beneath you?
Since you want me to save your life, show some sincerity.
Ye Qingcheng sobbed and shouted, what sincerity do you want?
Money. Shares. I'll give you anything.
I don't care for that trash. Jiang Han glanced at the Patek Philippe on his wrist.
It was about time.
He spoke into the phone, enunciating each word.
Now take off your white coat and get the hell out of the operating room. Go to the hospital's main entrance and kneel. Kneel until I'm satisfied, then I'll go in and save him. Remember, I won't wait forever. Slap.
The call ended. Ye Qingcheng stood frozen, clutching the phone, her face pale as a ghost.
Make her kneel at the hospital entrance.
She was the youngest attending physician in Jianghai City, a medical goddess admired by countless people.
The hospital entrance was bustling with people.
If she knelt there, what would become of her face?
How could she face the medical community afterward? Not going.
Then just wait to die with old man Lin. Lu Jishir, who had heard everything, clearly snatched the phone from her, shouting in frustration, what face do you need at a time like this?
Which is more important, life or face? Go now. Ye Qingcheng looked at the old man lying on the operating table, barely breathing, and then at the fierce-looking bodyguards outside the door.
She closed her eyes in despair. She knew she had no choice. Jiang Han was going to trample her dignity along with the Ye family's last shred of decency into the mud.
20 minutes later.
A black Lamborghini Veneno with a low roar slowly drove through the gates of Jianghai City First People's Hospital.
The midday sun was somewhat dazzling.
The hospital entrance was crowded with people, doctors, nurses, and patients' families alike, all stopping to form a circle, pointing and murmuring.
In the very center of the crowd,
Ye Qingcheng, the usually aloof Dr. Ye, who walked with an air of superiority, was now kneeling upright on the hard concrete ground in her thin scrub suit. She lowered her head, her long hair disheveled, covering her pale and humiliated face. The intense pain in her knees was nothing compared to the agony brought by the strange stares around her.
SSSHH.
The Lamborghini came to a steady stop before her.
The scissor doors rose. Jiang Han stepped out, removed his sunglasses, and walked up to Ye Qingcheng, looking down at this once overbearing second sister. Oh Dr. Ye, you're quite proper in your etiquette.
A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth, his voice low but clearly reaching Ye Qingcheng's ears.
What's the matter?
Is that worthless brother who never even set foot in a medical school now worthy of you kneeling to welcome him? When Ye Qingcheng scrambled to her feet, the searing pain in her knees nearly made her collapse again. Yet she paid no heed to it, nor to the lingering scorching stares around her. She gritted her teeth like a gambler who had lost everything and dragged Jiang Han into the private elevator.
Jiang Han, I warn you.
The moment the elevator doors closed, Ye Qingcheng stared intently at the man who wore a nonchalant expression, her voice trembling yet carrying a final stubbornness. If you're here to cause trouble, if you can't save old Master Lin, I'll kill you with my own hands, then commit suicide to atone for it.
This was her last line of defense.
If her dignity was already lost and she couldn't even hold on to her professional integrity as a doctor, she would truly be finished. Jiang Han, with one hand in his pocket, looked at the distorted face of his second sister in the elevator mirror and merely raised an eyebrow.
Kill me.
He chuckled, his tone dripping with disdain.
Save your breath.
With that energy you might as well think about how to write a self-criticism later, or
how to scrape together my consultation fee.
Ding, the elevator doors opened. Outside the operating room, the atmosphere had reached a suffocating tension. Several top experts in white coats were huddled together like ants on a hot pan. When they saw Ye Qingcheng returning with a young man who wasn't even wearing sterile attire, everyone's expressions changed.
Dr. Ye. Have you lost your mind?
The vice director pointed at Jiang Han, his eyes nearly popping out.
Is this the miracle doctor you mentioned? A brat whose hair hasn't even grown. Do you know who lies inside?
You're gambling with old Master Lin's life.
That's right. Traditional Chinese medicine. Acupuncture.
This is sheer nonsense. Another doctor who had studied abroad scoffed, old Master Lin has a ruptured cerebral aneurysm.
Intracranial hypertension.
And you bring in someone who does acupuncture. Are you trying to speed up his death? The waves of doubt cascaded around her.
Ye Qingcheng's face turned pale.
She wanted to retort but found she couldn't utter a single confident word. Yes, she too felt this was absurd.
But did she have any other choice? All of you shut up.
Jiang Han suddenly spoke, his voice low but laced with a chilling ferocity. He swept his cold gaze over the so-called experts, his look akin to watching a swarm of buzzing flies.
A bunch of incompetents.
He spat out the words without mercy.
You can't cure the patient, so you shift the blame. Since you're useless, get out of my way. Don't block me from saving a life.
You. The vice director was so enraged he nearly had a heart attack. Jiang Han ignored them, pushed open the operating room door and strode in.
Ye Qingcheng bit her lip and quickly followed.
Inside the operating room, the stench of blood was nauseating.
The monitor beeped frantically, each sound like a death knell.
On the operating table, the once dominant old Master Lin now had a face as pale as gold leaf. The surgical field after the craniotomy was a mess, blood gushed uncontrollably and the hemostatic forceps were useless.
Blood pressure 40/20. Heart rate 130. Preventricular fibrillation. The anesthesiologist's voice trembled. Move aside.
Jiang Han walked to the table without even washing or disinfecting his hands. He pulled out an ancient black needle pouch and unfurled it with a schwa sound.
9 silver needles of varying lengths gleaming with a faint cold light lay inside. System reward, Tianyou Divine Needle.
A legendary ancient technique said to be able to snatch a person from the clutches of death even at the witching hour.
What are you doing?
Ye Qingcheng screamed in horror as he prepared to insert the needle without even wearing gloves.
That's a sterile field.
You'll cause a severe infection.
And that acupoint is a death point. You can't puncture it. As a top Western-trained doctor, she knew human anatomy by heart.
The longest needle in Jiang Han's hand was aimed precisely at the Baihui acupoint.
Was this saving a life?
This was clearly homicide. If you don't want him to die, shut your mouth.
Without turning his head, Jiang Han's gaze became intensely focused.
He ignored Ye Qingcheng's protest, gently pinched the tail of the needle between his thumb and forefinger and flicked his wrist. Swish! The silver needle turned into a streak of light, piercing into old Master Lin's Baihui acupoint with precision and speed half an inch deep.
Crazy. You're crazy.
Ye Qingcheng's legs gave way and she closed her eyes in despair. It was over. This needle would surely kill old Master Lin.
However, the expected flatline on the ECG didn't happen.
Beep. A steady, powerful heartbeat sounded abruptly in the dead silence of the operating room. Then beep. 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 The chaotic heart rate curve miraculously began to stabilize.
How? How is this possible? The anesthesiologist cried out in disbelief.
Blood pressure is rising.
8,050. 9,060. Heart rate normal. The bleeding. The bleeding has stopped.
Ye Qingcheng's eyes snapped open. She witnessed the most world-shattering sight of her life. Jiang Han's hands moved like lightning, the 9 silver needles seeming to come alive between his fingers, turning into streaks of afterimages as they pierced the major acupoints on old Master Lin's head. Each needle upon insertion trembled slightly, emitting a faint hum. Was that Qi? The legendary guiding Qi with needles? Ye Qingcheng's eyes widened as she stared at the vibrating needles, her mind a blank. She had studied at Harvard Medical School for 8 years and stood in the operating room for 5. All her medical knowledge and scientific theories were shattered by those few weightless needles from Jiang Han. No sophisticated instruments, no complex drugs, not even sterile procedures. Just a few needles and he had pulled back a man with 1 foot already through the gates of hell. This isn't scientific. It's simply unscientific. Ye Qingcheng murmured, staring at Jiang Han's back. Her gaze shifted from doubt and disdain to deep fear and reverence. Was this man really the useless brother she had always dismissed as good only for washing clothes and cooking? Such miraculous skill, even if her mentor, a Nobel laureate in medicine, were here, he would probably kneel and call him master. 3 minutes. Only 3 minutes had passed. Jiang Han stopped, a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead. He took a deep breath, waved his right hand, and the 9 needles were retrieved in one fluid, graceful motion. It's done. Jiang Han casually stuffed the needle pouch back into his pocket and glanced at the dumbfounded anesthesiologist. The suturing, I don't need to teach you that, do I? The operating room was dead silent. Everyone stared at him as if he were a monster. The vice director, who had been the loudest earlier, now stood with his mouth hanging open, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. On the monitors, old Master Lin's vital signs were as stable as a healthy person asleep. A miracle. An absolute miracle. Jiang Han tore off the cumbersome green surgical gown and tossed it into the medical waste bin. He turned his gaze, passing over the crowd, landing on Ye Qingcheng, who cowered in the corner as if drained of her soul. The once haughty medical goddess was nowhere to be seen. She leaned against the wall, her face pale, her eyes vacant, as if she had just endured a massive mental storm. Her pride, self-respect and cognition, all shattered. Jiang Han walked up to her, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Second sister. He deliberately emphasized the term, making it sound particularly grating. Did you see clearly now? Is this the folk remedy you talked about? Is this the waste you saw? Ye Qingcheng trembled, looked up at him, her lips quivering. She wanted to say something but couldn't produce a sound. Shame. Shock. Regret. Countless emotions intertwined, making her face feel as if it had been slapped hundreds of times, burning with pain. I saved the man. Jiang Han raised his wrist to check the time, his voice cold as if discussing a business deal. Now it's time to settle the accounts. Let's go, Dr. Yi. Go see the family and settle my consultation fee. The door of the dean's office was tightly shut. On the leather sofa, Lin Zhendong, the eldest son of the Lin family, sat upright with an air of solemnity. He clutched the string of priceless Buddhist prayer beads in his hand. Though his expression remained calm, the fine beads of sweat on his forehead betrayed the turmoil within. That past hour had felt longer than a century to him. Click. The door opened. Jiang Han strode in, first one hand casually tucked into his pocket. His face was as bland as a glass of plain water, betraying not a trace of the tension one might feel after barely snatching a life from the jaws of death. Ye Qingcheng, who followed behind him, seemed as if her backbone had been ripped out. She had shed her blood-stained surgical gown and changed back into her white lab coat. But her usually ramrod straight back was now hunched, her complexion ashen and her eyes vacant. Jiang. Divine Doctor. Lin Zhendong shot to his feet, the prayer beads in his hand squeaking under the pressure. My father. How is he? He won't die. Jiang Han walked to the sofa and sat down with an air of authority, casually picking up the teacup from the table and taking a sip. The intracranial hematoma has been drained and the damaged nerves have been repaired. He'll wake up in about half an hour. When he does, he can have some porridge. Wake up and have porridge. Lin Zhendong's eyes bulged, unable to believe his ears. That was a ruptured cerebral aneurysm. The hospital had just issued a critical condition notice saying that even if he survived, he would be a vegetable. Now he was told he could wake up and have porridge. He instinctively turned to look at Dean Lu Jisher, who was standing nearby. Lu Jisher wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded frantically, his voice brimming with uncontrollable excitement. President Lin, it's a miracle. A true medical miracle. All his vitals are healthier than a normal person's. Mr. Jiang is like a reincarnation of Hua Tuo. Good. 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 Lin Zhendong exclaimed 3 goods in a row, deeply bowing to Jiang Han. Divine Dr. Jiang, I can't thank you enough. You are the benefactor of the Lin family. From now on in Shanghai City, if you need anything, just say the word. Lin will go through fire and water for you, no hesitation. Jiang Han accepted the bow without a flicker of emotion. He set down the teacup and tapped his fingers twice on the mahogany coffee table, producing a crisp sound.
Spare me the pleasantries. Jiang Han lifted his eyelids, his gaze skipping over Lin Mingyue to land on Ye Qingcheng, who was cowering in the corner.
A mocking smile curled at the corner of his lips.
I'm a mundane man. Let's talk about something more practical. Dr. Ye, outside the operating room earlier we had an agreement. If the patient is saved, then we settle our accounts. Ye Qingcheng trembled all over.
She bit her lip so hard it almost bled, her hands clenched tightly on the hem of her coat, her knuckles turning white.
What? What do you want? Nothing much.
Jiang Han extended a slender finger and waved it in the air, his tone as casual as if he were haggling for vegetables at the market. The consultation fee 100 million.
What?
Ye Qingcheng shrieked, leaping up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on.
100 million. Jiang Han, have you lost your mind? This is extortion. It's robbery.
She pointed a trembling finger at Jiang Han, her whole body shaking with rage. When you were at the Ye family, you treated Dad's health issues and Mom's migraines. When did you ever charge a single cent? Now you just stuck in a few needles and you want 100 million.
Have you become obsessed with money? You said it yourself, that was back then.
Jiang Han didn't even lift his eyelids, let alone bother to look at her. Back then I was the Ye family's dog, it was my duty to guard the house, and I even had to wag my tail to please you all. He stood up and walked step by step toward Ye Qingcheng. As he approached, she instinctively backed away until her back hit the cold wall. But now I am divine Dr. Jiang. Jiang Han's voice was icy. My appearance fee is exactly this price. 1 cent less and I'd feel it's beneath me. You shameless beast. Ye Qingcheng's eyes reddened, tears welling up. We grew up together as brother and sister. Can you be so ruthless? Crack. A sharp sound rang out. It wasn't a slap, it was Lin Mingyue slamming his hand heavily on the table. The patriarch of the Lin family now wore a livid expression, his eyes fixed on Ye Qingcheng with a venomous glare that looked ready to devour her. Dr. Ye, watch your tongue. Lin Mingyue's voice was barely containing his fury. Divine Dr. Jiang saved my father's life, he is the Lin family's benefactor. Is 100 million a lot? Is my father's life not worth 100 million? No. President Lin, that's not what I meant. Ye Qingcheng panicked and tried to explain. I mean, this money shouldn't. Shouldn't what? Shouldn't be paid. Lin Mingyue let out a cold laugh, cutting her off. Ye Qingcheng, don't think I don't know what happened in the operating room. If divine Dr. Jiang hadn't arrived in time, my father would already be a corpse. This is a major medical malpractice. It was your incompetence, Ye Qingcheng, that nearly killed someone. Lin Mingyue pulled a checkbook from his pocket and hurled it in Ye Qingcheng's face. Originally I should have paid this. But the Lin family doesn't owe favors, and we certainly won't pay for a quack's mistake. That 100 million, you must pay it. If you don't by tomorrow morning, the Lin family's legal team will sue you for medical manslaughter. I will ruin your reputation and have you rot in prison. And the Ye family won't escape either. Boom. These words struck like a thunderbolt, leaving Ye Qingcheng completely stunned. She stared blankly at the checkbook on the floor, then at Lin Mingyue's cold face, and finally at Jiang Han, who wore a faint knowing smile. She understood. It was Jiang Han's trap. He wasn't just after the money, he was using the Lin family's blade to flay her alive. Jiang Han. You're so cruel. Ye Qingcheng's voice quivered. She felt her heart bleeding. 100 million. That was everything she had painstakingly saved over the years, her house fund, her dowry, even the startup capital she had set aside to branch out on her own. Now all of it would go to the brother she had once looked down upon the most. Cruel. Jiang Han shrugged, his face innocent. Second sister, this is the price of your life. Your career, your reputation, and the peace of the Ye family, aren't they worth 100 million? Or would you prefer to experience life in prison? Ye Qingcheng gritted her teeth so hard that the taste of blood filled her mouth. She stared at Jiang Han, her eyes brimming with venom but also with fear. She knew that Lin Mingyue would follow through on his word. If she didn't pay, the Lin family would destroy her. Fine. I'll pay. Those two words sounded like a wail squeezed from the depths of her soul. Ye Qingcheng's hand trembled as she pulled out her phone from her bag. It was her last shred of dignity, her final bargaining chip. Now she had to hand it over. Account number. She stared at Jiang Han, tears finally streaming down her cheeks, falling onto the phone screen. Jiang Han, remember this. This money is to buy off the last bit of affection between us.
Don't be so dramatic.
Jiang Han pulled out his phone and displayed the payment QR code. His smile so bright it made Ye Qingcheng want to vomit.
There's no affection between us anymore. Now it's purely a monetary transaction. Transfer the money, second sister.
Keep your hands steady. If you type one digit wrong, I won't give a refund. In the corner of the corridor, the smell of disinfectant seemed sharper than usual. Ye Qingcheng held her phone, her finger hovering over the confirm transfer button, trembling as if she were playing a fiendishly difficult Paganini etude. The long string of numbers on the screen stung her eyes.
100 million yuan.
This was everything she had managed to save after years of working as a doctor, burning the midnight oil coupled with various investments and financial plans. It included the down payment for that Riverview penthouse. She had her eye on the top-tier dowry she had saved for herself and the startup capital for her future private clinic. This was her confidence, her pride. But now these numbers were about to become zero, turning into someone else's possession.
Second sister, don't let your hand shake.
If you mistype a single digit, it won't be easy to explain to Mr.
Lin.
Jiang Han stood 2 steps away, one hand in his pocket, his tone light and casual as if urging a waiter to bring the bill.
Everyone's busy. Don't waste time. This urging was the final straw that broke the camel's back.
Ye Qingcheng closed her eyes, tears silently streaming down.
Ding.
As her finger pressed down, the payment app emitted a crisp, pleasant notification sound.
Transfer successful.
Looking at the account balance that had instantly turned into a 3-digit number, Ye Qingcheng felt as if a piece of her heart had been ruthlessly gouged out, empty, aching so deeply she could barely breathe. She slid down along the wall, crouching on the floor without regard for her dignity, burying her face in her knees, letting out stifled sighs.
Why did it come to this? Tears flowed into her mouth, salty and bitter.
In a daze, a scene suddenly flashed through her mind. It was a winter night 3 years ago when Shanghai City was hit by a heavy snow.
She had stayed at the hospital until 3 in the morning working on a SCI paper.
The mealtime had long passed and food delivery had stopped. She was so hungry that her stomach ached, so she casually complained in the family group chat. In less than 40 minutes, Jiang Han appeared at her office door. Back then, Jiang Han wore a thin down jacket, his face flushed red from the cold with frost still clinging to his eyebrows. He clutched a thermal container tightly against his chest. When he looked up and saw her, he gave a silly smile. Second sister, eat while it's hot. I simmered the chicken soup for 3 hours, kept it wrapped, it's not cold yet. How had she responded? She glanced disdainfully at the somewhat old thermal container and frowned, saying, "Who told you to come? You're covered in snow and dirt, don't dirty my sterile gown. Just leave it there, I'm busy." The next morning the chicken soup had gone cold and she threw it into the trash along with the thermal container. At that time the light in Jiang Han's eyes gradually dimmed, but he said nothing. He simply picked up the container and silently turned away. Back then his care was free. It was sincerity, family affection, a priceless treasure. But she had treated that sincerity like garbage, trampling it underfoot. And now when she truly needed saving, Jiang Han came. He came with miraculous medical skills, with an aura that looked down upon the world, saving her career and the Ye family's fate. But this time it was no longer free. The price was a full 100 million and the sibling bond that would never return. So, the chicken soup back then was so expensive. Ye Qingcheng wept like a child who had lost a beloved toy, regret drowning her like a tidal wave. If only she had been kinder to Jiang Han back then, even just a little, would today have ended differently.
Ding! Jiang Han's phone chimed. He took it out and glanced at the incoming transfer notification.
The string of zeros made him let out a satisfied whistle.
Thanks, Dr. Ye.
Jiang Han pocketed his phone, his tone cold and devoid of any warmth.
Money and goods settled, no debts between us. Next time, if you're not confident about a life or death surgery, don't overestimate yourself. Not everyone will come to clean up your mess. With that he turned and walked away.
That wave of his hand was carefree and decisive, without a trace of lingering attachment.
Jiang Han.
Ye Qingcheng jerked her head up, looking through tear-filled eyes at that resolute back, shouting hoarsely, "Do you really not cherish any of the old feelings?"
Jiang Han paused for a moment. He didn't turn around, only letting out a very faint derisive laugh. "Old feelings? That kind of thing died the moment you drove me out of the house." The sound of leather shoes on the marble floor gradually faded away until it completely disappeared at the end of the corridor. Ye Qingcheng slumped on the floor, staring at the empty corridor, finally understanding a truth. Some people once missed cannot be bought back, no matter how many billions you spend. Leaving the hospital, Jiang Han sat in his Lamborghini, his mood not as heavy as he had expected. On the contrary, looking at the balance in his bank account, he felt like humming a tune. 100 million consultation fee plus the system's double rebate. Jiang Han patted the steering wheel. Tisk, this feeling of eating soft rice with a hard face is really addictive.
Just as he was about to start the engine, someone knocked on the car window. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Han rolled down the window and saw a man in a black suit and sunglasses standing outside, respectfully handing in a gold-embossed red invitation card.
Mr. Jiang, this is an invitation from the Ye family. The Ye family. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow and took the card.
The invitation felt exquisite with a faint scent of ink. He opened it and saw a line written in bold cursive: "Sincerely invite Mr.
Jiang Han to attend the return and 22nd birthday banquet of young Master Ye Tianyou. Time 8:00 p.m. tomorrow. Location Ye family villa." Jiang Han almost laughed out loud at the sight. Wasn't Ye Tianyou arrested? Hiring someone to commit violence with solid evidence, and now they're throwing a birthday party.
The man delivering the invitation was clearly a confidant of the Ye family, bowing his head and mechanically reciting the prepared words. "Missy said that young Master Tianyou just went to the police station to assist with an investigation. It was a misunderstanding.
He has been released on bail and is home now.
To cleanse the bad luck and formally introduce young Master Tianyou to the elite of Jianghai City, the banquet tomorrow will proceed as scheduled. Moreover, Missy especially asked that you honor us with your presence. She said, the family has wronged you in the past, and this time she wants to take the opportunity for the whole family to sit down for a meal and clear up the misunderstandings."
Misunderstanding.
Assisting with an investigation. Jiang Han tapped the invitation lightly with his finger, a flicker of mockery in his eyes.
The Ye family's whitewashing methods were indeed crude and straightforward.
They actually managed to get Ye Tianyou released on bail. It seemed Ye Jiangwo had used considerable connections and resources for his real son, maybe even some shady channels. This wasn't a birthday banquet at all, it was clearly a fig leaf the Ye family had put up to save face and forcibly whitewash the scandal. And they wanted to sit down for a family meal.
Wasn't this a Hongmen banquet? Fine, I understand.
Jiang Han casually tossed the invitation onto the passenger seat as if throwing away a piece of scrap paper.
"Go back and tell Ye Qingcheng that I'll be there."
The man breathed a sigh of relief and was about to bow and leave.
"Wait."
Jiang Han suddenly stopped him, a chilling smile slowly curling at the corner of his lips.
Those peach blossom eyes gleamed with a mischievous icy light. "Since it's a birthday, it wouldn't be right to go empty-handed.
As his older brother, I should prepare a big gift for the real young master."
"Big gift?" The man was taken aback. "Yes, a big gift." Jiang Han started the engine, the roar of the motor instantly exploding.
He turned his head and flashed a grin at the man, revealing 2 rows of stark white teeth, a gift that will make him remember it for a lifetime. Back at the Leng mansion, Jiang Han casually tossed the gilded invitation onto the marble coffee table, producing a soft clatter. The vibrant red color stood out starkly in the cool-toned living room like a discarded rag.
The Ye family's wishful thinking is so loud I could hear it from the second floor. Leng Mingyue, now dressed in casual homeware, approached with 2 glasses of red wine.
She glanced at the invitation, a mocking curve forming on her lips. Ye Tianyou hired someone to commit assault, and the evidence is solid. By all rights, he should be picking up soap in the detention center right now. Ye Jiangwo managed to get him bailed out, probably using the last of the Ye family's connections, perhaps even agreeing to some shady deals. This is what they call a deathbed struggle.
Jiang Han took the wine, swirling it gently. The crimson liquid clung to the glass like an omen.
They want to use this birthday banquet to send a signal to the world: the Ye family hasn't fallen yet, and Ye Tianyou is still the glorious young master. If they can pull this off and rope in a few unsuspecting investors, they might just limp along for a few more days.
But they miscalculated one thing. Jiang Han took a sip, his gaze turning icy. They shouldn't have invited me.
If it were the old Jiang Han faced with such a trap, he might have chosen to avoid it. But now he held cards that could destroy the Ye family. Instead of hiding, it was better to strike and thoroughly stir up the muddy waters.
"What do you plan to do?"
Leng Mingyue sat across from him, watching with keen interest.
"Crash the party.
Or bring a legal team to lecture them."
"Crashing is too lowbrow and lecturing is too dull."
Jiang Han set down his glass, tapping his fingers on the table with a slow, oppressive rhythm. "Since it's a birthday, as the older brother, I ought to send a grand gift to show my filial piety, don't you think?" He emphasized the word filial piety, making it sound chilling.
"A grand gift?" Leng Mingyue raised an eyebrow.
"There's an old saying in China, the gift is trifling but the thought is profound."
Jiang Han stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and gazed at the dark night outside.
His voice drifted eerily. "Since they want to celebrate so grandly, you'll give them something loud and clear to remind them constantly, time is running out."
Half an hour later, in the old district of Jianghai City.
There was no bustling center here, only mottled bluestone roads and weathered old buildings.
A vintage clock shop named Golden Years stood quietly at the street corner.
The shop door opened and the copper bell hanging above emitted a crisp ring. Inside, the shop was filled with all kinds of clocks, from delicate Swiss mantel clocks to rustic Chinese mechanical ones. The ticking of countless hands merged into a river of time flowing in the ears.
Feel free to look around, gentlemen.
These are all old relics, said the shop owner, an old man with reading glasses who was busy repairing a pocket watch without looking up.
Jiang Han ignored the delicate trinkets.
His eyes swept the shop and finally fixed on a massive object half covered by a dust cloth at the back. It was a nearly 2-meter tall European floor clock made of dark ebony and carved with intricate sinister vine patterns. At the top sat an owl statue poised for flight. The clock face was enormous, its golden hands glinting coldly in the dim light. Below, the heavy brass pendulum swung with a dull resonant dong-dong sound. The thing didn't look like a timepiece, it was more like a coffin lid used to suppress evil, exuding a somber, ominous aura.
Boss, how much for this?
Jiang Han pointed at the clock. The owner looked up, pushed up his glasses and showed a flicker of surprise. Young man, you have unique taste.
This is a 19th century piece from the Black Forest region of Germany, originally placed in a church. But this thing.
It carries heavy malevolence.
It's not auspicious to keep at home. Usually it's used as a gift, right?
Jiang Han interrupted, stepping forward to stroke the cold, heavy wooden body, his eyes growing more satisfied.
I need that malevolence. I need that inauspiciousness.
The Ye family is like an old man on his deathbed, they need just such a coffin to celebrate.
A gift.
The owner paused, then seemed to understand, his expression turning strange.
A gift. But this is sending a clock.
Young man, how deep is your grudge against them?
In Chinese tradition, sending a clock sounds like sending off the deceased, an absolute taboo and the most venomous curse.
Grudge.
Jiang Han laughed lightly. No grudge.
I just want to show filial piety to my elder.
I think this clock has a loud chime that can be heard for 2 li. It'll wake up my heart-affirming adoptive father.
Beside him, Leng Mingyue watched the floor clock, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a coffin, and couldn't help but twitch her lips. This wasn't waking him up, it was sending him off.
But she liked it. Well, take it.
Leng Mingyue directly handed the black card to the owner, her tone commanding.
No wrapping.
Just find some workers and deliver it to the Ye family villa at exactly 8 o'clock tomorrow evening.
Remember, carry it in and make a big scene.
The owner looked at the black card, then at the extraordinary yet mischievous couple, and swallowed hard. The world of the rich was indeed a realm he couldn't comprehend.
Got it. Rest assured, it'll be delivered on time and he'll polish it to a shine. Stepping out of the clock shop, the night breeze was cool.
Jiang Han glanced back at the massive floor clock faintly visible in the window, already imagining the scene when it appeared in the Ye family's banquet hall tomorrow evening. Ye Jiangwo's face would be a masterpiece of color.
Wife, do you think Ye Jiangwo will be so moved he'll have a stroke on the spot?
Jiang Han opened the car door, turning to ask with a smile. Leng Mingyue sat in the passenger seat, fastened her seatbelt and looked out at the neon lights, replying calmly, a stroke might be overdoing it, but paralysis is almost certain.
But sending a clock isn't enough.
She turned her head, her phoenix eyes gleaming with a merchant's shrewd calculation. If we're going to crash the party, well, do it thoroughly. Tomorrow we'll have the PR department contact all major media outlets in the city along with those troublemaking internet influencers. I want the entire city of Shanghai to witness how the Ye family's broken ship sinks under the public eye.
Jiang Han paused, then raised his thumb. You're the ruthless one. But he started the car, the engine roar masking his low chuckle. That's exactly what I want.
The Ye family villa's banquet hall was brilliantly lit. To celebrate Ye Tianyou's return on bail and to prove to the outside world that the Ye family was not yet finished, Ye Jiangwo had spared no expense. Not only had he invited several media outlets from Shanghai City that would sing praises for a fee, but he had also deliberately packaged Ye Tianyou as an innocent youth victimized by online bullying. On the stage, Ye Tianyou sat in a wheelchair padded with soft cushions, his face pale and his eyes slightly reddened. Holding a cup of warm water, he spoke weakly into the camera. Thank you all for your concern.
I'm fine.
The rumors before were all misunderstandings.
I believe the law will clear my name. As for my older brother,
although he may have some misunderstandings about me and might have done some extreme things, I still consider him family. These words were delivered with such sincerity that they dripped with pretentiousness. Below the stage, Chen Sume wiped her tears, putting on a motherly expression. Our Tianyou is just too kind. He's been harmed like this, yet he still speaks up for that ungrateful brat. Several reporters who had received red envelopes immediately raised their cameras, clicking away frantically. They had already thought of tomorrow's headline: the true scion of a wealthy family falsely imprisoned magnanimously forgives his adoptive brother.
Ye Jiangwo stood to the side watching this harmonious scene, his tense nerves finally relaxing slightly.
As long as public opinion turned around, the Ye family's stock price could stabilize.
Ladies and gentlemen, today is my son's birthday. Please enjoy yourselves. Ye Jiangwo raised his wineglass, just about to deliver some formal remarks. A thunderous crash. The heavy intricately carved redwood door was violently pushed open from the outside. The tremendous sound mixed with the cool night breeze instantly flooded the warm and intimate banquet hall. Everyone was startled, instinctively turning their heads to look. At the doorway stood a dense crowd of people. At the forefront was the very man who should have been disgraced and ruined, Jiang Han. He wore his impeccably tailored suit, one hand in his pocket, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his lips. And behind him he was no longer alone but accompanied by an entire fully armed army. Shanghai Daily City Express, First Financial. And even several sharp-tongued viral internet streamers with millions of followers. Long lenses and short guns, camera flashes cascading like a waterfall, instantly illuminated the banquet hall brighter than an operating table. What is this? Ye Jiangwo's wineglass trembled, spilling red wine onto the floor. Jiang Han. Are you bringing so many people here for what? For what? Jiang Han strode in with long confident steps, and the entourage of reporters surged in like a tide, instantly scattering the plants arranged by the Ye family. President Ye, wasn't it you who sent me the invitation? Jiang Han pulled out the gilded invitation from his pocket and casually tossed it away. The invitation drew a red arc through the air, landing precisely on Ye Tianyou's wheelchair. Since it's the true scion's birthday, how could I as his older brother come empty-handed? He clapped his hands, the sound crisp and clear. Men, bring up my gift. As soon as the words fell, four burly bodyguards in black sunglasses carried a massive object shrouded in red cloth, walking in with heavy footsteps. Thud. 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 With each step the floor seemed to vibrate. Everyone craned their necks, curiously guessing what precious gift lay beneath the red cloth. The bodyguards walked to the center of the stage, directly in front of Ye Tianyou's wheelchair, and set the object down heavily. Jiang Han, stop playing tricks. Ye Mengyan, filled with a terrible premonition, screamed, what exactly are you giving? Jiang Han stepped forward, grabbing a corner of the red cloth. He swept his gaze across the hall, taking in Ye Jiangwo's livid face, Chen Sumei's terrified expression, and Ye Tianyou's trembling form, and a radiant smile curled at the corners of his lips. Ladies and gentlemen, feast your eyes. Whoosh. The red cloth was yanked away. A 2-meter-tall pitch-black European-style floor clock carved with sinister patterns stood before everyone. The ancient mechanical structure gleamed with a cold, airy light under the chandeliers, the massive pendulum swinging left and right, emitting a spine-chilling sound. Dong. Dong. It was exactly on the hour. The deep, dull chimes like a death knell echoed through the dead-silent banquet hall, each strike landing on the skulls of the Ye family. Sending a clock. Sending a funeral. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. The guests who had been enjoying the drama stood dumbfounded, their forks slipping from their hands unnoticed. Too ruthless. This was a direct assault on the Ye family's ancestral grave. Ah! Chen Sumei let out a piercing scream, her eyes rolling back as she nearly fainted. Bad luck. Too unlucky. Throw him out. Throw him out now. Ye Tianyou sat in his wheelchair, staring at the clock directly facing him, his face paler than a corpse's. He felt it wasn't a clock at all, it was a tombstone erected at his grave. Jiang Han. Ye Jiangwo trembled with rage, his blood pressure soaring to 280. He grabbed a wine bottle from the table, intending to hurl it, but was blinded by the countless camera flashes. You unfilial wretch. Beast. Are you trying to infuriate me to death? Today is Tianyou's birthday. What do you mean by sending a clock? Do you still have any regard for me as your father? For the Ye family. Faced with Ye Jiangwo's roar, the smile on Jiang Han's face not only did not fade but grew even brighter. He took the microphone from the stunned host and blew gently into it. A soft breath of air from the speakers drowned out all the noise. Jiang Han leaned against the floor clock with one hand, his posture as elegant as if he were presenting a rare treasure. President Ye, don't be angry. As the saying goes, gold has a price but time is priceless. I gave this clock to remind the true scion to cherish his time. After all. Jiang Han paused, his gaze sharp as a blade piercing straight into Ye Tianyou's heart. His days of lording over the Ye family have entered their final countdown. You're full of crap. Ye Mengyan rushed forward to snatch the microphone, but the bodyguard stopped her like catching a chick. Ladies and gentlemen of the media. Jiang Han paid no further attention to the Ye family's impotent rage. He turned to face the dozen or so cameras broadcasting live, flashing a standard, highly approachable smile. Behind that smile lay a bomb about to detonate across the entire city. Since everyone is here, let me take advantage of this joyous occasion to drop a little scoop. A bombshell revelation about the true scion of the Ye family. A bombshell. The media reporters below, upon hearing this, swarmed like sharks scenting blood, instantly aiming their cameras and microphones at the stage. Flashes flickered wildly, the sound of shutters merging into a continuous roar 10 times more chaotic than when Ye Tianyou had made his entrance. Ye Jiangwo's heart skipped a beat. The ominous premonition grew stronger. He was just about to order someone to cut the power, but it was too late. With a crisp snap, Jiang Han clicked his fingers. The giant LED screen behind him, originally intended to play Ye Tianyou's inspirational growth VCR, flickered suddenly. Then the image changed. No longer were there those artificially posed photos. Instead, a surveillance video appeared, slightly grainy in quality but clear after high-definition restoration. The background of the video was the Shanghai City First Maternal and Child Health Hospital over 20 years ago. A young woman holding a newborn baby in her arms was lurking furtively in a stairwell. Across from her stood a young man in a driver's uniform. Their posture was excessively intimate. The man even reached out to touch the woman's face, his eyes full of tenderness and love. "Sume, do we really have to do this? This is our own flesh and blood," the man's voice echoed through the speakers. "Precisely because he is our flesh and blood, I cannot let him suffer with you." A flash of ruthlessness flickered in the eyes of the younger Chen Sume. "That fool Ye Jiangwo has no idea of the exact date I conceived. As long as we swap him with that orphan, our son will become the eldest young master of the Ye family. He will be above others. Then, what about the child who was swapped? Throw him away. Or stuff him into an orphanage. Who cares if he lives or dies?" Boom. The video was short, barely a minute long. But the amount of information it contained was enough to make everyone present's scalps tingle and their worldviews shatter. The entire hall fell into dead silence. A silence so profound that even breathing could not be heard. Everyone's eyes were wide, mouths agape as if struck by lightning. They stared blankly at the young vicious Chen Sume on the screen, then mechanically turned to look at the present Ye family matriarch, whose face was now drained of all color. But this was not the end. The scene shifted to the present day. The background was the garage of the Ye family villa or some hidden corner. Chen Sume and the Ye family's old driver Wang Shu were holding hands and whispering. "Old Wang Tianyou is back. Stay away from him from now on, don't let anyone suspect. Don't worry, Sume. Seeing our son so glorious now, I'm content being a driver for the rest of my life." A guest who was drinking water couldn't hold it in and sprayed it out. That sound seemed to break some seal. The entire banquet hall instantly exploded. Holy shit. Holy shit. What did I just hear? This is a hidden scandal of a wealthy family. It's a full-blown ethical drama. A switcheroo. And swapping a bastard for the real young master. This Chen Sume is too ruthless. The key is that driver. Old Wang. The neighbor Wang. Even a scriptwriter wouldn't dare write such a plot. The reporters went wild. They had originally only taken red envelopes to praise the Ye family, never expecting to stumble upon such a bombshell. This was live. At this moment, all professional ethics, all obligation to uphold their paid deal were thrown to the winds. Headline. This was definitely the headline of the year. Flashes went off like they were free, crazily bombarding the faces of Chen Sume, Ye Jiangwo and Ye Tianyou. Turn it off. Turn it off now. Chen Sume let out a piercing scream, rushing toward the backstage like a madwoman trying to yank the power cord. Fake. It's all fake. Jiang Han fabricated it. It's deepfake. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. However, Jiang Han had already arranged for the backstage to be secured. She couldn't even get close. Ye Tianyou sat in his wheelchair, trembling all over. He stared at the Wang Shu on the big screen, who bore a slight resemblance to him, and countless images flashed through his mind. Why was that driver always exceptionally kind to him? Why did that driver always take the fall for him whenever he got into trouble? Why was his mother always so lenient toward that driver? So he wasn't of the Ye family's blood. He was a bastard born from the adultery of a driver and the mistress. No. This isn't real. Ye Tianyou clutched his head and screamed in collapse. I am the Ye family's young master. I am the real young master. Jiang Han is the bastard. I am noble. Noble. Jiang Han stood on stage, one hand in his pocket, looking with pity at his brother who had fallen into madness. Ye Tianyou, open your eyes and take a good look. He snapped his fingers. The image on the screen changed once more. This time it was no longer a video but a series of DNA test reports detailed to an appalling degree, along with the hospital's birth certificate records from that year. There were even hotel check-in records of Wang Shu and Chen Sume spanning 20 years. The evidence was ironclad. This is your so-called real young master. Jiang Han's voice was cold, spreading through the entire venue via the microphone. Every word struck like a nail into the hearts of the Ye family, a scheming bastard who stole another's nest. And you. Jiang Han's gaze swept over the 7 sisters below, who were already pale and trembling, a deeply sarcastic smile curling at the corner of his mouth.
For this bastard you drove out the family member who treated you sincerely for 15 years, even going so far as to sever ties. 7 sisters, this blood is thicker than water. Family affection is truly so touching it makes me want to vomit. The 7 Ye sisters were now like puppets drained of their souls. Ye Qingcheng gripped the table corner so hard that her nails broke without her noticing. Staring at the evidence on the screen, she felt a churning nausea in her stomach. The dear brother they had coddled was actually a bastard born to a driver. And for this bastard they had personally driven away the all-capable, genuinely kind Jiang Han. What was this? This was a colossal joke. Ha 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 ha. Ye Qingcheng suddenly burst into laughter, laughing until tears streamed down her face. The pointing fingers, the contemptuous, mocking and condescending looks from the crowd were like slaps across their faces, shattering their pitiful pride and self-esteem. However, the most stunning scene was not them. It was Ye Jiangwo. The chairman of the Ye group stood there motionless. His head was glowing green. He stared fixedly at the big screen, watching his wife of 20 years, watching the son he had placed so much hope on, even driving away his adopted son for him. So he was the biggest fool of all. He had raised another man's son for 20 years, treasuring this bastard while treating the adopted son, who had no blood relation but was outstanding and filial, like trash. Pew! A mouthful of old blood stuck in his chest. Ye Jiangwo felt the world spinning in darkness before his eyes. His face turned from red to white, then white to blue, finally settling into a bizarre iron-gray hue. Ye Jiangwo. Chen Sumei, now held back by bodyguards at the foot of the stage, disheveled and makeup smeared, still tried to defend herself. Honey, listen to me. Jiang Han set me up. He really set me up. Set you up? Ye Jiangwo slowly turned his head. His eyes were no longer gentle or authoritative as usual, they were bloodshot and ferocious, as if he wanted to devour someone. He raised a trembling hand pointing at Chen Sumei's nose, his fingers shaking as if he had Parkinson's. A guttural sound came from his throat. After a long moment he squeezed out a heart-wrenching roar through clenched teeth. You bitch. That roar seemed to tear apart the last shred of decency in the banquet hall. Chen Sumei stood frozen, her makeup long since ruined by cold sweat and tears, creating a grotesque yet laughable visage. She opened her mouth wanting to argue, but her throat felt stuffed with cotton, only managing to emit a strange sound like hoo-hoo. Are you still going to act? Jiang Han's voice echoed from the stage again, laced with a mocking clarity that seemed to see through everything. He casually pulled out a sealed brown paper bag from his suit pocket, weighing it lightly in his hand with an ease that resembled tossing away garbage. Just by watching the video I know Aunt Chen must be unconvinced. After all, with today's advanced AI face-swapping technology you are free to claim I am fabricated. Jiang Han walked to the edge of the stage, looking down at the chaotic relatives below with a cruel smirk at the corner of his mouth. So to put your minds at ease and to ensure that President Yi wears this hat more securely, I have specially prepared this. These are 2 strands of hair I casually took from President Ye's comb and the real young master's pillow during my recent visit to the Yi family to collect junk. An expedited paternity test, still warm. Whoosh. With a flick of his wrist the brown paper bag traced a sharp parabolic arc through the air, crashing heavily at Ye Jiangwo's feet. Clap. The crisp sound echoed loudly in the dead silence of the banquet hall, particularly jarring. As the file bag dropped without a seal, several sheets of A4 paper slid out, the glaring red stamp and bold black letters exposed without reservation under the spotlight. DNA comparison result: no paternity relationship. Those words pierced like sharp knives into Ye Jiangwo's eyes. No. I can't look. That's fake. That's Jiang Han's forgery. Chen Sumei let out a piercing scream, lunging forward like a madwoman desperate to shred the document and swallow it before Ye Jiangwo could. As long as she destroyed it. As long as she destroyed it, there would still be room for maneuver. However, just as she stepped out, 2 iron-like hands firmly grasped her shoulders. It was the bodyguards from the Leng family. Let go of me. You pack of watchdogs. I am the matriarch of the Yi family. Let go of me. Chen Sumei struggled desperately, her nails scratching bloody trails on the bodyguard's arm, her hair falling loose, resembling a demon crawling out of hell. The bodyguard remained expressionless, like holding down a frantic hand, unyielding to her struggles. Ye Jiangwo trembled as he bent down. His hands shook violently, failing several times to grasp those thin sheets of paper. The surrounding guests held their breath, countless eyes fixated on the scene, not daring to make a sound for fear of missing any detail of this grand family drama. At last Ye Jiangwo picked up the paternity test report. His gaze skimmed over the complex professional data, landing directly on the conclusion in the last line. Not biologically related. 3 words, a death sentence. In that instant Ye Jiangwo felt as if the world was spinning, the buzzing in his ears resembling the mocking laughter of the entire universe at his foolishness. For 20 years he had raised another man's son, treating the illegitimate child as treasure, handing over his family wealth, even driving away his foster son who, despite lacking blood ties, truly regarded him as a father. His entire life was nothing but a complete joke. Ye Jiangwo.
Chen Sumei looked at her husband's face which had turned ashen and finally felt fear. She stopped struggling, her voice trembling as she tried to explain, listen to me, those were mistakes made when we were young. I love you. Love me. Ye Jiangmo slowly raised his head. In his eyes, which had turned red from rage, there was not a trace of the marital affection they once shared. Only boundless hatred and madness born of humiliation remained. You call this love? You made me raise another man's son for 20 years. You made me the biggest fool in Zhanghaisha. This is what you call love? Bang! A deafening sound shook the surrounding guests, their ears ringing. Ye Jiangmo poured all his strength into a slap that landed heavily on Chen Sumei's face. The force was so strong that it spun her around, sending her crashing into the nearby champagne tower. Clatter! Hundreds of champagne flutes collapsed with a thunderous crash, glass shards scattering golden liquid, drenching Chen Sumei completely. She lay on the ground, half her face swollen like a steamed bun, a trickle of blood escaping her mouth as she was stunned, covering her face and howling like a slaughtered pig. Dad! Don't hit Mom! Yi Tianyou, who had been pretending to be dead in his wheelchair, finally reacted at this moment. Though his heart raced with fear, years of green tea instincts drove him to instinctively make the most beneficial choice for himself. At this moment he had to play the victim. He had to garner sympathy. Yi Tianyou suddenly leaped from his wheelchair, disregarding the glass shards on the ground, scrambling to wrap his arms around Ye Jiangmo's leg desperately. Dad! I am innocent. I know nothing. He tilted his head back, tears streaming down his effeminate face, looking as pitiful as a rain-soaked pear blossom. No matter who my biological parents are, you have raised me for so long. In my heart you are my only real father. Dad, please don't abandon me. I am Tianyou, your most beloved son. It must be said this boy's acting skills were indeed on point. If it were any other time, Ye Jiangmo would have softened at the sight of him like this. But now, looking at the face that bore such a striking resemblance to the driver in the video, he felt a wave of nausea rising in his stomach. This was the good son he had spoiled for 20 years. This was the one he had driven Jiang Han away for, who was the real young master. Every glance, every tear reminded him of the vivid green of the cuckold's hat he wore. Get away! Ye Jiangmo roared, lifting his foot and ruthlessly kicking Yi Tianyou in the chest. Bang! Yi Tianyou screamed, knocked over like a rag doll, clutching his chest in pain, curling into a ball, barely able to catch his breath. Don't call me Dad. It sounds disgusting. Ye Jiangmo pointed at the mother and son on the ground, his chest heaving violently, his voice hoarse like a broken bellows. Illegitimate child. You are all illegitimate children. Take your wretched mother and get out of the Yi family. Right now. Immediately. The scene was in disarray. Cries, curses, and the sound of shattering glass intertwined to create a surreal symphony. And the director of this grand play stood elegantly under the spotlight, adjusting his cuffs. Jiang Han looked at the family's farcical struggle below with no ripple of emotion in his eyes, only a sense of satisfaction at having avenged a great grudge. This was the great gift he had presented. Loud enough, profound enough for them to remember for a lifetime. He picked up the microphone, lightly blowing into it to draw the audience's attention back to the stage. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Jiang Han's voice was cold, carrying an air of an outsider watching a show, resonating clearly through the top-notch sound equipment. President Yi An. That driver's son. Are you satisfied with this birthday present? His gaze swept over Ye Jiangmo's face, which was as green as moss, a murderous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Congratulations, President Yi, on this joyous day you have been crowned with a green hat. Not only have you found your true family, but you've also conveniently cleaned up house. This 5 million birthday banquet was truly worth it. After speaking, he casually tossed the microphone, which hit the ground with a piercing screech, serving as the final mockery to the Yi family. Jiang Han turned around, extending his hand to Leng Mingyue, who had been silently watching him, the coldness on his face melting into tenderness. Wife, the show is over. Let's go home. Let's go home. As Jiang Han softly uttered these words, he took Leng Mingyue's hand and turned to descend the steps. Behind him, the banquet hall erupted like a powder keg set ablaze. The crowd, stunned into a brief silence, now burst into a clamor rivaling a marketplace. Secrets of a wealthy family, a switched child, a bastard son rising to power, the legitimate heir's counterattack. This script was 1,000 times more thrilling than any TV drama. And it was a live broadcast, no special effects added. Holy crap. This is definitely the year's best melodrama. Yi Jiangmo's hat is glowing green. I can't stop laughing. Just now the Yi family was praising Yi Tianyou to the skies, but it turns out he's a bastard born to a driver. So this is what they call blood is thicker than water. Chen Sumei kept her husband in the dark for 20 years just to let her illegitimate son enjoy the good life. This woman's heart is vicious enough. The guests' comments were unabashed, some even deliberately raising their voices. Those competitors who usually had a grudge against the Yi family were now grinning from ear to ear, holding their wine glasses and watching the show, their schadenfreude almost spilling over.
Hey, do you think the 7 sisters of the Ye family are blind? A socialite in a glamorous gown covered her mouth, her voice cuttingly sharp. They abandoned such an outstanding brother like Jiang Han to prop up that whiny bastard. I heard Jiang Han used to cook and serve in the Ye family only to be kicked out. Now he's a shareholder of the Leng Group with hundreds of millions in cash.
That's what you call blind.
Throwing away a pearl for a fisheye and cherishing a rotten rock serves them right. These words stabbed like poisoned steel needles into the ears of the 7 Ye sisters below the stage. They stood there rigid as 7 statues drained of their souls. Ye Qingcheng clutched her skirt, her knuckles white, her body trembling uncontrollably. Listening to the mockery around her and staring at the DNA test reports still scrolling on the big screen, she felt the world spin and a wave of nausea churning in her stomach. A bastard. The younger brother they had cherished, for whom they had repeatedly heard Jiang Han, was actually a bastard. The spawn of a driver and their mother's adultery. Big sis.
This can't be real, can it?
Ye Mengyan's face was pale, her lips trembling with tears welling up.
Tianyou was so obedient, so sensible, how could he be? Shut up.
Ye Qingcheng spun around, her usually haughty eyes now bloodshot and terrifyingly fierce.
Isn't this shame enough? She wanted to flee. Immediately escape this suffocating place.
But her legs felt like lead, too heavy to move. She had to look toward the edge of the stage. There Ye Jiangwo was viciously beating Chen Sumei while Ye Tianyou curled up like a dead dog whimpering on the floor. That chaotic mess formed the most tragic contrast with Jiang Han, who was now gracefully descending the steps holding Leng Mingyue's hand.
Irony. Utterly ironic. Once even breathing was wrong for Jiang Han in that household.
They despised his low birth, his lack of ability, and that he wasn't as sweet-tongued as Ye Tianyou.
But now,
Ye Tianyou was a complete fake, a coward who hired thugs and cried for his mother at every turn.
And Jiang Han.
He was the top hacker, a mysterious healer, an investment tycoon worth billions, and the favored son-in-law held in high regard by old Master Leng. So what they had treasured all along was a lump of mud that couldn't be shaped. And what they had discarded was the true rare treasure.
What have we done?
Second Sister Ye Qingcheng clutched her chest. The medical genius who had once made Jiang Han wait in the snow for hours now felt her heartache as if it would split. She recalled the 100 million consultation fee from yesterday and Jiang Han's cold gaze. So retribution came so quickly.
Look! Jiang Han is coming! Someone shouted.
The crowd parted to form a path.
Jiang Han, holding Leng Mingyue's hand, walked forward with steady steps.
The spotlight seemed to linger on him, casting a long silhouette behind.
He looked straight ahead as if the dignitaries around were mere backdrop.
The Ye sisters stood by the aisle unable to avoid him. As Jiang Han drew closer, they held their breath, hearts pounding. Some lowered their heads in shame, others avoided his gaze, while Ye Weiner stared at him defiantly, a last glimmer of unwillingness and hope in her eyes.
Hope for what? That he would stop.
That he would help them out of their 15 years of sibling bond, or at least show a hint of pity.
After all, this was the Ye family's most humiliating moment.
If he extended a hand now, even a single word of comfort.
But Jiang Han's steps didn't falter.
He reached the Ye sisters. Ye Qingcheng unconsciously stepped forward, opened her mouth and rasped Jiang.
Jiang Han didn't look at her.
His gaze was fixed straight ahead, not even a sidelong glance at them. That utter disregard was 1,000 times more painful than a slap in the face. Leng Mingyue paused, her cold phoenix-like eyes sweeping over the disheveled women, a faint mocking smile curling at her lips, but she said nothing, only tightening her grip on Jiang Han's arm. Just as they were about to pass by, Jiang Han suddenly stopped. Ye Qingcheng's heart leaped to her throat, a flicker of hope igniting in her eyes.
Had he softened? Could he still not let go of this family bond?
Jiang Han turned his head slightly. His gaze passed over the Ye sisters and landed on Ye Tianyou, still rolling on the floor crying and sniveling, and then on Chen Sumei, her face bloodied and still throwing a tantrum. Then he withdrew his gaze and glanced at Ye Qingcheng beside him. That look held no hatred, no love, only the disgust one has for trash and the mockery one has for a clown.
President Ye.
Jiang Han's voice was low but clearly audible in the dead silence.
Look at that mess and look at yourselves.
He pointed at the absurd scene on the stage, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth.
Is this the family you painstakingly chose? Is this the bond you guarded by driving me away?
Ye Qingcheng trembled, her face pale as paper.
TSK.
Jiang Han shook his head with a light laugh full of sarcasm.
I must say, you and that bastard really are a perfect match. In Qianlong Bay at the Long family estate.
The air in the study felt as though it had solidified, broken only by the monotonous ticking of an antique wall clock. Jiang Han sat in a wide genuine leather executive chair, his legs casually propped on the desk, holding a tablet in his hand. The screen's blue light cast a glow on his face but failed to illuminate the abyss in his eyes.
3 hours had passed since the city-shaking banquet. The internet had already exploded.
Hashtags like shocking reversal of real and fake young Master Ye family aristocratic ethics drama and the neighbor Wan rises to power dominated the top 10 trending searches. The Ye family's stock price plummeted like it had taken a laxative during after-hours trading, crashing straight through the floor. Logically, this should have been a moment to pop champagne. But at this moment Jiang Han's face showed no trace of a smile. Instead it was terrifyingly dark and gloomy.
Ha! Deathbed struggle.
He swiped his finger across the screen, stopping at a post that had just been pushed to the top of the trending list.
The post's title was an eye-straining red exclusive reveal.
The dirty deal behind the abandoned son's revenge.
Why is the cold, beautiful CEO so infatuated with him?
The content was nothing short of slanderous. The entire post insinuated that Jiang Han was a kept man, a gigolo supported by Leng Mingyue. It even fabricated rumors about Leng Mingyue's promiscuous private life, claiming she used her beauty to seduce her adopted son into biting the hand that fed him in order to undercut her competitor, the Ye family. In the comments section, organized bots were clearly stirring the pot. This is disgusting.
Turning a business competition into an ethical drama. Leng Mingyue's methods are too underhanded, aren't they?
I heard that CEO Leng is over 30 and still unmarried. Probably has some psychological issues into that grooming stuff. I feel sorry for the Ye family. Sure, they had an illegitimate son, but they're victims too, being toyed with by this pair of adulterers.
Boycott Leng Corporation. Boycott this adulterous couple.
Each vicious comment was like a blade dipped in poison. With a sharp crack, the tablet was slammed heavily onto the desk.
Jiang Han abruptly withdrew his legs and stood up.
The malevolent aura radiating from him startled Leng Mingyue, who had just entered carrying a glass of warm milk.
What's wrong?
Leng Mingyue put down the milk and walked over to him. Glancing at the screen, she let out a dismissive cold laugh.
Is this what it's about?
She reached out to straighten his slightly rumpled collar, her tone as light as a cloud.
Just a few rats squeaking in the gutter. Is it worth getting so angry?
The business world is a battlefield.
I've seen this kind of mudslinging 1,000 times.
The buzz will die down in a couple of days and no one will mention it. As a woman at the pinnacle of the pyramid, she was long accustomed to all kinds of rumors and gossip. As long as it didn't affect the stock price or the profits, she couldn't be bothered to give these trolls a second glance.
No.
Jiang Han grabbed her hand, the warmth of his palm shockingly hot. He turned to look at her stunning face, his gaze so serious it was unsettling.
Calling me a freeloader. I'll take that. After all, this is the finest meal and they're just jealous. Calling me an ingrate. I'll take that too. I didn't show the Ye family any mercy, but...
A chilling murderous intent flashed in Jiang Han's eyes, his voice low and hoarse. The one thing they absolutely should not have done was drag you into the mud. You are my wife, the person I hold dear in the palm of my hand.
Saying even one bad word about you is unacceptable. Leng Mingyue was stunned.
She looked at the man 2 years her junior, her heart pounding uncontrollably. She had always been used to weathering all storms alone, shielding herself with coldness and strength. But now someone stood before her ready to tear the sky apart for her over some online gossip.
This feeling of being firmly chosen, of being unconditionally defended. It was wonderful. So what do you plan to do?
Leng Mingyue held his hand back, her gaze so tender it seemed to melt.
What to do? A cruel smile curled at the corner of Jiang Han's mouth. He let go of her hand and pulled out his phone.
Since they don't want to be dignified, I'll help them find their dignity. Since they still have money to hire bots, it means
I haven't cut deep enough. He dialed the first number. Hey fatty.
On the other end, Wang Kai seemed to be celebrating at a KTV, the background noise chaotic.
Brother Han. Tonight was so satisfying. The look on Yi Tianyou's face. Stop.
Jiang Han cut him off coldly.
No celebrating. Get to work. Listen. Kaihan International will cease its gentle acquisition of Ye family stores immediately.
I want you to use all available funds at any cost to cut off the supply chains for all supermarkets and malls under the Ye family.
Contact every supplier. Anyone who supplies the Ye family is an enemy of Kaihan International. I'll pay their penalties. I'll buy all their goods at a 20% markup. Fatty was startled, half his drunkenness gone. Brother Han, this is a total annihilation, isn't it?
How much money will this cost?
Burn it.
A cold glint flashed in Jiang Han's eyes. If the money isn't enough, they'll transfer another 500 million to you. I want the Ye family's shelves to be unable to stock even a single sausage by tomorrow.
Yes, Brother Han. I'm on it.
I guarantee the Ye family will have empty shelves tomorrow. Hanging up, Jiang Han immediately dialed a second number without a pause. It was the private line of the Leng Corporation's chief financial officer.
Young master. What instructions do you have so late?
A respectful voice answered.
Pass on my order.
Notify all cooperative banks in Shanghai City in the name of the Leng Corporation. Jiang Han's voice was as calm as if he were discussing a trivial matter, but the content was enough to shake the entire Shanghai business world. Anyone who dares to extend another cent in loans to the Ye Group or even roll over their existing loans is a mortal enemy of the Leng Corporation. Tell them that the Leng Corporation's billions in deposits for next year will only go to obedient friends. A sharp intake of breath came from the other end.
Young master, this is forcing the Ye family to their death. If the Ye family's capital chain completely breaks, I want it to break.
Jiang Han suddenly raised his voice, his tone icy.
Tell those bank presidents I am very angry. The consequences will be severe. Understood.
I will contact the bank presidents immediately. 2 phone calls, less than 5 minutes in total. But those 5 minutes had sealed the fate of the Ye family's destruction. A severed supply chain meant no goods to sell and no cash flow. Banks cutting off loans meant debt default and asset seizure. It was a combination punch, a finishing move.
Jiang Han tossed his phone onto the table and took a deep breath, the rage in his chest finally subsiding somewhat.
He turned around and found Leng Mingyue leaning against the desk, quietly watching him. Under the lamplight, her eyes lacked their usual coldness, replaced by an unprecedented fervor.
All done? She asked softly. Done.
Jiang Han walked over and pulled her back into his arms, resting his chin on her forehead, greedily inhaling the faint fragrance of her hair.
Wife, am I too ruthless? Ruthless.
Leng Mingyue shook her head, wrapping her arms around his waist, her face pressed against his chest, listening to the powerful beat of his heart.
Mercy to an enemy is cruelty to yourself. You did well.
She looked up, her stunning eyes reflecting his silhouette, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth.
Ah. I really liked the way you were just now. Domineering, protective. Like a real man.
Jiang Han felt a bit elated by the praise and planted a kiss on her lips. Of course. I'm the one eating the soft rice after all.
Holding this bowl steady and protecting my sponsor is my professional integrity. Leng Mingyue chuckled and gently thumped his chest.
Outside the window, thunder rumbled faintly.
Another heavy storm was about to break.
Jiang Han turned his gaze to the pitch-black night outside the window, his eyes piercing through the curtain of rain as if he could see Ye Qingcheng flustered and trying to salvage the situation with bots in the Ye family villa at that very moment.
The Ye family.
He murmured softly, his gaze turning as cold as iron, as if pronouncing the final verdict on a death row inmate.
The game is over.
From this day forward, whoever messes with my wife dies.
The next morning, as the torrential rain finally eased, the gloom hanging over the Ye Group was thicker than the dark clouds above.
Ye Qingcheng stood at the door of the president's office of Shanghai Bank, taking a deep breath, trying to adjust her stiff facial muscles in an effort to squeeze out a composed and confident smile. She was Ye Qingcheng, the Iron Lady of Shanghai's business world. Even if the sky were to fall, she could not show any weakness. Yet those trembling hands betrayed the turmoil within her, teetering on the brink of collapse. Just moments ago, the chief financial officer tearfully informed her that there was less than $1 million in liquid assets left on the company's books. The payments to suppliers, the salaries of employees, and the hefty compensation fees due to breaches of contract loomed over her like mountains, suffocating her. If she could not secure a loan today, the Ye Group would truly be finished.
Knock, knock, knock. She rapped on the heavy mahogany door. Come in. The steady voice of President Lu Jiangwo came from inside.
Ye Qingcheng pushed the door open, wearing a standard professional fake smile, her voice sweet yet trembling. President Lu, long time no see, you still look quite energetic. However, what awaited her was not the usual warm greeting and fragrant tea. Lu Jiangwo sat behind a large desk, not even bothering to stand, merely lifting his eyelids to glance at her, his gaze as unfamiliar as that of a beggar asking for alms. General Manager Ye, if you're here to discuss postponing the loan, please leave. Lu Jiangwo set down his pen, his tone devoid of warmth. The current credit rating of the Ye Group is already negative in the bank's evaluations.
Don't even think about postponement, let alone a new loan of even a penny. Ye Qingcheng's smile instantly froze.
She did not expect Lu Jiangwo to refuse so bluntly, leaving no room for negotiation. It's worth noting that when the Ye family was thriving, Lu Jiangwo would chase after her daily, begging to lend money, showering her with gifts during holidays, affectionately calling her Ye niece. Now had he turned so cold?
Uncle Lu, please listen to me.
Ye Qingcheng in a panic disregarded her supposed decorum, taking several steps to the desk, leaning on it with both hands, her tone almost pleading. This is just a temporary difficulty. You know the Ye Group still has its roots, just give me 3 months.
No, 1 month. As long as I have a bridge loan, I can resurrect the company.
Given our years of friendship, please help me this once.
Friendship.
Lu Jiangwo scoffed, leaning back in his chair, his eyes full of mockery. General Manager Yi, in business we speak of business.
The bank is not a charitable institution and I am not a bodhisattva.
Your sinking ship is about to capsize and you want to pull me down with you. Am I too comfortable in my position as president?
But. There's no but.
Lu Jiangwo pulled out a document from the drawer and tossed it in front of Ye Qingcheng. This is your final ultimatum. Within 3 days repay all debts, principal and interest.
Otherwise the bank will legally seize all assets under the Yi Group's name and initiate bankruptcy proceedings.
3 days. Ye Qingcheng's eyes widened, her voice becoming shrill. How is that possible?
That's 300 million.
Where am I supposed to find 300 million in 3 days?
Are you trying to kill me? Kill you. Lu Jiangwo shook his head, a meaningful expression crossing his face. General Manager Yi, you've misspoken. It's not that I want to kill you, it's that someone does not want you to live.
Ye Qingcheng froze, her heart skipping a beat.
What do you mean? Lu Jiangwo stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window facing away from Ye Qingcheng, his voice drifting back. Let me tell you the truth.
Just last night there was a significant change in the shareholding of Jianhai Bank. A mysterious major shareholder has entered the scene, not only taking control but also issuing the first death order. He suddenly turned, staring intently at Ye Qingcheng, speaking each word clearly. Seal off the Yi Group, cut off loans and leave no way out.
Boom.
Ye Qingcheng felt a buzz in her head as if something had exploded within her. A mysterious shareholder. A seal order.
This was clearly going to destroy the Yi family. Who is it?
Ye Qingcheng rushed forward, gripping Lu Jiangwo's sleeve tightly, her nails nearly digging into his flesh, her eyes wild and desperate. Who could be so ruthless? Why are they targeting our Yi family? What grudge do I have against them?
Lu Jiangwo shook off her hand, brushing his sleeve disdainfully.
He did not speak, merely turned and pointed at the snow-white wall behind the desk. Originally there hung a famous piece of calligraphy, but now it had been replaced by a brand new giant photograph. The photograph was in black and white with a highly artistic composition. It was the profile of a man standing before a massive floor-to-ceiling window, one hand in his pocket holding a glass of red wine overlooking the city below. Though it only showed a silhouette and half a profile, the aura of disdain and superiority radiated from the photograph. Ye Qingcheng followed his finger to look. The moment she saw that profile she felt as if she had been struck by lightning, freezing in place. That tall figure.
That familiar outline.
And that casual yet chilling demeanor. Even if it was just a side profile she would never mistake it. It was Jiang Han, whom she had watched at home for 15 years but had never truly seen. Jiang. Ye Qingcheng's voice trembled like a leaf in the wind, disbelief etched across her face. How is this possible?
How is this possible?
He is the new shareholder of this bank. This was more absurd than a fairy tale. How could someone she had cast out, a destitute outcast, possibly buy Jianhai Bank overnight? How much would that take?
Hundreds of billions. Thousands of billions. There's nothing impossible. Lu Jiangwo looked at her, dazed expression, a hint of pity flickering in his eyes, but more so a reverence for the strong Mr. Jian's current worth, let alone a bank, is more than sufficient to buy half of Jianhai City. General Manager Yi, you are a smart person, you should understand what this means. What does it mean?
It means the so-called noble heritage that the Yi family prided itself on is nothing before Jiang Han. It means that as long as Jiang Han wishes, he can crush the Yi family like an ant at any time.
Thud. Ye Qingcheng's legs buckled, collapsing to the ground.
In that moment she finally understood the meaning behind Jiang Han's words from last night. The game is over.
This was no game.
This was a massacre, one that had long been predetermined. She once thought of herself as a queen in control of everything, able to decide Jiang Han's fate at will, generously bestowing upon him a modicum of pity. Yet now she realized she was the one being toyed with, a puppet in someone's hands. Jiang Han had long stood above her, coldly observing her struggle in the mire, watching her disgrace herself for a paltry benefit.
Why? Why has it come to this?
Ye Qingcheng covered her face, tears streaming through her fingers, drenching her expensive professional attire.
Regret. Fear.
No more than that, it was a profound sense of helplessness that seeped into her bones. She had lost. Lost utterly, without a chance to turn the tables. General Manager Yi, please leave. Lu Jiangwo issued the eviction order, his tone reverting to the coldness of business. 3 days and time waits for no one. If you can't repay the money by then, don't blame me for sending people to seal the doors. Ye Qingcheng had no idea how she walked out of the bank building. The sunlight outside was blinding, yet it offered no warmth. The streets bustled with cars, everyone rushing about for a living. And she, once the invincible president of the Yi family, now stood at a crossroads like a wandering soul, unsure of where to go.
The company. That was a dead end. Going home. That was hell.
She looked up at the towering Leng Group building in the distance as if she could see Jiang Han standing at the top looking down at her with a mocking gaze. That was her only way to survive. It was also the burial place of her last shred of dignity.
Jiang Han.
Ye Qingcheng bit her lip, blood seeping into her mouth, bringing a metallic taste. She trembled as she took out her phone, dialing the number she had once blocked but which had now become her lifeline. Beep. Beep. The phone rang for a long time. Just as she thought it would be hung up, it finally connected. Hello. Jiang Han's lazy voice came from the other end, mixed with soft music and the laughter of Leng Mingyue, clearly enjoying life.
Jiang Han.
Ye Qingcheng gripped her phone so tightly her fingers turned white, her voice hoarse as if she had swallowed hot coals. I am the eldest sister.
I want to see you. Please. Meet me once. The night was as deep as an unyielding blot of ink.
And the rain poured down like a torrent, and the fierce wind carrying raindrops as large as beans lashed violently against the wrought iron gate of Qianlong Bay, which was carved like a work of art. Such a rainy night always stirs up many memories. Take for instance the night half a month ago, also a thunderstorm-ridden night when the gates of the Ye family villa were tightly shut, mercilessly driving the young man who carried only an ID card and an old computer into the darkness. Heaven's cycles are just. And at this moment the person standing outside the gate, drenched in rain, had become Ye Qingcheng. And this once formidable businesswoman of the Shanghai business world, who always traveled by luxury car and never touched the ground, was now as pathetic as a homeless dog. Her Chanel haute couture suit worth 6 figures was already soaked through, clinging tightly to her body, outlining her trembling figure. Her meticulously styled updo was disheveled, sticking to her cheeks, while rain mixed with tears of regret streamed down her pale cold. Now bone-chilling cold seeped into every pore, making her teeth chatter. And but colder than her body was her heart. Banks cut off loans, the company halted operations, stock prices crashed, parents turned against each other, and her younger brother. Oh no, that bastard was arrested. The once glorious and prominent Ye family in just a few days collapsed like a skyscraper hollowed out by termites, leaving only a mess. And the only lifeline in her hand was behind this gate. And 2 dazzling beams of headlights suddenly shot from the end of the winding mountain road, instantly tearing through the rain curtain. Ye Qingcheng's once dim eyes suddenly lit up like a dying person seeing the fleeting hope of a final rally. And she was all too familiar with this car.
That black Rolls-Royce Phantom, like a moving fortress, approached slowly with an air of unrivaled majesty.
And it was Jiang Han's car.
Jiang Han.
Jiang Han. Ye Qingcheng, disregarding the blinding headlights, charged toward the middle of the road like a madwoman, staggering. The car was not fast, but the oppressive presence of its massive body was enough to make an ordinary person's legs go weak. And screech, and the driver, Old Chen, startled by the figure suddenly rushing out, instinctively slammed on the brakes. The tires screeched against the slick ground and the front of the car came to a halt barely 10 centimeters from Ye Qingcheng's knees.
The immense inertia caused Ye Qingcheng's legs to give way. And thud, and she fell heavily onto her knees in the muddy water.
And her knees hit the hard asphalt, sending a piercing pain through her entire body, yet she seemed oblivious. Ignoring the pain and her dignity, she crawled on all fours to the car window, desperately clutching the closed glass as if grasping the last piece of driftwood.
Brother. Is that you?
Ye Qingcheng pressed her face against the cold window, pounding frantically, her voice hoarse and shrill, sounding especially desolate mingled with the rain. And it's your eldest sister.
Open the door. Look at me, and I was wrong.
I really know I was wrong. And inside the car was dead silence, only the dark glass coldly reflecting her twisted and ugly face at that moment.
Jiang Han. Say something. You can't abandon me.
Seeing no response from the car, Ye Qingcheng cried, even louder, tears and snot smearing her face. And I know you hate me for driving you out, hate me for being blind. But little brother, for these 15 years I did truly care for you.
Have you forgotten?
When you were 10 and had a fever, it was your eldest sister who carried you to the hospital and stayed with you for 3 days and nights. And when you were 18 and got into university, it was your eldest sister who personally picked out your suit and saw you off to enroll.
We are family. Blood is thicker than water. Even though we are not blood related, was 15 years of affection fake?
She began to ramble, dredging up old grievances, trying to dig out a trace of remaining warmth from the memory she had long buried, to use as a bargaining chip for her begging.
That Ye Tianyou.
That bastard has been arrested. Dad has also driven that slut out, and now only you and your sisters are left in the family. That home is clean.
It's really clean. And little brother, come home with me, okay?
The Ye family cannot be without you, and your eldest sister cannot be without you either. Ye Qingcheng cried heart-wrenchingly, her forehead pressed against the car window, knocking it again and again. And as long as you are willing to come back, the position of CEO of the Ye Group will be yours. The shares will be yours. I'll be your assistant. Our whole family will listen to you, and please give me a way to survive. And the rain fell harder and harder. Ye Qingcheng's cries sounded so insignificant and helpless in the thunderstorm night. If it were Jiang Han from half a month ago seeing this scene, he would probably have rushed out of the car in distress, helped her up, taken off his coat to wrap around her, and then comforted her in a gentle voice.
Unfortunately.
And that Jiang Han had died in the rainy night half a month ago.
NZZZ, just as Ye Qingcheng was on the verge of despair, the tightly closed car window finally lowered a crack. It was only about 3 fingers wide.
It was not enough for her to see the full interior, only a pair of eyes. And those were extremely beautiful almond-shaped eyes, once filled with kindness toward the world and dependence on family.
But now,
in those eyes there was only careless indifference and a condescending disgust, as if looking at a dead dog by the roadside. Ye Qingcheng's heart clenched violently as if seized by an icy hand.
And brother.
And she reached out tremblingly, wanting to touch those eyes, wanting to grasp that last thread of connection. Don't call me that. Jiang Han's voice came from inside the car.
And calm and different, without a ripple, not even a trace of hatred could be heard.
As if he were not facing the sister who had been with him for 15 years, but a complete stranger, or even a piece of disgusting garbage.
CEO Ye, with such heavy rain, who are you putting on this tragic act for? Jiang Han did not get out of the car.
He didn't even lean over, he just looked at Ye Qingcheng, who was kneeling in the muddy water through that crack in the torrential rain, with a detached gaze. That look was more painful than a direct slap to her face.
Jiang Han, I am sincere.
Ye Qingcheng shook her head, crying.
And I really regret.
I was blind before my heart was clouded by greed. Sincere. And Jiang Han let out a light laugh which sounded especially harsh in the rainy night. And Ye Qingcheng, do you think that by kneeling and crying, playing the victim, all the past wrongs can be wiped clean?
Do you think I, Jiang Han, am a dog that you can call at will and dismiss at will? When you are happy you kick me, when you are unhappy you drive me out. Now that your home is on fire you want to coax me back to be a fire extinguisher. No. That's not it.
And whether it is or not doesn't matter anymore. And Jiang Han cut off her excuse, his tone suddenly turning cold with a resolute chill. And what matters is that I'm tired of it. I'm tired of seeing your hypocritical faces, tired of your belated affection. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze passing over the kneeling Ye Qingcheng to the dark night in the distance, his voice as light as a sigh but crashing heavily on her heart. And CEO Ye, do you know? Actually, on the day I left I wanted to say one thing to you. Actually, on the day I left there was a sentence I wanted to say to you. Jiang Han's voice pierced through the rain, each word like a hailstorm striking ruthlessly against Ye Qingcheng's face.
CEO Ye, is your memory failing? Or is it that the Ye family suffers from selective amnesia?
He lowered his gaze slightly, resting on her hands, white and bloated from the rain, that clung desperately to the car window, his eyes revealing undisguised disdain. That agreement to sever father-son relations, black ink on white paper with a bright red seal, is still locked in my safe at home.
The ink probably hasn't even dried yet, has it? Do you want me to retrieve it and read it aloud to you word by word under this thunderous rain? Ye Qingcheng's entire body trembled violently as if struck by lightning. No. Don't.
She shook her head frantically, rain and tears mingling as they streamed into her mouth, bitter enough to make her retch.
Brother, that was said in anger.
Mom and Dad signed it because they were blinded by that bastard.
It doesn't count.
As long as you come back, well, tear up the agreement immediately.
Well, get it notarized again.
Tear it up. Jiang Han let out a sarcastic laugh, leaning back into the soft, luxurious leather seat. Tearing it up won't erase what happened.
Can it erase the 15 years of cold treatment, the humiliation, the trampling you inflicted on me? Ye Qingcheng, you're an adult and a businesswoman. You should know better than anyone that once a contract is signed, it's lifelong.
Some things once shattered are nothing but cracks when pieced together.
Go home.
Jiang Han seemed to have heard the most absurd joke in the world. The sneer on his lips grew wider, but his eyes turned colder than the late autumn rain.
Go back to which home? That den of schemes, exploitation, endless oppression and humiliation. Go back to that home where I cooked for you even when I had a high fever and got scolded fiercely for the slightest mistake. Go back to that home where you kicked me out like trash without a second thought for the sake of a bastard. Each rhetorical question struck Ye Qingcheng's heart like a sledgehammer.
She opened her mouth to defend herself, to argue, but found herself unable to utter a single coherent sentence.
Because every word Jiang Han spoke was the truth. It was the brutal truth that had actually happened, yet she had chosen to look away. Don't be ridiculous, CEO Ye.
Jiang Han raised his hand and pointed to the long mansion behind him, still brightly lit and majestic as a castle in the rainy night. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows emitted a warm yellow glow, the warmth of home.
Open your eyes and see clearly. This is my home.
Jiang Han's voice softened slightly, but that softness carried a sharp edge reserved for outsiders. Here there are servants who respect me, elders who value me, and more importantly, there is a wife who truly cherishes me, protects me, and would offer me the whole world even if I had nothing. Mentioning Leng Mingyue, the ice in Jiang Han's eyes finally melted a little, replaced by a warm glow. She doesn't despise my humble origins, nor does she look down on me for being penniless. When someone bullies me, she fights back for me. When someone looks down on me, she backs me up with her fortune of hundreds of billions.
In the Ye family I was a dog. But in the Leng family I am a human being. A dignified husband held dear.
Comparing the two, do you think I'm so brainless that I'd rather abandon this paradise and jump back into that fiery pit of the Ye family? Ye Qingcheng collapsed into the muddy water, her hand sliding weakly off the car window. Her nails scraped against the glass, producing a harsh screech.
Defeated. Utterly defeated.
The family card she had prided herself on appeared so pale and laughable in the face of what Jiang Han now possessed. What could she compare with Leng Mingyue? Her belated, cheap and purpose-driven remorse.
Jiang Han.
Ye Qingcheng lay on the ground, mud splattering her expensive face, crying like a child who had lost her home, her voice desperate and shrill. But
we are family after all. Can you really be so heartless as to watch the Ye family die? Family.
Jiang Han averted his gaze, refusing to look at her again. He felt only disgust.
He had grown tired of this self-indulgent melodrama. CEO Ye, get one thing straight.
From the moment I walked out of the Ye family's door, the fate of your family has had nothing to do with me.
As for heartlessness,
Jiang Han gave a cold smile, his fingers pressing the window switch.
Back when you kicked me out, no one showed any softness either.
Zzz, the dark bulletproof glass slowly rose like a guillotine blade, gradually cutting off Ye Qingcheng's last line of sight and her last hope.
No. Don't. Brother. Don't close the window. Listen to me.
Ye Qingcheng screamed in terror, trying to reach out, but the cold glass mercilessly blocked her.
The window closed completely.
The world finally fell silent. Jiang Han leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes and let out a deep breath.
It was over. This time it was truly over. Old Chen, drive.
He ordered calmly, his voice as flat as still water.
Yes, young master.
Old Chen, the driver in the front seat, had long been unable to stand it. If not for Jiang Han's attitude, he would have thrown that madwoman into the bushes long ago.
Hearing the order, Old Chen didn't hesitate and floored the accelerator.
Vroom, the V12 engine roared deeply. The massive Rolls-Royce Phantom, like a moving fortress, rolled past Ye Qingcheng, splashing mud and water mercilessly all over her.
Don't go. Please don't go.
Ye Qingcheng stretched out her hand, desperately trying to catch the taillights, but grasped only cold air and mud. She lay on the ground, watching the luxury car carrying her last hope drive relentlessly through the ornate iron gate. The gate slowly closed.
Clang. A loud crash landed like a sledgehammer on her heart.
Inside the gate was warmth, light, and the treasure she had once possessed but discarded herself. Outside was the cold, rainy night, endless darkness, and the abyss awaiting the Ye family.
Wah!
Ye Qingcheng finally broke down. She buried her head in the mud, letting out heart-wrenching sobs. Only at this moment did she truly understand what it meant to be heartbroken, to be filled with regret. So some things once lost can never be retrieved.
No matter how long you kneel, no matter how bitterly you cry. When love is gone, it's gone.
The car drove into the estate, completely shutting out the mournful cries. Jiang Han gazed at the scenery flashing by, feeling an unprecedented calm.
He took out his phone and glanced at the time. 11 p.m.
System, he called softly in his mind.
This final act of severing ties is over. Time to settle the rewards right. Ding.
Detected host completing epic mission node, completely sever the past, make the eldest sister regret for life.
Emotional value collected. Calculating rewards. Congratulations, host. The face-slapping effect rating perfect.
Issuing super gift pack. Returning to the master bedroom, Jiang Han locked the door behind him. He threw himself onto the soft plush bed and let out a long, relieved sigh. The grand performance tonight had been executed with sheer exhilaration. From the funeral clock presented at the Ye family banquet to the merciless farewell at the gate, every step was like a meticulously calculated waltz of vengeance. Watching Ye Qingcheng collapse in the mud, witnessing the false dignity of the Ye family being torn to shreds, the pent-up resentment that had festered for 15 years finally dissipated like smoke in the wind.
Awesome. Jiang Han snapped his fingers at the ceiling.
At that moment, the system notification in his mind reached its final step.
Super Grand Gift Pack has been delivered.
Please check host.
Jiang Han closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness into the system space. A treasure chest emitting a faint golden glow was slowly opening.
No flashy special effects, just an ancient thread-bound book floating silently in the void.
On its cover, bold cursive characters danced with an indescribable flamboyance. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Ancient Body Forge Technique Cultivation Edition.
Ha! Jiang Han's eyes snapped open, nearly bouncing off the bed.
System, be serious. Am I that kind of person?
He wore an expression of righteous indignation, but his consciousness honestly did not retreat. Instead, it leaned in to read the skill description below.
Skill introduction. This is a lost ancient secret art crafted exclusively for the chosen one.
Effect 1: Marrow cleansing and bone forging. Thoroughly eliminate impurities within the host's body, elevating physical capabilities to 10 times the human limit. Whether explosive power, endurance, or recovery, all will reach terrifying levels.
Effect 2: Charm lock.
The host's temperament will undergo a qualitative transformation, exerting a fatal allure on the opposite sex with hormone levels off the charts.
Effect 3. Jiang Han's gaze landed on the last line of fine print and his face flushed instantly.
Effect 3: Harmonize yin and yang, fortify the root and nourish the origin. Possessing this art, the host will have an indestructible kidney with duration at will and control at ease.
Note: dual cultivation yields better effects, enhancing the partner's physique and favorability. Cough cough.
Jiang Han choked on his own saliva.
This system was simply too thoughtful. Am I the kind of person who covets duration? I'm mainly aiming to enhance my physique to better protect my wife.
Jiang Han mentally justified himself with a righteous excuse, then unhesitatingly pressed the learn button. Buzz, the moment his finger touched it, the golden thread-bound book transformed into countless streams of light directly drilling into his brow. The next second, a scorching surge of heat like a breached magma flow exploded inside his body.
MMPH.
Jiang Han groaned, gripping the bedsheet tightly.
Hot. Too hot.
The heat surged wildly along his meridians, every cell rejoicing, every breath seeming to inhale flames. His bones crackled and his muscles trembled slightly. The hidden ailments left by years of malnutrition and overexertion melted away like snow under a scorching sun, vanishing without a trace before this overwhelming force. It felt as if his entire being had been thrown into the furnace of the Supreme Elder Lord, undergoing a thorough rebirth. Especially in his lower abdomen, a massive amount of heat converged, radiating outward in waves. Jiang Han opened his mouth and exhaled a turbid breath. This was no mere body forging technique, it was like installing a nuclear-powered engine into a human battering ram. He sat up from the bed and looked down at his hands.
His skin had become tighter and more delicate, faintly glowing with a jade-like luster.
With a slight flex, the muscle lines on his arms bulged like sculpted marble, bursting with explosive power. He felt that he could now kill an ox with a single punch. Truly a product of the system, top-notch quality. Jiang Han cracked his neck with a satisfying pop. However, wasn't the side effect a bit too obvious? The heat wave inside him did not subside with the end of the enhancement. Instead, with no outlet, it rampaged through his bloodstream, burning him with restlessness and parching his mouth. His cheeks flushed with an unnatural crimson and his eyes carried an uncontrollable primal aggression. This was clearly
an overdose of yang energy. Damn, this fire is too intense.
Jiang Han tugged at his collar, intending to get a glass of ice water to cool down.
Just then, click. The bathroom door lock clicked. Jiang Han instinctively looked up.
A white mist of steam billowed out from the gap, carrying the sweet, refreshing scent of body wash, instantly filling the entire room. Then a slender, graceful figure stepped out of the mist in slippers. It was Leng Mingyue. She had just finished showering. Probably thinking that only the two of them were in the room, she hadn't worn her usual conservative silk pajamas. Instead, she was clad only in a large white bath towel. The towel barely covered her vital parts, revealing large expanses of snow-white, delicate skin. Her collarbones were deep, her shoulders rounded. Her wet hair was casually coiled at the back of her head, with a few stray strands clinging to her slender neck.
Water droplets slid down her hair tips over her exquisite collarbone and finally disappeared into the enticing abyss below.
The long legs that were usually encased in custom silk stockings were now completely exposed to the air, straight, well-proportioned, and dazzlingly white.
A lotus emerging from water.
A goddess of the mortal world. This scene for Jiang Han, whose body was ablaze with raging fire at that moment, was like throwing a spark into a barrel of oil.
Boom!
Jiang Han felt the cord of reason in his mind snap instantly. His Adam's apple bobbed violently and his eyes turned deep and scorching, staring straight at the unsuspecting woman before him, unable to look away.
Leng Mingyue sensed no danger.
She casually dried her hair while lifting her head absent-mindedly. "I heard you shouting something just now."
Whom?
Before she could finish, her movements froze. She saw Jiang Han sitting on the bed. The man's originally neat shirt had 2 buttons undone, revealing his solid chest muscles. His cheeks were flushed with an abnormal redness, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Those peach blossom eyes that usually carried a teasing smile now gleamed with a faint green light, like a wolf starved for 3 days and nights. That kind of gaze, too direct, too explicit, too aggressive. It was as if he wanted to devour her whole, bones and all.
Leng Mingyue's heart skipped a beat.
A never-before-felt emotion called panic instantly surged into her heart. She instinctively clutched her towel tighter, stepped back half a pace, and her voice couldn't help but tremble. You.
What's wrong? Why is your face so red? Jiang Han didn't answer.
He slowly stood up and walked toward Leng Mingyue step by step.
With each step the heat radiating from him seemed to transfer, making Leng Mingyue's cheeks burn.
Wife. Jiang Han's voice was hoarse as if filled with scorching sand. He stopped less than half a meter away from her, looking down at her, the flames in his eyes burning brighter. I think
I'm sick. I need a shot. An injection. Leng Mingyue repeated those two words.
Her originally clear cool eyes now seemed veiled with a mist of water, carrying a hint of curiosity, a touch of amusement, and even a barely perceptible danger. The air seemed to thicken. Jiang Han felt his throat parched and dry. The overbearing heat current known as the ancient strengthening art, utterly disregarding any rules of engagement, rampaged through his body as if intent on incinerating his sanity into ashes. His current sensation was like a live volcano on the verge of eruption, and at the crater stood a woman who, oblivious to death, was about to toss a torch inside.
Yes, an injection.
Jiang Han gritted his molars, stepping back until his back pressed against the icy wall, seeking a shred of that pitiful coolness.
Or taking medicine. In any case, don't come near me. I'm afraid. Of contagion. Contagion. Far from retreating, Leng Mingyue stepped forward again.
She walked barefoot on the thick carpet, making no sound, like an elegant languid cat closing in on a cornered prey. The bathrobe draped over her swayed slightly with her movements, the glimpse of snowy white skin flickering in and out of view, a true test of Jiang Han's willpower.
Jiang Han, have you forgotten?
Leng Mingyue stopped before him, the distance between them less than 10 centimeters. The sweet clean fragrance of her post-bath mingled with the warmth invaded Jiang Han's nostrils, stirring his heart.
I am your lawful wife.
Leng Mingyue tilted her head slightly, looking into Jiang Han's eyes, now bloodshot, and a faint subtle curve lifted the corner of her lips. If there really is a disease, passing it to me would be sharing the hardship, wouldn't it?
Jiang Han's heart skipped a beat.
This script was all wrong. Given the usual persona of this ice-cold female CEO, seeing him in such a rutting-dog state, shouldn't she be disdainfully ordering him to take a cold shower? Why today? Had the style suddenly shifted to the domineering female president falls for me?
Wife, don't mess around.
Jiang Han took a deep breath, trying to use his last shred of reason to resist the primordial force within him.
I'm in a very wrong state right now. This heat. It's a bit intense. I'm afraid I'll lose control and hurt you. He was truly afraid. The strengthening art given by the system was designed for a 7-timer a night, or even more exaggerated. Leng Mingyue is delicate as a noble heiress. No matter how strong her aura was, still made of flesh and blood. What if he broke her? How would he explain to the old man tomorrow? Hurt me. Leng Mingyue looked as if she had heard a joke.
She extended a slender finger, gently pressing it against Jiang Han's burning chest, then slowly traced it downward along the firm lines of his muscles. Wherever her fingertip passed, it was as if a string of electric currents followed. Jiang Han's body stiffened, barely holding back from taking her right then and there.
Jiang Han, your recent performances have surprised me. Leng Mingyue's finger paused on his abdominal muscles, not continuing downward but lightly drawing a circle.
Her voice grew ethereal, tinged with a hint of reminiscence. Playing the piano so beautifully, hacking skills even I can't fathom, and making the Ye family run circles around themselves.
I suddenly realize I don't know you at all. Or rather.
She lifted her eyes, those phoenix-shaped irises flickering with a light called the desire to conquer. Was the timid, subservient Jiang Han of the past all an act?
Jiang Han gave a bitter smile. Big sister, is this the time to discuss this? I'm about to explode.
Wife, can we put these deep topics aside for a moment? Jiang Han grabbed her mischievous hand, his palm scalding.
I'm really hot right now. I need to cool down. Hot. Leng Mingyue instead took his hand, not letting go but interlacing their fingers.
Her hand was cool, like a piece of fine warm jade pressed against Jiang Han's burning palm. The sensation of ice and fire made his scalp tingle.
Such a red face, it's indeed abnormal.
Leng Mingyue stood on tiptoe, her other hand reaching up to Jiang Han's forehead.
The cool palm pressed against the hot skin.
In that instant Jiang Han nearly moaned in pleasure.
But immediately a stronger restlessness surged from within. No fever.
Leng Mingyue withdrew her hand, a hint of slyness flashing in her eyes. As an adult and a highly intelligent one at that, how could she not see what was causing Jiang Han's current state? That primal, wild, irrepressible desire was emanating from every pore of his. In the past she might have felt disgust. But now, watching this man, veins bulging on his forehead as he struggled to restrain himself from hurting her, a strange impulse surged within her heart. Over the past 2 days Jiang Han had given her too many surprises. So many that her heart dormant for over 20 years had begun to flutter uncontrollably. Since they were legally married. Since she had already developed feelings.
Then why hold back? She was Leng Mingyue, the queen of Jiang City.
Whatever she wanted, she always took the initiative, never waited passively.
Jiang Han. Leng Mingyue's gaze changed. No longer the usual coldness nor the probing of before.
It was a thick, unyielding seductiveness like a crimson lotus blooming on an iceberg, bewitching, deadly. I don't want to hear your excuses about being sick nor about contagion. She stepped forward, her body nearly pressed against Jiang Han's, the soft contact sending his rational defenses crumbling.
I'll ask you one thing. Am I your wife or not? Jiang Han's Adam's apple rolled violently, his voice hoarse. Yes. Then do you think I'm beautiful?
Beautiful.
Wasn't that a no-brainer?
The acknowledged #1 beauty in all of Jiang City. If she weren't beautiful, then no woman in the world was.
Since I'm beautiful, since I'm your wife.
Leng Mingyue's fingers traced up his chest, finally hooking around his neck, her breath as fragrant as orchid.
Then what are you waiting for? Boom.
Those words ignited the fuse. The last shred of clarity vanished from Jiang Han's eyes, replaced by towering flames.
Wife, you asked for it.
He lowered his head abruptly, aiming to kiss those chattering red lips.
However,
Leng Mingyue was faster. She suddenly exerted force, pushing with both hands. Jiang Han, on the verge of going berserk, had a stable stance but never expected his own wife to pull a forceful takeover move. Caught off guard, he fell backward.
A dull thud. Jiang Han landed on his back on the soft, oversized custom bed, the springs trembling slightly. Before he could react, a fragrant breeze swept in.
Leng Mingyue climbed on top of him. She knelt on the bed with one knee, looking down at the man she had pushed down. The bathrobe, loosened by the earlier movement, revealed a large expanse of dizzying snowy landscape. Her hair cascaded down, brushing across Jiang Han's cheeks, tickling and tingling. At this moment, Leng Mingyue was anything but the ice-cold CEO. She was like a newly awakened queen, domineering, forceful, in complete control.
Jiang Han.
She pressed a finger to his lips, stopping him from speaking. Those phoenix eyes gleamed with a light that made Jiang Han's heart race.
Since you are my lawful husband, fulfilling your duties is only right, isn't it? Tonight you are mine. Snap.
She reached out and turned off the bedside lamp. The room plunged into darkness. Only heavy breathing and the rustling of fabric remained softly playing in this sensual night. The morning sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains, mercilessly spilling onto the intricately carved bed. Jiang Han's eyes snapped open and he instinctively tried to spring up with a carp-like leap, showcasing his system-enhanced prowess. However, a sharp ache in his lower back caused his half-raised body to collapse back down. Hiss, he sucked in a cold breath, sinking back into the pillow, staring blankly at the ceiling. That was rash. Truly rash. He had thought that with the ancient body-strengthening art he could become an unstoppable machine, dominating the battle without smoke or fire last night, and thus reassert his marital authority. But what was the result?
The system had given him an indestructible kidney, yet it couldn't withstand the opponent that was Leng Mingyue.
That aloof, icy female CEO, once she unleashed her seal, became an insatiable juicer. The passion accumulated over more than 20 years erupted so fiercely that it nearly melted Jiang Han, even with his cheat-like abilities.
System, I want to file a complaint.
He gritted his teeth in his mind. Is this strengthening art a counterfeit product? Where's the promised indestructibility? Where's the control you boasted about? The system remained silent, playing dead, concealing its presence. Awake! A clear, cheerful voice came from the balcony. Jiang Han turned his head to see Leng Mingyue, already dressed in a sharp white business suit, sitting at a small round table on the balcony sipping coffee. Bathed in the morning light, her skin glowed with a luminous fairness, her complexion as rosy as a freshly picked peach. The usual frostiness in her brows had completely melted, replaced by a seductive and satisfied allure. She looked refreshed and radiant. If no one mentioned it, who would guess that this woman had been up until 4 in the morning? Was this the legendary absorbing yang to nourishing? Good morning, wife. Jiang Han, holding his aching back, struggled to get out of bed, moving like an old man who had just finished a marathon. Leng Mingyue set down her coffee cup, her gaze lingering for a second on his hand supporting his back, a teasing smile curling at the corner of her lips. What's wrong? She walked over, extended a finger and gently poked his abs. It seems the strengthening arts fire has been vented, but the aftermath is quite severe. Nonsense. I just slept in a bad position. Jiang Han insisted, stubbornly forcing himself to stand straight, trying to maintain his last shred of dignity. Just one night. I could go another 300 rounds. Is that so? Leng Mingyue raised an eyebrow, not bothering to expose his still slightly trembling legs.
She turned and walked downstairs, tossing out a light remark, "Finish washing up and come down quickly. Uncle Fu specially made soup for you, Anne. Added 2 eggs for you." In the dining room, Jiang Han stared at the bowl before him, piled high with a mountain-like soup of oysters, leeks and lamb kidneys, along with 2 large fried eggs on the plate, lost in thought. Was this the price of being a kept man? This meal not only strained his teeth but also his back. "Young master, eat up. Like for like." Uncle Fu stood by, his face crinkled with smiles, his eyes so kindly that they made Jiang Han's hair stand on end. "The young mistress specifically instructed it, saying you worked hard last night." Jiang Han took a big gulp of the soup with tears in his eyes. This wasn't soup, it was Leng Mingyue's silent mockery of his stamina. Just as he was battling the 2 fried eggs, the doorbell suddenly rang. Soon after, a servant entered with a thick envelope, her expression somewhat odd. "Young master, someone delivered this for you. A court summons." Jiang Han nearly spat out his soup. What the hell? A summons? He took the envelope and casually tore it open. Several sheets of A4 paper bearing the national emblem slid out, densely packed with legal jargon that made the eyes dizzy, but the name in the plaintiff column at the top was particularly glaring. Plaintiff Ye Ruoshua, defendant Jiang Han, cause of action dispute over return of property, dispute over reputation rights. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes, quickly scanning the contents, a cold smile deepening at the corners of his mouth. Good grief. The Ye family, failing at force, turned to cunning, failing at cunning turned to underhanded tactics, and now failing at underhandedness they were resorting to the law. The complaint was written with righteous indignation. First, it accused Jiang Han of illegally occupying the carrier of Ye Group's commercial secrets, the old laptop, when he left the Ye family, demanding immediate return and compensation for business losses of 50 million yuan. Second, it accused Jiang Han of fabricating facts at the birthday banquet, slandering Ye Tianyou and Shen Sumei, severely damaging the Ye family's reputation, demanding a public apology and compensation for mental distress of 100 million yuan. Each count cited specific legal provisions, forming a logical loop with sharp wording, and even applied for property preservation. As expected of Ye Lalio, the top law student and the legal beauty of Jianghai's legal circles. What's wrong? Leng Mingyue put down her sandwich, took the summons, and her face instantly darkened. Ye Ruoshua, the gold medal lawyer with a record of no defeats. Leng Mingyue snorted coldly, slapping the summons on the table. How interesting. The Ye family, cornered, instead of thinking about repaying their debts, want to use legal means to bite back. Trying to scam you out of your money with empty hands. She not only wants to extort money but also wants the laptop back. Jiang Han pointed at the first count on the complaint. That laptop contains the backdoor to Ye Group's system. If they get it back, the Ye family can regain control. This is a siege of way to save Zhou. In your dreams. Leng Mingyue took out her phone. I'll have the legal department handle this right away. Leng's legal team isn't to be trifled with. Play law with me. I'll have her license revoked. No. Jiang Han placed his hand over hers, stuffing the last bite of fried egg into his mouth, chewing with Why use an ox cleaver to kill a chicken? He pulled out a tissue to wipe his mouth, picked up the summons and flicked it with his fingers, producing a crisp sound. Ye Ruoshua thinks she's a legal genius, best at using rules to oppress others, doesn't she? She thinks I, the uneducated trash brother, am a legal illiterate, easy for her to manipulate. Jiang Han stood up, stretching his sore waist, a glint of excitement shining in his eyes like a hunter spotting prey. Since she wants to play, I'll play along. Just in time, I've just eaten and need to find a place to digest. Meanwhile, at the Jingdu law firm in downtown Shanghai, Ye Ruoshua sat behind a large desk, dressed in a sharp black business suit, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, exuding an elite aura of rationality bordering on cold-blooded. She held a cup of black coffee, gazed at the traffic outside the window, a glint of sharpness flashing behind her lenses. Big sister, rest assured. She spoke into the phone on the table, her tone confident and assured. The summons has been delivered. Once we're in court, I have 100% chance of winning. That laptop was bought by the Ye family, we still have the invoice. That's solid evidence of property ownership. As for the paternity test, as long as we insist he forged it without judicial identification, it's slander. He may have money now, but he doesn't know the law. A contemptuous smile curled at the corner of Ye Ruosh's lips. In court, money doesn't matter, rules are what count. I'll use legal means to make him spit out everything he swallowed with interest. Moreover, I've contacted my mentor, the doyen of domestic legal circles, Professor Zhang. With him backing us, even if Jiang Han invites the King of Heaven to defend him, he's bound to lose. After hanging up, Ye Ruoshua tidied the files on the desk, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. From childhood, she had always looked down on Jiang Han's uneducated demeanor. A person who couldn't even distinguish between the Constitution and civil law, how could he compete with her? She would make Jiang Han understand that knowledge was the true power. At 9 in the morning at the Shanghai Intermediate People's Court.
The solemn national emblem hung high above and the judge sat upright on the bench. The gallery was packed. Besides the Ye sisters, many media reporters had arrived. After all, the fake young master case was the city's hot topic, and this lawsuit drew as much attention as a celebrity divorce. At the plaintiff's table, Ye Ruoxue stood in formal attire, exuding a powerful aura. Behind her sat the white-haired legal doyen Professor Jiang, forming a luxurious lineup. At the defendant's table, there was only Jiang Han alone. He hadn't even hired a lawyer, dressed in casual business attire, lazily leaning back in his chair, twirling a pen in his hand. His nonchalant demeanor clashed sharply with the solemnity of the courtroom. "Defendant, where is your defense attorney?" the judge asked, frowning. "Attorney." Jiang Han stopped twirling the pen, lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over the arrogantly confident Ye Ruoxue across the room, and finally landing on the so-called doyen, a slight smile curling at his lips. "For a plaintiff of this level, do I need a lawyer? I alone am enough." "Arrogant." Ye Ruoxue sneered, stood up, hands on the table, her eyes blazing at Jiang Han. "Jiang Han, this is a courtroom, not a place for your antics. Let's see if you can still smile when the verdict is read." "Rest assured, Sixth Sister." Jiang Han leaned forward, his peach blossom eyes devoid of any mirth, only an unfathomable chill, "playing law with me. You're showing off your skill before the master. Today I'll show you what a true outlaw beyond the law really looks like." Bang! As the gavel fell heavily, the dull thud echoed through the solemn courtroom. The presiding judge pushed up his glasses expressionlessly, his gaze sweeping across the room. "Court is now in session. Plaintiff's counsel, please state your claims and the basis for them." Ye Ruoxue took a deep breath, rising gracefully from the plaintiff's seat. Today she was clearly well prepared. Clad in a sharply tailored black suit, her hair was meticulously pinned up behind her head, and the badge of Kingwood Malisons was pinned to her chest, exuding an aggressive elite aura. She shot a glance at Jiang Han, who sat lazily in the defendant's seat as if on vacation, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes. In her view, the outcome of this lawsuit had been sealed from the moment the case was filed. What did Jiang Han know? He was nothing but a dropout who had leached off the Ye family for 15 years, a worthless wretch. Comparing legal knowledge with her, a doctor of laws and rising star in the legal field. It was a complete mismatch. "Your Honor, members of the jury." Ye Ruoxue opened her folder, her voice clear and confident, every word precisely articulated, conveying an air of unassailable professionalism. "My client, the Ye Group, accuses the defendant, Mr. Jiang Han, of two serious torts. First, illegal possession. Upon leaving the Ye family, the defendant unlawfully took a laptop that belongs to the Ye Group's assets. This laptop contains the Ye Group's core business secrets, including but not limited to critical data codes from a recent hacking attack. According to Article 34 of the property law, the person who has no right to possess real or movable property may request the return of the original property. We have the original purchase invoice as evidence." As she spoke, she submitted a copy of the invoice to the court, her gaze challenging Jiang Han. Second, defamation. The defendant, at a public occasion, namely the birthday banquet of Mr. Ye Tianyou, used illegal means to obtain and alter videos, forged a paternity test, and openly fabricated facts slandering my clients Mr. Ye Zhangwo, Ms. Chen Sumei, and Mr. Ye Tianyou. This conduct severely damaged the social reputation of the Ye family, causing the Ye Group stock to plummet and resulting in incalculable economic losses. According to Article 101 of the General Principles of the Civil Law, citizens and legal persons enjoy the right to reputation. The dignity of citizens is protected by law, and it is forbidden to harm the reputation of citizens or legal persons through insults, defamation, etc. Ye Ruoxue grew more fluent as she spoke, her momentum soaring. She closed the folder, fixing Jiang Han with a piercing gaze, a victorious smile curling at her lips. "In summary, we request the court to order the defendant to immediately return the laptop, issue a public apology in the newspaper, and compensate the Ye Group for all economic losses totaling 150 million renminbi." Her words sent a wave of murmurs through the gallery. The Ye sisters clenched their fists in excitement. Sixth Sister is amazing. That's what professionalism looks like. Let's see how that waste Jiang Han defends himself. He probably doesn't even know what property law means. This time we'll make him spit out every penny he took. Even Professor Zhang, the legal luminary seated behind Ye Ruoxue, nodded, slightly satisfied with his protégé's performance. Clear logic, accurate citation of legal provisions, powerful presence, a promising talent. The presiding judge turned to the defendant's seat. "Defendant Jiang Han, do you have any defense to offer?" All eyes were on Jiang Han, waiting to see him, flustered, stammering and begging for mercy. Yet Jiang Han stood up slowly. He carried no documents, not even a single sheet of paper. He rested his hands on the table, a hint of nonchalant amusement in his peach blossom eyes, his gaze meeting the aggressive Ye Ruoxue directly. "Sixth Sister, you recited your lines while quite articulate." His opening remark was in that infuriatingly teasing tone, but as a so-called golden lawyer, didn't you think to update your knowledge base before filing the lawsuit? "What do you mean?"
Ye Ruoxue frowned. I mean, you're a legal illiterate. Jiang Han uttered the words calmly, and in the shocked silence of the courtroom he instantly activated divine legal mastery mode.
In that moment his demeanor changed.
The laziness vanished, replaced by an absolute rationality more imposing than a judge's, more precise than a textbook. First, about the laptop.
Jiang Han raised a finger, his voice steady and powerful. That laptop was indeed bought with Ye family money worth 4500 yuan. But attorney Ye, did you forget the provisions of the civil code on gift contracts? 5 years ago, when I was admitted to university, this laptop was given to me as a graduation gift. According to Article 657 of the Civil Code, a gift contract is a contract in which the donor gratuitously transfers their property to the donee and the donee accepts the gift.
Moreover, ownership of movable property transfers upon delivery.
I have used this laptop for 5 years and I paid for all repairs and upgrades out of my own pocket. It is no longer an asset of the Ye family, it is my personal property. You're claiming property rights with an invoice from 5 years ago. Are you a first-year law student?
Ye Ruoxue's face stiffened. You don't rush, I'm not finished.
Jiang Han gave her no chance to interrupt his speech, accelerating logic pouring out like a machine gun. As for the so-called trade secrets,
the code on that laptop was written by me personally.
According to the copyright law and the regulations on the protection of computer software copyright belongs to the developer. The Ye Group never signed a labor contract with me nor paid me a single cent for development.
On what grounds do you claim it as your secret?
On the contrary, the Ye Group has used my code for profit without authorization for a long time. This constitutes unjust enrichment.
I haven't even sued you for infringement yet, you're the first to falsely accuse me.
At these words the journalists in the gallery perked up, scribbling notes furiously. Cold sweat began to bead on Ye Ruoxue's forehead. She had never imagined that Jiang Han could cite legal provisions so fluently and with flawless logic.
Then, what about the defamation?
Ye Ruoxue, flustered, grabbed at her last straw. What you showed at the birthday party caused huge losses to the Ye family.
That's a fact, isn't it? Defamation. Jiang Han laughed a laugh full of sarcasm.
Sixth sister, you cited Article 101 of the General Principles of the Civil Law, right?
So what?
Ye Ruoxue blustered.
Nothing, just find it ridiculous.
Jiang Han shook his head, looking at her as if she were an idiot. The general principles of the civil law were abolished when the civil code took effect.
Attorney Ye, you're suing me with a defunct law. Did you get your lawyer's license from a bargain bin? Boo!
The words detonated like a nuclear bomb in the courtroom. Laughter, barely suppressed, erupted from the gallery. Even Professor Zhang, seated behind Ye Ruoxue, turned ashen, covering his face in embarrassment.
How humiliating. A gold medal lawyer citing an obsolete law in court, a professional laughingstock.
Ye Ruoxue's face flushed crimson. She fumbled through her documents, her fingers trembling like a Parkinson's patient.
No. Impossible. How could I have remembered wrong?
The current legal basis is Article 1024 of the Civil Code. Jiang Han kindly reminded her, but his voice was cold as ice, and the prerequisite for defamation is fabrication of facts.
Attorney Ye, did I fabricate anything?
That paternity test was issued by the most authoritative judicial authentication center in Jianhai City. Those videos were unedited originals. I stated objective facts, exposed ugly truths. The Ye family's reputation suffered because of their own dirty deeds, not because I spoke up. Citizens enjoy freedom of speech and the right to supervise public opinion. What the Ye family does something shameful and can't be criticized. Jiang Han stepped forward, resting his hands on the defendant's rail, leaning and his eyes fixed on the tottering Ye Ruoxue. Ye Ruoxue, as a legal professional, you fail to distinguish right from wrong, using outdated laws to help a morally corrupt family oppress a victim. All that law you studied, did you learn it for nothing? You. Ye Ruoxue felt a surge of blood rush to her chest. She looked at Jiang Han's mocking face, heard the whispers and laughter around her. The long-built pride and confidence of an elite crumbled completely in that moment. She had lost. Lost to a brother she had always dismissed as an illiterate. And she lost in her most proud domain, ground down by his superior expertise. Plop. The pen slipped from Ye Ruoxue's hand, hitting the floor, its nib snapping. Ink splattered on her high heels like a black stain. Her face pale, her legs gave way, and she collapsed into her chair, eyes hollow and despairing. It was over. All over. This lawsuit not only failed to turn the tide for the Ye family, but had turned her into the laughingstock of the entire Jianhai legal community. The presiding judge's gavel fell and the verdict sounded indistinct to Ye Ruoxue's ears. She only caught the final words: all of the plaintiff's claims are dismissed. The plaintiff shall bear the litigation costs.
Jiang Han straightened his suit and stepped down from the defendant's seat.
As he passed the plaintiff's table he paused. Looking at his sixth sister slumped like a pile of mud, he felt no sympathy. He bent down, picked up the broken pen from the floor and gently placed it on the table in front of Ye Ruoxue.
Can't even hold a pen steady yet you want to use the law as a weapon.
Jiang Han's voice was soft but each word pierced like a dagger into Ye Ruoxue's heart. Sixth sister, go back and study properly.
This court doesn't take trash and certainly not legal illiterates.
The heavy gates of the courthouse swung open slowly and the harsh afternoon sunlight cascaded down like a waterfall. For the victor this sunlight was a crown of justice, but for Ye Ruoxue at this moment the glare was even more searing than the interrogation room's spotlight, leaving her utterly humiliated and wishing she could simply evaporate on the spot. She moved like a lost soul, mechanically stepping out of the courthouse. The high-end tailored suit, once a symbol of elite status, now hung crumpled on her body like a discarded skin. Her prized gold-rimmed glasses were nowhere to be seen and strands of her meticulously styled hair had come loose, hanging beside her pale cheeks, making her look exceptionally disheveled. Her mind still echoed with the stern rebuke of the presiding judge as the gavel struck plaintiff's counsel as a professional legal practitioner, citing repealed statutes abusing litigation rights, treating the law as a mere plaything. This court will recommend to the Bar Association a reassessment of your qualification to practice. A reassessment. That meant years of effort, the golden signboard of top lawyer, all shattered into pieces today. And the architect of this entire catastrophe was walking ahead of her now.
Jiang Han, one hand in his pocket, strode with an airy lightness.
That nonchalant silhouette in Ye Ruoxue's eyes was the very incarnation of a demon.
Sixth sister, wait.
The legal luminary Professor Zhang, who had been following behind, suddenly quickened his pace, bypassing Ye Ruoxue and heading straight for Jiang Han ahead. Ye Ruoxue's previously dimmed eyes flickered with a spark of hope.
Mentor. Surely my mentor can't stand by.
After all, Professor Zhang was a titan in the legal field, a man who prized hierarchy and propriety above all.
In court just now, Jiang Han's unorthodox approach had won, but his arrogant attitude must have enraged the professor.
Was he going to use his authority to reprimand Jiang Han severely and salvage her pride? At that thought, a twisted sense of satisfaction surged within Ye Ruoxue. Even if she lost the case, as long as she could surpass Jiang Han in moral standing and reputation, she wouldn't be utterly defeated.
Jiang Han.
Stop right there. Ye Ruoxue, as if injected with new energy, stumbled forward on her high heels, her voice shrill.
Don't think you can be arrogant just because you won the case. My mentor has something to teach you.
Hearing the shout, Jiang Han stopped and turned around. He looked at the furious Professor Zhang charging toward him and at Ye Ruoxue behind him with a venomous expression, raised an eyebrow but said nothing.
Mentor. It's him. Ye Ruoxue rushed to Professor Zhang's side, pointing at Jiang Han, playing the victim first. He was slick-tongued in court, exploiting loopholes in the law. It's a desecration of justice. You must teach this insolent brat a lesson. Shut up.
A thunderous roar cut off her incessant chatter. Ye Ruoxue froze. Because the one who yelled at her was not Jiang Han but her most respected mentor, Professor Zhang. The usually stern and aloof legal titan now glared at her with undisguised disgust, his gaze like that of a man looking at a piece of unpolished rotten wood. Shameless creature. Haven't you disgraced yourself enough? Get to the side. After scolding Ye Ruoxue, Professor Zhang turned to face Jiang Han. His stern old face instantly bloomed like a chrysanthemum, beaming with a smile as warm as a spring breeze. He even slightly bowed, performing a gesture usually reserved for peers or juniors. Mr. Zhang, please wait. Professor Zhang stepped forward, extended both hands and firmly grasped Jiang Han's hand, shaking it vigorously. His beard trembled with excitement. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. The argument you made in court on the software development ownership under the copyright law, it was textbook perfection. Not only was the legal reasoning clear, but it struck at the heart of the matter.
I am in awe, truly in awe. Boom.
Ye Ruoxue felt as if a thunderbolt had struck her, leaving her utterly stunned.
In awe. My mentor is in awe of Jiang Han.
Not only Professor Zhang but the top legal consultants who had been sitting in the gallery also crowded around. These were the big shots of the Zhanghai City legal circle, who usually walked with an air of superiority and charged by the minute. Ye Ruoxue had invited them as decorative mascots to intimidate. But now these bigwigs were like a bunch of frenzied fans, pulling out business cards, notebooks and even fountain pens surrounding Jiang.
Mr. Jiang. I'm a partner at Jindu Law Firm. Your counterclaim on unjust enrichment was masterful. Can I add you on WeChat? We could discuss it sometime. Mr. Jiang, I'm a visiting professor at the University of Political Science and Law.
The case you cited was at the classic 3Q war from 5 years ago.
How did I never think of that angle? Master. Give me your autograph. Sign it on my civil code.
He'll frame it and make my interns study it to see what real legal thinking looks like. The scene descended into chaos. What was supposed to be a battleground where the plaintiff denounced the defendant had turned into a massive fan meeting.
And Jiang Han, surrounded by the crowd, remained as languid as ever. He casually took the pen from Professor Zhang, signed his name with a flourish on the notebook and said calmly, "You flatter me. It's nothing profound. Law, after all, is about logic and fairness.
As long as one's mind isn't addled reading the provisions a couple more times, anyone can understand."
Anyone can understand. Professor Zhang clutched the autograph as if it were a sacred decree, nodding repeatedly. Well said. Great truths are simple. Mr. Zhang's realm of effortless mastery leaves me ashamed.
Ye Ruoxue stood outside the circle alone like a forgotten clown. She watched her revered mentors and seniors, the very people she looked up to, now bowing and scraping around the brother she had deemed a waste, their faces full of admiration. A profound sense of absurdity and disparity overwhelmed her, making her feel the world had turned upside down.
Why? Why was this happening?
Jiang Han hadn't even graduated from college. How could he earn the recognition of these titans? While she, a doctor of law and a top lawyer, was the one being scorned.
This can't be. It's an illusion.
Ye Ruoxue muttered to herself, her body swaying.
All right, everyone, my wife is waiting for me at home for dinner. See you around. Jiang Han finished dealing with the enthusiastic fans, parted the crowd and walked out. He strode straight to Ye Ruoxue.
By now she had completely collapsed. She slumped on the steps, her expensive stockings torn, one high heel missing, staring blankly at the ground like a soulless shell. Jiang Han stopped and looked down at her. The sunlight cast a long shadow that completely enveloped Ye Ruoxue.
Sixth sister.
His voice was soft yet carried a condescending pity.
Do you see now? This is the circle you prided yourself on, the authority you relied upon.
In the face of absolute power, your titles, degrees and connections aren't worth a scrap of waste paper. Ye Ruoxue shuddered and slowly raised her head. She looked at Jiang Han, opened her mouth to retort her curse, but found she had no strength left to speak. All her pride had been ground to dust in the flattery of those lawyers just now. Jiang Han bent down and gently placed a cheap ballpoint pen he had picked up into the pocket of Ye Ruoxue's suit.
The gesture was gentle yet profoundly insulting. Keep this pen as a souvenir.
Jiang Han straightened up, brushed off his hands and turned to walk toward the Rolls-Royce waiting by the roadside, leaving behind a dashing silhouette and a remark that drifted on the wind, "Go back and read more, Sixth Sister. The legal profession doesn't take garbage, let alone a legal illiterate who can't even recite the statutes correctly." In the heart of Jianghai City, the prime CBD district. Before a brand new skyscraper, colorful flags fluttered and fresh flowers carpeted the ground. A massive red carpet stretched from the lobby all the way to the roadside, while dozens of drifting balloons tugged at huge banners rustling fiercely in the wind,
warmly celebrating the grand opening of Kaihan International Investment Group. Even though the sign read Kaihan International, the media reporters present knew full well in their hearts this was no ordinary new company opening. This was clearly a memorial service prepared for the Ye Group. The flash of magnesium lights dazzled the eyes, and long lenses and microphones were almost thrust onto the podium. Backstage waiting area. Fatty Wang Kai, dressed in a custom-made Italian extra-large suit with a tie strangling his neck, was so nervous he was drenched in sweat. His plump hands trembled incessantly as he kept tugging at his collar. Han, go, I can't do this." The fatty's voice cracked with a sob, his round face written with "I want to go home. There are so many people out there, all those long lenses city officials, my legs are turning to jelly. I can't even stand steady. Why don't you go up alone? I'll just be a mascot down here. Grow some spine." Jiang Han sat on the genuine leather sofa nearby, leisurely letting the stylist fix his hair. He glanced at the fatty's cowardly look, then laughed and cursed. "Wang Kai, you're now President Wang, worth over 100 million, the new retail tycoon of Jianghai City. Can't you muster some of that bravado you used to have when you were bragging at the barbecue stall?" Jiang Han stood up, walked over to the fatty and reached out to straighten his tie. The gesture was rough, but his voice carried a reassuring strength. "Remember those people out there, reporters and officials alike, they're all here for the money. And right now the money is in your hands. You're the master, they're the servants. Why are you afraid of servants?" "But..." The fatty was still timid. "No buts." Jiang Han patted his shoulder, the force so strong it nearly sent the fatty to the ground. "When you go up there, just smile, sign papers and be a heartless money dispensing machine. As for the talking..." A wicked curve curled at the corner of Jiang Han's mouth, his eyes gleaming with wolf-like intensity. "Leave the offensive work to me." At 10 o'clock and 8 minutes in the morning, the auspicious hour arrived. Amid stirring music, Jiang Han led the fatty, escorted by a phalanx of bodyguards, striding onto the podium. At that instant, the frequency of camera flashes reached its peak, the sound of shutters merging into a dense drumroll. Below the stage there were not only business elites but also countless onlookers waiting to see the spectacle.
The number of viewers in the livestream instantly exceeded 10 million with bullet comments flying like mad. Everyone wanted to see what new trick this ruthless man who had pushed the Ye family to the edge would pull today. After a simple ribbon-cutting ceremony came the most anticipated part, the speech. Jiang Han walked to the microphone, one hand resting on the stand. He held no script and he didn't even utter the usual polite platitudes. He simply swept his gaze across the audience, pausing for a second on the few spies sent by the Ye group to scout the enemy, then flashed a brilliant radiant smile.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the opening ceremony of Tycoon International.
I know you're all curious about this new company, about our business model, and even about the relationship between President Wang and me.
A wave of good-natured laughter rippled through the crowd.
Jiang Han raised a hand to signal for silence, then dropped a bombshell. Actually, registering the name Tycoon International was mostly to sound cosmopolitan and make bookkeeping easier. But in my heart this company has a more fitting, down-to-earth name. He paused, leaned forward, and facing countless cameras enunciated each word that is that the Shanghai city specializes in slapping the Ye family's face. Co. Ltd.
Boo! The entire venue erupted in uproar.
The livestream bullet comments exploded across the screen.
Holy crap! That direct Hanggu is awesome. Specializes in slapping the Ye family's face. That name is too casual, ha ha. But I love it. Is Ye Qingcheng spitting blood at home right now? Below the stage, reporters were trembling with excitement, shoving microphones forward desperately. President Jiang.
Is this a formal declaration of war against the Ye group? President Jiang, what is your take on the current plight of the Ye family?
Declaration of war.
Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, his smile gradually fading, replaced by a chilling indifference. No, you misunderstand.
Declaration of war is a term used between evenly matched opponents.
For the Ye family, this is what I call unilateral crushing. He snapped his fingers. The massive screen behind him lit up instantly, displaying a commercial map of Shanghai city. The dense red strongholds that originally belonged to the Ye group had half turned blue, representing Tycoon International, while the remaining half were tightly encircled by blue arrows. Taking advantage of this fine day, I announce three things.
Jiang Han raised three fingers, his voice loud and penetrating. First, Tycoon International will invest 5 billion yuan in special funds to target all businesses under the Ye group. Whatever the Ye family sells, we will sell at half price. The losses are on me. Consider it my treat to the people of Shanghai city for the show. Second, any former employee of the Ye group who brings a resignation letter to join Tycoon will receive a 30% salary increase and start work immediately. We not only take over the Ye family's stores, we also take over their people.
Third. Jiang Han's gaze turned razor-sharp, as if through the lens he was staring into some dark corner. From today onward, Tycoon International will no longer accept any form of peace negotiation, merger, or asset transfer from the Ye group. In other words, the mess still left in the Ye family's hands, I don't want it. Let it rot in Ye Qingcheng's hands, become a pile of waste paper, become the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Too ruthless. This left the Ye family not a single thread of hope. First, he bought up part of their assets at low prices, letting the Ye family think they had found a savior. Then suddenly he pulled funding, slashed prices, and poached talent, completely severing the Ye family's foundation. Such is the cruelty of capital. Such is the fate of those who offend a top-tier tycoon.
Meanwhile, at the Ye family villa, the once bustling mansion was now deathly still, curtains drawn tight, not a sliver of sunlight entering.
The living room was littered with shattered porcelain and torn documents. The servants had long fled, leaving only a smell of mildew permeating the air. Ye Jiangwo slumped in his wheelchair, a thin blanket over him, a shadow of his former self with sunken eyes, hollow cheeks, and completely white hair. He stared fixedly at the giant LCD TV in front of him. On the screen was the image of Jiang Han, full of vigor and ambition, pointing at the map with authority. The word specializes in slapping the Ye family's face. Co. Ltd. And rotting Ye Qingcheng's hands stabbed into his heart like poison daggers, one after another.
Puff, puff. Ye Jiangwo's throat emitted a raspy bellows-like sound.
His murky aged eyes were bloodshot with regret, rage, and despair.
He wanted to turn off the TV, but his trembling hands couldn't grip the remote.
He wanted to curse, but when he opened his mouth, no sound came out. All he could do was watch helplessly as the foster son he once treated like dirt now stood above the clouds, pronouncing the Ye family's death sentence with the most contemptuous demeanor. In the frame, as if sensing something, Jiang Han flashed a brilliant radiant smile at the camera. President Ye, Chairman Ye, I hope you like this grand opening gift. On this day of universal celebration, I wish you a long, long life so you can watch me slowly dismantle the Ye family you were so proud of into ruins.
Ugh. Ye Jiangwo's eyes bulged wide, his chest heaving violently, and he couldn't catch his breath. Puff.
A stream of bright red blood burst from his mouth, splattering all over the screen. The blood trickled slowly down the TV screen right across Jiang Han's smiling face, making it look grotesquely sinister.
Dad. Dad, what's wrong? Ye Qingcheng, disheveled and just back from borrowing money, pushed open the door and saw the scene. She let out a heart-wrenching scream. She rushed over and caught Ye Jiangwo as he slumped backward.
His body convulsed. He grabbed her wrist with a force that nearly crushed her bones. His eyes were still fixed on the TV, and from his throat came one last garbled roar: retribution. His hand loosened and fell heavily.
A generation of a wealthy family's patriarch was fainted by sheer rage amidst the wreckage.
Ye Qingcheng held her father's unconscious body, looked at the radiant Jiang Han on TV, and finally broke down into loud sobs. The Ye family was completely finished. And amid the cries, the live broadcast continued, cheers, applause, and the roar of salutes deafening. A new commercial empire was rising. And the old dynasty had already crumbled. The Ye family, once a luxurious cruise ship that ruled the waves in Shanghai City, had finally sunk.
It sank silently, yet everyone knew.
Ye Jiangwo suffered a stroke and was paralyzed. Chen Sumo's hair turned white overnight, and the remaining daughters scattered like monkeys after the tree fell, each struggling for survival. The Shanghai City International Convention Center was buzzing with noise.
The annual autumn large-scale talent recruitment fair was being held here.
Tens of thousands of job seekers in suits and ties moved through the crowd, the air thick with a mixture of anxiety, hope, and cheap hairspray. Ye Ruoxue stood in the crowded sea of people feeling like an outsider. She had taken off the gold-rimmed glasses that symbolized elite status, wore only light makeup, and the cheap suit she had bought from a discount mall made her feel utterly uncomfortable. Just a month ago she was a top-notch lawyer at Kingwood, a legal beauty who could argue eloquently in court and had never lost a case. Now she was nothing but a pitiful wretch fired from the law firm for a scandal involving citing an abolished statute, her reputation ruined in the industry, unable to find even a menial job to make ends meet. With the Ye family bankrupt, all her assets were frozen and she couldn't even use her credit cards.
Falling from the clouds to the mud took only a single night. Move aside. Please move aside. A commotion arose behind her and several job seekers pushed forward as if injected with adrenaline.
Ye Ruoxue stumbled from the push, frowning as she looked up. At the very center of the fair, the most luxurious booth was surrounded by layers of people, rivaling a celebrity fan meeting. On the booth's backdrop, for bold golden characters, read Kaihan International. Holy shit. That's the newly established Kaihan International. I heard the boss is a mysterious tycoon who swooped in and took over the Ye family's entire retail industry. Not just that. Look at the benefits. 16 months' salary at year-end. Overseas trips for all employees. And they solve housing and household registration in Shanghai City. Are they hiring employees or ancestors? I glanced at it. The starting salary for an intern in the legal department is 30,000. Are they crazy? The surrounding whispers pierced Ye Ruoxue's ears like needles. Kaihan International. Jiang Han. Wang Kai. How could she not know who founded this company? Ye Ruoxue's face turned deathly pale and she instinctively wanted to turn and leave. She would rather starve than work for Jiang Han. But she touched the rent notice in her pocket and thought of her father, who needed expensive medical treatment every day in the hospital. Dignity was worthless in the face of survival. Ye Ruoxue bit her lip so hard that a taste of blood filled her mouth. She took a deep breath as if making a momentous decision and squeezed into the surging crowd. She had to survive. Even if it meant crawling. At the interview table of Kaihan International, the chubby Wang Kai was lounging with his legs crossed, flipping through the towering pile of resumes with boredom. Ever since he started following Jiang Han, his life had been on a fast track. From a nearly bankrupt small supermarket owner, he had transformed into the president of a conglomerate worth billions. This feeling was so exhilarating that he woke up laughing every night. Next. The chubby man called out without looking up. A beautifully crafted resume was handed to him by a trembling hand. Mr. Wang. Hello. My name is Ye Ruoxue, applying for the position of legal director. That voice sounded familiar. The chubby man looked up in confusion, and when he saw the woman standing before him, the fat on his face twitched. Ye Ruoxue. The sixth miss of the Ye family, who used to look down her nose at everyone and wouldn't spare him a glance. What was she doing here? The chubby man blinked, confirming he wasn't mistaken, and a flash of deep mockery sparked in his eyes. Oh ho. This was really a miracle. Back then, when he went to the Ye family for a meal with Jiang Han, the sixth miss didn't even offer a hello and looked at him as if he were a walking slab of pork belly. And now she was coming to him to submit her resume. Ye Ruoxue. The chubby man deliberately drew out the syllables, pretending to have just recognized her, and picked up the resume, scrutinizing it with feigned seriousness. Harvard Law Ph.D. Former partner at Kingwood, one of Shanghai City's top 10 outstanding young lawyers. Tisk. This resume is glittering with gold.
How did you end up at a small fledgling company like ours?
Ye Ruoxue felt her scalp tingle under his gaze, forcing a smile uglier than tears. Mr.
Wang is joking. Kaihan International may be young, but it has boundless potential. It's a platform that legal professionals aspire to. Is that so?
The chubby man put down the resume, leaned back in his chair and scrutinized her with a judgmental gaze.
Today's Ye Ruoxue lacked her former arrogance.
The cheap suit couldn't hide her once pampered demeanor, and the contrast added a touch of pitiful charm.
But the chubby man was not one to cherish beauty. He only knew she was Brother Han's enemy. Miss Ye, your resume is indeed impressive.
The chubby man spoke slowly, his voice not loud but clear to everyone eavesdropping nearby. However, our company is a small temple, afraid it can't accommodate a grand Buddha like you.
Ye Ruoxue's heart sank to the bottom.
Was he going to reject her publicly?
Ah.
The chubby man paused, a playful smile spreading across his face. He tapped the resume lightly on the table. Your resume, I can't make the decision on it. However, our CEO seems very interested in you and has specifically requested to interview you in person.
CEO. Jiang Han.
Ye Ruoxue's face drained of color and she instinctively wanted to flee.
Having Jiang Han interview her. That would be worse than death. Miss Ye seems reluctant.
The chubby man sensed her thoughts and added slowly, it's understandable, you were siblings before, now becoming superior and subordinate.
Awkward.
But our CEO said if you pass the interview your salary
can be doubled from this number.
He held up 5 fingers. The legal director's annual salary was 500,000.
Doubled that would be 1 million.
The number struck Ye Ruoxue's heart like a heavy hammer.
1 million. With that money her father's medical bills would be covered and the family could catch a breath.
The scales of dignity and money tipped violently in that moment. Ye Ruoxue clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh without feeling. After a long moment she slowly released her hands as if using all her strength and forced out a few words through clenched teeth.
I'll go.
Very good. The chubby man's smile widened. He waved at a female employee nearby. Shall we take Miss Ye to the VIP interview room?
Remember the fully transparent glass room?
Yes, Mr.
Wang.
The HR named Shaoli approached Ye Ruoxue and made a pleased gesture, her face wearing a professional smile. Ye Ruoxue took a deep breath, straightened her slightly wrinkled collar and tried to hold her spine straight. She told herself it was just a job.
As long as she got the money, what was a little humiliation? Besides, Jiang Han might just want to humiliate her and wouldn't actually hire her. If she performed professionally enough, maybe.
Clinging to this last shred of hope, Ye Ruoxue followed the HR into the interview room at the center of the venue like a glass cage. She didn't see that the moment she turned around the chubby man immediately pulled out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Jiang Han. Brother Han, the fish has taken the bait.
Plan A is ready.
Meanwhile, in the resting room on the second floor of the booth, Jiang Han watched the familiar yet unfamiliar figure on the surveillance screen, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Ye Ruoxue, you always loved to play by the rules to crush others with your professional expertise, didn't you? Today I'll let you taste what it's like to be toyed with by the rules.
Shaoli locked the door.
The HR led Ye Ruoxue into the 360-degree glass room, then locked the door from the outside, still wearing her sweet smile. Miss Ye, please wait.
Our CEO will be here shortly. The fully transparent glass interview room resembled a giant fish tank.
Ye Ruoxue sat on the plush leather sofa, feeling as if she were a monkey placed in a display cabinet for public viewing. Outside, countless eyes stared at her through the glass, curious, gloating, eager to watch the drama unfold. The invisible pressure made her feel like she was sitting on pins and needles. But she was Ye Ruoxue after all, the gold medal attorney who had once debated fiercely in court and cornered her opponents into desperation. After a brief moment of panic, she quickly composed herself. She told herself this was a psychological battle. Jiang Han had placed her here to watch her stumble, to see her break down. But she refused to give him that satisfaction. Ye Ruoxue took a deep breath and straightened her spine. She laid the resume neatly on the table, a flawless professional smile, her trademark, plastered across her face. Click. The door opened. The person who walked in was not Jiang Han but the fat man she despised from the bottom of her heart, Wang Kai. Wang Kai swaggered to the seat opposite her, crossed his legs high and took a can of cola in his hand.
He gulped down 2 mouthfuls, letting out an uncouth sound.
Ye Ruoxue frowned slightly, her disgust deepening.
Truly, mud cannot be plastered onto the wall. Even if you dress a monkey in a dragon robe, he's still a vulgar upstart. Miss Ye, right.
The fat man belched, casually picked up the resume and flipped through it with an extremely amateurish air, smacking his lips.
Harvard PhD partner at Kingwood. Impressive, impressive.
So tell me, what skills do you have that justify $1 million annual salary? Ye Ruoxue suppressed her nausea and began reciting the well-prepared speech.
President Wang, I believe my professional competence fully justifies this compensation.
I have independently led 3 major cross-border MA cases recovering economic losses of over 1 billion for our clients.
Furthermore, I am proficient in commercial law, securities law and antitrust law.
Her speech was steady, her logic clear, every word exuding powerful confidence. This was her territory, her most proficient domain. She believed that as long as she finished, no HR manager in any company could reject such a perfect resume.
However, stop.
Just as Ye Ruoxue was speaking with growing eloquence, the fat man suddenly raised his hand to interrupt her. He put down the resume, leaned forward, and his small eyes squeezed into slits by the fat gleamed with a disturbing mocking light.
Miss Ye, your resume is indeed impressive and you've memorized it well.
However, Kaijia International places great emphasis on corporate culture. The fat man paused, then spoke slowly. We value not only a candidate's ability but also their character. Ye Ruoxue's heart sank.
Here it comes.
She knew Jiang Han wouldn't let her off so easily. I'm not sure I understand what you mean, President Wang, she said, forcing herself to stay calm.
You don't understand.
The fat man smiled, a cruel smile.
Then let me be blunt.
He picked up the resume from the table, waved it in front of Ye Ruoxue, then slammed it down, his voice turning icy. I'm a blunt man, attorney Ye, so please forgive my directness. I hear that for a bastard from nowhere you kicked out your own biological brother, the one who grew up with you and took care of your entire family for 15 years.
Boom. Those words struck Ye Ruoxue's heart like a sledgehammer. Her face turned deathly pale, all color drained away.
You're lying, she retorted instinctively, her voice trembling.
He is my own brother. Jiang Han is just an adopted son. Adopted son.
The fat man laughed derisively as if he had heard the funniest joke. A dog raised for 15 years knows to protect its master. But you threw away the one who truly cared for you like trash and cherished a snake in your bosom.
Miss Ye, tell me, what kind of character is that?
I hear that the brother you drove away ate the leftovers from your meals all his life. I hear that when you were in college your monthly allowance of 50,000 wasn't enough, so your useless brother worked odd jobs and secretly slipped you money. I hear that when you were too nervous to speak during your first court appearance, that law-ignorant brother stayed up 3 nights to revise your defense argument into something flawless. Each word from the fat man stabbed into Ye Ruoxue's heart like a knife, ruthlessly exposing the past she had deliberately forgotten and refused to face.
Ye Ruoxue was completely stunned. How? How did he know all this? How do you? How do I know?
The fat man stood up, looking down at the trembling woman, the mockery in his eyes replaced by contempt and disdain. Because the brother you treated like garbage is the best friend I, Wang Kai, have ever had. When he was wronged, I drank with him. When he had no money for food, I shared half my steamed bun with him. What did your so-called family ever give him besides cold stares and humiliation? Now that your family has fallen from grace, you remember him. You come wagging your tail begging for his charity. The fat man's spittle nearly sprayed onto Ye Ruoxue's face. Let me tell you, Ye Ruoxue. He grabbed the resume from the table and right before her eyes tore it into pieces bit by bit. Paper scraps fluttered down like a belated funeral. Your abilities, frankly speaking, are just so-so. Compared to my brother Han, you're not even fit to polish his shoes. And your character. It's rotten to the core, stinking to high heaven. The fat man hurled the shreds of paper into Ye Ruoxue's face, his voice cold as ice. My brother's company is too small for someone of your stature. More importantly, we don't hire ingrates. Ye Ruoxue collapsed onto the sofa, her body ice cold. She stared at the paper shreds on the floor, the last shreds of her dignity now torn to pieces.
Humiliation, rage, resentment.
Countless emotions surged in her chest, driving her to the brink of madness. But above all there was a helpless despair. She had lost. Utterly and completely. The interview is over. The fat man adjusted his suit, resuming his president-like demeanor. Without even glancing at Ye Ruoxue on the floor, he turned and walked toward the door, his back radiating the arrogance of a victor. You can get out now. At the door he paused as if remembering something and said without turning back, oh, by the way, Miss Ye. Before you leave, our boss has a message for you. He said he'd like to have a chat with you about that anonymous scholarship from your college days. Anonymous scholarship. Ye Ruoxue seemed to have lost her last shred of strength, staggering out of the glass room that had left her utterly humiliated. Her mind was a blank, Wang Kai's contemptuous sneer still echoing in her ears. Beneath her feet lay the torn fragments of her resume, and each step felt like treading on burning coals. Outside the interview room stretched a long corridor. The bright sunlight streaming through the window at the end made it hard for her to keep her eyes open. She trudged forward numbly like a lost soul, not knowing where she was going or where she could go. Just then a familiar yet unfamiliar figure leaned obliquely against the wall at the end of the corridor blocking her path. It was Jiang Han. She had no idea when he had come out. He was dressed in a sharp suit, one hand in his pocket, wearing that faint knowing smile she hated most. The sunlight streamed in from the window behind him, gilding his silhouette with a golden edge, making him look like an immaculate deity, and she was nothing but a defeated dog crawling out of the mud. Move, Ye Ruoxue muttered, her head lowered, her voice hoarse, lacking even the courage to look at him. All she wanted now was to escape this suffocating place, to flee from this man who made her feel utterly ashamed. What's the rush? Jiang Han did not step aside. He looked at the sister who had once used legal articles to suffocate him, his voice flat and unreadable. Since you're here, we might as well have a chat before you leave. After all, it's been a while. I have nothing to say to you. Ye Ruoxue jerked her head up, her beautiful eyes bloodshot, filled with venom and resentment. Jiang Han. Are you satisfied now? Does trampling me underfoot give you that much pleasure? No. Jiang Han shook his head, his answer crisp. I have no interest in stepping on garbage. You. But before I let you go, there is something I really want to ask you. Jiang Han's smile faded, his gaze turning deep and probing. He stared into Ye Ruoxue's eyes and spoke slowly, his voice soft but striking her heart like a heavy hammer. Sixth sister, do you still remember when you were in college, every year at the start of term an anonymous scholarship would appear in your account? Ye Ruoxue's body stiffened. Anonymous scholarship. How could she forget? It was the thing she was most proud of throughout her entire university life. 100,000 yuan every year, just enough to cover all her tuition fees and living expenses. Because of that money she could focus entirely on her studies without distraction, spending her time in the library while other classmates scrambled for part-time jobs and even had enough to participate in international law exchange programs. She had always believed it was the school's recognition of her talent, a special award set up for outstanding students from humble backgrounds like her. This had even become her capital to look down on Jiang Han. See, I earned my scholarship through my own efforts while you only live off the family's charity. Why are you asking about this? Ye Ruoxue's heart beat quick and uncontrollably. An absurd, unthinkable suspicion coiled around her heart like a venomous snake. Nothing, just a sudden thought. Jiang Han took a small USB drive from his pocket and twirled it deftly between his fingers. That money, not much, 100,000 a year, 4 years, 400,000 in total. That money kept you from wasting precious study time on part-time jobs like other ordinary students. That money gave you the chance to go to Yale as an exchange student, to see a broader world, to add the most important chapter to your glittering resume. Right. Every word from Jiang Han was like a precise scalpel dissecting Ye Ruoxue's most cherished past. Ye Ruoxue's face grew paler, her lips trembling. So what? I earned it with my own ability. It was the school's recognition of me. Is that so? Jiang Han suddenly laughed. He stopped spinning the USB drive, looked up at Ye Ruoxue, his peach blossom eyes filled with pity and mockery. Sixth sister, you're a grown woman now, how can you still be so naive? Do you really think there's such a thing as a free lunch in this world? Do you really believe the school would set up a 4-year 400,000 exclusive scholarship for an ordinary student for no reason? Jiang Han shook his head as if looking at a clueless child. Your so-called recognition, your so-called ability. He stepped forward and gently pressed the cold USB drive into Ye Ruoxue's icy palm. Was money I saved from my own meager allowance every month, earned by hauling bricks at construction sites and washing dishes in restaurants during summer breaks, sweat and blood money set up anonymously through countless connections. Boom. In that instant Ye Ruoxue felt the whole world spin. Her mind went blank, her ears rang, and she could hear nothing. She could only stare blankly at the small USB drive in her hand. It was from Jiang Han. The capital she was so proud of, the source of her superiority over Jiang Han, the stepping stone to her elite status, had been paved by her most despised, worthless brother in the most humble way, drop by drop. Why? Ye Ruoxue jerked her head up, her beautiful eyes showing confusion and collapse for the first time. She stared at Jiang Han, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Why did you do this? No reason. Jiang Han stepped back, leaning against the wall again, resuming his lazy posture. Back then you were still my sister. I simply wanted my sister to pursue her dreams without any worries, to stand on a higher ground and shine brightly. Even if... Jiang Han paused, a hint of self-mockery in his smile. Even if when she shone she could never see the shadow beneath her feet that had propped her up. These words stabbed into Ye Ruoxue's heart like a poison blade, twisting 3 times inside. All her pride, all her reason crumbled in that moment. She was the biggest joke of all, a parasite living on someone else's charity while thinking herself superior. What? Ye Ruoxue could no longer hold back. She crouched on the ground and burst into tears like a child. She cried heart-wrenchingly, as if she wanted to pour out all the pride and grievance of the past 20+ years. Clutching the USB drive, she stumbled to Jiang Han's feet, grasped his trouser leg desperately, and lifted her tear-streaked face, her voice desperate and shrill. Jiang Han, little brother.
I'm sorry. I was wrong. I really was wrong. Why didn't you tell me sooner?
If you had told me earlier I would never have treated you like that.
Why didn't you say something sooner? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Ye Ruochu's wail was shrill and desperate, echoing through the empty corridor.
Sunlight streamed through the glass window, illuminating her tear-streaked face in a messy display, leaving no trace of the legal beauty she once was. Jiang Han looked down at the woman clutching his trouser leg, crying like a child, his eyes utterly devoid of emotion. He merely lifted his foot with a motion almost obsessive in its cleanliness, prying her fingers off his suit pants one by one. The gesture was gentle, slow, yet carried an unquestionable finality. Ye Ruoxue, have you misunderstood something? Jiang Han looked down at her, his gaze as cold as if he were staring at a stranger throwing an unreasonable tantrum. Are you saying that if I had told you earlier that it was me who gave you that 400,000 you would have been grateful, wouldn't have looked down on me, and wouldn't have thrown me out of the house? Ye Ruoxue was choked by the question, her mouth open but unable to utter a single word.
Would she? She didn't know. Or rather, she dared not think about the answer. Let me tell you.
Jiang Han let out a disdainful laugh brimming with undisguised mockery, like a sharp scalpel cruelly dissecting the pitiful illusions deep in Ye Ruoxue's heart. You wouldn't. You would only keep spending my money with a clear conscience while continuing to despise me with your so-called elite theory, calling me a useless good-for-nothing, a parasite living off the Ye family.
You would even think it was my duty.
Because in your eyes I am just an adopted son. My sole purpose in existence is to serve you lofty family members and pave the way for your glorious futures.
Isn't that right?
Every word Jiang Han spoke was like a heavy hammer smashing brutally against Ye Ruoxue's heart. She wanted to refute, to say it wasn't true, but the scenes from her memory that she had once ignored surged forth madly at this moment. She remembered when she was about to study abroad on a scholarship, Jiang Han saw her off at the airport telling her to take care of herself, but she scorned his shabby clothes and told him to stay away so he wouldn't embarrass her. She remembered when she won her first lawsuit and held a celebration at home. Jiang Han was busy in the kitchen sweating profusely, yet she couldn't even be bothered to say thank you for your hard work, and instead criticized him for being too slow with the dishes.
She remembered. Too many. So many that she dared not think further. Tell you earlier.
Jiang Han looked at her face, pale as paper, and shook his head, a flicker of pity in his eyes as if he were watching a hopeless fool. Ye Ruoxue, the worst thing in life is not cherishing what you have, taking others' efforts for granted. Then when you lose it and reality slaps you in the face, you come back crying and regretting.
Don't you think you look ridiculous now?
Jiang Han took a step back, creating a definitive distance between them. That physical separation made Ye Ruoxue's heart clench with a sudden emptiness, as if something extremely precious was being completely ripped out of her life.
No. Don't.
She instinctively reached out, trying to grasp something, but only caught a handful of cold air.
Jiang Han. Little brother. Don't go.
She cried, her voice hoarse.
I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Could you give me another chance? Let's start over. We can still be a family. Family.
Jiang Han stopped, his back to her, not turning around.
He simply pulled out his phone and glanced at the time.
Ye Ruoxue, you still don't seem to understand the situation. The moment you kicked me out for the sake of a bastard, we stopped being family. Now to me you are nothing more than a loser who just lost to me in court and was publicly humiliated by your own teacher. A legal illiterate who can't even recite the statutes correctly.
With that, he did not linger any longer. He strode off toward the end of the corridor.
The sound of his leather shoes on the floor was crisp, resolute, fading away.
Jiang Han.
Ye Ruoxue let out a piercing scream. She tried to stand up to chase him, but her legs were as weak as noodles, unable to support her. She could only watch helplessly as that resolute figure gradually disappeared into the blinding sunlight. Keep your cheap tears to yourself. Just as Jiang Han's figure was about to vanish around the corner, a light floating sentence drifted over on the wind like a poison-tipped knife, stabbing deep into her heart. Back then I was naive, always believing that sincerity could be exchanged for sincerity.
Now I understand. Belated affection is more despicable than weeds by the roadside. Do I still need to teach you this lesson?
At the end of the corridor, Jiang Han's figure vanished completely. Ye Ruoxue could no longer hold herself together. She collapsed on the cold floor, wailing loudly. Her cries were shrill and desperate, like a beast abandoned by the entire world.
She finally understood.
Some mistakes once made can never be undone.
Some bonds once broken can never be reconnected. Stepping out of the recruitment venue, Jiang Han took a deep breath of the fresh air outside, leaving behind the oppressive sobs echoing in the corridor.
He felt no sympathy. Those who are pitiful often have their hateful aspects. Ye Ruoxue's fate today was her own doing.
Ding.
Detected that the host has completed the achievement. Crush Sixth Sister's pride.
Emotion points 1000. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a reward God level singing skill master level. Another new skill.
Jiang Han raised an eyebrow about to examine it when his pocket phone suddenly vibrated wildly. He took it out and saw an unfamiliar number, but the note was saved by Leng Mingyue herself, Spy Entertainment.
Jiang Han swiped to answer.
A crisp professional female voice came through the line speaking rapidly. Mr. Jiang, I am Qingcheng, the spy Lang placed in Star Media.
What's the matter? Jiang Han was concise.
It's about Ye Weiner, Qingcheng said, a hint of excitement in her voice.
We just intercepted a bombshell.
Ye Weiner's breakout hit the song Starlight that made her famous.
Seems to be plagiarized.
Oh.
Jiang Han's eyes lit up instantly. Speak of the devil.
He was just wondering how to deal with the Ye family's third sister who was making waves in the entertainment industry, and now an opportunity came knocking.
Plagiarism.
Jiang Han's lips curled into a playful smirk.
Secretary Qin, are you sure it's only seems? No, mister.
Jiang Qingcheng lowered her voice on the other end, her tone certain.
We have evidence.
And we've even traced the original author's lead. Although the other party is very secretive, we followed the clues to a 3-year-old already deactivated.
Online ID. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow. What's the name?
J. When Qingcheng uttered this ID, the smile at the corner of Jiang Han's mouth deepened.
This truly was enemies destined to meet. Fourth sister Ye Mengyan worshipped J, yet J was her despised younger brother.
Now the song that made third sister Ye Weiner famous was also originally composed by J. The Ye sisters were truly fated to cross paths with this alias of his.
I understand, Jiang Han instructed calmly over the phone. Organize the evidence chain, but don't release it yet. Wait for my signal. Understood.
Hanging up, Jiang Han gazed at his phone screen, which displayed Ye Weiner's retouched promotional poster, her smile a mask of hypocrisy. On the poster the artistic font proclaimed her as original music prodigy, a stark irony. Prodigy.
Jiang Han scoffed.
Tonight you'll become a prodigy of a different sort, one who's been cut off.
Night 11 o'clock.
For most it was time to sleep, but for internet denizens eager for gossip the night was just beginning.
Just then a renowned music blogger with millions of followers, Toxic Tongue Score Analyst, dropped a bombshell late at night. Shocking scandal. A popular actress' signature song accused of pixel-level plagiarism. Even the translation groups would be ashamed. Beneath the post was a 5-minute audio comparison video.
On the left was Ye Weiner's hit song Starlight, which had catapulted her to fame across the nation. On the right was an obscure demo by an unknown foreign underground band released 5 years ago titled Starlight. The blogger had even provided a meticulous score comparison. Melody, chord progression, even the drum rhythm in the interlude. They were identical in every way. The only difference was that Ye Weiner's version replaced the English lyrics with Chinese. Holy crap. This isn't plagiarism, it's a direct copy with lyrics slapped on. I knew Starlight sounded too sophisticated, nothing like Ye Weiner's previous bubblegum pop.
So it was stolen. Original prodigy. What a joke. She's a disgrace to the music industry. One stone stirred 1,000 waves.
Within half an hour the hashtag Ye Weiner plagiarism rocketed to the top of trending topics, marked with a blazing red explosive symbol.
The internet erupted. Ye Weiner's fans went berserk, swarming social media platforms to control the narrative. Rubbish. Our Weiner is a true original, how could she plagiarize? Exactly.
That nobody band is just trying to ride her coattails.
Shameless. Reported. Slanderers will die.
Waiting for sister's lawyer's letter. Despite the fans' ferocity, the evidence was overwhelming.
More and more netizens joined the fray, and even professional musicians began to comment.
Listen to it, the score comparison is solid. This is clearly plagiarism. What a waste of a beautiful piece stolen by a thief seeking fame. Public opinion had completely reversed within an hour.
Ye Weiner's public image lay in ruins.
In a luxury apartment in Shanghai City, a priceless Hermes Birkin bag crashed to the floor, followed by the shattering of various high-end cosmetics.
Ye Weiner, disheveled and frantic, smashed everything in sight.
Her usually sweet face was twisted with jealousy and terror.
Who did this? Who's behind this?
She shrieked, her voice piercing.
Her agent Sister Wang stood by watching the chaos with a throbbing headache.
Her phone had been ringing non-stop, brands canceling contracts, film crews replacing her, media seeking interviews. All were kicking her while she was down.
Weiner. Calm down. Smashing things won't help.
Sister Wang grabbed her arm, eyes stern.
Tell me the truth now. Was Starlight really your original work?
Of course it was. Ye Weiner's eyes darted away as she tried to pull free, but Sister Wang held firm.
It was mine. I wrote it, she screamed. Still lying.
Sister Wang slapped her hard, the sound echoing in the empty room.
Ye Weiner, do you think him a fool? I know your musical abilities.
You struggle to write an 8-word slogan, how could you compose something like Starlight?
The company's top brass is furious. If you don't come clean now, no one can save you. Ye Weiner covered her face and finally broke down.
She collapsed to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down her face.
It wasn't me. I didn't write it.
She hiccuped. I stole it from that useless Jiang Han's computer.
What? Sister Wan's eyes widened. 3 years ago I wanted to clean up his old computer because it took up space. Then
I found a folder named A Song for Third Sister.
Ye Weiner sobbed uncontrollably.
I was curious, listened to it, thought the melody was nice.
So I copied it. I thought no one would notice something written by a waste like him. Who knew the song would blow up?
I wanted to explain later, but the way he looked at me then.
Like I was a goddess.
The feeling of being worshipped was too good, so I kept quiet.
Sister Wang felt dizzy, nearly fainting from the shock. Stolen.
From her own brother.
What a mess. It's over. This time it's really over.
Sister Wang leaned weakly against the wall.
Plagiarism and stealing from family, Ye Weiner's career in entertainment was finished. No. It's not over.
Ye Weiner jerked her head up, a venomous glint flashing in her tear-streaked eyes as if grasping at a last straw.
It's Jiang Han. He's behind this.
She pointed at the air, screaming like a madwoman.
He hates me.
He hates our whole family.
So he deliberately released that fake foreign demo to frame me. Yes. That demo must be fake. He paid someone to make it. He wants to destroy me. Sister Wang issue a statement.
Sue him for defamation. Looking at the hysterical Ye Weiner, Sister Wang closed her eyes and sighed deeply. Even now she was deceiving herself. This woman was beyond saving.
Just then Sister Wang's phone rang again.
It was the PR director.
Sister Wang. Bad news.
Big trouble. The voice on the other end was tearful. That toxic tongue score analyst
is live streaming again. Sister Wang's heart sank.
A terrible premonition washed over her.
Trembling, she opened the streaming app. The masked music blogger said nothing, simply pointing the camera at a computer screen. On it was an unreleased audio clip. A slightly immature youth holding an old guitar softly sang.
The melody was unmistakably Starlight. Then a photo of a yellowed handwritten manuscript appeared on the screen. It contained the original lyrics in sheet music for Starlight, the handwriting elegant and sharp. In the bottom right corner, 2 bold flying characters were signed like a sword, piercing Ye Weiner's last defense, Jiang Han. Just as Ye Weiner's public relations team was in a frantic state, preparing to issue legal warning letters to the entire internet and even purchasing the trending hashtag Pity Ye Weiner in an attempt to forcibly whitewash her image. The music blogger known as tongue-in-cheek Score Hunter unhurriedly started a live stream.
No announcement, no promotion.
But the trending topic Ye Weiner plagiarized was so overwhelmingly hot that within a minute of the stream going live, the online audience surpassed 1 million, with bullet comments so dense they nearly obscured the screen.
Score Hunter is finally here. Waiting for the real deal to step up.
Isn't he going to explain that foreign demo?
I said it couldn't be such a coincidence. Weiner, don't be afraid. Your devoted fans will always support you. Sue this rumor monger.
In the live stream, the blogger wore a ridiculous dog head mask and remained silent. He merely adjusted the camera, aiming it at an old worn laptop. On the screen was an audio player.
What's the deal? Let him listen to music. Is this blogger chickening out? Playing tricks? Just as the fans rained mockery, the blogger pressed play.
A slightly rough guitar intro slowly flowed from the speakers.
The melody sounded so familiar.
The bullet comments in the stream instantly halved in number. Then a youthful, slightly raw yet clear boy's voice softly hummed, "The brightest star in the night sky, can you hear the loneliness and sighs of the one looking up?"
Boom.
If the earlier audio comparison was a thunderclap, then this demo was a nuclear bomb dropped directly on the heads of Ye Weiner's fans. The melody was identical. The lyrics, aside from minor refinements, shared the same core imagery. Even the unique blend of youthful confusion and longing for the future in that boy's voice was 100 times more genuine than Ye Weiner's commercialized version.
What is this? Holy shit. This is the original, right? So much more feeling than Ye Weiner's version. So that foreign demo was a smokescreen. The real creator is domestic. The comments exploded.
Ye Weiner's fans fell silent. They wanted to argue to whitewash but found themselves unable to type a single word.
This evidence was too solid.
So solid that they had no room to struggle. Yet this was not the end. After playing the audio, the blogger in the dog mask slowly took out a yellowed piece of paper.
It was a sheet music manuscript.
The edges were slightly curled, the ink a bit smudged, clearly aged, but the notes and lyrics on it were written neatly with sharp strokes that exuded a maturity beyond that age.
The camera zoomed in.
Close up. At the bottom right of the manuscript was a flamboyant signature, bold and unruly like a sword about to be unsheathed.
Jiang Han. The bullet comments in the stream fell into an eerie 10-second silence. Everyone was frozen, their minds blank. Jiang Han.
The foster son driven out of the Ye family. The parasite that Ye Weiner's fans had reviled for 3 years. The waste younger brother who, according to Ye Weiner, couldn't even read sheet music. The original creator of Starlight was actually him. A certain fan drinking water sprayed it all over the screen. Then the entire comments section went completely insane.
Fuck. 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 What am I seeing? Jiang Han.
The Jiang Han I know. So Ye Weiner didn't just plagiarize, she stole her own brother's work and then called him a parasite.
Is that even human? I'm shattered.
I've been standing this original genius for 3 years and she's a thief who steals from her family and bites back.
Disgusting.
I spent 300 rounds arguing with strangers yesterday to defend her.
Now I just want to slap myself twice. Ask and you shall receive. This is probably the loudest slap in the entertainment industry in 2026, right? In a luxury apartment. Thud.
Manager Wang's phone slipped from her hand onto the carpet, making a dull sound. She stared blankly at the glaring signature on the live stream, feeling a chill run through her hands and feet icy. It was over. This time truly completely over. If it were just a case of copying an obscure foreign band, spending some money on PR might have spun it as a tribute or coincidence. But now stealing her own brother's work and then turning around to bite him, this wasn't just plagiarism, it was a character issue, a moral collapse.
No. This isn't real.
Ye Weiner collapsed on the floor, staring at the familiar yet strange signature on the screen as if she'd seen a ghost, shaking her head frantically.
She remembered. Everything. 3 years ago that summer she found Jiang Han's old computer taking up space, ugly and outdated. So while he was out, she took it upon herself to clean up his junk. In the process she discovered a password-protected folder. Out of curiosity she tried his birthday as the password and it opened. The folder was named Songs for Third Sister. Inside were a dozen demos and some scattered lyric fragments. At that time she was at a career bottleneck, desperately needing a hit to boost her fame. When she heard the stunning melody of Starlight, a malicious thought instantly seized her mind. After all, Jiang Han was a good-for-nothing. Whatever he wrote was just aimless humming, never fit for the stage. Using it herself was recycling waste, helping him. So with a clear conscience she copied the files, deleted the originals, and did it all without a trace. She thought this secret would rot in her gut forever. She thought that worthless younger brother would never find out. But she never imagined that Jiang Han not only knew but had also kept a backup. He had even kept the damn original manuscript. Ah.
Ye Weiner let out a piercing scream, lunging at the TV like a madwoman as if she wanted to reach through the screen and strangle the dog-masked blogger.
Jiang Han. It's you. It must be you.
She grabbed a throw pillow and hurled it at the screen, shrieking hysterically, "You bastard!
You devil! You knew all along. You planned everything. You just wanted to ruin me. You want to destroy me. I hate you. I hate you."
In the live stream the dog-masked blogger seemed to hear her curses. He slowly raised a middle finger to the camera. Then he cut the stream, leaving behind a cool silhouette and tens of millions of online spectators whose worldviews had been shattered.
Meanwhile, in the Long family study,
Jiang Han closed the live streaming software and casually put the yellowed manuscript back into the drawer. He picked up his phone and dialed Qin Shui, his tone as flat as if ordering afternoon tea. "Secretary Qin, proceed to the next step.
Contact every brand and production team that has a partnership with Ye Weiner.
Send them the recorded stream. Tell them that if they don't announce the termination of the contract within half an hour, they'll face a joint blacklist from the Leng Group and Kaihan International. Also." Jiang Han stared at the pitch-black night outside the window, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. "Send her a lawyer's letter in my name. Sue her for copyright infringement, malicious defamation, emotional distress, pile on every charge we can. I want her to cough up every cent she earned from my songs over these 3 years with interest, not a penny left." If the live stream of Toxic Score Analyzer was the last straw that broke the camel's back, then the legal letter Jiang Han subsequently sent was akin to driving a steamroller over the already deceased camel. That evening Weibo's servers crashed twice in an unprecedented manner, all because of the same celebrity. The first crash was due to the solid proof of plagiarism. The second crash was triggered by the legal letter Jiang Han released through the official account of the Leng Group's legal department. The letter was harshly worded and contained a chain of evidence so complete it was appalling. It contained not only the original manuscript of Starlight but also the demos and handwritten drafts of over a dozen other songs Jiang Han had ghostwritten for Ye Weiner over the years. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. It turned out that Ye Weiner was not just a plagiarist, she was a musical tailor piecing together Jiang Han's works haphazardly, then attaching her own name to craft a so-called original talented girl persona. Now even the most loyal fans could no longer defend her. The house has collapsed utterly and completely. I've been a fan for 3 whole years and he turned out to be a complete liar and thief. I must have been blind. Now I feel so sorry for Jiang Han being drained by this family for 15 years, even his talent stolen. Unfollowing. I've never been this disgusted in my life. Ye Weiner, get out of the entertainment industry. Overnight Ye Weiner's Weibo page was completely overrun. The fans who had turned against her were incredibly fierce. They transformed all the money, late nights and arguments with haters they had invested in Ye Weiner over the past 3 years into the most venomous curses and insults. Slogans like "Return my hard-earned money" and "Wishing you a position" funeral appeared along with a barrage of viciously edited pictures and memes. This is the backlash of internet traffic. The more adoration you once enjoyed, the more scorn you must now endure. Brands and film crews reacted even faster than the fans. Under the dual pressure from the Leng Group and Tycoon International, no company dared to be stubborn. Dior Beauty, our endorsement contract with Ms. Ye Weiner has expired and will not be renewed. PepsiCo, due to Ms. Ye Weiner's personal conduct issues, we have decided to terminate all cooperation effective immediately. The Palace Storm production team, after deliberation, we have decided to replace the actress playing the imperial consort role. We will pursue legal action against Ms. Ye Weiner for the losses incurred by the production. One termination notice after another, like knives, completely severed all of Ye Weiner's connections to the entertainment industry. When a wall is about to collapse, everyone gives it a push. When a drum is broken, everyone beats it. In just one night, Ye Weiner plummeted from a radiant top-tier star in the clouds to a detritus universally reviled rat scurrying through the streets. Inside a luxury apartment, manager Wang's phone was ringing off the hook. One call after another, all from brand legal departments discussing contract terminations and compensation claims. Each call meant a staggering amount of liquidated damages. Sister Wang. What? What should I do? Ye Weiner slumped on the sofa, her eyes vacant like a puppet whose strings had been cut. She still held her phone, the screen showing Weibo's trending topics page. The hashtags that once filled her with pride were now evidence condemning her. I'm finished. My whole life is over. She muttered to herself, tears streaming down her face like a broken string of pearls, impossible to stop. Crying now. Where was this foresight before? Sister Wang hung up a call demanding 30 million in compensation, her liver aching with rage. Looking at Ye Weiner's pathetic, spineless state, the last shred of sympathy in her heart vanished. I told you long ago, in this entertainment industry you can't sustain a career by stealing. You just wouldn't listen. Sister Wang threw her phone onto the sofa in frustration and pointed a finger at Ye Weiner. Now look what you've done. You had to steal from your own brother. Do you know who he is now? A shareholder of the Leng Group. The boss of Tycoon International. Is he someone you can afford to mess with? Do you still think you're the lofty third miss of the Ye family? The Ye family can't even save itself. Who do you expect to come to your rescue? Ye Weiner was scolded into silence, able only to hug her knees and sob bitterly. Stop crying. Will crying solve anything? Sister Wang ran her hands through her hair in irritation, then pulled a termination contract from her bag and threw it in front of Ye Weiner. This is the company's decision. Your reputation is completely ruined. You have no commercial value left. This is the termination agreement. Sign it. Termination. Ye Weiner's head shot up, staring at Sister Wang in disbelief. The company wants to terminate me. Sister Wang, didn't you say you'd always manage me? Aren't we best sisters? Sisters. Sister Wang laughed coldly as if she had heard a joke. Ye Weiner, you're too naive. In this world of fame and fortune there are no sisters, only interests. When you could make money for the company, of course I pampered you. Now you're a hot potato, anyone who touches you gets burned. Why would the company keep you? As for those liquidated damages, Sister Wang straightened her clothes, resuming her sharp efficient demeanor, her tone as cold as discussing the weather.
The company will advance part of it. The rest will be deducted from your properties and savings. If that's not enough, we'll have to go through legal proceedings. Good luck, Miss Ye. With that, Sister Wang walked towards the door without looking back. No. Sister Wang, you can't leave.
Ye Weiner lunged forward like a madwoman, clutching Sister Wang's leg.
You can't do this to me. We have so many years of history. Let go.
Sister Wang kicked her away in disgust, her eyes as cold as if she were looking at a piece of trash. History. Ye Weiner, you have no history with your own blood brother, and you expect to have history with me.
Bang.
The heavy door slammed shut. The whole world fell silent. Ye Weiner collapsed on the cold floor, staring at the empty room, feeling the malice and despair surging in from all directions. She was finished. This time truly and completely finished. In the study of the Long family estate, Jiang Han scrolled through his phone, reading the brilliant fan backlash comments on Weibo and the termination announcements where Ye Weiner was being executed by major brands. His mood was as joyful as listening to a symphony.
Tisk tsk. Beg for the hammer and receive it. How does it feel?
He casually tipped the toxic score analyzer account 1,000,000 and then turned off the screen with satisfaction. This operation not only nailed Ye Weiner firmly to the pillar of shame, but also allowed him to harvest a huge wave of emotional energy.
Ding.
Detected extreme negative emotions including collapse, despair and regret from Ye Weiner.
Emotion value 2000. Congratulations, host. Reward obtained, master level culinary proficiency. Cooking. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow.
This reward was quite down to earth. It seemed he had gained another new skill to win over his wife. He stretched, stood up and prepared to go to the kitchen to make a loving late-night snack for his wife, showing off his newly acquired culinary skills. Just as he stepped out of the study, the bedroom door clicked open. A faint alluring fragrance wafted over.
Jiang Han instinctively looked up and his breath caught in his throat. Leng Mingyue was leaning against the doorframe wearing a black silk camisole nightgown.
The dress was very short, barely covering the top of her thighs, leaving her two straight, slender and long legs completely exposed, dazzlingly white.
The neckline plunged deeply, outlining a breathtaking and blood-stirring perfect curve.
She had just finished showering. Her wet long hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Her face, usually as cold as frost, now bore a hint of lazy blush, with charm and allure radiating from the corners of her eyes and brows.
Done with work?
She asked, her voice lazy and hoarse, carrying a hint of a just-woken nasal tone like an elegant Persian cat being coy. Jiang Han felt his throat go dry. This woman was absolutely a soul-snatching enchantress.
Done. Done with work.
Jiang Han swallowed hard, struggling to tear his gaze away from that expanse of snowy scenery. Honey, why aren't you asleep yet at this hour?
Waiting for you.
Leng Mingyue crooked her finger at him, her phoenix eyes shimmering with seductive light.
You did well tonight. I'm very pleased.
So? I've specially prepared a little reward. She turned sideways, clearing the doorway. Jiang Han followed her gaze. On the king-size bed in the bedroom, several sets of clothes
were laid out flat. No, those couldn't be called clothes.
They were clearly
a flight attendant uniform, a maid outfit, a JK skirt and a set of black lace cat ear lingerie that almost made his nose bleed.
Jiang Han's eyes widened instantly. He looked at the battle gear on the bed, then at the enchantress by the door, feeling the ancient body tempering art within him beginning to stir restlessly again. Leng Mingyue leaned against the doorframe, extended her tongue and lightly licked her red lips, her voice carrying a fatal temptation.
So my hero, she said. Which one do you want me to wear tonight? Speak, my hero.
Leng Mingyue's voice was soft yet like a feather lightly brushing against the tip of Jiang Han's heart. She leaned against the doorframe, her posture languid and casual. Her phoenix eyes, usually sharp and calculating, now seemed filled with aged Nuerhong. A single glance could make one drown in intoxication. Before Jiang Han could recover from that spine-tingling hero, a fragrant breeze swept over him. Leng Mingyue, barefoot on the carpet, moved silently behind him. Her cool arms, like two boneless serpents, slowly encircled Jiang Han's neck. Then her body, still carrying the sweet dampness of a bath, pressed against his back without reservation. Jiang Han stiffened, his Adam's apple bobbing uncontrollably.
Well done.
She breathed a soft breeze into his ear, her warm breath sending a shiver across his skin. That wave of lawyer letters was ruthless enough, and the contract termination tide was perfectly timed. That foolish Ye Weiner, this time she's completely finished.
Absolutely. Jiang Han took a deep breath, forcing down the restless surge in his heart.
He reached back and grasped her wrist, his thumb gently stroking her delicate skin. Anyone who dares to touch what's mine must be prepared to lose everything.
Besides, defending my wife is my duty. Such a sweet tongue.
Leng Mingyue laughed softly, released her hold and walked around to face him. She raised her hand, her fingertips lightly tilting his chin, her gaze carrying the possessive satisfaction of a queen surveying her domain. Since you've been so diligent, I as your boss naturally cannot be stingy. She rose on her tiptoes, her red lips close to his ear, her voice low and husky with seduction as a reward.
Tonight I'll grant you a privilege. What privilege? Jiang Han's throat felt dry. Leng Mingyue didn't answer directly.
Instead, she turned and walked gracefully toward the wall-tall walk-in closet in the bedroom.
Follow me. Jiang Han swallowed hard, feeling that the short walk was more nerve-wracking than sending the lawyer letters. Click. The closet door slowly opened.
Soft sensor lights instantly illuminated the luxurious space capable of making every woman in the city scream.
But that wasn't the point.
Jiang Han's gaze was immediately drawn to the central rack specially reserved in the middle of the closet. There, instead of the usual haute couture suits or evening gowns, hung a row of special equipment that made his blood boil. The first item on the left was a classic Japanese-style JK uniform. A ridiculously short pleated skirt paired with a sailor top with a red ribbon exuding a pure yet forbidden allure, instantly evoking tender fantasies of campus first love. Next to it was a highly form-fitting OL business suit, a tight pencil skirt, black stockings and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses as props embodying the very essence of intellectual deviance and workplace temptation.
Further along, a flight attendant uniform, a nurse outfit and even a black lace catgirl costume with a fluffy tail and scandalously little fabric.
Jiang Han felt a surge of heat rush to his head, his nostrils burning, nearly causing him to lose his composure.
Was this a closet?
It was clearly a spider's den.
System, I think my ancient body strengthening art is about to break loose.
Jiang Han screamed inwardly. Leng Mingyue leaned against the wardrobe, her fingers slowly gliding over the row of clothes, the friction of nails against fabric producing a faint rustling sound. She tilted her head, a sly smile playing on her lips as she watched the stunned Jiang Han.
So Mr. Jiang.
She casually picked up the JK uniform, held it against herself and asked with a tilt of her head, I had Qin Shui specially hunt these down. They say you men are all into this, right?
Qin Shui. Jiang Han silently gave the all-capable secretary a million praises, had definitely have to raise her salary. Double. Wife you.
Jiang Han's voice was hoarse beyond recognition.
A reward,
Leng Mingyue said matter-of-factly. Then she hung the JK uniform back, hooked the black catgirl outfit with her finger and gently flicked the bell on the collar, producing a crisp jingle.
Normally you listen to me. Tonight I'll listen to you.
She turned around, leaned back against the dazzling array of battle robes and propped her hands on the cabinet behind her. Her long shapely legs crossed casually, her pose incredibly alluring.
Which one do you want me to wear?
Her voice was hooked, pulling at Jiang Han's soul.
Shall we relive our school days? Or experience some office under the table? Or...
She picked up the cat ear headband, placed it on her head and winked at him.
Do you want to keep a cat? Boom.
Jiang Han felt the thread of reason in his mind snap completely. He gazed at the woman before him, usually so aloof, now lowering all her defenses to please him, utterly enchanting.
A wave of unprecedented gratitude and
impulse surged in his heart. This was Leng Mingyue. The #1 femme fatale of Jianghai City, the icy goddess countless men could only admire from afar. And now she was willing to wear these clothes for him, clothes she would never even glance at otherwise. What a sacrifice! Or rather, what profound love! Jiang Han took a deep breath and strode forward. With each step his aura grew stronger, the awakening of a primal male possessiveness. He stood before Leng Mingyue, reached out and his fingertips lightly brushed the ribbon of the JK uniform, feeling the texture of the fabric.
This one's nice, innocent. Jiang Han commented. Leng Mingyue raised an eyebrow, about to reach for it.
But his fingers slid to the side, pausing on the pencil skirt of the OL suit.
This one's good too, domineering. He moved his hand to the flight attendant uniform. Classic uniform seduction.
Finally his gaze settled on the cat ears atop Leng Mingyue's head and his throat bobbed. This
is even more lethal. Leng Mingyue found his picky attitude both amusing and irritating.
She pushed him lightly on the chest and scolded, greedy.
Seen enough. Which one is it? Hurry up and decide. The CEO's time is precious, it's now or never.
But the anticipation in her eyes was impossible to hide. Jiang Han caught her hand that was teasing his chest, brought it to his lips and kissed it. Then he looked up, his peach blossom eyes blazing with fire. He released her hand, stepped back half a pace and swept his arm grandly. His gesture was like an emperor commanding his domain or a bandit about to plunder a treasure trove. Choose. Jiang Han curled his lips into a devilishly charming smile, his eyes fixed on the glittering array of clothes. Slowly he uttered a sentence that made Leng Mingyue's face instantly flush crimson. Wife, do you have some misunderstanding about me? Choose. Jiang Han swept his hand grandly, his fingertips gliding over that row of strikingly diverse and blood-pumping battle robes. His gesture was as bold as if he were picking generals and soldiers. He turned his head, his burning gaze fixed on Leng Mingyue, the devilish grin on his lips almost overflowing, his voice low and resolute. Wife, do you have a misunderstanding about me? That's something children do. Jiang Han stepped forward, directly took down the hanger with the black cat ear headband and casually grabbed the JK uniform and OL suit set beside it. He bundled these clothes into his arms, winked at Leng Mingyue and said with righteous indignation, as a mature adult I of course want it all. The air froze for a second. Leng Mingyue looked at his insatiable, almost emptying Fiholplost manner and couldn't help but very charmingly roll her eyes. Greedy. She scolded with a reproachful tone, but there was no hint of blame in her voice, instead carrying a bone-melting indulgence. Not afraid of tiring yourself to death? Tired. Jiang Han, as if hearing a joke, puffed out his chest with pride. For my wife will serve with all my might until my last breath. Besides, I have the ancient body-strengthening art protecting me. Even if I work overtime all night, I'll be full of energy. Enough, stop joking. Leng Mingyue's cheeks flushed slightly. She reached out and took the JK uniform from his arms. Turning her back to Jiang Han, she gently unbuttoned the strap of her nightgown. The silky fabric slid down her jade-like skin, pooling on the carpet. Go out and wait first. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes sparkling. The first show is about to begin. Jiang Han's Adam's apple bobbed as he felt the heat in his nasal cavity nearly uncontrollable. He reluctantly took one last look at the breathtaking silhouette, then obediently retreated from the dressing room and sat on the big bed in the bedroom. The waiting time was long and torturous. Every second Jiang Han's mind wildly imagined various scenes. Finally. Click. The dressing room door opened. Light spilled onto the doorway and a graceful figure slowly emerged. Jiang Han's breath stopped instantly. There stood Leng Mingyue in the navy blue sailor suit, the pleated skirt scandalously short, revealing her long straight legs. She had tied her hair in a high ponytail, her face free of makeup, yet she looked as pure as a school beauty just stepping out of campus. But in her eyes lurked the allure and provocation of a mature woman. This extreme contrast was a nuclear-level devastating force. Senior. Leng Mingyue tilted her head, mimicking Su Xianyuan's tone, calling out timidly, but the slyness in her eyes was impossible to hide. Boom. Jiang Han felt the string of reason in his mind snap completely. Junior, looks like you need some tutoring. Like a hungry wolf he lunged forward. That night was destined to be long and absurd. From the innocent school belle to the dominant female instructor, from the gentle flight attendant to the wild cat girl. Leng Mingyue seemed to have completely shed her usual aloof mask, unleashing her charm to the fullest in this private space that belonged only to them. She was no longer the lofty female CEO. She was just a little woman deeply in love with her husband, willing to try everything and please him. And Jiang Han finally understood what it meant to be so captivated that he'd neglect his duties. Their two hearts, through each passionate embrace, drew closer and closer. The thin membrane called agreement that had once separated them completely dissolved in sweat and gasps, replaced by a true bloodbound marital bond. The next morning. Sunlight stubbornly filtered through the curtains into the room. When Jiang Han woke up, he felt as if he had been run over by a truck, every joint aching with soreness. Especially his lower back. The discomfort was beyond words. System. You bastard. Supporting his back, Jiang Han sat up, tremblingly cursing the damn system 100 times in his mind. Weren't you supposed to be indestructible? Weren't you supposed to be tireless? Why did he feel drained? He turned to look beside him. Leng Mingyue was still asleep. She curled up under the quilt, revealing a sliver of her white shoulder marked with a few ambiguous red hickeys. Her sleeping face was serene and beautiful, with a trace of satisfied smile on her lips. Even in sleep she radiated a glowing brilliance. Jiang Han sighed and resignedly got up. Was this the harmony of yin and yang? Why did it feel like all the yang energy had gone to her? After washing up, Jiang Han held the stair railing, shuffling down step by step like an old man in his 70s or 80s. Young master, good morning. Uncle Fu was directing the servants to set out breakfast. Seeing Jiang Han's hunched, weak-kneed appearance, his smile instantly turned knowing. Morning. Morning. Jiang Han replied weakly, plopping down on a chair, feeling his back about to break. Young master, the kitchen specially prepared this 10-herb restorative soup. Drink plenty. Uncle Fu considerately served a bowl of pitch-black medicinal soup, its aroma overwhelming. Jiang Han's lips twitched. He wanted to refuse, but feeling his back's protest, he gritted his teeth, picked up the bowl and downed it in one gulp. By the way, young master. Uncle Fu, as if remembering something, picked up a dark gold invitation from the tray beside him and handed it over with both hands.
This was just sent over by the Lin family. The Lin family.
Jiang Han set down the empty bowl, slightly surprised. The old Master Lin he had pulled back from the brink of death. He took the invitation and opened it. The material was exquisite, with a few bold and powerful characters written in gold dusted. Is hereby scheduled that a private collection auction will be held tonight at 8 o'clock at the Hillside Club.
We sincerely invite benefactor Jiang Han and Miss Leng Mingyue to attend.
The signature was Lin Zhendong, current head of the Lin family.
What does the Lin family mean by this? Jiang Han asked.
The messenger said. Uncle Fu bowed slightly, his tone respectful. After old Master Lin woke up and learned that you saved him, he was extremely grateful. This auction is the Lin family's highest level private gathering, originally only inviting top dignitaries from the capital and the province. But the old master specifically insisted that you and the eldest miss be invited. As a token of gratitude for your life-saving grace, and incidentally. Uncle Fu paused, lowering his voice. I heard that at this auction there are several extraordinary treasures that cannot be found on the market. The old master said that if you fancy anything, just speak up and the Lin family will foot the bill.
Extraordinary treasures. Jiang Han's eyes instantly lit up. Although he now had money, truly good things often couldn't be bought with money alone. Moreover, since he acquired the divine appraisal art, though he hadn't used it yet, he had been itching for a chance to practice.
The Lin family knew how to play the game.
All right.
Jiang Han closed the invitation and tossed it casually on the table, his previously sluggish spirit perking up considerably.
Tell the messenger that I will arrive on time with Mingyue tonight.
He stroked his chin, a hint of anticipation curling at the corner of his mouth. Since it was a top-tier private auction, there were bound to be good things.
At
such an occasion he would probably run into quite a few old acquaintances, right?
Like those sisters still scrambling for new patrons after the Ye family's bankruptcy.
Wife. Jiang Han shouted upstairs, his voice carrying a mischievous edge. Stop sleeping.
Get up and put on makeup. Tonight we're going to smash. No to appraised treasures. Seme Mountain Club, the true money-burning pit of Jianhai City. It does not entertain nouveau riche, only old money families with family trees and ancestral portraits hanging on walls. Tonight the entire club was reserved by the Lin family.
A black Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly stopped before the ornate gate. As soon as the door opened, Lin Zhendong, who had been waiting at the entrance for a long time, quickly stepped forward. This head of the Lin family, whose every move shakes Jianhai City, now had a face beaming like a sunflower.
He personally stepped forward to open the door for Jiang Han, bending lower than a bellboy. Dr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang. Your presence along with President Leng truly honors our humble home.
Lin Zhendong enthusiastically extended both hands, tightly gripping Jiang Han's hand with such fervor that one might think he was meeting his long-lost father.
You're too kind, President Lin.
Jiang Han smiled faintly, taking Leng Mingyue's hand as they got out of the car.
Tonight Leng Mingyue was breathtakingly beautiful. Dressed in a deep purple mermaid evening gown that accentuated her devilish figure, her snow-white back was exposed, her shoulder blades faintly visible like fairy wings ready to take flight. The two stood together, the man exceptionally handsome, the woman coldly elegant, instantly becoming the center of attention. Is that Jiang Han?
I heard his medical skills are miraculous. He even pulled old Master Lin back from the gates of hell.
More than that. He now holds billions in cash flow and is a shareholder of Leng Corporation, a true new rich of Jianhai.
Tisk, the Ye family really was blind to drive away such a golden son-in-law. The surrounding murmurs were incessant. Jiang Han kept his gaze straight ahead, following Lin Zhendong's personal guidance through the luxurious hall, heading straight to the golden seat in the center of the first row. That seat was originally reserved for an important figure from the capital. Now it belonged to him. After sitting down, Jiang Han casually glanced around the venue.
Wife, it seems we didn't check the almanac before going out tonight.
Jiang Han leaned close to Leng Mingyue's ear and whispered teasingly, why do we always run into these unlucky things everywhere?
Following his gaze.
In the darkest corner of the venue, under the dimmest light, sat several women with heavy makeup, yet unable to hide their haggard faces. They were the sisters of the Ye family. However, tonight they were not here as young ladies of the Ye family. Ye Weiner, wearing a somewhat revealing low-cut dress, was leaning against a middle-aged fat man with a pockmarked face, a bald head and a beer belly, forcing a smile as she peeled grapes for him. Ye Mengyan, shrinking her shoulders, sat beside a wealthy second generation with dyed yellow hair, looking shiftless, letting his hand wander restlessly on her waist, too afraid to protest. The Ye family had gone bankrupt. To survive, to repay debts, and to maintain their former luxurious lifestyle, these once high and mighty young ladies had finally lowered their proud heads, becoming the playthings they had once despised.
Really? An eyesore.
Leng Mingyue merely glanced and turned away in disgust, taking a sip of the champagne before her as if one more look would give her a sty.
However, just because they didn't want to bother didn't mean others wouldn't notice. The yellow-haired rich second generation holding Ye Mengyan was named Lu Kai, a typical nouveau riche second generation who loved to curry favor.
He had been secretly observing the first row looking for a chance to strike up a conversation with Jiang Han. Seeing Jiang Han's gaze sweep over, Lu Kai shuddered and felt his opportunity had come. Slap. He suddenly slapped the table, pointing at Ye Mengyan beside him and cursing, "Are you blind?
Can't you see President Jiang is looking this way? Get up and toast him now." Ye Mengyan was startled, almost spilling the wine.
She looked up at the dazzling figure in the first row, her eyes instantly reddened, biting her lips, refusing to move. Ask her to toast Jiang Han. To the waist she had called a good for nothing for 15 years.
That was worse than death. Stop pretending to be pure.
Lu Kai, seeing her immobility, felt his face was lost. He grabbed Ye Mengyan's hair and forcibly dragged her up, cursing viciously, "The Ye family is finished.
Do you still think you're a young lady? I paid to bring you in. Do you think you're just decoration? Hurry up. Go apologize to President Jiang. If President Jiang is unhappy, he'll throw you out to feed the dogs tonight."
The commotion here was quite loud, and the surrounding guests turned to watch, faces full of schadenfreude. Ye Weiner was also pushed by the fat man. "What are you waiting for? You go too.
Didn't you enjoy bullying President Jiang before? Now you're getting your comeuppance." The two once arrogant sisters, like plucked quails holding glasses, stumbled and were pushed to the first row. President Jiang.
Ye Weiner's voice was as faint as a mosquito's, her head buried so low it almost touched her chest, not daring to look into Jiang Han's eyes.
Shame. An overwhelming sense of shame burned their skin like fire.
Jiang Han leaned back in his chair, idly playing with an exquisite lighter, not even turning his head.
"Young Master Lu, right?"
He spoke calmly, his voice not loud, but the yellow-haired Lu Kai was flattered and quickly nodded and bowed, "Yes, yes."
"President Jiang, you know me." "I don't."
Jiang Han ruthlessly burst his bubble. "But your two female companions have a rather strong smell." He wrinkled his nose and fanned the air in front of him, looking disgusted. "A scent of stale green tea, giving my wife a headache."
"Take them far away, don't affect our mood for treasure appraisal." This remark drew laughter from the entire audience. Lu Kai's face instantly turned purple. He glared fiercely at the Ye sisters, his eyes wanting to devour them. "Did you hear that? Get out. Go to the back corner and stay there. Don't discuss President Jiang here." Ye Weiner and Ye Mengyan felt as if pardoned yet deeply humiliated. Covering their faces, they fled in disgrace to the darkest corner of the venue amidst the crowd's jeers. "All right, the flies are gone." Jiang Han turned to Leng Mingyue and winked. "Wife satisfied with this handling?" So. Leng Mingyue's lips curled slightly. Although she was harsh in words, the smile in her eyes betrayed her good mood. Just then the hall lights dimmed suddenly. A spotlight shone on the auction stage. The auctioneer, dressed in a tuxedo, stepped onto the stage, cleared his throat and said mysteriously, "Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is the grand finale treasure that old Master Lin has collected for many years. It is said to come from the oldest Paquant mine in Myanmar, a legendary blind lot." As his words fell, two hostesses pushed a cart covered with red cloth onto the stage. The red cloth was lifted. A millstone-sized grayish pitted stone looking like a common roadside rock appeared before the audience. Starting bid, the auctioneer took a deep breath and announced a staggering number: 10 million. The hall erupted in boos. 10 million for this piece of rock. Has the Lin family gone mad? This is obviously waste material. The skin is so thick not even a ribbon, it will definitely be brick-grade material when cut. Whoever buys it is a big sucker. In the corner, Ye Weiner and Ye Mengyan couldn't help cursing under their breath, selling such junk. Do they think we're fools? However, sitting in the first row, Jiang Han's eyes lit up the moment he saw that stone. In his mind, the system prompt sounded abruptly: ding. Rare treasure detected. Divine treasure appraisal art automatically activated. Item name: top-grade jadeite rough stone blind lot, internal structure full green. Glass-like transparency. Imperial green. Estimated value starting at 2 billion. Jiang Han's fingers tightened on the armrest and his breathing quickened. 2 billion. This was no stone, it was a mountain of gold. Wife Jiang Han leaned close to Leng Mingyue's ear, his voice trembling with excitement. "Lend me some money. I'm going to pick up a bargain." "Borrow money?" Leng Mingyue raised an eyebrow, her gaze sweeping over the rough gray stone on the stage that looked like nothing more than a piece of rubble used to prop up a roadside stall. Though she knew little about stone gambling, her business instincts told her this was a trap. Spending 10 million on a rock was no different from tossing money into the water just to hear a splash.
But when she turned to meet Jiang Han's eyes gleaming with an extraordinary brightness in the dim light, the words of caution died on her lips. In that gaze there was a certainty she had never seen before. It was the thrill of a hunter spotting its prey, the fervor of a gambler clutching a royal flush. "The card's in your pocket," Leng Mingyue replied indifferently, leaning back with a languid air of trust. "The password is your birthday. Buy it if you want. Even if you get it just to prop up a table leg, as long as it makes you happy." That was confidence. That was the indulgence of $100 billion female CEO. "Got it." Jiang Han grinned casually, raising his bidding paddle. 11 million. His voice was low, yet it cut through the quiet auction hall with startling clarity. The auctioneer on stage had already resigned himself to a failed sale, knowing the stone's rough, unremarkable shell showed no hint of. Hearing a bid, he was so thrilled he nearly dropped his gavel. 11 million. Mr. Jiang at table 1 bids 11 million. Any higher? The hall erupted in murmurs. Everyone stared at Jiang Han as if he were a fool. In a corner, Yu Weiner couldn't stifle a sneer, whispering to the blonde rich kid beside her, "See that? That's a wastrel for you. Throwing a woman's money around like it's nothing, buying a worthless rock to play the big shot. It's laughable." The blonde Sun Zihao was a notorious playboy in Shanghai City, from a vulgar nouveau riche family in real estate. He had always envied Jiang Han for latching onto Leng Mingyue's high branch. Seeing his chance now, his eyes glinted with mischief as malicious ideas brewed in his mind. "Showing off, huh? I'll make sure you can't today." Sun Zihao sneered abruptly, raising his paddle and bellowing, 20 million. After shouting, he glared provocatively at Jiang Han in the front row, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "President Jiang, I've taken a liking to this stone too. I was planning to buy it for my fish tank as decoration. You wouldn't compete with me, would you?" A ripple of subdued laughter spread through the hall. Spending 20 million on aquarium decor was a blatant provocation, a deliberate humiliation of Jiang Han. Without even turning his head, Jiang Han merely flicked his paddle and raised it again. 30 million. His tone was as calm as if he were buying a head of cabbage. 40 million. Sun Zihao pressed on, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He felt he was meting out justice, teaching this gold-digging pretty boy a lesson. 50 million. Jiang Han still didn't look back, even pausing to take a sip of tea. This time even Leng Mingyue beside him frowned. Though she didn't care about the money, being toyed with like a fool was unpleasant. She was about to order her bodyguard to deal with the nuisance when Jiang Han pressed her hand. "Don't rush. Let him jump." Jiang Han said, a playful smile curling at his lips. "When someone's so eager to offer their face for me to slap, it'd be impolite of me not to oblige." 60 million. Sun Zihao kept raising the bid, now caught up in the heat. He figured Jiang Han was spending Leng Mingyue's money and wouldn't dare waste it recklessly. If he drove the price up, Jiang Han would back down and lose face publicly. 70 million. Jiang Han followed. 80 million. 90 million. The price skyrocketed, soon nearing the 100 million mark. The guests were dumbfounded. A worthless stone with a starting bid of 10 million, already deemed too high, was being driven to 90 million by these two. This wasn't stone gambling anymore, it was a clash of egos. 100 million. Sun Zihao shot up, roaring the number. After shouting, he was brimming with exhilaration. He felt incredibly cool. This was the highest bid had ever made in his life. He gloated at Jiang Han's back, taunting loudly, "Well, President Jiang's still in. Don't say I didn't warn you. You're spending President Leng's money. Even she can't afford to have you squander it like this, can she? A kept man showing off with his wife's money. Do you even deserve to compete with me?" At this, the Ye sisters in the corner felt a surge of vindication and chimed in, "Exactly. A kept man should know his place. Go, young master Sun. Crush him with cash." Facing the hall's ridicule and Sun Zihao's provocation, Jiang Han finally set down his teacup. He rose slowly and turned around. On his handsome face there was no anger, only a pitying look, as if regarding an imbecile. "Young master Sun, is it?" Jiang Han adjusted his cuff, speaking deliberately. "You just asked if I'm worthy to compete with you. Since you're so eager for the answer, I'll give it to you." He picked up his paddle without a glance and raised it high. In that instant his aura transformed. No longer the indifferent kept man, he became a top-tier tycoon wielding vast wealth, treating money like dirt. 500 million. The three words slipped from his lips lightly, yet they detonated like a nuclear bomb in the hall's center. Boom. The entire hall fell into dead silence. The auctioneer's gavel clattered to the floor, striking his foot, but he forgot the pain. Sun Zihao's smugness froze instantly, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit a fist, his eyes nearly popping out. 500 million. For a worthless rock. Was he insane? You. Sun Zihao pointed at Jiang Han, his fingers trembling.
You're bluffing. How could you possibly have 500 million? President Leng would never let you be so reckless. He instinctively looked at Leng Mingyue, hoping to see the female CEO's fury. Yet to his despair, Leng Mingyue wasn't angry at all.
Instead, she leaned back in her chair with an amused expression, even nodding at Jiang Han as if to say, "Go ahead, I've got more if you need it." Was this the power of money? Was this the pinnacle of being a top-tier kept man? Jiang Han looked at Sun Zihao's pale face, a supremely arrogant smile curving at his lips. He walked step by step toward Sun Zihao, each footfall landing like a blow to the man's heart.
Comparing wealth with me.
Jiang Han's eyes were icy, exuding a suffocating pressure. Sun Zihao, can your family's real estate assets plus your liquid capital scrape together 500 million? I have no other virtue, but I've got money, so much I don't know how to spend it.
Since you want to play, you'll see it through to the end.
Jiang Han thrust the bidding paddle right into Sun Zihao's face, his voice cold as a death sentence.
500 million. I've put it up. You care to follow? If not, then get lost.
The moment the word scram left his lips, Sun Zihao felt as if his backbone had been ripped out. His face turned deathly pale, his lips trembling as he stared at the bidding paddle held high, his throat clogged as if stuffed with cotton.
500 million.
That was liquid capital, cold hard cash. Although his family dabbled in real estate and possessed assets in the billions, asking him to take out 500 million in cash to buy a stone. His father would break his legs and send him back to his mother's womb for a do-over.
I give up.
Like a defeated rooster, Sun Zihao tossed down his paddle, dejectedly collapsed into his chair and broke into a cold sweat. The more arrogant he had been moments ago, the more pathetic he was now. The gazes cast upon him from the crowd felt like slaps across his face, stinging sharply. Any higher bids? The auctioneer on stage was so excited his voice cracked, his hand trembling as he raised the gavel.
500 million once. 500 million twice. 500 million. 3 times. Sold. Bang.
With the final strike of the gavel, the piece of rough stone, the most underestimated waste of the entire auction, fell into Jiang Han's hands at an astonishing, jaw-dropping price.
The entire hall erupted in an uproar. Some were stunned by Jiang Han's financial power, but many more looked at him as if he were a fool. Splurging 500 million on a stone that was most likely nothing more than a brick. This was not just wasting money, it was sheer brainlessness. In the corner, the Ye sisters, who had been cowering all along, finally found an outlet.
Ha ha ha.
I'm dying of laughter.
Ye Weiner covered her mouth, her body shaking with laughter, tears almost spilling out.
500 million. He actually spent 500 million on that piece of junk.
Jiang Han is such an idiot, does he think he's buying groceries? Ye Mengyan also wore a look of schadenfreude, her eyes filled with malicious glee. This is stone gambling.
Even immortals find it hard to judge an inch of jade.
That stone has such a thick crust and such poor markings, every expert said it was waste.
What gave him the right to buy it?
Because his face is pale.
Because he's so good at living off a woman.
The two sisters exchanged glances, both seeing deep contempt in each other's eyes. In their view, Jiang Han was just a nouveau riche. After a sudden windfall, he didn't know how to spend his money. Just to save face and spite others, he threw his patron's money into the water.
Just wait and see.
Ye Weiner snorted, straightening her low-cut dress, her tone sour. That woman Leng Mingyue may be rich, but she's not stupid. With Jiang Han squandering money like this, he'll be kicked out of the Long family sooner or later. Then penniless hell have to come crawling back to beg us for a meal.
That's right. A brainless waste like him will never go far. The sisters chattered on as if already seeing Jiang Han's miserable future of bankruptcy and homelessness, finally feeling a bit of relief from their pent-up resentment. Just then, the auctioneer wiped his sweat and announced with a beaming smile, "Thank you all for your patronage. Tonight's auction has come to a successful conclusion." The guests rose one after another, preparing to leave. For them, the biggest talking point of the night was already set: the Long family's Livian son-in-law splurging 500 million on a piece of scrap, a joke that would keep them laughing for half a year. "Hold on." A clear voice suddenly echoed through the entire hall via the microphone. Jiang Han stood up. Somehow he had already made his way to the stage and taken the microphone from the auctioneer. With one hand in his pocket and the other gently patting the enormous rough stone, he wore a casual smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, don't be in such a hurry to leave." Jiang Han's voice was not loud, but it carried a strange penetrating force. "You all traveled a long way to be here. What's the fun in just watching me spend money? Since I've dropped 500 million, I can't feel at ease without seeing it cut open right here. How about you all stay and bear witness?" The hall fell silent for a moment. Then an even louder wave of discussion erupted. "What? He wants to cut the stone on the spot. Is this guy out of his mind?
If he bought a dud he could at least take it home and cry in private. But if he cuts it open in public and it's worthless, hell lose face all the way to the Pacific Ocean. A stone bought for 500 million, if it's all white rock inside tsk tisk, that's a sight I dare not imagine.
A newborn calf fears no tiger, he's just asking to be humiliated even more.
Sun Zihao, who had been about to slip away, perked up at this. He stopped in his tracks and jumped up shouting, "Great!
President Jiang is so generous.
Since President Jiang has the refined taste, we must show our support.
Don't you all agree? Let's see what treasure this 500 million stone will yield." He was overjoyed inside.
Jiang Han was simply digging his own grave. As long as the stone turned out to be worthless, Jiang Han would become the biggest laughingstock in the entire Jianhai city, and Leng Mingyue's face would be dragged through the mud too. Then he'd never be able to hold his head up in high society again.
Cut it. We must cut it. We want to see it too.
The crowd, eager for a spectacle, began to cheer. In the corner the Ye sisters sat up straight in excitement.
"Big sister. Look. That fool is going to cut the stone on the spot."
Ye Mengyan tugged at Ye Qingcheng, who had been silent all along, waving her hands excitedly. "He can't wait to die.
We must watch this show to the end."
Ye Qingcheng had been in a daze. She watched the confident man on stage, her heart a mix of emotions. The once timid brother who used to cower before her had now grown to a level she had to look up to.
But cutting the stone on the spot.
Ye Qingcheng shook her head, a flicker of complexity in her eyes. "Jiang Han, you are still too young, too impulsive.
The stone gambling business is too deep. How many billionaires have lost everything over a single stone? What makes you think you can win? Let's see."
Ye Qingcheng sighed, her voice hoarse. "Let's see how he ruins this perfect hand."
On stage.
Jiang Han looked at the faces full of schadenfreude below, and the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. He turned and nodded to Lin Zhendong beside him. "President Lin, please arrange for a stonecutter. The best one with a steady hand." Although Lin Zhendong also thought Jiang Han was a bit impulsive, since his benefactor had spoken, he would comply.
"No problem. He'll have the best stone-cutting master from the Lin family brought here immediately. In less than 5 minutes.
Several workers pushed a professional heavy-duty stone-cutting machine onto the stage.
Following them was an old man with graying hair dressed in a tang suit. It's Master Wang,
the president of the Jianghai City Jade Association.
My God, the Lin family actually invited Master Wang. That's a huge gesture of respect.
Master Wang has been cutting stones his whole life. They say he's never misjudged.
But this piece today. It's risky.
Master Wang circled the massive stone twice, shone a high-intensity flashlight on it for a long time, then shook his head inside. "Young friend, this material is too poor."
He looked at Jiang Han and spoke frankly. "The crust is loose, the mist layer is not visible, and it's completely covered, not even a single window.
Based on my experience, it's most likely a complete loss inside."
"Are you sure you want to cut it? Once you cut it, there's no return."
These words effectively pronounced a death sentence on the stone.
The jeers from the audience grew louder.
Sun Zihao laughed so hard his stomach hurt, pointing at Jiang Han and yelling, "Did you hear that? Even the master says it's scrap. President Jiang, why don't you just admit defeat now? Take the stone home to prop up a table leg and save yourself from crying later." Ye Weiner chimed in with sarcasm. "Some people just won't give up until they see the coffin. They think having a bit of money lets them do whatever they want, but in the eyes of experts they're just a blockhead." Faced with the doubts and ridicule, Jiang Han's expression remained unchanged.
He didn't even frown. "Master Wang, I appreciate your kind intentions." Jiang Han picked up a marker pen and walked to the stone.
Through the X-ray vision of his divine artifact appraisal skill, he could clearly see the thick, intense green inside the stone, a color that could drive the world mad.
"However, I've always been lucky."
Jiang Han drew a seemingly casual black line across the middle of the stone.
"Cut along this line."
He tossed the pen aside, stepped back 2 paces, crossed his arms and swept the entire hall with a contemptuous gaze. "One cut makes you poor, one cut makes you rich, one cut puts you in a shroud. That's for others.
For me, Jiang Han." He glanced at the sisters in the corner who were eagerly waiting to see him make a fool of himself, and a cruel curve tugged at his lips. "This cut is a staircase to heaven." "Master, go ahead."
Vroom, the cutting machine started. The piercing screech of the blade instantly filled the entire hall. Stone chips flew, water splashed everywhere. Everyone craned their necks, eyes wide. Sun Zihao clenched his fists. The Ye sisters held their breath. They were all waiting. Waiting to see the grayish-white cross-section after the cut. Waiting to see the arrogant face of Jiang Han crumble into despair, collapse and wail in an instant. That scene would be more hilarious than the most brilliant comedy in the world. Zizizi, the shrill piercing sound of the saw blade grinding against stone scraped like fingernails on a blackboard, setting the scalp on edge. Stone chips flew, white powder dispersing under the harsh spotlight. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the heavy stone-cutting machine. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Clack. The machine stopped. Master Wang took a deep breath, picked up the hose beside him and directed the water onto the cut. Swoosh, the stone dust was washed away. Everyone craned their necks, especially Sun Zihao at the front, whose eyes were as wide as brass bells. Yet the cut surface revealed a bleak grayish white. No green. Not even a hint of colored mist. It was the cheapest, most worthless white stone, unfit even for making bracelets, too brittle even for paving roads. It's a bust. A complete bust. Someone in the crowd shouted. Then the pent-up laughter erupted instantly. Ha 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 ha. 500 million. So this is the marble bought with 500 million. Sun Zihao laughed so hard he slapped his thigh, tears streaming down his face. President Jiang Yurai is truly remarkable. This stone isn't even good enough for building a wall, is it? In the corner the Ye sisters were ecstatic. Ye Weiner pointed at the stage, laughing uncontrollably. I told you he was a waste. 500 million. Even if you burned it you'd hear a sound. But he bought himself nothing but loneliness. Serves him right. Ye Mengyan gritted her teeth in agreement. This is the price of showing off. I wonder how hell explained this to Leng Mingyue. No matter how rich the Leng family is, they can't afford a spendthrift like this. Leng Mingyue sat in the audience, her brow slightly furrowed. It wasn't that she cared about the money, but watching the man on stage remain unfazed amidst the torrent of ridicule made her feel uncertain. Had he really failed? On stage Master Wang sighed, his face full of regret. Young friend, I told you this rough stone is no good. The first cut shows white meat, there's basically no hope inside. Shall we cut again? Cut. Jiang Han's voice remained calm, even carrying a hint of laziness. He stepped forward, drawing a line on the cut surface with his finger at an extremely tricky position, right through the center of the stone. Here, one more cut. He won't give up until he sees the coffin. Sun Zihao snorted coldly. Fine, let him see his doom. Master Wang, cut. Let him know what despair really means. Master Wang shook his head and reluctantly restarted the machine. The piercing sound of cutting filled the air once more. This time the jeers grew louder. Almost no one expected success. Everyone was waiting for Jiang Han's utterly crushed expression, waiting for the kept man to fall from his pedestal. Time ticked by. Jiang Han stood with arms crossed, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He was waiting. Waiting for that light. Crack. The stone split open. This time before Master Wang could splash water, a dazzling, suffocatingly deep emerald light shot out through the cut. That green, rich, profound, yet translucent, like the finest imperial green freshly retrieved from a deep pool. Under the glare of the spotlight the green seemed to come alive, flowing, shimmering, almost drawing one's soul into it. The laughter in the hall stopped abruptly, as if someone had suddenly choked off everyone's throats. Dead silence. A silence so profound you could hear a pin drop. Master Wang's hand trembled and the water from the hose splashed onto the stone. Swoosh, the dust washed away and the green unveiled itself fully before the world. Translucent, flawless, crack-free. The texture was old, the flesh fine, and the green so rich it seemed to drip oil. It was the supreme king of jadeite, imperial green. And not just a little, a whole mass the size of half a basketball. Clang. Sun Zihao's wineglass fell to the floor, shattering into pieces. His mouth gaped open, his jaw hanging as if dislocated, and strange gurgling sounds came from his throat as if fate had him by the throat. This. Master Wang dropped the hose, fumbled for his strong flashlight, and practically threw himself onto the stone. Full green. Glassy texture. Imperial green. The old man's voice grew shrill with overexcitement, even cracking top grade. This is a onsonatacade masterpiece. Such a large piece can yield at least 10 full green bracelets plus countless plaques and cabochons. He looked up at Jiang Han, his gaze no longer that of a man looking at a man but at a god. Young friend. No, master. This rough stone at a conservative estimate. 2 billion. Starting price. Boom. The moment the number was uttered the entire banquet hall erupted. 2 billion. Bought for 500 million, a quadruple profit. This wasn't gambling on rough stones, it was printing money. Those who had mocked Jiang Han moments ago now wore ashen faces as if they had swallowed dead flies. Especially Sun Zihao, who slumped in his chair, eyes vacant. Had he just mocked a man who casually earned one? 5 billion is a fool. Who was the real fool? How is this possible? How? In the corner Ye Weiner clutched her dress, her nails snapping without her even noticing. She stared at the man bathed in glory on stage, jealousy burning through her very core.
2 billion.
The Ye family was struggling to pull in investments only to scrape together a few tens of millions for a lifeline. And Jiang Han, by casually cutting a stone, had earned twice the Ye family's entire market value.
I don't believe it. It's fake. He cheated. How could he be this lucky? Ye Mengyan screamed hysterically, tears and snot streaming down her face. This immense disparity was more agonizing than death.
On stage Jiang Han looked at the surrounding gazes, some greedy, some awestruck, some envious, his face betraying no emotion. He bent down and picked up the first waist piece he had cut off. The edge of that waist piece actually bore a thin layer of imperial green, too thin for bracelets but enough to carve a few cabochons or pendants easily worth a few million. But in Jiang Han's eyes at that moment it was no different from a roadside pebble. He hefted the stone in his hand, turned, and his gaze cut through the crowd, locking precisely onto the sisters in the corner, their faces deathly pale. "Dear sisters." Jiang Han's voice was clear, laden with undisguised mockery. He strode forward and the crowd parted like the Red Sea. Stopping before the Ye sisters, he looked down on them from above. His eyes were cold, sarcastic, as if watching a few stray dogs begging for scraps. "Enjoyed the joke earlier. Did you feel great thinking I'd lost 500 million? Ye Weiner trembled, wanting to retort but lacking the courage to even lift her head. "Since you like watching stones so much, I'll give you this one." Jiang Han released his grip. Thud. The waist piece with its thin layer of imperial green landed heavily at Ye Weiner's feet, raising a puff of dust. "Take it." Jiang Han dusted off his hands as if he had just thrown away trash. His tone was light but each word cut deep. "It's just a scrap but still worth a few million. Sell it, it should be enough for noodles for the rest of your lives." "Don't thank me. This is my last charity to my former family." With that he turned, took Leng Mingyue's hand and strode away amidst a sea of awestruck gazes, leaving behind the Ye sisters staring blankly at the stone on the ground as if they had been slapped hundreds of times, their faces swollen beyond recognition. Humiliation. A humiliation carved into their bones. Ye Weiner stared at the stone, the venom in her eyes almost tangible. "Jiang Han. You've gone too far. Just wait. Tianyou won't let you off. He will kill you." At the northern outskirts of Jianghai City, the third abandoned dock, the sea breeze laden with the briny dampness and the smell of engine oil recklessly poured into this dilapidated warehouse. Rusty shipping containers like colossal corpses were stacked in the darkness, exuding an aura of decay. Clang. A cheap beer bottle was hurled violently onto the concrete floor, shards of glass scattering everywhere. Ye Tianyou slumped on a tattered single sofa, his eyes bloodshot, hair a mess like a bird's nest. The once iconic white tailored suit was now wrinkled and stained with dirt and alcohol. Half an hour ago he had received a tearful phone call from his fourth sister, Ye Mengyan. That damned Jiang Han had not only publicly humiliated the sisters at the auction but also used that worthless stone to cut out a jade worth 2 billion. 2 billion. That was the entire year's net profit of the Ye family during its heyday. Why? Why? Ye Tianyou roared like a wounded beast. He stared at the news push on his phone screen about a mystery tycoon spending 500 million on rough stones, raking in 2 billion. The photo showed Jiang Han's triumphant face, making Ye Tianyou want to grind his teeth to dust. He was the true young master. He was the sole heir of the Ye family. But now, the Ye family was bankrupt, assets frozen, banks cut off, loans. His father had a stroke and his mother was insane. He, the once glamorous young master of a wealthy family, couldn't even use a credit card now. He had to hide like a rat in this dark warehouse, drinking cheap beer that cost a few yuan per bottle. While that bastard who had usurped 15 years of his life stood on the clouds, basking in the spotlight with the most powerful woman in Jianghai City by his side. This was unfair. Heaven had gone blind. "Young master, ye sober yet?" A sinister voice suddenly emerged from the shadows. Ye Tianyou jerked his head up. 3 men in floral shirts with brutish faces stepped out. The leader was a scar-faced man, precisely the one whose ribs had been kicked in by Jiang Han earlier, just discharged from the hospital. He was a subordinate of Wang, who nicknamed Mad Dog. Ever since Wang, who was locked up, this gang had disbanded, becoming aimless ghosts. Short on cash, they were approached by Ye Tianyou. "Cut the crap." Ye Tianyou tossed away the half-empty bottle, his eyes dark and venomous. "I've brought the money. Where are the people?" "They're waiting outside." Mad Dog stared greedily at the black suitcase at Ye Tianyou's feet, licking his lips. "But young master Ye, though we've discussed the terms, brothers still have to warn you. That Jiang Han, he's a bit off." Mad Dog unconsciously touched his still aching ribs, a flicker of wariness in his eyes. "Last time brother who brought over a dozen men with weapons and they still couldn't take him down.
This time if you want us to go after him it'll cost extra. Who said I'm going after him? Ye Tianyou sneered, pulling out a photo and slapping it onto the dust-covered wooden crate. What's the point of going after him? I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Mad Dog leaned in to look and his eyes went wide. The photo showed a woman leaving a yoga studio. Her tight yoga outfit outlined a stunningly perfect figure with a high ponytail and a swan-like neck. Her face, even without makeup, was breathtakingly beautiful. It was Leng Mingyue. Thighs is the she-devil of the Long family. Mad Dog was startled, dropping his cigarette. Young Master Yi, are you insane? Kidnap her. That would be poking a hole in the sky. In Zhanghai City, messing with the Leng family, how many lives do we have to spare? Fortune favors the bold. Ye Tianyou kicked open the suitcase. Inside, neatly stacked piles of red banknotes were arranged. That was the 5 million in cash he had scraped together by secretly selling the last unseized jewelry and antiques of the Yi family. It was also his final bet. Hey, race 5 million. Yi Tianyou's voice was low and seductive, like a demon tempting people to fall. As long as you help me kidnap the woman, this money is yours. After the job is done, I'll give you another 10 million and arrange a boat to take you abroad. Mad Dog looked at the case of money, his breathing becoming heavy. Men die for wealth, birds die for food. They were desperados anyway. Instead of hiding in Zhanghai City like rats, they might as well pull off a big heist and flee abroad for a life of pleasure. Deal. Mad Dog gritted his teeth, a fierce glint in his eyes. Young Master Yi, tell us how. Simple. Ye Tianyou pointed at the background in the photo, his eyes gleaming with calculation. I've checked. Leng Mingyue has a habit. Every Wednesday and Friday at 2 p.m. she goes to that private yoga studio in the west of the city. It's membership-only with tight security, but there's a blind spot in the underground parking lot. Also, she doesn't like to bring bodyguards when she does yoga, usually only the driver waiting outside. He paused, a cruel smile curving his lips. This is our chance. Once we grab her and bring her here, no matter how many tricks Jiang Han has up his sleeve, he'll have to kneel before me like a dog and beg for her sake. He couldn't wait to see that scene. What expression would that always arrogant, insufferable Jiang Han have when he saw his beloved woman trembling under a knife? Fear. Despair. Or collapse. As long as Leng Mingyue was ruined, Jiang Han's backbone would be broken. Without the Leng family's protection, he was nothing. Alright, well, follow your lead, young Master Yi. Mad Dog closed the suitcase, lifted it, weighed it and smiled with satisfaction. Brothers have everything ready, knock out drugs, ropes, a van. Tomorrow is Friday. Ye Tianyou stood up, walked to the broken window of the warehouse and looked out at the pitch-black night and the relentless rain. His face flickered in and out of the shadows, twisted like a demon. Jiang Han. He tightly clutched the crumpled photo, his nails digging deep into Leng Mingyue's face, his voice hoarse with venomous hatred. Aren't you the one who cares most about this woman? Didn't you say I was useless and only relied on my family? Then this time I'll show you who's really useless. Tomorrow I'll make you crawl to me on your knees and pay back everything you owe me with interest. He swung his arm and pinned the photo to the wall with a gleaming dagger. The blade pierced precisely through the throat of the woman in the photo. Let's see whose fate is stronger, yours or hers. West of the city, underground parking lot of a private yoga studio. The lighting was dim and the air was thick with a strange mixture of damp mustiness and exhaust fumes. As an exclusive high-end venue at this hour, the vast parking lot was eerily empty, with only the occasional drip of water echoing, creating a sense of strange emptiness. Leng Mingyue, holding her Hermes handbag and wearing 7-centimeter heels, walked calmly toward her designated parking spot. Tap tap tap. The crisp sound of footsteps was particularly clear in the silent space. She had just finished an hour of hot yoga, wearing a tight quick-dry top and a loose trench coat over it, exuding a post-workout languor and allure. As she approached the Bentley Bentayga and reached for the door handle, her movements suddenly froze. Something was off. As someone who had long navigated the razor's edge of business warfare, she possessed an almost animalistic instinct for danger. It was too quiet. Normally at this time old Chen would have already gotten out to open the door for her. But now the driver's seat was empty and old Chen was nowhere to be found. Whoosh! The moment she became alert, the door of an inconspicuous gray van next to her was suddenly yanked open. 3 burly men wearing black masks, carrying ether-soaked towels and ropes, charged out like wolves descending on prey. Don't move. Scream and he'll kill you, the leader, Mad Dog, growled in a low voice, thrusting the towel toward Leng Mingyue's mouth and nose. It all happened in less than 2 seconds. Any ordinary heiress would have been paralyzed with fear, screaming and helpless. But Leng Mingyue was no ordinary woman. Her eyes turned cold. Without a trace of panic, she didn't even dodge, she simply tilted her head slightly, avoiding the foul-smelling towel. Then she did something that left the three kidnappers bewildered.
Calmly she tossed her limited edition Hermes bag onto the ground, then quickly bent over, gripped the heels of her shoes and slipped them off with a swift motion. Her bare feet touched the ground. "Looks like today's yoga was a waste," she sighed, her tone tinged with annoyance at the interruption.
Mad Dog paused, then sneered, "Oh, cooperating. Planning to run barefoot.
Boys get her.
Hold her down."
In his eyes she was just a helpless rich girl. Taking off her shoes would only let her run a bit faster. The three men rushed forward, surrounding her.
But in the next second they paid a heavy price for their underestimation. Whoosh! Leng Mingyue moved.
Instead of retreating, she advanced, her silhouette like a black bolt of lightning, instantly closing in on the man holding the towel. Her left hand blocked, her right elbow came up and she drove it viciously into his ribs.
Crack!
A sickening sound of bone breaking echoed. The burly man didn't even have time to scream. He doubled over like a cooked shrimp, clutching his stomach and dropping to his knees, foaming at the mouth.
Third. Mad Dog was horrified.
Before he could react, he saw a blur. Leng Mingyue pivoted, using the momentum, her straight long leg like a steel whip whistling through the air and slamming into another kidnapper's neck.
Bang!
The unfortunate man was sent flying sideways, crashing heavily into the van's door, denting the metal, then sliding down limp and unconscious.
In the blink of an eye, two were taken down.
This was no weak woman, this was a female Tyrannosaurus.
Mad Dog was terrified out of his wits, his hands trembling as he held the rope. "Why, you trained women's self-defense black belt 5th Dan."
Leng Mingyue rolled her wrists, her exquisite face bearing a frosty expression, her gaze contemptuous.
"Plus 3 years of private Israeli Krav Maga lessons." "What? Didn't Tianyou tell you that my personal trainer was a retired Special Forces king?"
To protect herself in this cutthroat business world she had sweated no less than any man.
"I'll fight you."
Mad Dog knew he had bitten off more than he could chew, but it was too late to run. He pulled a switchblade from his waist and charged with bloodshot eyes.
"Overestimating yourself." Leng Mingyue snorted coldly. Facing the gleaming blade, she didn't retreat, instead she stepped forward toward the knife.
The instant the knife tip was about to pierce her, she leaned back slightly, barely dodging, while her hands lightning fast grabbed Mad Dog's wrist.
Using his momentum, she turned and executed a shoulder throw. Smooth and fluid, all in one motion. Bang! A deafening crash, dust flying.
The burly man, over 6 feet tall, was slammed onto the concrete floor like a sandbag, the ground seeming to tremble. Mad Dog felt his internal organs shift, spat out a mouthful of blood, and his knife had long since flown away. Lying on the ground, staring at the dim lights on the ceiling, only one thought crossed his mind: is this supposed to be a woman? She's even more ruthless than his gangster boss.
Cough. Big sis. Spare me.
Mad Dog tried to beg for mercy, but the next second a snow-white foot stomped directly onto his face. Leng Mingyue looked down at him, her eyes as cold as if she were looking at a pile of trash. She applied a little pressure with her foot, grinding his cheek out of shape, loosening his teeth.
"Who's your big sis?" "Call me Queen." 5 minutes later.
A violent engine roar tore through the parking lot silence. The Lamborghini Veneno, like a wild beast out of control, drifted into a parking spot with screeching tires. Before the car had even stopped, Jiang Han pushed the door open and rushed out. He had just received a distress call from old Chen, who said he was knocked out and left in the restroom, and when he woke up the young lady was gone. At that moment Jiang Han felt like the sky was falling.
He imagined countless horrific scenarios: Leng Mingyue kidnapped, threatened, even. "Mingyue. Don't be afraid. I'm coming."
Jiang Han, eyes red, had even grabbed a wrench he picked up from the roadside, charging murderously toward the van. However, when he saw the scene before him, his desperate roar got stuck in his throat, turning into a comical gah. In the empty parking space, 3 burly men lay sprawled all over the ground. One was clutching his stomach and foaming at the mouth, another lay unconscious by the car door, and the worst off was being stepped on by Leng Mingyue, his face swollen like a pig's head with a few bloody teeth scattered on the ground.
And Leng Mingyue.
She was standing there, elegantly, phone in hand, her tone as calm as if ordering takeout. "Hello, is this 110?
I want to report a crime." "Yes, underground parking of the West City Yoga Studio. Someone attempted a kidnapping and I've subdued them." "No ambulance needed, just come take them away."
"Oh, and send someone to clean up the floor, it's a bit dirty here." Hanging up, she turned around and met Jiang Han's eyes, which were wide as saucers.
The once murderous Jiang Han now let the wrench clatter to the ground.
He looked at the groaning kidnappers on the ground, then at his wife's calm, unruffled demeanor. Even her hairstyle was barely disturbed, and swallowed hard.
"Wife."
Jiang Han's voice was dry as he asked tentatively, "Did you do all this?" Leng Mingyue brushed a stray hair behind her ear, still stepping on Mad Dog's face, and gave Jiang Han a smile as warm as a spring breeze. "What?
Came late, missed the action.
But that's fine, saves me the trouble of dragging them to the car. Honey, these guys are a bit heavy. Keep an eye on them while I go put on my shoes. With that she lifted her foot, wiped the dust off on the priceless Hermes rug Mad Dog's face, and then gracefully walked over to put on her discarded heels.
Jiang Han stood there dumbfounded. He suddenly felt that all his worries on the way here were completely unnecessary.
Where was the need for him to rescue the damsel in distress?
This was clearly the beauty unilaterally slaughtering the beasts. Yi Tianyou.
Jiang Han looked at the pitiful kidnappers and felt a strange sense of sympathy. Why did you have to provoke this tigress?
Now look.
Not only did the kidnapping fail, but these guys are probably going to have lifelong psychological trauma. In the interrogation room of the Criminal Investigation Division of Jianghai Public Security Bureau, the harsh white spotlight blazed down on the interrogation chair, illuminating three swollen faces so disfigured that even their own mothers wouldn't recognize them, a truly pitiful sight. The veteran detective in charge of the interrogation was a hardened man with 20 years of experience who had seen all kinds of heinous criminals. Yet today, looking at the three victims before him, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably and he nearly snapped the pen in his hand as he struggled to hold back his laughter.
It was a miserable sight. Utterly miserable.
The one on the left had 2 broken ribs and was moaning while clutching his stomach. The one in the middle had lost 3 front teeth, spoke with a lisp, and his cheeks were swollen as if he had stuffed 2 steamed buns in his mouth. The one on the right, the ringleader nicknamed Mad Dog, was in the worst shape, a collapsed nose, bruised eyes, and a face that looked like a knocked-over pallet with a clear footprint stamped on it.
That was a personal touch left by Leng Mingyue.
Named the old detective said, tapping the table and forcing a stern expression.
Wang Daqiang.
Mad Dog replied, sniffling and speaking with a lisp.
Occupation. Unemployed. Occasionally do some jobs for money dealing with people's troubles. Alright, stop downplaying it.
The old detective slammed the notebook onto the table, his tone harsh.
Suspected kidnapping, affray, illegal possession of controlled knives. 3 grown men carrying ether and rope to corner a single woman in an underground parking lot. Even the old detective found it hard to continue as he spoke. He glanced at the statement from the victim Leng Mingyue in his hand, then at the 3 half-dead thugs across from him, his expression turning extremely peculiar. So? You failed to kidnap her and got wiped out by one person instead. Are you here to be a joke? This question seemed to hit Mad Dog's emotional breaking point.
This gang leader, who had been in the underworld for over a decade and was known for his ruthlessness, actually burst into tears with a loud wail. Tears mixed with blood from his nose flowing torrentially.
Officer. We're innocent. We're wronged.
Mad Dog struggled to stand up, the handcuffs clattering as he howled. We're the real victims.
Look at my face. Look at my brother's leg. That's no weak woman. That's a female Tyrannosaurus. A Terminator.
We had just opened the car door, hadn't even said 2 words, and she slapped us right away. She even took off her shoes. Kicked us barefoot. Mad Dog pointed at the shoe print on his face, so agitated he could barely breathe. She said she had trained in Israeli martial arts. She goes straight for the kill.
Officer, I want to file a complaint. I want a medical examination. I'm suing her for excessive self-defense. This is intentional harm. The 2 lackeys joined in, crying and sniffling. Yes, officer. So brutal. So inhumane.
I was already on my knees begging for mercy and she still kicked me.
My ribs. I'll definitely be disabled for life.
We demand legal protection.
Arrest that woman. She's terrifying. Outside the interrogation room behind the one-way glass,
Jiang Han held a cup of hot tea, watching the absurd farce inside, almost spitting out the tea.
Cough, cough.
He put down the teacup, his shoulders shaking as he struggled to hold back his laughter, his stomach aching. So this is what they mean by a wicked person being tormented by an even more wicked one. Who would have thought that these tough guys, who were also notable figures in Jianghai's underworld, would now be like wronged little wives, crying and begging the police to seek justice for them?
Mr. Jiang, this.
Captain Jiang, the criminal police captain standing beside him, also looked helpless, rubbing his temples. The emotions of these suspects
are a bit unstable.
You see.
I understand, I completely understand.
Jiang Han waved his hand, trying to suppress the smile on his lips, and said seriously, after all, they've suffered tremendous physical and mental trauma.
This psychological shadow will probably never go away.
He turned to Captain Jiang and said earnestly, Captain Jiang, please tell them inside.
My wife.
Oh, the victim, Ms.
Leng did act a bit too heavily.
Out of humanitarian concern, he'll cover all their medical expenses, hospital bills and dental fees. Let them use the best medicine, stay in the best wards, and by all means don't let them develop any lingering ailments.
After all,
Jiang Han paused, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. They need to keep their bodies healthy for a good reformation in prison. Captain Jiang was stunned for a moment, then shook his head with a bitter smile. This gentleman was truly ruthless. Was this compensation for medical expenses? It was clearly telling those men, you'll be beaten for nothing. I have plenty of money, but you must serve your time. Alright, stop crying. Inside the interrogation room, the old detective, annoyed by the noise, slammed the table. This is a police station, not a market. You're suing for excessive self-defense. She was acting in legitimate self-defense. Now come clean. Who put you up to this? Why did you want to kidnap Leng Mingyue? Hearing this question, Mad Dog's crying abruptly stopped. He shrank his neck, his eyes shifting, clearly hesitating whether to betray the benefactor. After all, there were rules in the underworld, and betraying the employer was a major taboo. Not talking, huh? The old detective sneered. Fine then, well, handle it as attempted kidnapping with the maximum penalty. 10 years minimum, no upper limit. Ah. He deliberately lowered his voice, pointing outside the door. Lawyer Leng's team is already waiting outside. If you don't cooperate, the Leng family has 100 ways to make your time in prison uncomfortable. Hearing the word Leng, Mad Dog shuddered all over. Compared to that useless Tianyou who only knew how to throw money around, the demoness Leng Mingyue was clearly more terrifying. She was someone who could truly grind a person's bones to dust. Ill talk. Ill talk. Ill confess everything. Mad Dog instantly broke down, spilling everything like beans from a bamboo tube. It was Ye Tianyou. It was the true young master of the Ye family. He gave us 5 million in cash to kidnap Leng Mingyue and take her to the abandoned warehouse in the northern suburbs. He also said he wanted to take nude photos to threaten Jiang Han, make Jiang Han kneel before him and beg for mercy, and then kill her. Everyone in the interrogation room and the observation room drew in a sharp breath of cold air. Such a ruthless heart. Not only kidnapping for extortion but also murder. This was no longer a simple business grudge, it was outright premeditated murder. Evidence. The old detective's expression turned grave. Yes. There are recordings. And transfer records. Mad Dog, eager to earn a lighter sentence, revealed everything. I was afraid he would renege on the deal, so I recorded every conversation we had. The phone is in my pocket. The evidence was ironclad. In the observation room, Jiang Han looked at Mad Dog, who was desperately trying to save his own skin by implicating others, and the smile in his eyes completely vanished, replaced by a chilling murderous intent. Ye Tianyou. I thought you were just stupid, but I didn't expect you to be so venomous. Since you're asking for death, don't blame me for not leaving you a whole corpse. Captain Jiang. Jiang Han turned around, straightened his collar, and said in a terrifyingly calm tone. The evidence is conclusive. Can we make the arrest now? Of course. Captain Jiang nodded, his face serious. He picked up the walkie-talkie and gave the order in a deep voice. Attention all units, immediately apprehend the suspect Ye Tianyou. Wherever he is, even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, dig him out for me. Yes, sir. In the police station yard, several police cars sounded their sirens and shot into the night like arrows from a bow. Jiang Han stood by the window watching the rows of flashing red and blue lights and took out his phone. On the screen there was a missed call. It was from Leng Mingyue. Probably worried because he hadn't returned for so long. Jiang Han took a deep breath and the icy look in his eyes instantly melted, replaced by an expression of feigned fright mixed with forced bravery. He pressed the redial button and held the phone to his ear. Hello. Wife. His voice trembled, carrying a perfectly timed hint of panic and dependence. The police have gone to arrest him. But I'm so scared. Those kidnappers said Ye Tianyou has more backup plans. I'm alone at the police station gate, now afraid to go home. On the other end of the line, Leng Mingyue was reviewing documents in her study. Hearing Jiang Han's tearful voice, the fountain pen in her hand snapped with a loud crack. Don't be afraid. Her voice instantly turned cold, yet it carried a reassuring authority. Stay right there. I'm coming to get you. If anyone dares to touch you, I'll make their whole family pay with their lives. Hanging up, Jiang Han looked at the darkened screen, a sly smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. The cliché plot of a hero saving a beauty was long out of fashion. What's popular now is a reverse freeloading, letting the wife come to the rescue. After hanging up, Jiang Han did not linger at the police station. He drove the head-turning Lamborghini Veneno, speeding like the wind, straight back to Qianlong Bay. However, he did not drive directly into the estate. The car stopped at the corner of a tree-lined avenue a few hundred meters from the gate of the Long mansion. The streetlights here were dim with shadows of tree swing, an ideal ambush spot. Jiang Han turned off the engine, got out. He looked around confirming there was no one, not even a stray cat. Perfect, the stage is set. Jiang Han cleared his throat, ruffled his hair, pulled his tie askew and even grabbed a handful of soil from a roadside flowerbed, smearing it carelessly on his expensive suit. Instantly the image of a battered and fleeing down-and-out young master fresh from a desperate fight was born. After doing all this, he took out his phone and dialed Leng Mingyue's number again. The call was answered instantly. Before the other side could speak, Jiang Han with a sobbing voice yelled, "Help! They're coming! Right in the woods by the estate gate. So many people. All with knives. They said they'd break my legs." While shouting, he used one hand to pound heavily on the Lamborghini's hood. Bang! 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 The dull impacts traveled through the line, sounding exactly like the terrifying noise of clubs smashing a car. "Don't come any closer. Stay back. My wife is on her way. She's fierce. If you don't want to die, get lost." Jiang Han bellowed menacingly at the empty air, his acting so exquisite that he could have won an Oscar on the spot. On the other end of the line, the breathing instantly became rapid and heavy. "Jiang Han. Hold on." Leng Mingyue's voice was no longer its usual coolness, but filled with a trembling and fury that made one's heart pound. "Lock the doors. Don't get out. I'll be right there. Do. The call ended. Jiang Han put away his phone, leaned against the car door and leisurely took out a cigarette from his pocket. Tisk, only 10 minutes. He glanced at the time. Hope it's enough. He didn't light it, just held it in his mouth to satisfy the craving. After all, he still had to play the role of a frightened little wretch. Later a smell of smoke would give him away. The night breeze was cool, the leaves rustling. Jiang Han bored counted the ants on the ground. 1, 2, 3. Just as he reached the 58th. A deafening engine roar more violent than thunder suddenly exploded from deep within the estate. The ground began to tremble slightly. 2 blinding headlight beams like swords tore through the darkness, followed by a second, a third. A whole row of intense lights turned the dim tree-lined avenue bright as day. Jiang Han squinted, cussing inwardly. So this was the grandeur of a wealthy family. 5 black Rolls-Royce Cullinans like a pack of maddened steel beasts formed a single column and roared towards them at top speed. The momentum seemed less like a rescue and more like a mission to blow up a bunker. Screech! The piercing sound of brakes tore through the night. The 5 cars almost simultaneously drifted and stopped sharply in front of Jiang Han, forming a semicircular protective ring that shielded him and the Lamborghini firmly in the middle. Before the car had even fully stopped, the rear door of the middle vehicle was flung open. A figure rushed out. Leng Mingyue. She had clearly just rushed out of the house, still wearing a thin silk nightgown haphazardly wrapped in a long trench coat and even sporting a pair of house slippers on her feet. But none of this could conceal the overwhelming murderous aura erupting from her at that moment. What shocked Jiang Han most was that in her hand, she was actually holding a silver metal baseball bat. Jiang Han. Leng Mingyue immediately spotted Jiang Han leaning against the car, dirty and disheveled, trembling. In that instant her sanity completely shattered. Who? She rushed over, yanked Jiang Han behind her and swung the baseball bat fiercely through the air, producing a sharp whoosh. Which blind bastard? Get out here. Her usually calm phoenix eyes were now bloodshot like a lioness ready to devour. The bodyguards behind also rushed out of the cars, each holding batons and stun guns, forming a menacing circle, warily watching the air around them. Where are they? Leng Mingyue turned around, grabbing Jiang Han's shoulders tightly, checking him up and down. Where are you hurt? Where did they hit you? Speak. Her voice was trembling, her fingertips ice cold, a stress reaction from extreme fear. Jiang Han looked at the woman before him, who for his sake ignored her appearance, ignored danger, and was even ready to fight for her life with a baseball bat. The softest part of his heart felt as if it had been struck hard. Sour swelling. He suddenly wondered if this joke of his had gone a bit too far. Wife. Jiang Han sniffled, leaning into Leng Mingyue's embrace, burying his head in her neck, his voice muffled with a hint of survivor's relief. You're finally here. Scared me to death. Just now. So many people with knives, with clubs. If I hadn't run fast, you wouldn't have seen me. It's okay, it's okay. Leng Mingyue dropped the baseball bat, hugging him tightly with a strength that seemed to want to press him into her bones. I'm here. No one can hurt you. She gently patted Jiang Han's back as if soothing a wrong child, but her gaze over his shoulder was fixed on the dark woods around them. Search! She roared at the bodyguards, her voice cold as if from hell. Carpet search 5 kilometers around. No matter if it's human or ghost, anyone with a weapon, break their legs first and bring them to me. Yes. More than 20 bodyguards responded in unison, their voices thunderous, then quickly dispersed into the woods. Jiang Han nestled in her arms heard this domineering command and couldn't help but smirk secretly. This freeloading life was absolutely secure. He lifted his head slightly peeking out from Leng Mingyue's embrace. He looked at the woman standing in the night wind, her long hair flying, her face full of murderous intent yet protecting him with the warmest embrace. Wife. Jiang Han tugged at her sleeve whispering. Leng Mingyue lowered her head, the murderous intent in her eyes instantly turning into endless tenderness and concern.
What's wrong? Does it hurt somewhere? Jiang Han shook his head.
He blinked his almond-shaped eyes looking at her with admiration and sincerely remarked, the way you rushed down with that baseball bat.
So cool.
Leng Mingyue was stunned for a moment. Then a helpless yet indulgent smile finally appeared on her tense face. She reached out and poked his forehead, saying with mock exasperation, less of that cheek.
I'll deal with you when we get home.
Although it was a scolding, the sweetness in her tone was enough to make anyone's heart melt.
Home. Jiang Han's eyes lit up and he seized the opportunity. Then. Tonight do I not have to sleep in the guest room? Depends on your performance.
Leng Mingyue snorted, bent down, picked up the baseball bat from the ground and handed it to the driver beside her.
Then she took Jiang Han's hand, again interlacing their fingers. Let's go home. Tonight, while properly settled, is shock fee. Back at the Leng Manor, the tense aura of killing finally dissipated. In the study, the warm yellow light of the floor lamp spilled onto the thick woolen carpet, painting a cozy hue.
This cozy atmosphere, however, was being ruthlessly disrupted by a man who was frightened. Jiang Han clung to Leng Mingyue like a boneless koala, his face buried in the crook of her neck, nuzzling restlessly, his arms wrapped around her waist, impossible to pry loose.
Honey, it's safe at home.
I was so scared just now, those knives came within a hair's breadth of slashing my handsome face. You have no idea how terrifying that one who looked green-faced and fang-toothed. I thought I'd seen a real ghost. Jiang Han kept muttering, taking the opportunity to steal some affection, his weak and helpless act so convincing it seemed more real than reality itself. Leng Mingyue sat on the spacious leather executive chair, squeezed into a corner by him. She sighed helplessly, reached out to push his head away but failed. Instead he held her even tighter.
Enough, stop acting.
Leng Mingyue looked down at the man in her arms, her tone laced with a hint of disdain, yet her hand treacherously landed on his back, patting it in a soothing, absent-minded rhythm.
Those kidnappers are probably crying their eyes out in the police station right now.
What's there to be afraid of? With your skills, taking them down was like cutting vegetables. You think I'm blind?
That's different.
Jiang Han looked up, his peach blossom eyes filled with innocence and dependence, and even squeezed out 2 crocodile tears. I can fight, but I'm still flesh and blood. Besides, winning is my skill, but my wife coming to save me with a baseball bat, that's love. I don't care, my fragile little heart is deeply traumatized and only wifey's kisses and hugs can heal it.
Seeing him act so shamelessly, Leng Mingyue's previously taut heartstrings finally fully relaxed.
She looked at Jiang Han's face so close to hers. Back on the roadside, when she saw him standing there alone, she felt her heart nearly stop. In that moment there was no exchange of interests, no tool of vengeance. She only knew that if something happened to this man she would go mad. It was also in that moment that she finally had to admit a fact: she had fallen. This man, initially just a tool to anger the Ye family and fend off unwanted suitors, had somehow taken root in this cold manner in her frozen heart.
Impossible to uproot. Jiang Han.
Leng Mingyue suddenly spoke, her voice soft and unlike herself.
Jiang Han blinked. From now on, don't take risks anymore.
Leng Mingyue's fingers threaded through his hair, her eyes carrying a fragility and fear she had never shown before.
I know you're formidable, I know you have skills. But I can't afford to gamble.
What if you slip up? What if they had guns? If something happened to you, what would be the point of me keeping these hundreds of billions in assets alone?
Jiang Han froze.
He hadn't expected Leng Mingyue to say such things.
This was almost an outright confession.
He dropped his playful expression, sat up straight, took her hand and kissed it. His gaze was earnest and fervent. Don't worry, honey. This life of mine is precious, I still have to keep it to grow old with you and piss off those bastards.
Besides.
Jiang Han's eyes glinted with a sharp light. After tonight, Ye Tianyou is completely finished. The Ye family's last card is gone. At the mention of the Ye family, the tenderness in Leng Mingyue's eyes instantly vanished, replaced by a chilling frost. She slowly withdrew her hand and picked up the private phone on the table.
Indeed, Ye Tianyou is behind bars.
But the one who instigated him, the one who gave birth to him and raised him, is still out there free and easy. Leng Mingyue let out a cold laugh, her fingers swiftly sliding across the screen to dial a number: Ye Qingcheng's private line. At this moment the Ye family's old mansion must be in chaos, but Leng Mingyue didn't care. She wanted that woman to know what price she would pay for touching Leng Mingyue's man. Beep beep, the phone was answered after 2 rings. On the other end came Ye Qingcheng's anxious and hoarse voice, clearly hoping this call was some kind of turning point. Hello?
Who is it? Is there news of Tianyou? This is Ye Qingcheng. It's me. Leng Mingyue uttered 2 words flatly. Dead silence fell on the other end of the line.
After several seconds, Ye Qingcheng's voice came again, trembling with barely suppressed rage. Leng Mingyue.
How dare you call me? Did you set Tianyou up? I knew it. It must be that useless husband of yours. Set him up.
Leng Mingyue leaned back in her chair, playing with Jiang Han's tie in her other hand, her tone lazy and domineering, as if listening to a joke. Ye Qingcheng, is your brain squeezed by a door or soaked in water? Your precious little brother hired thugs to kidnap me and even tried to harm my husband.
Solid evidence caught red-handed.
The police are interrogating him now, probably scared his pants off by now.
You. Nonsense. Ye Qingcheng shrieked. Tianyou is so kind he wouldn't even step on an ant.
How could he hire killers? You must have framed him.
Kind.
Leng Mingyue sneered, a flash of brutality in her eyes. He can tell the judge whether he's kind or not.
I'm not calling to argue the case with you. I'm calling to inform you.
Leng Mingyue straightened up, her aura erupting, suffocating even through the phone line. Ye Qingcheng, listen carefully.
Keep your mad dogs in check. This is the first and last time.
This time it was only attempted kidnapping, the brat got lucky.
But if there's a next time.
Leng Mingyue glanced at Jiang Han beside her, her gaze turning ferocious, each word punctuated. If I ever find anyone from the Ye family daring to touch a single hair on Jiang Han's head, even if they only make him frown, I won't just bankrupt the Ye family. I'll make your entire family vanish from Zhanghai City. I'll have the whole Ye family buried with him. Having said that, she hung up the phone without giving Ye Qingcheng a chance to react. Slap. The phone was thrown back onto the table. Leng Mingyue took a deep breath, the rise and fall of her chest showing her fury was not yet fully quelled. This was her bottom line. This was her reverse scale. Touch the dragon's reverse scale and you die. Jiang Han watched his wife's domineering display of protecting her husband, feeling immensely satisfied. This freeloading life felt like an emperor's luxury. Honey. Jiang Han sidled up, embracing her from behind, his chin resting on her shoulder, his voice brimming with hidden laughter. You looked so cool just now. Even cooler than those 10 million yuan fireworks. Leng Mingyue turned her head, looking at this face so close, the frost in her eyes melting into water again. She reached out, gently stroking Jiang Han's cheek, her fingertips tracing his brows and eyes, her movement soft as if touching a fragile treasure. What's the use of being cool? She said softly, with a hint of helpless fondness in her tone. As long as you're fine, I'm willing to be a shrew. Jiang Han, remember this. Her gaze became resolute, as if making a lifelong vow. From now on, don't be stubborn anymore. With me here, no one in this world can hurt you. Jiang Han took her hand and placed it over his heart, feeling their heartbeats synchronize. Okay. From now on, I'll hide behind you and be a happy-kept man. They exchanged a smile, and the air in the room seemed to turn syrupy sweet. At this very moment, on the other side of the city, in the last remaining old mansion of the Ye family, a storm was brewing that could destroy everything. Ye Qingcheng gripped the hung-up phone, her face as pale as paper. Every word of Leng Mingyue's was a sledgehammer, smashing her last illusions to pieces. Tianyou was truly finished. The Ye family was completely finished too. Big sister. What happened? What did Leng Mingyue say? Did she admit to framing Tianyou? Big sister, say something. Dad's medicine is almost gone and the hospital is pressing for payment again. Big sister, my credit cards are all frozen and the bank took away my bags. The chattering voices of her younger sisters around her gave her a splitting headache. Ye Qingcheng looked up at these familiar yet unfamiliar faces, suddenly feeling a deep sense of irony. These were the family she had fought so hard to protect. When disaster struck, they didn't think about how to save anyone or how to get through the crisis together. Instead, it was about money, about bags, about shifting blame. Enough. Ye Qingcheng hurled her phone to the ground with a hysterical roar. This roar tore open the last veil of hypocrisy of the Ye family. Collapse and disintegration, tonight was the night. The Ye family's ancestral home. It was a red brick building in the old city district, dilapidated from years of neglect, its paint peeling off. The air was thick with a musty odor compared to the Cloud Summit villa where the Ye family once resided. This place was nothing short of a slum. At this moment, the living room was packed with people. Yi Jiangwo was slumped in his wheelchair while Chen Sumei sat on a small stool wiping her tears. The 7 sisters, dressed in finery but with disheveled expressions, were either standing or crouching, cramming the small space to the point of suffocation. With a clatter, the phone slipped from Ye Qingcheng's hand, crashed onto the concrete floor, and its screen shattered into pieces. She seemed as if all the bones had been drained from her body, leaning against the paint-chipped wall, her eyes vacant, lips trembling, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time.
Big sister. What on earth happened? Third Sister Ye Weiner stomped her feet in anxiety.
She had just been hounded by several brand owners for debts and dared not even leave the house.
Now she desperately needed good news to survive.
What did Leng Mingyue say?
Did she agree to let Tianyou off? Is she willing to inject capital into the Ye family?
It's over. Ye Qingcheng's voice was hoarse like a worn-out bellows.
Completely over. She continued. Tianyou
hired a killer to commit murder and also attempted to kidnap Leng Mingyue. The evidence is solid. The police have filed a case.
The
shares of the Ye Group just now in the evening trading session
hit the daily limit again. Assets are insufficient to cover debts.
She lifted her head, looked at the relatives crowding the room, and gave a bleak smile.
Tomorrow morning the court seal will be affixed here. We are completely bankrupt. Dead silence.
In the narrow living room it was so quiet that even the sound of Chen Sume sniffing her nose was distinctly audible.
Despair like an invisible hand tightly gripped everyone's throat. Bankruptcy. They knew all too well what these two words meant.
It meant they could no longer buy designer bags, could no longer frequent high-end clubs, and even this drafty old house would be taken away, leaving them to wander the streets.
No. I don't believe it.
A scream shattered the silence. Ye Weiner rushed forward, abruptly grabbing Ye Qingcheng's collar. Her once exquisite face was now twisted like a ferocious ghost.
Ye Qingcheng. How did you manage the family?
The Ye family's vast enterprise, how could it just vanish like that?
What about my liquidated damages? What about my reputation? How can I still survive in the entertainment circle? Let go.
Ye Qingcheng, struggling to breathe, pushed her away forcefully.
At a time like this you're still thinking about your entertainment career. The Ye family is finished. Do you think you're still that lofty superstar? I don't care. It's all your fault.
Ye Weiner was pushed and hit the corner of the table, her tears streaming from the pain, and the venom in her heart erupted completely. She pointed at Ye Qingcheng's nose and cursed hysterically. If it weren't for you.
You insisted on driving Jiang Han away back then. Would we have fallen to this state? When Jiang Han was here, when did anything ever go wrong?
He earned money and managed the household, taking care of us comfortably.
It was you. You insisted on supporting that useless Ye Tianyou. Now look. Jiang Han has become the richest man, the son-in-law of the Leng family. What about us? We've become beggars.
These words like a spark completely detonated the living room filled with gunpowder.
Third sister is right.
Fourth Sister Ye Mengyan also jumped out with a pair of swollen walnut-like eyes from crying and accused, Big sister, you were the loudest in driving Jiang Han away back then. You said he was a parasite, that he affected Tianyou's mood.
And what happened? The company's systems were maintained by Jiang Han.
Once he left, the systems crashed, making me a laughingstock across the industry. If Jiang Han were still here, the J-Master would definitely help us.
How could we have gone bankrupt? When the wall is about to collapse, everyone pushes it.
The originally united and loving sisterhood now, in order to shirk responsibility, instantly tore each other apart.
What right do you have to blame me?
Ye Qingcheng trembled with rage, pointing at Ye Weiner and Ye Mengyan. Third sister, have you forgotten who complained that Jiang Han's cooking was terrible and smashed the plate on his head? Fourth sister, have you forgotten who made Jiang Han go to fix your computer in the dead of winter, forbidding him to sleep until it was fixed?
Now that trouble has come, everyone is a second-guesser. Why didn't you speak up earlier? That's still better than you. Second sister Ye Qingcheng also joined the fray.
Having lost 100 million in compensation, she now bore the greatest resentment toward the Ye family.
As the eldest sister, you have no discernment at all.
You treated pearls as fish eyes and garbage as treasures. The Ye family's downfall is your doing. You are a sinner for all eternity.
Shut up. All of you shut up.
Ye Qingcheng let out a furious roar, but no one listened to her. The sounds of quarreling, cursing, and crying mingled into a cacophony.
Why are you pushing me? Want to fight? Fight it is. I've disliked you for a long time.
No one knew who threw the first punch. What had started as a verbal quarrel instantly escalated into a full-blown brawl. Ye Weiner grabbed Ye Mengyan's hair, Ye Mengyan scratched Ye Qingcheng's face, Ye Qingcheng was pushed onto the sofa and then kicked over the coffee table. Expensive cosmetics shattered on the floor and designer clothes were torn and deformed. The 7 golden flowers, once radiant and glamorous at that lavish banquet, now resembled shrews fighting over a few cents at a vegetable market, revealing all their ugly sides, hideous and laughable.
Stop fighting. Please stop fighting.
Chen Sume cowered in a corner, her voice hoarse from crying, but she dared not step forward to separate them. These were the daughters she had been so proud of. This was the happy family she had painstakingly tried to protect.
Meanwhile, in another corner of the living room,
Ye Jiangwo sat in his wheelchair, head tilted, his cloudy old eyes brimming with tears.
He watched this absurd farce unfolding before him.
Watching his daughters, who had once been obedient and loving in front of him, now tearing at each other like mad dogs to shirk responsibility. Without the filter of money, family affection had become so fragile.
Retribution.
Ye Jiangwo's lips quivered, two streams of clear tears sliding down his wrinkled cheeks, dripping onto his withered hands.
This is all retribution.
If only we hadn't swapped the children back then.
If only we hadn't driven Jiang Han away for that illegitimate son.
If only over these 15 years they had given Jiang Han even a tenth of their love. Then the Ye family would probably be the most envied family in all of Jianghai City. Jiang Han would bring Leng Mingyue home to call them mom and dad, the whole family gathered together, laughing and chatting, enjoying family bliss.
But alas, there is no if only. The reality was that the evil seeds they had sown with their own hands had finally yielded the most bitter fruit.
Ye Jiangwo slowly closed his eyes, unable to bear watching any longer. Just then a flash of lightning streaked across the window, illuminating this dilapidated and mad old house. It also illuminated not far away the cold mansion that still blazed with lights, towering like a castle. There someone was standing on a high vantage point, coldly overlooking all of this. In the study of Leng Manor at Shenlong Bay, the custom 8K display covering an entire wall was broadcasting live the family ethical action blockbuster unfolding at the old Ye residence. The image clarity was so high that even the few strands of hair that flew off when Ye Weiner tore off Ye Mengyan's wig could be seen distinctly. Tisk tisk tisk, too brutal. Jiang Han, with his legs crossed, lounged comfortably in the genuine leather sofa, holding a cup of steaming top-grade black tea in his hand.
His relaxed demeanor was even more enjoyable than watching an IMAX blockbuster in a cinema. A peeled crystalline sun moon grape was brought to his lips. Leng Mingyue sat on the armrest of the sofa holding a fruit plate and shot him a disapproving glare, but her movements were gentle. Open your mouth. Ah, Jiang Han bit into the grape, inadvertently sucking on Leng Mingyue's fingertip, his tongue lightly brushing across it. The female CEO yanked her hand back as if shocked, a faint blush coloring her cheeks as she slapped his shoulder. Be serious. We're watching the show. I am serious.
Jiang Han chewed the grape, his gaze returning to the big screen, and even began to narrate like a professional commentator. Honey, look, the exciting part is coming. Third sister Ye Weiner's 9 white bone claw strikes straight at the center, targeting the nose. Fourth sister just had done.
Alas, what a pity it's blocked.
On the screen, although Ye Mengyan had her hair pulled, she was someone who often stayed up late coding, so her reaction was swift. She clawed back at Ye Weiner's neck, leaving 3 bloody scratches. Now look over here, our 7th sister, the provincial Sanda champion, is actually being suppressed by 2nd sister, who wields a scalpel.
Jiang Han shook his head, his expression filled with disappointment. That's just too pathetic. Ye Ziwei's lower stance is unstable.
Being pinned down by Ye Qingcheng, the germaphobe, on the dusty floor, the psychological shadow area must be the size of a 3-bedroom apartment.
Leng Mingyue looked at the women tangled together on the screen, utterly devoid of any dignity.
A flicker of disgust passed through her eyes, but it was overshadowed by a sense of vindication, a long-awaited revenge. So this is what they call heiresses of wealthy families, she sneered.
Without money and status, they are even more contemptible than street shrews.
Of course, just look at who raised them.
Jiang Han pointed at Chen Sume, who was trembling in a corner. A crooked tree produces crooked fruit. Chen Sume has always been nothing more than a vulgar woman who only knows how to throw tantrums.
What kind of daughters could she raise? With money propping them up, they could pretend to be socialites, but now that fig leaf has been torn off, they're just showing their true colors. In the picture, the eldest sister Ye Qingcheng finally snapped out of her shock. She looked at the mess in the room, let out a desperate roar, and rushed in to pull apart the sisters who were fighting. But then someone kicked her in the stomach, sending her stumbling to the ground, one of her high heels flying off. The once lofty female CEO who had always bossed him around was now as pitiful as a stray dog. Serves her right.
Jiang Han uttered those 2 words calmly, his eyes devoid of any emotion.
Back then, when they threw me out, they were far more united.
Had enough watching. Leng Mingyue placed the fruit plate on the coffee table, reached out and pinched Jiang Han's cheek. If you've seen enough, it's time to get down to business.
This show is exciting, but watching too much of it might give you a sty. Almost done, Jiang Han said, smacking his lips with lingering interest. I can already predict the plot, blaming each other, then a complete rupture, and finally fighting over the scraps.
No novelty.
Since there's no novelty, let's help them fast forward. Leng Mingyue stood up, walked to the desk, picked up a document that had just been faxed over, casually glanced at it, and then handed it to Jiang Han.
The court has already approved it.
Her tone was calm, as if she were discussing something trivial. Given the severe insolvency of the Ye Group and the suspicion of asset transfer, the court has officially accepted the bankruptcy liquidation application.
Tomorrow morning the court's enforcement bureau and the auction house will come knocking. Sealing, inventorying, evaluating, auctioning.
A cold smile curled at the corner of Leng Mingyue's lips. The old mansion, the few remaining jewelry and bags on them, even Ye Tianyou's wheelchair, all will be sealed with official stickers.
So you mean?
Jiang Han took the document, scanned the bright red seal, and a glint flashed in his eyes.
After tomorrow they'll really be homeless. Exactly. Leng Mingyue nodded. I've already notified all the hotels, inns and even real estate agencies in Jianhai City. No one will rent to them and no one will dare to take them in. This is a death sentence. Jiang Han clicked his tongue twice, tossing the document back onto the table. But I like it. He picked up the remote control and pressed the power button. With a buzz the screen went dark and the cacophony of quarrels and crying abruptly ceased, restoring tranquility to the study. Jiang Han stood up and walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the rain had stopped. After the storm the nightscape of Jianhai City looked exceptionally brilliant. The neon lights in the distance merged into a single expanse like a celestial river on the ground, both bustling and indifferent. In the shadow of that prosperity the Ye family had become a thing of the past. "Honey," Jiang Han said suddenly, hands in his pockets, gazing out the window. "Whom?" Leng Mingyue walked up to him, standing shoulder to shoulder, looking out at the empire that belonged to them. "Would you be interested in getting up a little earlier tomorrow morning?" Jiang Han turned his head, looking at the stunning woman beside him. His peach blossom eyes shimmered with an almost demonic light, the excitement of a hunter closing in the satisfaction of an avenger watching his enemies fall into the abyss. "What for?" Leng Mingyue raised an eyebrow. "To the old Ye residence." Jiang Han reached out, gently wrapped his arm around her waist, drew her into his embrace and whispered in her ear, "Although the bankruptcy liquidation is a court matter, as creditors shouldn't we also go to the scene to inspect? And by the way..." He paused, a sinister and cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "I'll treat you to a spectacular fireworks display." Fireworks? Leng Mingyue was puzzled. It wasn't a holiday tomorrow, so where would fireworks come from? But when she saw the familiar mischievous glint in Jiang Han's eyes, she instantly understood what he meant. The so-called fireworks probably referred to the final brilliant collapse of the Ye family when they faced the utter despair of losing everything. Sure, Leng Mingyue hugged him back, resting her chin on his chest, her voice languid and expectant. "Since it's a show my husband has carefully prepared, of course I'll be there to support it. But..." She lifted her head, her finger lightly tracing Jiang Han's Adam's apple, her gaze suddenly turning seductive. "Before watching tomorrow's fireworks, shouldn't you first pay tonight's tribute?" Jiang Han's whole body trembled, a pang of pain in his kidneys. "Honey, although I have the body strengthening technique, can we maybe practice moderation? Less talk." Leng Mingyue directly reached out and turned off the study light. In the darkness her voice, dripping with dominance, rang out, "Carry me to the bedroom." "As you command, my queen."